morning, Roasters. Good morning, Bay Area. Good morning to everybody out there listening on the Odyssey app nationwide. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the Comcast Business Text line. Of course, all the graveyard shift workers, we love you. All the garbage men, all the janitors, all the recology workers, all the union workers, truck drivers out there. Hopefully you had a great night. The overnight dancers, and I had to look up what Cheetahs was, and yeah, Cheetahs probably was booming on a Sunday night. Shout out to everybody who works at Cheetahs. Good morning to all the teachers, cops, highway patrol, Muni, you name it. Lutman's in here. He's got a vest on. He's looking locked in. Spadoni's in the building. We got Joe Shasky, the butcher, and we're going to start a couple different ways here. We got the Niners and Browns. Niners and Browns, and, you know, we'll get into the game, and we'll get into the ownership groups. Jimmy Haslam.
Bro.
You thought Jerry Jones was bad. Oh, my God.
Bro, some of the stuff I sent to that group thread, it jogged the memory, did it not?
Well, yeah, and then you go back and read some of the things, and you hear some of the quotes, and you're like, oh, my God, this guy is, wow. And he owns the Bucks now. He owns the Milwaukee Bucks now, so go figure. But he's funny. And then you got the Golden State Warriors. I'm going to talk to CJ Holmes at 8:30 to start dipping our toe into some basketball. A lot of preseason basketball was played last night.
No cannonballs?
No cannonballs, just basketballs.
Cannonball!
No cannonballs, but...
Is that Anchorman?
You know, could be Anchorman.
I think it's Anchorman where you... Cannonball!
You know, I've never watched Anchorman 2.
I don't think I've seen Anchorman 2 either.
Anchorman
1's pretty classic.
Not missing much.
You're not missing much? Yeah.
It's like Caddyshack 2.
When you wait 10 years to make a movie or whatever it was, it's like Dumb and Dumber, right? They came out with Dumb and Dumber. Yeah. I never really watched it. I was, it's not my thing. Like
I'm with you. Dumb and Dumber, though, look, maybe it doesn't age well. In real time, one of the funniest movies of all time.
Why wouldn't it age well? Let me ask you that.
Well, comedy tends to not age well.
Yeah.
Comedy tends to not age well. It's very difficult to go back in the Wayback Machine on comedy movies, and you look back and like, oh, it's really stupid.
Yeah, no, I mean,
The Hangover still holds up.
Still holds up, no doubt about it. Hangover holds up, but Dumb and Dumber,
classic.
I mean, even the first time I ever watched it was a television version on TBS.
Bro, I saw it at West Portal Theater with my aunt.
Nobody ever
and my cousin.
Yeah, so I watched the first time on television, TBS. And I laughed the whole way through it. I was like, this is the TV version.
Bro,
what's the real version
classic.
like? You know, what's the rated R version? Pretty Bird.
God,
oh, man, everything. King, Bird.
Bro.
That movie is unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. But we got Browns, Niners. We got Warriors coming back.
Redeemed yourself.
Shout out to Kaminga jamming his thumb. He said it's not serious.
Him and I both got the jam thumb injury right now.
There you go. You and JK getting up there.
Jammed my thumb last night in the second half of a basketball game.
Go figure.
I know.
Shasky playing the sport and getting injured.
I know. I'm so ticked. I can't even stick my hand in a glove. I tried to do it this morning. Can't even stick my hand in a glove and squeeze. It hurts that bad.
Some things just never change.
You know what though? I fought through it and I hit a big 3 late. We ended up losing by 1, but that's okay. They hit a game-winning bucket in the final 10 seconds.
You're the opposite, or as Laura Oakman said, you're the antithesis of being durable.
Well, no, I fought through the injury and stayed in there.
We're not really durable. I mean, it should be a segment. Shasky's injuries.
I'm hurt, not injured. There's a big difference.
How about Bruce Bochy? As we start this segment off, how about Bruce Bochy? You know, we don't know who Farhan is reaching out to. We don't know if they started their manager search.
I thought he was in the Cayman Islands somewhere because he was going to take time off.
Yeah, I don't know what Farhan Zaidi's doing. I would hope that Greg Johnson and Buster Posey are getting together and saying, you know what, let's move on from this president of baseball operations.
It's not
too late to fire Farhan Zaidi. I don't want people to lose their jobs. But Farhan Zaidi ain't it.
But can I ask a question? Why do people, I don't want people to lose their jobs. Sometimes people should lose their jobs.
Yeah, I mean.
I've lost my job. No, I'm serious. And it was deserving. And you know what it did to me?
Right.
It woke me up. Like, for example, Chip Kelly deserved to lose his job.
Yeah, no
Trent Baalke deserved to lose his job. They were inept at what they were doing.
Yep.
Like, I watched Chip Kelly run the same slow-developing read option short yardage play over and over and over, and it never worked.
No, never.
Okay? So, some guys deserve to lose their job.
And I'm looking at the Rangers. I'm looking at, the Daniel Lowe. Remember I brought him up? I was like, the Giants to trade for him. He's batting 7th for the Rangers. Josh Young. Batting 8th for the Rangers. He's batting cleanup in 5th all season long.
But you know why? The analytics didn't tell him that. Bochy's gut did.
Right? I mean, the way he's handling his staff, the Rangers are rolling through teams.
I mean, when Nathan Eovaldi, I feel like he pitches in every postseason every year. Am I the only one? He's always pitching in the postseason.
Always.
Somebody's third, fourth player.
Always. And he deals.
He does.
He deals. All right. So you got them, and Aroldis Chapman was a little hairy yesterday in the top of the eighth. No, he's not. He's a little washed. They can't trust him. He can't throw a strike.
I'm with you.
Everybody's caught up to the velocity. That 102 just don't hit the same.
He rhythmically can't find his mechanics. He's always off.
He's always off right now. So he's getting up there in age. But you know what? Bochy will know how to use him. And Bochy knows how to get the best out of his players in this position. 49 postseason wins. And you see how happy he is. You see how much life he has in him. You know, I agree that the Giants maybe should have moved off him. Maybe because he did. You know, the Giants were getting stale at that point in 2017, 2018. I agree with that. I'm not going to go back and say, the Giants should have kept Bochy. But the replacement Farhan, or the guy he replaced him with, and look, I'm not trying to throw shade at Gabe Kapler, but Kapler was in a no-win situation replacing Bruce Bochy, coming off his tenure with the Philadelphia Phillies and what happened in 2016 with the LA Dodgers. I mean, I'm looking at Farhan saying, how is he going to get a team to compete with these guys? The Orioles, the Rangers, the Braves, the Phillies, the Diamondbacks, the Dodgers. It's not too late to fire this guy.
Look, like right now in my work life here at the station, with this studio falling apart here, I need a change of scenery, right? I need to get into that new studio at some point. I don't know about you, but I need the jolt. You know what I mean? I need that jolt. I do believe on some level, Bruce Bochy needed a change of scenery, a jolt. When you step away from something like a vacation or whatever, or you change jobs, or sometimes it's necessary to just give you that energized feeling. And he clearly looks energized. That being said, to me, it was the way the whole thing went down. You forced out Rigetti. You pushed out some of his trusted agents. You started giving him some of your guys. You didn't allow him to go out on his terms.
Not to cut you off, Shasky, but Farhan made Bochy start Connor Joe and Michael, was it Red or Reid?
I don't even remember.
In that opening game in San Diego. Remember that?
And then DFA'd them within 7 days.
Right. So you had all these moves and you're forcing Bochy's hand. He's like, it's probably time. I remember when they said farewell to Bochy and Tim Lincecum came back and how happy he was to see Timmy and how long he talked to Timmy. And it's like, damn, I don't think we really appreciated what Bochy did in those playoffs and what he did for the Giants. And really it was a hire out of nowhere. And now we don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what Farhan has in store. And why would he get a shot to hire a manager when he has 1 year left on his deal?
Let's have a sophisticated, real conversation. The first point, I think it's, to me, timing was right. Bochy goes on to do his own thing. He clearly wanted to keep managing.
Yeah.
I get that. The Giants need to look themselves in the mirror as an organization, and they need to look at what's going on in Texas. I watched that environment with the Texas Rangers fans. It was jolting. I'm watching the Baltimore Orioles host that first game, and their fans were going through the roof. I'm looking at these rosters. You cannot, with a straight face, look at me and say, man, the guy we have picking players, the guy we have assembling this staff really knows what he's doing. Yeah. You know how far behind we look?
We're so far behind. Look at these lineups. Look at the lineups that are in the playoffs right now. Look at the lineups that got bounced.
People keep telling me you can't do that in baseball. Talking about we took Hunter Bishop and we missed out on Corbin Carroll, who's leading his team to the NLCS. We missed out on Gunnar Henderson,
who's a 5-tool player.
Right?
5-tool player.
No, that is exactly what you do. Like, that's exact. I don't care what sport it is. You are brought in to be a farm expert, to be a prospect expert, and we've whiffed on prospects.
Well, think about what the Rangers are doing with Bochy. Josh Young's a rookie this year. Came up late last season.
Yes.
So you know what? This guy's got power. This guy can hit for average at times. He does strike out at times. But he'll hit from bombs.
Yes.
And he had a very good season. Then he hurt his thumb. They brought up Evan Carter.
He hurt his thumb too?
Yeah, he hurt his thumb too. There, go figure. That's 3 guys now. Evan Carter, prospect we heard about. Like when they talk about prospects in Texas, they mean, and they bring them up.
21 years old, batted 300 with, I think, 5 or 6 home runs in the month of September.
And now he's a fixture in the middle of the lineup.
He got more at-bats in the month of September than Elliot Ramos has his entire Giants tenure.
That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Over 3 years.
Think about that. Think about how far behind the Giants are. And he gets another shot?
It's insane.
And after that, I can't get over that last press conference.
Have you heard a whisper?
Nothing.
A whisper of who they're managing?
Nothing.
Search is going to include?
Nothing.
Here's the thing I talked, man, I had so much. I had talked to a longtime broadcaster, and I will not say who the name is. It's not fair to that individual because they wanted to not be on the record. But I'll tell you this. I have it on good authority from people from within inside the Giants organization that, number one, the players are out on the regime. They are out on the manager. They're out on this. And this was a big sticking point. You can have guys who didn't, and a woman who didn't play in the bigs. You can have people on the staff. Gabe Kapler cannot be, and Bailey, be the only people who have played big league baseball.
Right. On your staff.
And I don't even mean Major League Baseball. I'm talking about minor league baseball, right? So they had an entire staff, and I'm not ripping like Kay Kabat. Kay Kabat is excellent in this job.
I'm not,
you can have people like that on the staff, but you also have to have people who understand what it's like to go through the rigors of a 400 bat at season and struggling and being up and down. A guy who understands what it's like to be yanked out of the rotation. And their staff was not big league staff ready. And when you lose a ton of people year over year, and they lost Donnie Ecker and other people like that, they couldn't replenish it.
Look at Donnie Ecker down in Texas. I remember when I went down to the Dallas Cowboy game, and Donnie Ecker hit me. I was like, "Yo, let's meet up." And we only had him on one time, but he said that one time he was like, "You guys bought into it. You guys helped me out. You have no idea how much you helped me out. And now I'm here in Texas, and we're gonna figure some things out." And when he used that theory that home plate is the line of scrimmage. And then I watch these at bats by the Texas Rangers. I'm watching them mash left and right
can we
all
pause
throughout
on
the
that?
lineup. What's up?
What Donnie Ecker said, it's interesting because I had never heard it put that
I never
way.
heard it. He blew me away with that.
But like, think about it from this perspective, and I tell a lot of the kids this. You only get 3 or 4 at-bats.
Right.
Nothing is worse than going up there, and I saw Yastrzemski do this over and over in the final 2 months. Swing at the first pitch.
Yeah.
Bro, you get 3 or 4 of these.
Right.
Value them.
Yeah, value
Take
the pitch.
your time. You're in control.
Right.
Look for something you can drive. Don't just hack at the first thing and weakly fly out or get off balance because you're so overly aggressive because you've been waiting. You've got to take your time. And he's so right about time of possession.
Time of possession at the plate. Line of scrimmage at the plate.
It's a great
and you look
concept.
at Corey Seager. You look at Marcus Simeon.
Corey Seager had a home run to start off that game yesterday.
You see Garcia with the swagger.
I mean, he's a beast.
He's an absolute beast. So
where's our international free agency?
I don't know.
How is the Texas Rangers more international than San Francisco, California?
I don't know.
How?
So, I don't have a lot of faith in, when you think about the attendance being down, you think about the fans being out.
The attendance is down while the rest of baseball is up.
It's up. So your attendance is down. You're the least athletic team in baseball. Hands down.
And the worst defensive team.
Worst defensive team. You had all the errors in the world. You set a franchise record for strikeouts. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are gaining so much experience just being in this spot. They're 1 game away from the NLCS. We know the Dodgers, say what you want. They may be getting long in the tooth. They will reload. They will make a run at Shohei Ohtani thinking he's the missing piece. So that's that. And then you got to worry about the Padres. What the Padres do get their act right?
The Padres lost more 1-run games than anyone in baseball. And their bullpen was kind of in shambles, and their starting rotation was erratic at best. If you look at the advanced numbers, defensively, offensively, they were really good.
They will be back.
They had a very unfortunate season by the numbers. You want to go data? Like, if you want to go all analytics on me, all you people, they spent $1 million, blah, blah, blah. They will be really good next year. Mark my words.
So I know Spadoni has some Bruce Bochy sound from last night. Go ahead and roll it, Spadoni.
That made me really sad and happy for Bochy.
For him.
Sad as a Giants fan because I was jealous, and happy for him.
I'm happy for him. I'm happy for all the former Giants. Like, we may see
Marcus
Dusty
Simeon?
and Bochy.
Local boy.
I
mean, anyone could have had him. And I know, Mark and I, Willard and I were arguing about this on the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys. I know Sam and I have talked about this. Free agency. Well, you overspend in free agency. Well, you got to plant your flag somewhere.
Right.
Marcus Simeon had more hits than anyone in the American League. They led off every single game, played just about every single game, has been a stalwart. Switch positions, right? You know why switch positions? Because he respects Corey Seager. You know what I mean? And he wanted to win. These guys want to win. You play the boat. She said it made me sad as a Giants fan because I was like, I love you, Boach, and maybe the timing was right. I feel so far away from where the Rangers are right now.
They're all different in their own way, but they're all special. This is why you play the game. This is why I came back. You have your moments, the ups and downs, but to see those players, celebrate. I couldn't be happier for them, especially the ones that were here last year. that was a tough year for them over the last 2-3 years, and to see their faces and the celebration, that's what really made it special for me. And of course, front office and ownership, that's the cool thing about this game, and makes it all worthwhile. The getting in at 3-4 in the morning on some of these trips, and but here we are celebrating going to the championship series.
It's so funny. I'm watching the MLB Network yesterday, and Josh Young, is it Young or Jung?
Josh Young.
Young with the Jays. Okay,
Adam Fezzi baseball. He's a stud.
Because I had heard the panel calling. Anyway, point being, I'm listening to him get interviewed on the field, and he's talking about the confidence Bruce Bochy gives him, because he goes, "You're going to be in the lineup for the next couple of weeks, kid. Don't worry."
Right.
Talking about what he said to Evan Carter.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
just do what you need to do. I'm not going to yank you because you go 0 for 4.
Right.
I want
You're
you
going
to
to
play
play.
great defense
You're going to play.
and have good at-bats.
You're going to
and
play.
that calming presence of knowing that the manager had your back on a team with a lot of veterans, even though they're the young guys, it was like such a contrast. Think about this.
Marco Luciano's first game.
You just took the words right out of
Batting ninth, gets 2 at-bats and gets yanked.
Gets yanked out of the game.
Yanked out of the game, and it's hit the minor leagues like a week later.
But this is where I
Luis
said
Matos.
forever, you could tell me how smart you are, but you lack emotional intelligence if you don't understand a 22-year-old's going to struggle
Let him
if he thinks
play.
he's getting yanked every time he goes into the batter's box.
That's my biggest beef with the Warriors last year. It's like, just let the youngsters play.
I'm with you.
Early on in the season, you're the defending champions.
with
Just
you.
let them play. Let them play through
I'm
the
with
mistakes. Rocco, I remember when Matos got called up. I said, bet the guy second. If this guy's a prospect,
I agree.
get him in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's see what he has. And Rocco's like, yeah, battle second, battle second. They did against St. Louis, and he looked like a major leaguer. Looked like the guy had been in the league for a couple years. Then he just falls off the table. Why? Because he's driving to the ballpark. Hey, tonight I'm batting 7th. Whoa. Tomorrow I'm batting 9th. Whoa. Tonight I'm batting 8th. Whoa. Tonight I'm batting 7th. Whoa, wait. I'm not playing because you want to play Austin Slater in center.
Or Brett
wait, I'm
Wisely.
not playing. Oh, because you brought up Wade Meckler. Oh, wait, I'm not playing because you got Carl Yastrzemski. Now I'm getting ripped saying, oh, I need to be more physical. I'm not playing a good center field. Wait. Farhan says it in the press conference to the reporters. Yeah, Fitzgerald's our best center fielder in the system. Like, what?
Well, but here's the thing. If that's the case, then why didn't you bring Fitzgerald up in August when you needed a center fielder?
It's unbelievable how bad the Giants are right now.
I'm going to
think about that.
Look at. No one will say this out loud, and I will say this out loud. I do a lot of coaching. I would never allow Farhan on my diamond for my little leaguers to teach them any baseball strategies at all.
You coaching?
At all. At all. You think I'm joking?
No, I know you're not joking.
You think I'm
telling
joking?
you, I sat there in front of Farhan. It was one of the few times I sat there in front of Farhan. I loved me, convinced me to go last Tuesday. And I'm looking at him in SF Bay Drummer. I shout out to SF Bay Drummer because he was screenshotting. It's like, look at Bonte. He came there for business. Because I wanted answers. And I'm thinking about running into Bob Myers on Sunday and how personable he is. And I'm looking at Farhan chuckle his way through an interview thinking that he's going to get a bunch of softballs. No. The heavy hitters were there at Oracle Park last week. And even Mark Willard was asking him the tough questions.
Great questions.
And
why Gabe was my favorite. He asked him basically, why is Gabe gone and not you? And his answer was essentially, it is what it is, and that's what happens.
It is, and that's what happened.
I couldn't
You're
believe
higher.
it.
You're higher. And he chuckled his way through the way, and I'm thinking about I'm watching Bochy yesterday. I'm thinking about the way he snapped at me, saying I was paraphrasing. I'm like, nah, dog. This is what you said.
It was the greatest part.
Here's the phone. Here's your quotes.
Yeah.
This is what you said, not me. So God forbid, maybe somebody asked him about it all season long. I don't remember. I don't recall that.
No.
So the way he snapped at that, because he got pressed a little bit, showed me that, okay, this guy ain't got thick skin. He doesn't have it. He's not ready for a big board market. Maybe you go pull this off in Kansas City. Maybe you go to Pittsburgh. Maybe you go to Tampa Bay. This ain't the market for you, dog. This is not it. And even Bochy in that August series, going back to, because I don't think we talked about this enough, watching the Rangers school the Giants in that 3-game series.
Yes.
And watching Bochy in that clubhouse while Kapler's losing his mind, while the Giants are kicking the ball away. And I'm looking at Bochy, and he's probably thinking, boy, I knew that system wasn't going to work. I knew their way wasn't going to work. Bochy in the back of his mind saying, I've been playing baseball and been around the sport for 60 years.
Of course.
If that. These guys thought they were going to reinvent baseball.
That's my biggest. But you know what? There's a common denominator. Howie Roseman did not play NFL football, right? Mm-hmm. Howie Roseman is cutthroat as an executive. I'm talking about the guy for the Philadelphia Eagles, okay? But you know what he understands? locker room dynamics. And he has people around him who understand that. When Carson Wentz was a problem, what did he do?
He pivoted.
Immediately.
He drafted Jalen Hurts in the second round. The Philly fans were like, why? Well, we see why. We see why.
Does he understand locker room dynamics?
Absolutely.
And adding to the roster?
Jalen Carter, okay, maybe he has character issues. I'll take him at 9, and I'll pair him with Fletcher Cox, and I'll pair him with Brandon Graham, and I'll pair him with Hassan Reddick, and I'll get him around some veterans, and we'll get him on the right. We'll get him on the right track.
And so the reason I use Howie Roseman as an example is because he's a really smart guy who's very like I don't know if he's MIT educated, but he's very
he's a shrewd dude,
very smart, right? But he understands the emotional intelligence of it's a game played by humans, and if they don't get along, the guy's got to go. Farhan lacks that. He's more Daryl Morey without the swinging on big superstars than he wants to admit. Daryl Morey, you don't understand player dynamics.
Howie Roseman's not trying to reinvent the game.
No.
He understands football. It's one at the line of scrimmage. So let me build my trenches.
Yes.
Offensive line, defensive line.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm an East Coast team. We could try to get home field advantage, cold weather. Our system is built to win in January and February.
Name me a baseball team. Name me a baseball team. I'm glad you brought that up. Like being physical.
No, because real quick, Daryl Morey, it makes me laugh that he told his teams, don't shoot mid-range jumpers.
Idiot. Even if it's a good shot.
Even if it's a good shot, pass out of it. If you shoot a mid-range jumper, you're going to the bench. Who are you? Basketball's been played over 100 years. Are you kidding me?
But that's my point. And so, like, I look at, like, name me a World Series champion who played crap defense and couldn't move more than station to station.
Right. Not many.
And had weak starting pitching. They'll never be a team winning a World Series with those three elements.
With two starting pitchers? All right, let's go to break here. This segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber. Serve the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We'll let you know about the guest list on the other side. And that'll be sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors? Underdogs? Something we'll get into a little bit later. We're going to talk to Mary Kay of Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. She covers the Cleveland Browns, been doing it for a long, long time. We'll get the lowdown on what's going on with Deshaun Watson, this defense, kind of find out who Jimmy Haslam is and how Browns fans are feeling. We'll talk to Mary Kay at 6:50 here on the roast. That'll be in 18 minutes. We got Bernie Kosar. Miami Hurricane legend led them to their first ever national championship, beat Nebraska. When Nebraska couldn't convert on a 2-point conversion, what was that score, Lubman? 31-30 at the Orange Bowl. Bernie Kosar wearing number 20 at Miami. Of course, he's a long-time Cleveland Brown. Bill Belichick once cut him in Cleveland. Can you believe that?
Caused an uproar, too, when he did it.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim McMahon didn't have many good things to say about Bill Belichick. Remember we talked to Jim McMahon?
I apologize.
Bonte, they got refranchised, if you will.
Who's that?
In 1999.
Yeah, they got the new expansion team.
How many quarterbacks have taken a start since 1999 for the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, I think it may be 28 or 29.
It is 35.
35. It's in the 30s now.
Okay.
Well, you know what we need to do?
Huh.
We need to find a guy who had the jersey of all the names of the
I
quarterbacks
know.
on.
That's who I want to look for. I've got the list right here, and we can roll through it in a second. They've had 3 seasons where one quarterback took every start.
3?
One guy did it twice, and another guy did it once. Can you guess who these two players might be?
Number 3.
Kelly Holcomb?
No.
Wow. Jeff Garcia?
Nope.
Tim Couch?
Tim Couch is one in 2001. He took every start for the Cleveland Browns.
And you said there's one other?
One other, and he did it twice, back-to-back years.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man.
Anyone?
Derek Anderson?
Nope. It's a good guess.
Oh,
Him
man.
and Braylon Edwards.
Derek Anderson was... give me 1 second here. Oh, man. Was it Brian Hoyer because he got hurt?
Think more
midway through the
current.
year. Really? Happened recently?
Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
Baker?
It's Baker Mayfield.
Was it Baker?
2019, 2020.
So you remember David Feldhaus?
Yeah.
David Feldhaus used to engineer all the Giants games, and he came over here in 95-7 the game to the Warriors. So I was texting with him last night. I was getting in touch with some Browns backers. And he said, I hate Watson. We all want Baker Mayfield back.
What?
And I was like, huh? Literally,
I thought they ran him out of town.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He goes, what was the exact text he said? He goes, Watson sucks. Everyone wants Baker back. And I'm like, what? You guys ran him out of town literally because of Odell Beckham Sr. and Jr.
Wow.
So Baker Mayfield did take every snap?
Yeah.
Wow.
So let's start at the timeline here because I want to go through it. Niners have had quarterback woes. Like, don't get me wrong. We've been complaining and arguing and screaming and yelling about quarterback. Just imagine being a Cleveland Brown fan.
Oh, my gosh.
1999, Tim Couch, 14 starts.
Yep.
Ty Detmer, 2 starts. 2000, Tim Couch, Doug Peterson, and Spurgeon Wynn.
Wait. Spurgeon Wynn. I remember him. Because didn't he start? Did he start for the Vikings on a Tuesday night game, or did he replace Brett Favre? Remember the Vikings played?
Yes.
Who did they play on that Tuesday night game? Was it the Eagles?
I don't know.
Back in the day, Brett Favre almost died in one of those games. It was like the end of Brett Favre. Doug Peterson, the coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Isn't that crazy? All right,
wild.
2001, all 16 starts, Tim Couch, okay? It'd be the first and last time Couch would finish the season with 16 starts under his belt. 2002, your boy Kelly Holcomb, a couple of starts, Tim Couch, 14. 2003, they split it. Couch and Holcomb, 8 starts each. 2004, I mean, this is insane. Garcia, 10 starts.
Yeah.
Luke McCown, 4 starts. Kelly Holcomb, 2 starts. Let's go to 2005. Mr. Progressions himself, screaming at coaches on the sideline. Trent Dilfer, 11 starts.
Trent Dilfer was a Cleveland Brown.
And wait till I say this name. Charlie Fry, 5 starts.
I remember Charlie Fry.
Raider legend.
I remember Charlie Fry.
All right, now we get to the DA era. Okay, 2006.
Derek Anderson.
Charlie Fry,
The DA era.
13
Was this the
starts.
DA show?
Derek Anderson, 3 starts.
You know where he went to college? Arizona. I think it was an Arizona
Was it
Wildcat.
him and Andrew Walters?
No, Andrew
Arizona
Walter
State?
was Arizona State.
Okay.
Andrew Walter, Arizona State. Derek Anderson, I believe, Arizona.
So Derek Anderson did all 15 starts.
And we're not
in
talking about the basketball player.
No, we're not. All 15 starts in 2007. Charlie
Oregon
Fry,
State.
1
Derek
start.
Anderson, Oregon State. I knew it was a Pac-12 school.
2008, Derek Anderson, 9 starts. Brady Quinn, 3 starts. Orinda boy Ken Dorsey, 3 starts. And here's a name from Raider legend pasts and the Bucks. Bruce Gradkowski. You remember him?
Oh, of course. Bruce used to come on the Afternoon Delight.
All right.
Yeah, Papa loved him some Bruce Gradkowski.
Really? 09, Brady Quinn and Derek Anderson split time.
Yep.
2010, Colt McCoy, Jake Delhomme, and Seneca Wallace.
Seneca Wallace, Iowa State legend until Brock Purdy broke all his records.
Look at you.
Also, Seneca Wallace from Sacramento. Shout out to Will Thompson. That's his boy, Seneca Wallace.
Colt McCoy and Seneca Wallace split time in 2011. 2012, the Brandon Whedon era.
Oh, yes.
15 starts.
Wait. Oh, we don't have the Jerry Jones.
I got it in the...
Brandon Whedon could drive the ball down the field.
Bro.
We got a quarterback here. Hold on, Spinoni. Go ahead and play it. We got to get it in while we talk about this guy. This is unbelievable.
We've got to have a quarterback that can drive the ball downfield. This quarterback, Wheaton, can drive the ball downfield. Now, he's a thing of beauty on throwing a football. His passing motion or his arm, frankly, you won't see a more gifted passer. If he can basically prepare, be the starting quarterback, and come in and execute and keep his head right, then I feel good about Whedon.
28 years old, and the Browns drafted him.
I know.
After being drafted by the Yankees and spending time in minor league baseball.
That guy can drive the ball down the field. It's a thing of beauty.
Well, he started 15 games in 2012. Thaddeus Lewis started another game.
Oh, Thad Lewis. I remember the great Thad Lewis.
They've been tortured.
I mean, they've got 2 playoff appearances since the new Cleveland Browns were formed. Think about that. And the yards are not pretty. I mean, they've had no passing game whatsoever for a long, long time.
All right, 2013, Jason Campbell, Brandon Whedon, and Brian Hoyer.
Oh, boy, the Brian Hoyer.
All right, 2014, this is where it gets good. Brian Hoyer, Johnny Manziel, Connor Shaw.
Connor Shaw? I don't remember Connor Shaw. Who the hell was Connor Shaw?
I believe he was NC State. Look it up.
Connor Shaw.
He was a little tiny mobile quarterback. I want to say NC State or South Carolina. It's either NC State or South Carolina. What is it?
He was South Carolina.
There you
Connor
go.
Shaw, 6 feet, 206. Remember they had Josh Gordon. And then Josh Gordon
was so sick.
Well, I see why Josh Gordon was smoking all the weed. He was in Cleveland.
All right, 2015.
With these quarterbacks.
I'm not even done. Right? 2015, McCown, Manziel, Austin Davis.
Davis. Yeah, I remember Austin Davis.
2016. Wait till you hear this name. Cody Kessler.
Oh, Cody Kessler, USC.
Robert Griffin III.
Oh, my God, RGG.
I forgot he played for them.
He went to Cleveland.
Josh McCown.
Oh, my God.
Okay, here's where it gets really funny. Deshaun Kaiser in 2017.
Oh, Notre Dame.
And Kevin Hogan from Stanford.
It's Kevin Hogan and Deshaun Kaiser. Kaiser was in and out the league so fast.
It was crazy.
So fast.
All right.
And they moved up. Did they take Kaiser the first round?
Second round.
Second round was the second round? They took him high.
Yes. All right,
Gosh.
2018, Baker Mayfield, 13 starts, Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod, yeah, he took Tyrod's job on the Thursday Night Football game. Remember that?
Yeah, 2019, 16 starts for Baker. 2020, 16 starts for Baker. And then this is where it gets really pathetic. 2021, Baker, Case Keenum, Nick Mullins.
Oh
Whenever you hit Nick Mullins, you're bad.
You're done.
And then 2022, they had Jacoby Brissett. They had a bunch of guys. But we can complain about Alex, about Ken Dorsey, about Sean Hill, about Troy Smith, and all the quarterbacks we have. That might be the worst list of quarterbacks I've ever read.
And that's their history. Who's the best quarterback of the bunch? Is it Baker?
It has to be. And now the drama doesn't end. There's a shoulder contusion,
for
a rotator cuff
Watson.
injury for Deshaun Watson, and people are questioning whether he wants to play football.
He's guaranteed $230 million.
Oh, my God.
$230 million coming off of what happened in Houston.
They traded for him when no one would trade for him. They gave up 1 million picks, and now Baker, who they just basically released.
He's playing well in Tampa Bay so far.
Being a Cleveland Brown fan is really difficult.
So we're going to talk to a Cleveland Brown fan tomorrow. Bud Genovese Bud Genovese, he runs the Brown Backers. That'd be tomorrow. And we were talking over the phone yesterday. He goes, the Niners are going to kill us, man. I hate to be negative, but that's the way Cleveland is. That's the way being a Brown fan is. It's negativity. It's knowing that we're going to lose. We'll find a way to lose. And they have an all-time defense. I mean, their defense has given up 196 yards per game through 4.
They've got one of the best defensive players in the league.
They give up 71 yards rushing per game. So we're going to talk to Mary Kay of the Cleveland Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm.
This is Gary Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Is that a new GP2? What's feeling my boy Young Glove at Media Day? So, hey, Bonte, man. You know how he talks super fast. Bonte. We 11 deep, bro. We 11 deep. They just don't know. Said, oh, I know, baby. Warriors basketball is back. October 24th season opener against the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk to CJ Holmes at the San Francisco Chronicle at 8:30. About to go to State Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga with a thumb contusion, right thumb bruise, or was it left thumb? Anyway, he's touching the backboard, jamming his thumb. So he had wrap on his thumb yesterday. Hopefully it's not too serious. By the way, join us October 18th. It's a Wednesday. It's a week from now, from 4 to 6 p.m. for the 2023 preseason Warrior Summit at Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro. That's right, San Leandro. We're going out to the Dro. I think that's what they call it, right? The Dro. All the hosts will be there, and we want you guys, the listeners, to be there too. We want all the roasters to come in full effect. Be sure to come down and hang out. Warrior Summit on Wednesday, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. I better see all you guys there at the Fieldwork Brewery, 4 to 6
What'd
p.m.
you have? A Truly?
As a fake doctor, I moonlight as one, basically to look up my own injuries. Did some research this morning on my own thumb injury, and I can tell you that there are 2 bones in the thumb, and there's some ligaments and stuff there. So typically, a sprained grade 1 sprain is going to be about a 1 to 2 week recovery, and you're looking at the RICE method: rest, ice, compression, and I forget what the E is, but you have like ligaments down here, and then there's up here at the joint. And so typically you're going to hurt it down as I go to like my palm, the crease of the palm of the thumb.
Gosh.
That's where usually it gets hurt. And so, I'm a doctor these days, a WebMD doctor.
I think E is for elevation, by the way.
The elevation, there we go.
I feel bad for Mary Kay Kabat because she had to listen to you try to be a doctor and talk about your injuries. When you get injured, just getting out of bed.
Well,
you should stop playing sports. You're 41 years old.
High-level athletes tend to get hurt. You got to play through it.
No, or fragile athletes tend to get hurt. Speaking of injuries, Deshaun Watson with the shoulder contusion,
I've had a rotator cuff injury.
Oh, God, stop it. Mary Kay Kabat, let's stop wasting her time before she hangs up on us from Cleveland.com and the Plain Dealer. Mary Kay Kabat, good morning to you, Mary Kay. Sorry you had to listen to that. My boy's always injured. He's playing at all these softball games or whatnot. He doesn't play high-level sports, and this guy's getting hurt. See what I deal with here on the airways this early in the morning?
I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that, but no, I didn't mind listening to it.
No, I bet you didn't.
You're too nice.
You were way too nice, Mary Kay. We are idiots here. But
sorry.
Look, we got a big football game in Cleveland going down. We wanted to get you on because when I think of the Cleveland Browns and who covers them, Mary Kay Kabat, you always pop up on my timeline here. So you cover the Browns as well as anybody out there. So let's get down to business here. First and foremost, the quarterback, Deshaun Watson. What's going on with him?
Well, we'll find out when we get out there today for practice if he's going to be out there throwing a little bit. I think he probably will be, but he will be limited today if he throws at all. So I'm guessing he'll try to ramp up as the week goes along, and he'll give it a whirl. He'll try to go on Sunday against the 49ers. He knows how much his team needs him, and he knows how important this is to the Cleveland Browns.
Now, Mary Kay, I was talking to a member of the Browns backers. We got a chapter out here in the Bay Area, and I was asking him, David Fallhouse, I go, what's going on in Cleveland? How are you guys feeling about the quarterback? And he goes, man, Watson sucks. We want Baker Mayfield back. Is that where Brown fans are at right now? They want Baker back?
No, I really don't think that's representative of the fan base here in Cleveland. I think that ship had sailed. Yeah, I mean, sure, there are some, Baker fans still out there, but no, I don't think it's anything like that at all. I think people recognize what's been going on so far with Deshaun and are still expecting to see the player that the Browns traded for, the $230 million man.
Yeah, how was that received? Because I know, like, when the Niners had moved up to number 3 overall, we had thought that the Niners were in on Deshaun Watson, and then because of the stuff that he was going through off the field, I feel like they backed off that, and I believe that the fan base, the owner, they've said some things in the past. We've had our own history with some things that have happened to some of the players that they wanted no part of him. And I don't think the fans really wanted a part of him after that. How did the fans receive him?
Well, it was, a lot of mixed emotions. It was sort of a town divided. I would say half the fans were all for it and excited about a quarterback who could get the Cleveland Browns to a Super Bowl, and probably half the fans wanted no part of him. So I think in many respects, there are still plenty of fans that have not embraced the whole Deshaun Watson experience yet. But there are lots of fans who are behind him.
So what's happened? Because he was a really good player for the Houston Texans. What's happened? Like, is it familiarity with the offense? Lack of playmakers on the outside?
Rust?
Yeah, rust. Like, what is it that it just doesn't look the same?
Well, I think you kind of have to throw last year out the window. He came back with 6 games left. The team, just wasn't ready to pivot to him. It was a completely different style of quarterback. They didn't really know exactly how to call a game for him. They didn't have the offense designed around him. He had not practiced since the very end of training camp and just kind of tried to get thrown in there after 700 days of no football and an 11-game suspension. It did not work out well. There were also extenuating circumstances in terms of, a weather game and a game in Houston and all different kinds of things. So I kind of throw that last 6 games out the window, and I've just been really trying to focus on what he's done this season. And when you look at it, you go to the first game against the Cincinnati Bengals, it was raining that whole entire game. And Joe Burrow, coming off a calf, did not play well. Deshaun did not play well in the rain. Those guys they did not handle those conditions very well at all. So that was that. And then the last game, Deshaun did not play at all. Dorian Thompson-Robinson played against the Ravens. So you're really only talking about 2 games. The sample size is small. You're talking about 2 games that he's played so far this season. And, I think over the next 6-7 weeks, if he's healthy, we'll have a much better idea of what he's all about.
We're talking to Kay Kabat, Browns beat writer for for Cleveland.com, and the Plain Dealer does a great job covering the Browns. And if Watson can't get right, Mary Kay, then the Browns are cooking with something in the AFC because this defense looks as good as any defense in the league. We're going to have 2 great defenses on the field on Sunday, led by Myles Garrett. The Browns defense under Jim Schwartz, they look like they're on another level. The secondary's good. They got a good linebacking core, and it all starts with Myles Garrett up front. Tell us about Myles Garrett and how he's playing in 2023.
Well, you're right about everything that you said, except for the fact that the Browns just got beat 28-3 by the Baltimore Ravens. So, I think you have to take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt. And I kept wondering when people were talking about this defense as the 85 Bears, what might happen in the next 2 weeks when they played the Ravens and the 49ers. So, let's just see how this goes this week. I think it's going to be a really, really tough test and challenge for this defense. And it didn't help the defense against the Ravens that DTR, the rookie quarterback, threw 3 interceptions, 2 of which resulted in touchdowns for the Ravens. So that kind of hurt the defense there. But certainly they do have a lot of talent on this defense, and you do start with Myles Garrett. You have to block him. You have to double team him, and he can wreck a game. And Kyle Shanahan will know that about him.
Yep.
He will have number 95 circled in red, and he's going to have to because he moves all over the place. He'll find that favorable matchup. He'll find the weak link on the line. He'll come from anywhere. And, he's kind of on a little bit of a tear this season. So he did walk out of the Ravens game with a walking boot on his left foot. He said he'll be fine. I expect him to be, and so he will be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah,
we're at the other side of the ball. Like, losing Nick Chubb, everybody was, heartbroken for the guy. I mean, it's just devastating injury. But I feel like Stefanski knows offense. I like him as a coach. Who are the weapons that they need to worry themselves, the Niners defense, with, and who's playing well right now on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, Amari Cooper has been playing really well, and he's got a nice chemistry with Deshaun Watson. If Deshaun plays this game, that's a connection that any defense would have to worry about, those 2 guys, because Amari can get open, he can make the contested catch, he's got speed, he's got great hands, he's an excellent route runner. So he's number 1. Again, without Nick Chubb, this offense isn't what it used to be, and they're trying to run the ball by committee with Jerome Ford, Kareem Hunt. You'll probably see a little bit more of Pierre Strong this week. And then, they haven't gotten most of the other receivers involved. Really, here's a shocking stat. I think that you will find it so. Deshaun Watson has only thrown 1 touchdown pass to a receiver this whole entire season, and that's to Amari Cooper. So they really need to start getting the other receivers involved in the passing game. They haven't gotten the most out of tight end David Njoku yet. They haven't gotten enough out of Elijah Moore yet. So it's really a work in progress, this new overhauled offense.
Yeah, no doubt. Kevin Stefanski, he's known for offense. And, you got the offensive line out there in Cleveland to make things happen with this offense. So we'll see about that. Going back over to the defense, though, because I'm very intrigued with them. I know you brought up the Ravens game, but Jim Schwartz coming over with all these blitz packages. This secondary, I think is legit. Started with Denzel Ward, and I'm very eager to see this matchup between Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and the Niners' weapons against the secondary. How good is the secondary, Mary Kay?
It's very talented. They're very good, and I think they're going to start getting their hands on some footballs. I think they're going to start getting the takeaways that they need, because that's one problem that the Browns have had this season. They've given it away 10 times, taken it away only 3. They're -7 in the turnover differential. That's not going to get you anywhere. But from a secondary standpoint, they really do have some talent. Martin Emerson, good young cornerback, Greg Newsome, Denzel Ward, Grant Delpit, Juan Thornhill. It's a good bunch.
Yeah, I like this bunch a lot. Finally, before we let you go, Mary Kay, and we do appreciate the time, the owner, Jimmy Haslam, because we're talking about ownership here. Jay York has done a great job after having some bumps and bruises early on in his tenure. Where are the Brown fans at? Where are we at with Jimmy Haslam? As he's bought the Milwaukee Bucks, he's done some controversial things. Obviously, giving Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed, which I know a lot of owners were ticked off at. Where are Browns fans at with Jimmy Haslam? How's the ownership group in Cleveland? Are they out buying in on him, or where are we at with Jimmy Haslam?
Well, let's see how this season goes. If Deshaun doesn't play well and things kind of go south, then I think that people will be jumping ship and up in arms and all those different kinds of things that you can say. But right now, I think what they see is an owner who is willing to reach into those deep pockets of his and spend any amount of money that the front office wants him to make this team good. So I think people appreciate that. But now they want to see a winner. We'll see how it goes.
All right, Mary Kay. Good stuff, man. I love your insight as always.
Thank you
Have fun
very
covering
much.
the game. Hopefully the weather's all right. Our text line is telling us, and our YouTube page is telling us it's going to be 50% rain. Going to get some nasty weather out there?
Well, I just looked at the forecast myself, and it says it's supposed to maybe rain in the morning and then clear in the afternoon. But you never really know when you're on the lakefront, because it can change from hour to hour. But right now, we're looking at maybe like mid-50s and possible clear skies by afternoon.
All right. Mary Kay Kabat, Cleveland Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, Browns beat writers. Mary Kay, you're awesome. Thanks for the continue. Good luck on Sunday. We'll be reading your work.
Sure. Thanks a lot, guys.
Anytime. Mary Kay Kabat here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, one of the best in the business when it comes to covering football. She knows her stuff. She really does. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you could also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. I want to start here, Shasky, before we get to the ownership groups and what Jed has done and what Jimmy Haslam's done. Where are 49er fans at? Well, I guess I know where they're at. They're all in on Brock Purdy.
Of course.
But think about this 2 years ago during the offseason.
I'm going to
think about the 2017 NFL draft. What did I complain about for so many years? We could have had Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Could have had Deshaun Watson. Yeah. Then it felt like in 2021, the Niners got an inkling on what was going on in Houston Texans. Now, nobody said anything on record. They don't have to. They're probably going to be tight-lipped about that situation. But with the package they gave up to move up to number 3, which eventually, obviously, they selected Trey Lance with, to me, it signaled that, they were going to go to try to get Watson. They're in on Stafford. And if they're in on Brady, why not Watson?
There wasn't the same amount of murmurs in print, the rumors in print that there were to this other trade proposal. But some of the best moves are the ones you don't make. I'll never forget arguing about, and I'm going to make a cross-sport analogy here. I'll never forget arguing with my buddy Rocco, who texts us all the time. Do not trade Clay and Dre for Kevin Love. I remember screaming it to the high heavens, and that was the quote-unquote proposal.
Right.
And looking back, it's the best thing they ever did.
Yeah, I remember
Not making that trade.
I remember that.
Okay.
Kevin Love was putting up monster numbers, and we were always infatuated with the big, right? We could get our big. He's getting 30 and 20. Get Kevin Love. It's the greatest trade they'd ever made.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I wanted to trade Clay Dre. I thought it was Clay Dre and Harrison Barnes, and I was like, do it.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Had they acquired Watson, I think he'd look a little better, obviously, than what he looks currently. I think you'd still have a divided fan base. I mean, Bonte, what he was accused of.
Well, if he didn't, because
the accusations are going to paint. When you get accused on the front page, people jump the gun. They don't remember the details of you being exonerated or you working out settlements or whatever. You get labeled.
No, but when we were talking about the trade,
Yes.
the accusations hadn't come up.
No doubt.
We had no idea
I'm talking
about that.
currently.
Well, currently, of course, they're not going to make that move. In this climate, in this market, no, there's no chance. But before that,
I agree.
Before the accusations, because that's where I'm operating on. Once the accusations happen, it's like, you can't touch this guy. You can't touch. He's going to be suspended. You don't know when he's going to play again, if he's going to play again, and how much money do you have to get him. But if the accusations didn't happen, and they did trade for him, I don't know if they're able to re-sign Nick Bosa to the contract that he just received, $120 million guaranteed.
No, they wouldn't be able to.
I don't know if they're able to re-sign Drake Greenlaw and give him an extension. I don't know if they're able to give Brendan Ayuk future money. I don't know if they're able to sign Deebo Samuel. I don't know what it looks like. But we're all in on Watson. A lot of us. The accusations happened.
I was.
He came off the table. Oh, I was all in on him. But now we look at it in 2023.
Thank God.
And the way Watson's playing. Now, I don't know if he's playing this bad, if he's not suspended, if nothing happens in Houston, but it did.
I personally, and it's just my gut feeling, it sure feels like there's stuff weighing on the man.
Yes.
On top of poor performance, rust, whatever else you want to. I believe in the mental side of sports.
Right.
Don't you?
No, absolutely.
Psychologically, how could you be yourself?
Psychologically, how could you look in the camera and talk? And he's doing the meditating thing before the game, and he's trying to get his mind right.
Yeah.
You're walking into stadiums, hell, maybe even your own stadium, and getting things screamed at you that you've got to hear about it. It's lingering. It's that cloud.
Every opposing stadium.
Every opposing, but he went from, remember him at Clemson? He went from a nice guy to being, like, he was one of the families. Remember Warwick Dunn? He does his things for the houses. Deshaun Watson's family was part of that program. He got a house due to Warwick Dunn's foundation.
Dabo Swinney called him the
Michael Jordan on a football field.
Yes, and said he would want his daughters to date him.
Yeah.
I mean, Dabo went to bat for him at every turn.
His first ever game check. Remember they had the hurricane, I believe, in Houston. And he gave his game check to two workers in Houston. It was like, this guy can do no wrong. And then the accusations happen.
I know.
And everything is flipped. And even when I watch him play quarterback, I'm thinking, this is not the same guy. This is not the guy who used to throw the spirals 50 yards down the field. This is not the guy who was able to improvise and run out of the pocket and make things happen with his legs. This is not the guy who led the Houston Texans into a regular season game at Arrowhead Stadium and dominated Mahomes and the Chiefs. That's not the same guy.
Look, when you employ 100 people, like give or take, right? There's more than that, a lot more than that. Let's say it's 100 people, your staff and all your players. The law of societal averages tell you some of those people in that 100 are going to get into some trouble, right? Yeah. So any business is going to have something happening at all times. That's why HR departments are happening, right? Whether it's internally, externally. Name me a corporation in America who's risking it for a Trevor Bauer accusation or a Deshaun Watson. It's not worth the PR hit.
Well, Jimmy hasn't.
Just not.
Jimmy hasn't. But you knew in the NFL. It's the NFL.
Desperate organizations will do desperate things.
Deshaun Watson got $230 million guaranteed coming off those accusations.
And they didn't even have the suspension locked in.
Colin Kaepernick never got a job again. Think about that in the NFL.
I believe
Think about that.
I mean, Tebow and Kaepernick ran out of the sport.
Ran out of the league. One believed in God, and one was dealing for the culture, and they both were out of the league. And Tebow won.
And not to defend them. I'm not trying to be some defender of the league. Our police department, our judicial department struggles to prosecute or properly, adjudicate all of these cases. We struggle as a society to find out guilt or innocence, right? I think it's really difficult for these leagues to navigate these waters when there's accusations like this. And I'm not trying to cape up for the league. What I'm saying is, I don't know what I would do if I ran the league. Would I automatically suspend someone when all these accusations come forward? Would I say, hey, we got to let due process play out? And then what if they end up getting convicted? Like, I think it's a lot easier to say that guy should be suspended and that guy shouldn't. It's a lot harder when you're running the league.
I always believe that you can't ask the NFL to police itself. You know what I mean? You try to do that, but you got guys who are not part of the judicial system.
That's what I'm saying.
And so it's hard to kind of navigate through that. However, common sense.
That guy playing.
Common sense. And your league's not going to take a hit if you don't let him play. If you don't let Watson play, people will still watch the NFL.
It's a leave of absence.
You're still gonna get record-breaking numbers. You're still gonna find guys who could be the next Deshaun Watson. You can live in this league without Watson. Now, you're still getting people watching despite him playing. And as Mary Kay Kabat said, half the fan base was juiced up to get Watson. They were buying jerseys off the rack for Deshaun Watson.
Wouldn't you agree if all the variables were the same, the Niners traded all that money, had to give him there would be a large contingent that would support him and a large contingent that wouldn't.
But you know what? If Deshaun Watson right now was 5-0 and he was lighting up the league like Brock Purdy.
He'd have a better approval rating than 50-50.
People would slowly, just like Michael Vick. Slowly but surely. Now look at Michael Vick.
But the difference is Michael Vick showed extreme contrition.
He did.
Deshaun Watson, the many times the microphone's been in his face, and I'm not here to judge someone's contrition or their sincerity. It just didn't come off well.
Well, it's how you read it, right? Some people think Michael Vick, well, he has to be remorseful. He's broke now. He's trying to get paid. But you see Michael Vick, but that's what people do. There's a lot of dog lovers who still haven't forgiven Michael Vick.
I'm a dog lover.
And so I think sorry, not to cut you off about that.
Go ahead, Spinoni.
No, I was going to say, and also because he actually went to prison.
Yeah,
so there's a
difference.
difference.
He did go to prison. He served his time.
And then he became an advocate against, all that stuff. And I'm more empathetic than others because I'm understanding, I could never understand his culture, right? And so there are other cultures in other parts of the world that do things very different from us. I'm not saying those things are right, but I understand their perspective being dramatically different than mine.
My theory on that whole situation when it came to Michael Vick, because I do come from that culture. I've seen dogfights like that in alleyways. Yeah. Go to Ocean View Park. Ocean View Park, they had some Midnight League days. They had pit bulls fighting each other all the time. I thought it was okay. When Michael Vick got arrested and went to jail for that whole situation, I thought it wasn't. I thought at the time there was a lot of NFL players getting away with things.
Gotcha.
And a lot of NFL players were skating through the legal system. Like Dante Stallworth did 30 days in prison. He killed the man.
Was one of Leonard Little played that Sunday.
Exactly. He killed a man.
Yeah.
Played that Sunday. I thought it was catching up to the NFL, and somebody was going to take a hit.
Well,
somebody was going to pay the piper at some point. And I always thought Michael Vick was that guy to pay the piper because too many NFL players were getting away with things. Now, should he have done jail time for fighting dogs? Me again. At the time, I didn't understand that. I was like, this is what happens in the hood. This is what we do. It's part of the culture. You know what I'm saying? Now, those poor dogs, I felt bad for them. But at the same time, I was like, wait a minute. We got a guy killing humans playing on Sundays, so we value dogs more than humans. I didn't see the correlation there. It didn't add up to me.
I know what you're saying. When PETA's involved, everything's going to get dramatically, skewed. I would just say this. My whole calibration changed. I'll never forget it. I used to not care. I don't care if a guy does something away and blah, blah. I never used to care. I was sitting in the living room, and my nieces jumped up when Ray McDonald made a play in the game. Yeah. They didn't know the backstory of what he was going through at that moment. And that was the moment for me where I felt ridiculously uncomfortable. And I said, all right, I know that you have to allow the judicial process to play out, but I'm not sure he should be playing for my team right now.
Yeah.
Take a leave of absence. Yep. To me, that was the line of demarcation where I was like, damn, I'm not comfortable with what's going on right now.
Honestly, I've seen some players, and I've been out and about, where a former player would come join that group. Honest to God, I made some things up. I was like, hey, I got to go. I just got to go. I didn't feel like being around. I was like, I can't be around this person. What happened? You know what I'm saying? It's history.
I'll tell you, for me, others, whether he's been prosecuted or not, I would have a very difficult time being a 49er fan and having Deshaun Watson as my quarterback. In fact, I know for a fact I would not root for him. And it's unfortunate. That's me.
I'm going to call cap on that, and I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why on the other side, and that's what's coming up on the game sponsored by Local Arena Tickets.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game.
You're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Moses, some back on Friday, gets the LA Lakers. We're taking on the Lakers in Vegas Friday night. 4 preseason games to go. Then we'll get to October 24th against the Phoenix Suns when Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Yusuf Nurkic and the Phoenix Suns come to town. They take on the new look Golden State Warriors led by CP3. I saw some chats earlier about Jordan Poole. They play some team from, I don't know where the hell they were from. The Warriors just put up like 145 or something like that, and people were going crazy. It's like, pipe down. Pipe down.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Jordan Poole, what did he drop, 48 yesterday? He was showing out with the Wizards. Good luck to Jordan Poole, man. I'm rooting for him. I really am. Him and Kyle Kuzma are going to get buckets. Bernie Kosar is going to join us at 8 o'clock. You know Bernie Kosar, Cleveland Browns legend, sidearm. Actually, I think he won a Super Bowl as a backup quarterback with the Dallas Cowboys. Miami Hurricane legend. He'll talk about Cleveland, the quarterback roulette they've played since 1999. Bernie Kosar, 8 o'clock. CJ Holmes, 8:30. We'll continue to talk Niners. And look, we're talking about Deshaun Watson and Brock Purdy. We're all happy with Brock Purdy and what he's doing. He's playing, I think, the best football in the NFL at the quarterback position. He really is. Where would we be at if Deshaun Watson was a 49er? And you left off the break, Shasky, saying, you would have a hard time rooting for him if he was a 49er. Now, one, he wouldn't be a 49er. He's not a 49er, and I think it's largely due to the accusations. I have no knowledge to whatever, but I believe the Niners are in on him. But if he did get traded here, hypothetically, after all those accusations, and I'm sure there's a lot of people say, hey, I'll have a tough time rooting for him. But if he had thrown 9 touchdowns and no interceptions with these accusations and the Niners were 5-0, we wouldn't be talking about what happened in his personal life. We'd be talking about the spirals he's throwing on the football field. We'd be talking about the yardage he's throwing for the 49ers. We'd be talking about, the Niners have the best quarterback since Steve Young. I think a lot of people would turn a blind eye to what he was doing because Reuben Foster got drafted here after having a lot of baggage coming from Alabama. And I saw people left and right hype up Reuben Foster. They had no problem what he was doing off the field. No problem.
Look, it's easy for me to sit here and I'm not even pretending to be the moral high ground. I've done so many dumb things in my life that I'm very regretful for. 26 accusations. 26. Like 2.
They didn't find him guilty.
There's layers to this.
They didn't find him guilty.
There's settlements and things like that. But I'm just saying 26 is a lot. And that's where, and there are certain things in life, like when there's a guy, Randy Gregory, on the Niners right now who's had some substance abuse issues. Like where I draw the distinction, and again, it's for me. It's not for everyone. I don't expect everyone to have the same fandom, and nor am I chastising anyone who fans however they want. Steeler fans defended Ben Roethlisberger for many, many, many years, right? And a lot of people didn't say boo-hoo. I'm just saying for me, 26 is too many. Like that's where I draw the line. And when it comes to women, whether it's touching women, whether it's inappropriate behavior with women, again, 26 to me is a gratuitous number, and that's where I draw the line. And I'm not pretending to be some more. I'm a person who is deeply flawed, and I'm admitting this out loud. And I'm sure over time, if he was playing for a long time, my opinion would evolve. And it's easy for me to sit here and say what I wouldn't do. It's a lot different when it's a guy on your team. I freely acknowledge that. And I probably sound like a fraud right now. I'm just telling you, I'd have a really hard time. I did not want the Niners to go after him at all.
Well, after the accusations.
Exactly. I wanted no part of that.
After. And they weren't going to do it because that's not what Shanahan and Lynch are all about. They don't even want that baggage near here. But if they did, they would take a hit early on. They would. But I've seen this fan base. I've seen sports fans all over the country.
Well, yes.
Once you start winning and you throw a couple touchdown passes,
you look the other way. You justify.
Exactly.
You do it. I
acknowledge
that 100. Barry Bonds is my favorite player of all time. He cheated, and I love Barry. He's one of my favorite players of all time, right? So I acknowledge my own contradictions. I've told you, how many times have I said this to you? B, see this thing I'm holding in my hand? Right. Yeah, it's an iPhone. I know where it's built. It's built in China. Do I not know that China has all kinds of issues that I have grievances with? Absolutely. But I make contradictions in my life depending on what the circumstance is. And again, for me, when it comes to women, 26 accusations, that's kind of where I draw the line.
Look, I don't even want to say this. I'm not even going to go there.
I'm just glad that we don't even have. Honestly,
we don't have to deal with it.
The Niners don't have to deal with it.
But was it a few women? Sure. Did I think there was some piling on in the case? Absolutely. Some people looked at it as a meal ticket and say, "Oh, let me jump on this train. Let me go get paid too." You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying. I don't even feel good saying that because I don't know what's what. But as the case continued to go on and on and on and on and on, I'm like, wow, another case, another case, another case. Why didn't this person come out at first? Why? No, maybe I just don't understand it. Maybe I don't understand what these women went through. Maybe some women were lying. I have no idea. But he didn't do any jail time, right?
Again, the judicial process, I don't understand. And so that's why it's very difficult for me to rain down judgment at all. I'm just saying from a business perspective and a fandom perspective, right. I'm thankful we didn't make the move.
Yeah, no,
because I don't have to compartmentalize my fandom and my moralities. I don't want to do that.
No doubt. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that. And he's not here. We got a kid named Brock Purdy playing quarterback. We do. But it felt like, just from the outside looking in, felt like Watson wanted out.
Yes.
And the lawyer being neighbors with the owner of the Houston Texans, they said, oh, we got something for him. You ain't going to just bail on us now. DeAndre Hopkins, we traded him. We fired Bill O'Brien. You're stuck here with no talent. Oh, and now you want out? You know what? Screw this. Let's get this. So it's a complicated situation. I'm not defending Deshaun Watson whatsoever. I look at him completely different now. It's tough for me to even talk about him. Because you don't know what's what.
That's where I feel like there's a reason why the rest of the league, as we zoom out,
but
forget the Niners. There's a reason why the rest of the league was like,
no, but that's not the case. There was other teams on Watson. There was a lot of teams. There were some teams on Watson.
No, I don't think anyone was going to give him.
The Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons wanted to give him
$230 million guaranteed.
Maybe not that, but there was other teams who were like, you know what? Oh, he's cleared. Let's go trade for him. What, just the Cleveland Browns?
Well, that I acknowledge. I'm just happy we wasn't the Niners. And it ended up working out. I think if we had quarterback problems again this year and he was balling, best believe there'd be fans bringing that comment up. Would they not?
They were bringing it up last year.
I mean, people were thinking about it when it comes to Aaron Rodgers heading into the year.
Panthers, Saints, Falcons, Browns, those four were interested. And that's just four that's reported. Apparently, according to multiple websites, there were at least 10 teams interested in Deshaun Watson. And you know what? Those 10 team fan bases, if he went there and started winning, they would start rooting for him. Antonio Brown, think about Antonio Brown and everything that he's done on and off the field. Raider fans were all in on Antonio Brown, were they not?
Yeah, but the league hasn't touched him because it reached a point where they were like, all right.
At the time, but how many teams gave him a shot?
So what, Tampa Bay, because Tom
the Raiders
endorsed him, the Raiders.
The Patriots, and in Tampa Bay.
I know.
And that's after everything that happened.
But he's now out of the league.
Yeah, but I mean, he's older now, and it's not worth the squeeze. But they were still giving him shots.
No doubt.
Despite what was happening because he was a great wide receiver, and people turned a blind eye to that.
But when the Raiders traded for him, it was a very different I think
the sexual assault stuff was not out at that point. It was more so he was a knucklehead. He was not a good locker room presence. Then they traded, and then he got
froze his feet.
Then after 2 weeks or that 1 week at the Patriots, then all that stuff came out. They dropped him real quick. Then he wasn't charged, and then he goes to the Bucs.
There was a lot of stuff happening with AB. You can read between the lines with him.
Well, I'm not defending.
I'm not defending him. I'm not defending Watson.
No, you're not. But I will say, it's funny how things work out because I wanted him in 2017. I wanted him before the 2020 draft. Like that, I would have traded for him. I remember we did a show, multiple shows talking about make the trade. And then all the stuff came out and I was like, all right, from a corporate level, I wouldn't make the move. And then like from a fandom level, it's like, I don't even want to have to go down that road. It's just, we're very lucky that we have Purdy.
No, we are lucky we have Purdy, and we're lucky we have this defense here. And Deshaun Watson may not play. He is questionable with the shoulder contusion, the rotator cuff. Cleveland fans are in disarray. Again, I was listening to David Feilhaus talking to Feilhaus yesterday, and we want Baker back. But Kay Kabat said that's not the sentiment of all the fan base. We'll see what happens with Watson moving forward. But this Niners defense is humming. This Cleveland Browns defense is good. But before we even break that down, and I wonder if we got the sound of Jimmy Haslam. We talk about Jerry Jones. You know, that's the thing. Not only did he throw $230 million guaranteed at Deshaun Watson. He's also bought guaranteed
$2 million guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
God, that's a lot of money.
He also just bought the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, Jimmy Haslam was a minority owner with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then he got in with the Cleveland Browns, bought him for over $1 billion from the Lerner family. And he's has some controversial things happening, which is no surprise to me that he would take a chance on a guy like Deshaun Watson. He did not care.
He's like 50-100. Like
his record's
essentially,
terrible.
Yeah, his record is horrific.
One postseason appearance. Spends half his time with the Cleveland Browns.
By the way, that they beat the Steelers in that game.
They beat the Steelers in that game.
Which is crazy.
Which is insane. He's a longtime Tennessee fan, of course. He's worth a lot of money, man. A lot of money. But he was the guy who said, you know what? I don't care what's going on with Deshaun Watson. I'm going to bring him in anyway.
Yeah.
And he pissed off a lot of people by giving him the money. But there's a lot of sound that you went down a rabbit hole and grabbed. And, it was kind of reminding me of all the mess that he made, which is makes me intrigued with him in the NBA. Like, some of the things that he's done.
That's what I'm saying.
Now he's in the NBA.
I didn't realize how weird he is, number one, and some of the things that he's done. I mean, he hired a baseball guy to run his football team.
Yeah.
Paul DePodesta.
Yeah, remember that?
And then, they asked him, hey, what exactly do you do here? They basically gave him, you ever seen Office Space? Mm-hmm. What is it exactly that you do here? That's literally what a reporter asked him. Could you imagine someone asking Larry Bear that?
What do you actually do?
What is exactly that you do here?
Lubman's dying to ask that to Larry Bear. But somebody did ask Jimmy Haslam. We have that sound of what they asked him, how much time he spends with the Cleveland Browns. This is when John Dorsey, remember Dorsey was on Hard Knocks with Hugh Jackson?
Yes.
And now, you know what? He was with the Detroit Lions staff last year. I don't know if he's there this year, but he was in that meeting room. Remember on Hard Knocks with Dan Campbell was talking? Dorsey was in the back taking notes or whatnot as a consultant. But John Dorsey had to take up for him. Here's the sound when the reporter did ask Jimmy Haslam how much time he spent with the Cleveland Browns.
How much do you actually get involved with all this communication, and do you get in the way sometimes?
He pays the bills, too.
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure I understood the question.
I mean, how much, you talk about John reporting to you, now Greg Williams instead of you, so how much do you really do with a football team on a daily basis?
I'm not sure exactly how to answer that. I mean, I'm here a fair amount, probably half the time. When I'm here, I'm involved with the football and business people.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Can I take a shot at this? I mean, to me, it's a natural trend. I mean, it's a chain of command, and sometimes that's okay to have the coach and the general manager sitting there because he is ownership, and the ownership wants to know. And you know what? That's what you're going to explain to them what's going on. I think that's natural in anything you do.
I mean, that's unbelievable. The GM cut off the owner to explain that, he talks to the owner. And the owner didn't even have an answer on what he did on a daily basis.
That's unbelievable. Why are you sitting at the podium?
Look, we could rip Jed for a lot of things as we compare and contrast. When he's at the podium, he got bodied for the whole Jim Harbaugh thing, right? No, everyone would admit, it wasn't the finest of looks. Since then, he's never not said the right thing at a table, at a podium, right? He's pretty hey, those guys run football. They asked me to write a check. I cleared the check. I think he's done the PR, car wash where they've actually prepped him so that he's ready for these questions. It feels like Cleveland, it's like a mom and pop's operation, just winging it.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen to this. In 2014, Pilot J was found responsible. This is Haslam's company.
Yeah.
He was responsible for defrauding truckers of $56.5 million in a 5-year scheme. And 17 executives and staff members were sentenced. Haslam was deposed in the investigation, but did not face any charges. The company paid a $92 million fine. $92 million fine. This guy's had, and that's not just the only.
He's also the owner of an 0-16 season in 2017.
Right, no doubt. No doubt. He is that. He has no problem with that. So he's been part of that. He says some other things. And we got more sound on Jimmy Haslam.
How about when Johnny Manziel was drafted? Do you remember this one, Bonte, from Sal Palantonio, who did a sit-down with Jimmy Haslam?
A quick story. Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the team, I spent about 30 minutes in his office today, and we talked a lot about football, and he said, you know what? I can go out to dinner anywhere in Tennessee, and nobody bothers me. That's his home state. But he said, here in Cleveland, everywhere I go, people know me, and I was out to dinner recently, and a homeless person was out on the street, looked up at me and said, draft Manziel, just like that. And that convinced them that the Cleveland Browns fans wanted Manziel. Boomer.
Bonte, we can have our umbrage with how they selected Trey Lance, who they were supposed to pick, what they didn't do in the due diligence. A homeless person told the owner to draft Johnny Manziel, so the owner told the team to draft Johnny Manziel. That's about as bad as it gets.
That's about as it gets. Well, how about a fan being kicked out of the game for throwing a bottle at Jimmy Haslam? He was so sick of Jimmy Haslam, he struck him with a bottle on the field late in the game. I don't condone that.
Yeah, I don't
but
condone
that just shows you how much Cleveland Brown fans can't stand the owner.
Is that worse than getting a shoe thrown at you like the president did?
Or you get cake.
Oh, get cake thrown at you like you're Boobie Dixon?
Yeah. How about we need to clip that and tag all the people in Philly? This is what a former NFL player said about your fans. You guys are now throwing cake. It adds to it. Cake. We're going to throw cake. A cake that you bit into, we're going to throw it at somebody.
Could you imagine walking down 6th and Market? Hey, who do you think the Giants should sign in free agency? Farhan walks up to the pressers like, I was actually talking with one of the crazy people there on the United Nations Plaza, and he told me you need to trade for an outfielder.
Well,
you know who that outfielder is. AJ
Pollock.
AJ Pollock.
No, well, see, number one.
So I traded for AJ Pollock.
Farhan's data team and his research team will tell him that, hey, you know what? It's probably not safe for you to walk down 6th Street. Matter of fact, opposing players don't like coming to the city.
Yeah, that's true.
So you know what? I'm probably not going to walk down to San Francisco. I'll probably just go to Napa Valley or go down to Menlo Atherton or something, or go down to Menlo Park. I don't know. Farhan's not walking the streets of San Francisco.
No.
Remember when he first got hired as president of baseball operations? Because you're not going to the games. And I would get the vibe of walking in from downtown, going to the games like, wow, this is really cool. Like, stop lying. Stop the cap, Farhan. You wouldn't walk into no damn Oracle Park. Like, please.
They said that the text line is now telling us that the Browns personnel has sent people out here to find scouts all around the streets of San Francisco. Honestly, though, something that I don't think we have given enough credit for. Jed and the ownership group has been extremely stable, and obviously they gave extensions to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. They've given them everything that they've need. They've given them financial wherewithal. They have told them, hey, you have the autonomy to make a trade for big-time players. We will put the money in escrow to pay people up front. If you want to trade draft picks to go swing big or to go get current players, do it. If you need multiple quarterbacks making decent coin, do it. If you want to trade away the number 3 overall pick after like 4 starts and you really, truly believe in this other guy, well, you've been wildly successful. You've earned it. Do it. Like, I do think we've underrated Jed York's importance. You've kind of been all over this. He's done a really good job staying out of the way.
He's staying out of the way. The organization seems to be humming with class people in the organization, first-class people. That's a good point. No trouble. And you think about Jimmy Haslam. Remember Seth Wickersham came out with a story on ESPN.com. We all forget about this. And it just got – I was kind of looking at the Cleveland Browns situation to Jimmy Haslam because you forget they had guys streaming porn in their workplace. They were conjured detrimental to women up in there. Remember Joe Banner got fired and Michael Lombardi. They went all crazy on, Jimmy Haslam. They've just had so many things happen in the workplace under Jimmy Haslam. And so when you think and compare and contrast to the quarterback situation, to the players, to what they're doing in Cleveland, and it's probably not the first thing that happened. It's probably not the only time it's happened under Jimmy Haslam. He's not there half the time.
No.
He don't give a damn about the team.
Well, he does when he's discussing it with Hugh Jackson, for example. Could you imagine, you're going to play you a sound here. Just think Kyle Shanahan and Jed, because you can't. You can't think that. Listen to Hugh Jackson, who was 1-31, I believe, as head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Listen to what he says about the owner.
Jimmy Haslam and John Dorsey came into your office to let you go. You said, get the out of my office.
I sure did.
Okay.
Well, because I just didn't believe that the reasoning that was behind it, that the team had quit, I wasn't buying that. And nobody's going to tell me even here today that the team quit. We played in too many overtime games. We had too many opportunities to win games early in the year. So I felt that was disrespectful coming from John Dorsey.
That he was insinuating basically that you couldn't get the team to keep playing.
Absolutely. I mean, Go back and look at those first 2 years to get the team to keep playing, and then look at this year. I thought there was improvement happening. Obviously, we had games that we could have won that we didn't win. At the end of the day, we didn't, but I sure thought we were well on our way to improving.
Is there anything you would have done differently in Cleveland?
I would have stayed as the offensive coordinator myself. I would have called
Really?
it. Absolutely.
Why?
The CEO game doesn't fit me.
Okay.
I mean, I love leading organization and men and giving direction, but I'm a play caller. You know, I'm a strategist as far as offense is concerned. I'd earned that reputation, and I gave it up after those first 2 years.
Stark contrast to Kyle Shanahan, no?
Big time. Big time. Now, you can talk about Johnny Manziel. And this quote was great. 2014.
Johnny Manziel.
2014,
He
right?
beat the Niners, by the way.
I know. But 2014, Ray Farmer was the GM of the Cleveland Browns. And that draft had nothing but Jimmy Haslam guests in there. All his buddies and friends, right?
Really?
All in the war room. And this is after he fired Joe Banner and Michael Lombardi, your boy Michael Lombardi. And he fired him, which didn't, at the time didn't make sense. And so
Michael, I invented football Lombardi.
Yeah, well, that guy. So
I stood next to Belichick once, and now I have a podcast.
Yep, there you go. Blake Bortles, Teddy Bridgewater, Derek Carr, Brennan Cooks, all these guys were on the draft board.
Wow.
And, Ray Farmer's like, you know what? Why don't we just get Teddy Bridgewater the second round? You know the reason why Jimmy Haslam didn't like Teddy Bridgewater? He said he didn't like the way he shook his hand. Just rubbed him the wrong way.
Really?
That's why he soured on Teddy Bridgewater.
Sounds like somebody I know behind the scenes over here who thinks Joe Lacob doesn't have the greatest handshake.
Who's that?
Spadoni.
It's just very awkward. I'm just going to be honest. You have one of those limp handshakes, but billionaires are different. I don't know.
I shook his hand at media day. The handshake was fine. There was no limp handshake. It was hand to hand, man to man.
It was a one-off.
You
don't judge people by a handshake?
Yeah. Well, if you do it consistently.
Okay.
Like I love Carl Bluscheck, right? Our
Yeah.
former digital guy. His handshake sucked. He had the worst handshake in the world. I was like, come on, dude.
What do you mean?
It was like grabbing fingers. It was a terrible
Grabbing
handshake.
fingers?
His
Yeah,
handshake
you got to
was
dig
awful.
in.
His handshake was awful.
Yeah, but I also don't want you to pull an Adrian Peterson and try to do what Superman did to Zod when he zapped all their powers and crushed my fingers.
Yeah, but if you do it consistently, it's like Joe Lacob, that was a one-off. Like we'll shake his hand in a couple of weeks when it comes to studio. But Jimmy Haslam didn't like Teddy Bridgewater because of the handshake. Basically, it's like, yeah, I'm not on him. I don't like the way.
So basically, the owner does have input in Cleveland on who they draft.
Exactly.
Wow.
You don't think he does now either? You don't think he's all in the mix? But
Vontae,
do you think that GM, whoever was the GM at the time for the Cleveland Browns, do you really think they wanted to trade for Deshaun Watson? You think they want that on their resume? You think Kevin Stefanski wants that on his resume?
I don't know. I mean, when you're quarterback desperate, you will do desperate things. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason Carson Wentz kept getting traded for.
Yeah.
I mean, if people are going to swing on someone who everybody in the locker room hates but has some talent, you're going to overlook a lot of things. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Especially when your job or your NFL resume depends on it.
No doubt. No doubt. So Jimmy Haslam and the Browns are a mess, even though they have a really good defense here. Their defense is giving up 75 yards a game on the ground. They're giving up 15 points a game. They held the Bengals at 142 total yards in week one. Now, Kay Kabat said the weather was a little bit, but I watched that game. They were dominating. They were dominating. It was on red zone alongside the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Niners. They dominated Joe Burrow and company. Even against Pittsburgh.
You think Carl now wakes up? I just can't get this out of my head. He's waking up this morning and you're just rat-a-tat-tatting him about his bad handshake?
Well, we brought him up last time, and he said a buddy hit him up, and he was like, what did you guys say? What do you guys say? You disrespect me? Nobody's disrespect you. And if we do talk mess about you, it's because we love you.
So that's the worst handshake you've ever received?
Yeah, Carl Bluscheck had a terrible handshake. I'm not going to lie. Terrible handshake. Terrible. Like James C. _1982 on YouTube. He rips me all the time. I still love the guy. I'm cool with that. We can all talk mess to each other. But Carl, I didn't really want to say it, but I was like, you know what, the hell with it. His handshake was terrible. It needs to be known. That's Wheatley Sandretto, our digital manager. She knows his handshake was awful. Carl Bluscheck's handshake was terrible.
Put it on the poll right now on our Morning Roast Twitter. Do you judge someone by their handshake? Yes or no? Just very simple. Yes or no?
I would love to hear from people. 888-957-9570.
Yes or no?
Bernie Kosar is going to join us in 18 minutes. Bernie Kosar, Cleveland Browns legend, Miami Hurricane legend, won their first ever national championship, beating Nebraska 31-30. This handshake's better. Like, if you have a terrible handshake, sometimes I got to do a do-over. Come on. Like, one of the biggest moments of my life, working with Mr. Fab, 2019 NBA Finals.
Okay.
He was like, Snoop's coming on the set.
I thought maybe it'd be working with me on a Tuesday.
That's not even close. Actually, regret some of these days on the morning roast. I'm like, damn, what am I doing with my life? Down bad right now working with Joe Shasky. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But 2019 NBA Finals, Mr. Fab, we're doing the show right before the finals. And I'm like, boy, Snoop's coming up to the set. And he walked up, put his hand out. And in my head, I said, if I mess up this handshake, I'll never be able to live it down. I watch it back, and I'm like, boy, that was one of the best handshakes I ever gave. It was right on point. Boom, boom.
Did you go in with the back pat?
No, not the back pat, because I was sitting down.
Gotcha.
So we got the handshake,
so
boom, boom.
Dap.
And I was like, ooh, I nailed that.
Yeah?
I remember one time Draymond Green, when I was working at Bleacher Report, one of the biggest moments of my life.
Okay.
I was sitting next to Draymond Green at the time.
Not having your daughter.
Not having my daughter.
Shaking hands with Snoop.
Shaking hands with Snoop and Draymond Green.
Just want to make sure we clarify this.
Neri Stein, who used to work at Bleacher Report. Shout out to Neri Stein. She's a big Liverpool fan.
Okay.
She goes, boy, you shook Draymond's hand like you guys were boys. That was very impressive.
You got to fake it till you make it.
Got it down on the first time. So a big handshake is important. Getting it right is important. You can't give no weak daps, man.
I'm getting a lot of texts personally that are distracting me about Carl's handshake within the office.
Why?
Just, Carl, you're going to have to work on your handshake. It's handshake off season for you. You need to get a trainer, and you need to work on the handshake, it sounds
I'm telling you, his handshakes are terrible. Where's John Curley? Go call John Curley. Go call Brian Ryder. Go call somebody who shook hands with. I'm telling you, the handshake is awful.
Well, there's nothing worse than when you go to shake someone's hand and you don't get it all the way in there and you get about halfway and you do like, I'm not done. But I absolutely judge people. I discriminate based on handshake.
So maybe Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, was right to judge Teddy Bridgewater on his handshake.
Well, Teddy Bridgewater has sustained in the NFL for quite some time.
Was he wearing one of his patented gloves? That's another question.
Teddy two gloves?
Teddy two gloves. So they were at a dinner. They were in, the pre-draft interview. You have a dinner with the owner or whatnot, nice little steak dinner. Was he wearing gloves at the dinner? Highly doubtful.
Well, one thing that I've noticed that I do way more than often is I'm a hugger. And so, I'll go in for, the hug, and I barely know some of these people, and they're like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, hey, look, I'm sorry. I'm a hugger. I apologize. It's just weird. I get the anxiety, and I see myself doing dumb things that I immediately regret. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where you're in, a certain setting or situation.
How about this?
And you, go, one step too far.
Oh, we got confirmation here. No confirmation, but Comcast Business Text Line 925. Carl Bluscheck is my boss's nephew. This is hilarious to hear. Ask Carl Bluscheck. By the way, I think his brother went to Miami. Carl Bluscheck's brother. He used to always go down to Miami, go visit his brother. And Carl Bluscheck used to be our former digital manager. He left us during the pandemic. Then he all of a sudden started covering the A's again. It's like having A's takes.
We're getting exclusive from the female demographic.
Uh-oh.
My mother-in-law, yes, absolutely. Nothing will leave an impression more than a dead fish handshake. And that is someone who understands life. I'll just say that. Shout out Mary.
Shout out Mary. Not Mary Kay Kabat, but
no.
Mary. YouTube poll question of the day. Do you judge someone based off their handshake? 70 votes so far. Just been up for 3 minutes.
What do you think Jim Harbaugh thinks?
60% says yes. 40% says no. Speaking of Jim Schwartz, the D coordinator of the Cleveland Browns.
Yes.
He likes a good handshake. Because if you don't shake his hand well, he's going to come find you. He's going to fight. He's going to run you down at the 20-yard line.
Well, the more and more I think about it, Mike Nolan, I remember vividly saying that, opening the door for his parents was why he drafted Alex Smith. Those kinds of things.
No, it wasn't just that. It was dribbling marbles. If I told him to dribble a marble, he would do it. If I told him to jump rope, he would do it.
Speaking of hands, small hands on Alex.
Mike Nolan's out of his mind.
In my head, I could just figure Ralph Barbieri talking about how small Alex's hands were.
Oh, my gosh.
Remember when that was a thing?
Yep. No doubt. Wow.
The back slap by Jim Schwartz, and then obviously Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh shaking in half midfield and him saying, what's your deal?
Luis Roberson, I didn't bring up Joe Lacob's handshake. That was not me.
No, Spadoni did.
Yeah, he brought that up.
He did. He gave me a limp handshake. I don't know what you guys want from me. I'm getting crushed for it. It's my fault, I guess. Joe Lacob gave me a limp handshake. I went in firm, strong, and he gave me a limp handshake.
Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's point the finger at Joe Shasky. He brought it up, not you.
Because you've brought it up before.
But you didn't have to bring it up on air. Especially when Joe Lacob may pivot and not come to the studio now.
Imagine this one.
He may not come on this show. He may go on Steiny and Guru now. And then all you guys are going to be mad.
I love this. This is actually, I didn't think we were going to get here. 925. I shook my girlfriend's dad's hand for the first time. And he said, I'm going to give you one more time to shake my hand like a man or you can leave. Wow. Wow. That might be one of the best texts.
That's such a mind game from a dad, too. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. You know? I'm telling you, man.
It does matter because my father-in-law, former police officer, I gave him a firm handshake. Senior high school, because me and Jade are high school sweethearts.
Right.
He said I liked your handshake.
Well, Shasky snitched on you. That was on Shasky.
I'm sorry.
It happens.
I'm sorry.
Joe Lacob's a big pre-gamer. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He must have listened to my show Monday morning after Game 6.
There's a lot of people who judge people off handshakes.
I think it's more common than we want to admit.
Man, because I was always like, yo, you got to shake firm handshake.
Yeah.
Even when somebody breaks your hand.
How many of these do you get?
Just a couple.
How many up and downs? Couple.
You got to have a firm handshake.
I shake hands up and down. A couple. Nothing's worse than the wavy one. You guys know which one I'm talking about.
That's Bernie Kosar.
Okay.
Do you judge a man off a handshake? Bernie Kosar, 8 o'clock.
Here's one of the funniest things that's ever happened on a sports field. We had this rivalry with this team going back many, many years, and my buddy JV.
What team?
JV.
What team?
It was the Seals way back in the day. Little fast pitch team we had. And so this team, and we had this big rivalry, and you have to, shake hands at the end of the series, and it's like a hockey, everybody gets in line, you shake hands, whatever. It's a 3-game series, and him and this guy were shaking hands, and they were both holding the grip in, and they're like, and their faces started to turn red. And he's like, "You good? I'm good. You good? You good?" And they had to be separated. Basically, they were about to fight over the handshake.
JV.
Who was more manly? It was like they were arm wrestling through a handshake.
Wow. That's kind of wild. That is kind of wild. By the way, an injury report coming up, and I got to remind people too. Fieldwork Brewery next Wednesday, San Leandro, Wednesday, October 18th, from 4 to 6 p.m. for the 2023 preseason Warrior Summit. Warrior fans, we're getting into it. 8:30. CJ Holmes going to join us. There's going to be a lot of Warrior talk. Nobody voted for the Warriors to be in the NBA Finals. They're now the underdogs again, folks. Steph Curry's he's an underdog again. We're no longer the favorites. Oh, I love it. This team's going to fly under the radar. Telling you.
Now we have rules on the handshake.
Yeah.
Eye contact seems to be mandatory. You're not allowed to look down, look away, and 1, 2, 3 up and downs on a handshake.
Army of one. I'm ex-military. Handshakes matter.
Well, I expect that from a military member.
USA! Who knew that Carl Bluscheck would create content for us? And he doesn't even work here. Damn.
There's that funny video, that viral video that, you got Obama and he's shaking hands with everybody and then he daps up the one dude. It's probably one of my favorite videos of all time.
Key and Peele.
Yes.
Key and Peele. All the brothers, they dapping up.
Code switching.
Yep. And then you see the white guy. You see the white guy, you just shake and you get the brothers, you got all the special daps and the hugs and everything like that.
Society might be going to hell, but this is the one area where I'm happy we're back to old schoolness. I'm glad that people appreciate a good handshake.
Yeah, I do. But, post-pandemic, I kind of want to do the fist pound because I realized that a lot of people didn't know how to wash their hands.
Well, that's,
so the handshake. So when you're in our spot, right, we shake a lot of hands out there. True. I got no problem shaking hands at Levi Stadium. I got no problem shaking hands at basketball games. But as soon as that happens, I bring out the hand sanitizer. It's like, I don't know what that guy just did with his hands. I don't know what they're doing. Do you wash your hands after you use the bathroom?
One is?
I see a lot of people go to the stall and just walk straight out without washing their hands.
Sunday night, I'm at the game. I'm using the restroom. I come out of the urinal area and go to the hand washing station. What's up, bro? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm looking, I'm like, bro, I'm not dapping you up till you wash them hands.
Yeah, I can't do it. I don't even say that. I just give them the fist pound. It's like, I'm not doing that. Is your hand injured? Is it still injured?
My thumb is injured.
Oh. We got some good news when it came to Aaron Banks. Starting left guard Aaron Banks, that is, of the 49ers, 5-0. Saying that he suffered a mild shoulder strain in Sunday night's game. He's listed as day-to-day as of right now, but the Niners are confident that Banks has avoided a more serious injury. No official word has been made about his availability for Sunday's game against the Browns in Cleveland. Also, running back Elijah Mitchell, who has been inactive for the last 2 games, remains day-to-day with a knee injury.
Yeah.
The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gers, in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
No. I'm also day-to-day. Last night we had a basketball game. And,
gosh.
I looked like the Bionic Man. I had my elbow wrapped up.
You're not the Bionic Man.
My UCL's been
glass.
hurting.
You're fragile.
And my ankle's been hurting.
You're fragile. You get hurt.
Also jammed my thumb.
You get hurt opening your car door.
I know. I'm going to be like the human Band-Aid. Me and Sam Bradford.
Yeah, I mean, look.
The human
I'm all
bandage.
for people playing sports, and I played in that Warriors World Tournament. My ankle is still swollen. You got to know your limitations at this point. I'm not out there winning NBA Finals championships. Let Steph and them do that. That's what they're there for.
Well, it's a good workout. I'm trying to lose weight.
Oh, it's a good workout. I can find other ways to work out.
And by not
playing 5-on-5 against a bunch of dudes who think they're NBA players, and they're not.
Well, it's not about things. It's just having fun and competing.
No. It's not fun getting hurt all the time.
Well, that I agree with.
No. That's not fun when you can't get out of bed. And you need an ice pack, and you need icy hot. And you're like, babe, can I get the massage gun? My ankle's swollen.
Oh, do you have a massage gun? Do I need to invest in one?
Huh?
Do I need to invest in one?
They're legit.
Are they?
They're legit. Legit.
Bonte, I can't wait to break down Myles Garrett versus Nick Bosa. Myles Garrett is an absolute monster.
He is a monster. But what about quarterbacks? The quarterbacks in Cleveland. We're going to talk to Bernie Kosar. He knows all about being a quarterback in Cleveland.
I have fond memories of him.
I love Bernie. He beat the Niners on Monday Night Football, 23-13. Then he got cut by Belichick. But he still loves Cleveland. What does he think of Watson? What does he think of their situation?
Is he their best quarterback since?
Vinny Testaverde?
Since back in the day? Is it Vinny?
Is it Birdie? I think it's Birdie.
I feel like it's Bernie.
It's Birdie. Not even close.
Since what, like Otto Graham?
Yeah, not even close. Was it Sipe? Brian Sipe?
Yeah.
Right,
sure.
88?
Yeah, sure.
I'm kidding. Bernie Kosar coming up, and we'll ask him what he thinks about it. Does handshakes matter? Do
you judge a person by a handshake? You can't have the wet, limp, and you can't be sweaty. You got to wipe your hand a little or something. Like you can't come in all sweaty.
Sacktown KC.
No.
Kitty Caraway, we'll see you on the 27th, buddy. Kings Warriors at Golden One. But he said definitely can't have no wet fish handshake. Teach my son to shake heads like a man. It's important. I didn't realize how important until Carl Bluestein shook my hand the same way. Everyone's like, dude, come on, man. We got to do it. It should get me mad.
Yeah? You should just pull a Detroit Pistons and walk off the field. Walk off the court. Just not shake hands.
That did not hit.
Bye.
You didn't like that?
Let's just go to break. Bernie Kosar coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Bank of America is the proud employer of over 210,000 teammates who go above and beyond to support their clients' financial goals. Like Bruno, a Better Money Habits volunteer champion who helps debt feel less scary.
baby. What is happening, Bay Area? What is happening to the rest of the country out there listening around the world on the Odyssey app? Download the Odyssey app, by the way. You can listen to all our interviews from the last week. You can download this one, too. Bernie Kosar coming up on the Morning Roast in just moments here. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We love you, including Alnetta. I see you, Alnetta. Hopefully you're at the summit next week in San Leandro, Core Fieldwork Brewing House. We'll be doing that from 4 to 6 p.m., talking about the Golden State Warriors. And we'll talk about the Warriors a little bit later in the program at 8:30 with C.J. Holmes of the San Francisco Chronicle. We'll talk to him for the first time this season. Good morning to everybody out there. Get after graveyard shift, garbage men, all the college workers, all the muni drivers, all the BART conductors, Cheetahs. Hopefully you had a great weekend. I know Cheetahs was booming with Cowboy fans in town, taking all their money, those little simps.
I fucking hate when they say, how about them Cowboys? It's like, shut the up with that stupid...
Yeah, Big Pun South City been hitting me up left and right, man. My guy's sick. He said he got COVID now. So Big Pun, he still sending me voice memos. It says Big Pun now South City. Good morning to him. Good morning to Spinelli, Lubman. Of course, the Comcast business text line.
You know what I'm aware of after we waited a couple of minutes here and we've had this conversation about handshakes? Women seem to be the most judgmental regarding a handshake. I can't believe how many women, like Lauren here in the 925, Alnetta, different people who have chimed in saying that they really judge a person, man or female, based off of a handshake.
Wow. See, I usually just hug, like give the half hug, because I like to respect women. But I, sometimes I shake hands and how you doing? That's very interesting. I like the female perspective.
Yeah.
Wow.
When somebody says that they listen to the show or that they're a fan or whatever, I'll do what you taught me, which is the appropriate way. It's like you lean in, you look and they're like, what's your name? And shake their hand and like, thank them. You know what I mean? Like the right way.
It's always a party pooper. There's always that party pooper. 707. One of my least favorite sports talk tropes is what is the most masculine way to do blank. So silly, guys. Let's do better.
No, I just think there's an appropriate way that your parents taught you or your family members in your life or whoever your mentor was. Right?
I'll give my perspective on it. We're just reading about Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Cleveland Browns, and he basically judged Teddy Bridgewater, said his handshake rubbed him the wrong way, which is why he even loved Johnny Manziel even more, even though a homeless person told him to draft Johnny Manziel. And the Shasta was like, oh, man, you got a story, Joe Lacob's handshake. And then I brought up Carl's Blucheck, and the list goes on and on. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just fascinated how many people judge people off handshakes. I hadn't thought about it. I just make sure I get my handshake right. That's all. Let's bring in Bernie Kosar.
What do you think he thinks?
What does he think?
I think he's old school.
He is old school. Bernie Kosar. We love Bernie Kosar, man. He is the best quarterback in Cleveland history since Otto Graham, probably. They've struggled at the quarterback spot, but of course I know our producer Sam Lubman loves Bernie. He's a Miami Hurricane, national champion with the Miami Hurricanes. I do want to know why he wore number 20 down in Miami, but of course Cleveland Brown legend. Check out KosarWellness.com for all his wellness essentials. Check that out, man. It's really cool there. Bernie, good morning, man. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to the West Coast. Joe Jaskin to Butcher Bonte Hill.
Hey, Bonte and Joe. Great to be with you. Excited to be with you today. Me and Sam are just barely recovering from our University of Miami game this past Saturday. Sam, in homage of me, he took a knee in the pregame warm-ups for this interview. I don't know if he was trying to tell me something, but
what do you think about the explanation Mario Cristobal gave? First of all, the uniforms were horrific. Those uniforms were hideous, and then he doesn't kneel down. What did you think about the explanation?
Well, you got me sidetracked on the uniforms. You're talking to one of the least fashionable humans that was ever there. So in terms of dress code, I'm probably not the right guy to go to that. But, you guys are saying as I was coming on, an old school quarterback.
Yeah.
I pride myself on the love of the game and stuff. And really, it just comes down to W's and L's. And when you end up with an L like that, the explanations and the reasoning bluntly doesn't overly matter to us. It's just the sickening feeling that we're not 5-0 going to play North Carolina on Saturday night right now.
Well, that O was going to go anyway, November 11th, before the state was going to play it. But we move on. We'll continue to move on.
Bernie, let me ask you.
Hey, I have a bad connection. Nice talking to
you. Bernie, let me ask you. As an old school man who cut his teeth in the 80s, all right, a firm handshake, right? You judge a person based off their handshake. We all do, right?
Yes, we do.
Well, what's funny about
but let me say to that, as we're gonna maybe talk about a little football and stuff.
Yeah.
Me and Brock Purdy had the same elbow issue, and having that elbow surgery and now being 59 years old, I absolutely want you guys and everybody on the West Coast to think how tough and strong I am. But in terms of that elbow injury and what Brock Purdy's doing is super exceptional, coming back from that elbow surgery. But surgeries have changed over the years. I had that surgery. I'm an old school guy. I absolutely now, even with COVID, believe in that firm handshake and being respectful like that. But oh my God, my elbows fallen off all the years, and that's absolutely why I do the KosarWellness.com.
Oh, nice.
Do stuff healthily to stay away from the pain medications and stuff that's been so rampant throughout our country.
Yeah, no doubt. Check out KosarWellness.com for all those wellness essentials. It's really vital, and I'm glad that you're doing that, Bernie, man. It's good to see that a former player doing that and having wellness checks or whatnot and looking out for other people. But the reason why we brought up the whole...
you know what? It's because, seriously, somebody like me, I've had 40 surgeries, 80 broken bones, 100 concussions, 14 seizures. Last 2 seizures, I was in a coma for 72 and 96 hours. Oh, like 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with 5 years left of cognitive brain function. I couldn't have been, Joe and Bonte, I couldn't have been on your show in the morning. I could not enunciate, articulate, communicate any multiple syllable words. So to be able to at least slow down the deterioration of my brain and my body, to almost be regenerating it to where if I didn't tell you that story, I don't think you'd even remember that I used to be a complete ignorant person on these morning show interviews because I was so incapable of enunciating and being on point. So it's almost like with I'm calling you from Ohio today, getting ready for the Browns game, but we had 150 people just last week die of overdose deaths in the state of Ohio. We've had over 109,000 people overdose death in our country in the last 12 months. Wow. Four Thursdays ago was International Overdose Awareness Day. The month of September was Suicide Prevention Month. I unfortunately could have been either one of those statistics. So to be able to be out here today to kind of show people that there's a pathway towards health and happiness and wellness without having to be medicated. I'm proud to have not taken a pill in almost 5 years. So trying to spread that message, not just to ex-players, but to people out in society. I mean, the mental illness, the anxiety, self-confidence. I wrestled with stuff like that. And as older men, we sometimes are embarrassed to say stuff like that. But now with so many of these issues going on, it's almost a responsibility to try to tell people it's okay to say we need help and here's a pathway for help.
Well, I'm glad you're okay, Bernie.
Powerful.
You sound great. That is powerful. We're pulling for you. We didn't know that. We know you were a badass on the football field. You're a tough SOB. You'll play through anything, but I'm glad you're doing so well. And I think that's an inspiration for a lot of people out here to hear that coming from a former player like you, Bernie. So kudos to you for continuing to fight the good fight, man, and battle with it. Because we don't understand. We never played the game at that level. And some of the hits that you guys take, and you talk about Brock Purdy coming back, I think that's been the most underrated aspect of his season so far is that he did come back from torn UCL surgery and was there for training camp, the start of training camp. And you look at the velocity, you look at his accuracy, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. His offense is averaging over 30 points per game. It does kind of get swept away because of how well he's playing, but we didn't think he was going to be back for week 1 and how well he's playing there for a 7th round pick, the last pick of the draft. It's really stunning, Bernie.
Yeah, he's certainly not Mr. Irrelevant. And again, I'm not saying this for attention on myself. I had this injury. To this day, still my elbow doesn't straighten out. My right arm is 6 inches shorter than my left arm now because of that surgery and because of that. What Brock Purdy, the doctors did, from just physically being able to come back and play. And then just that young man as a quarterback, the way he is orchestrating this beautiful Kyle Shanahan offense. It's it's almost like a sympathy orchestra of watching how in tune they are. It's a beautiful thing to watch, and then you couple that with their defense. Right now, you can see it's a tall order right now for Cleveland. And if I could plant a seed out there in San Francisco, can we hopefully hope that the 49ers are content and happy about their game against the Cowboys this past week, and they look past this little flight to the East Coast?
I doubt that.
Okay, I doubt that too. It's competitive and solid and strong as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are. I mean, a tribute to them and ownership. I'm from Youngstown, Ohio, so I'm massively biased towards John York and Denise DeBartolo York. Their ownership group's phenomenal. So the organization, what they've put together, coming back to Northeast Ohio. Kyle Shanahan was here 5-6 years ago before with this ownership group. So there's some familiarity with the area here. So I'm probably grasping at straws to think the 49ers are going to look past this game, but it's an important game for the Cleveland Browns, given what happened with Deshaun Watson last week and playing against the Baltimore Ravens.
What are your thoughts on Deshaun Watson? I mean, like when I think of the Browns and close my eyes, you're one of the people that I think of, and clearly you're still out in Ohio, and so I'm sure you're following the team. Just give me all your Deshaun Watson thoughts right now.
So one of the main things about playing in that, like I was one of those old school guys that the doctors had to take my helmet away, and even if they did, I was still going to play. So I broke my ankle on Monday Night Football on the first series of the game back in the early 90s. I played the whole game on it. So there's things in your body that you could do, and sometimes you could play to a level of play that you are contributing and you feel like you could get to the W and stuff. The one thing with us quarterbacks, and you hear me, and I want everybody in San Fran and out west think I'm a tough guy and I'm not complaining. That elbow issue I had, and even through shaking hands, which I'm embarrassed to admit now is a massive issue for me, let alone throwing passes. So that's my elbow. I'm not trying to make excuses for Deshaun, but in the rotator cuff, if that really is, and that's an individual thing, if that's in there and you can't drive the ball outside in the massively windy stadium of Cleveland, it's one thing to be tough and want to play just because you could gut it out, but being tough and gutting it out, but then not being able to throw and you're a quarterback is a massive issue. So if he didn't feel he could throw, I understand that, but that's the tough part about being a QB right now. And there's hopefully with the week off, it's dissipated the inflammation, so that he's able to play against 49ers. The 49ers defense, it's no secret how awesome they are. And one of the things that Deshaun did have his best game as a Cleveland Brown against the Tennessee Titans, he was taking what the defense gave him. He was using the checkdowns. He was using his legs. He used his legs exceptionally. When you have the rotator issue and you have a pass rush like the San Francisco 49ers, throwing is maybe at the beginning of the game is one point, but as the game goes on, if he's going to use his legs, the 49ers and their physical presence is going to probably compound the issue within his shoulder.
No doubt. Bernie Kosar here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, a Super Bowl champ, a national champ at the University of Miami. And when we think of Cleveland Browns, we think of Bernie Kosar. But why has it been such a struggle for the quarterback position, especially with the new Cleveland Browns? What, Joe, you had 35, 36 quarterbacks that have taken snaps since 1999 when the new Cleveland Browns were formed. You talked about the win in the stadium. Starts. 35 different quarterbacks starting for that team. You talked about the win in the stadium. Is it the weather? Why haven't they been able to figure out the quarterback position? You're out there in Ohio. You played. Heck, they even cut you, Bernie, which is insane that Belichick did that when you were the best quarterback in Cleveland for a long, long time. What is it about that position that they just can't figure out in that organization?
Well, thank you for kind of bringing myself up. Me and Sam are talking about the 40-year anniversary of the national championship. It's the 30-year anniversary of the Super Bowl. I don't want to bring up the Cowboys, 49ers NFC championship game from 1993 and that. No question the Browns, we've struggled from not just the quarterback position, really this century. If I say a joke in Cleveland, I say this as a wannabe humorist, and so don't overly take me serious, but there's a direct correlation, I think, to the not success that our Cleveland Browns have had throughout this century. I think people think I was actually better than I was because that was the last time the Browns actually won a lot of football games.
No, it's the curse of Bernie. That's what it is. The curse of Bernie. They haven't done anything since you left.
I don't want to have any curses like that because, like, being a homer and being from Northeast Ohio and being a Browns fan and really growing up with it, you guys are so awesome at the beginning as I was coming on. This new stadium that the 49ers will be coming into, I sat there for the first game with Otto Graham. And for Bonte and Joe, for you guys to put me in the same breath as the best quarterback in Cleveland since Otto Graham, that's massively humbling. So,
no, we grew up watching you, Bernie, the sidearm.
Absolutely.
You playing for Marty. The Browns, like growing up as youngsters, we still talk about the Monday night game. Steve Young was smelling salt. You threw the touchdown pass to Michael Jackson there, 23-13. We remember that like it was yesterday.
Black visor on the helmet.
No doubt. We remember, like, when we collected cards, it was Bernie, it was the Steelers. You guys own that division and had some iconic playoff games, of course, and they just haven't. You know, they've been the laughingstock of the league for so long. And, like, it feels like the NFL, feels like the entire league has been waiting for the Cleveland Browns to pop. And they finally have a defense that's looking legit. Like, this defense is a Super Bowl defense.
Our defense is looking legit. Our pass rush is like the 49ers pass rush. So seeing front fours like this is awesome. I kind of chuckle at how you were talking about the 90s and some of the games, and I was thinking of a lot of my health and wellness stuff. I was forced to do it because Ronnie Lott gave me probably half of my concussions that I was talking to you guys about. and today, with the way the pass rush is coming on both teams, the league's probably done an awesome job at trying to take away some of those hits from the old days because and Bonte and Joe, you said it as a joke, but against that 49ers game before that pass, I was knocked out. In today's game, I would have been taken out.
Really?
But back then I had you mentioned smelling salts, and kids don't do this if you're listening. But back then we didn't know, and you didn't know what concussions were. So I had a little pocket that they put smelling salts on because back in the old days, again, it's not right to do. But at the bottom of the piles, it was rough down there. So you had about 10 or 15 seconds before the guys let you up. You know, they're punching you and stuff. So when you're out, I was able to reach in, get my smelling salt, and smell it to kind of bring you back a little bit to life before the trainers and doctors get out there to tell you. And today, with phone apps and technology, things have gotten so much better for the concussion evaluation test. But back in the old days, it was just the finger test. And we had pregame meetings on how to answer the concussion test. If the trainer and docs came up, they tell you they're not going to give you one finger because that's too easy. And they won't stick up three fingers because you may miss that one. So it's always two. Okay. So in that game, I was impatient, and the doc's up there yelling, and he goes, "How many fingers do I have up?" And before he put them up, I yelled 2. And he goes, "You're cheating." He goes, "You're lying. You made that up." I go, "No, I must not be concussed. I'm Nostradamus. I saw the future. I knew you were going to put 2 up."
Oh, my God. That's incredible. Bernie.
I'm not embellishing either.
No, you're not. No, I believe everything you said. I do got to ask before you leave.
Yeah.
Cesc, I know you got one more. How the hell were you? why were you wearing number 20 at the University of Miami? I always wanted to know. I watched the old footage of the Orange Bowl with you guys beating Nebraska, Howard Snellenberger. You were wearing number 20. That was like sacrilegious for a quarterback back in the day. How'd you wear number 20?
What? Thanks for asking that. It's maybe a little long-winded and stuff, but I really believe in never quitting. And Coach Snellenberger, I was probably fifth string back then, and I was so far down the totem pole that in high school, too, that I wasn't a starter, that they ran out of quarterback numbers. So they didn't have the 12, 13, 14, 15. And I was super skinny, so I didn't want a single-digit number because I looked like a string bean pole right there. And then I get to college, and I'm with Vinny so I'm on the depth chart. So I was actually going to transfer and quit. And Coach Snellenberger goes, hey, anything in life that's great, everybody wants it. So even though you're fifth string and you got some non-quarterback number 20, he goes, if you quit and run from a challenge now, your whole life you'll quit and run from a challenge. So I stuck with number 20. I stuck it out. And he goes, it's better to do your best and fail at a young age so that you don't have self-doubt or not understand as you go through life. And God, it was some of the best advice to not quit and go through it and take the beating for having an awkward number like number 20. And then I was going to try to be 20 in the pros. And the great Ernie Accorsi was the general manager who drafted Johnny Unitas. Mm-hmm. And you weren't allowed to have 20 in the pros. So Ernie Accorsi, and this is what he said. I'm so honored that he said I reminded him of Johnny Unitas. So that's how I ended up with 19 with the Browns.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Flutie, Schuler, like there's certain guys I think of with the goofy numbers. I just want to say I was a fan of yours before talking to you. Yeah. Now talking to you, I'm a huge fan, and I appreciate your vulnerability, your honesty, and just you seem like a great person, and I really appreciate taking the time out to call us.
Awesome, guys. No, I appreciate talking to you. Hey, and not because Sam's the producer, not because I'm a University of Miami person, but I genuinely say to people, for families and people out there struggling and stuff, I use the phrase "you matter" because I so believe, not because of the University of Miami, I so believe in self-confidence and self-esteem. And even people like myself who've had some good success, I struggle with my self-confidence and my self-esteem. So I mention to people, and as we close here, Joe, Bonte, you matter. And for the people listening out there, you matter. Wow. Stay positive. God bless you.
Wow, God bless you too, Bernie, man. Anytime you want to come back on, we love to talk to you. We didn't get to half the stuff we wanted to get to. Great stuff there. We're bigger fans because of what you said. Again, check out ColzarWellness.com for all his wellness essentials. ColzarWellness.com. Bernie, you're the man. Thanks so much for the time today.
Guys, God bless you.
God bless you too, Bernie. Wow.
You know, I know it went a little long, and I don't care because that guy is great.
Gosh.
What a great dude.
80? How many broken bones? 80?
Yeah. 49 surgeries.
100 concussions?
No more making fun of me anymore about that. No. But no, you know, the thing is, what I appreciate about people like him, clearly he has perspective.
Yep. He's been through a lot, man.
But when you strip away all the machismo and everything to showcase that vulnerability and to talk about some things that make people uncomfortable, dude, we need more people like Bernie Kosar in this world. I know that sounds super cliche, but listen to that human being. That's a great dude.
Well, you know,
that's a great dude.
It got me going down a rabbit hole when I think about all the 30 for 30s. He's a big part of Broke. Who's a big part of the youth 30 for 30 as well. And I remember him on Broke talking about his business dealings and being like all those guys being vulnerable, saying, man, I spent all this money, I did bad. Bernie's been through some stuff, man. Been through some stuff.
I mean, look,
coma for 72 hours?
Look.
That's insane.
I'm going to get a little personal here. The Shasky family's been through a lot the last couple of weeks. And to hear someone like him, and that I call it PMO, positive mental outlook, to hear someone like him, I needed that on a day like today. Because I'm not going to lie, I'm a little distracted with a lot of the things that are going on outside of the sports world. And we're very lucky to do what we do. But every now and then we touch base with someone like that, and it boom, it gives you right back on the ground. It gets you grounded, and it's just, man, that's that spiritual jolt of espresso that I needed.
Yeah, no doubt. That was a really good stuff. Go download the
Odyssey
app for that.
Freaking great dude.
Awesome, dude. Let's get to break here. We're going to go from one great dude to another one. CJ Holmes of the Chronicle. We'll ask him about what's going on at Warriors training camp. There's also a cut from Anthony Slater that we'll get to a little bit later with Klay Thompson. He speaks about the Lakers series in which the Warriors lost in 6 games. So heavy Warrior stuff over the last hour and a half. We'll sneak in some Niners and Browns. Of course, we're going to do that Thursday and Friday as well. But Bernie Kosar, wow. That got me blown away here. That's what's coming up in a game sponsored by Local Arena Tickets. CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle.
Attention Bay Area sports fans.
Steve Kerr. He got asked about, he responded to GM's not picking the Warriors to go to the finals. Before we get CJ Holmes on, here's what Steve Kerr, here's his response to the GM's not picking the Warriors to go to the NBA finals.
It never did anything for me when people picked us, and doesn't do anything for me that they don't. It's just stuff, interesting stuff for fans to read, but nothing that's helpful or harmful to us, and definitely not any bulletin board material. I'm not posting that on the locker room wall. No GMs picked us to win the title. How does that make you feel, fellas? I don't know. I don't think anybody cares.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Count us out.
Count us out. I like the underdog Warriors. I like them when they're
Can they
counted
be
out.
the underdog Warriors?
Yes. They got, according to a lot of people, they got smoked by the Lakers. 6 games.
Four-time champions can be under. I'm asking.
Yeah, because
were the Patriots ever the underdogs?
I think they were.
Okay.
I think the Patriots were the underdogs when they played the Falcons.
Okay.
I think they were a little underdog-ish when they played the Rams. Maybe. I don't know. Against Seattle?
City?
The Legion of Boom?
I mean, those are like one-off matchups. I'm just talking about in general. Because I don't know, my setting was always Patriots will just start in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah. I mean, but still, people thought the demise of the Patriots were coming.
That's
they didn't
true.
believe in Edelman.
Yeah.
They didn't believe in Amendola. Oh, they lost too much. Blah, 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 blah,
Well,
blah.
after his
no-name defense.
First Hall of Fame career, Tom Brady went on to have a second Hall of Fame
he
career,
did.
and then a third act.
Yep. So
it's a good point.
I do they traded Jordan Poole. They get Chris Paul. I hated Warrior. They're older. Draymond Green gets a new contract. Klay Thompson doesn't have a contract yet. Kuminga, we don't know if he's ready to make the leap. So I do think people are overlooking the Golden State Warriors. I really do. Denver. People are talking about the Clippers now because Kawhi and Paul George are healthy right now. The Lakers.
They're healthy.
OKC supposedly coming. The Kings took them to 7. The Kings are on their way. So we'll see. We'll see.
How are we feeling about the Kings?
I'll get to them in a little bit. I'm not ready to give Damian Barling and Kenny Caraway some material. I'll give them content October 26th and 27th. Not right now. I love you guys up there. ESPN 1320. I also love CJ Holmes, who had himself one hell of a summer. One hell of a summer for CJ. He's about to be walking the ready ring like you, Joe Shasky, very, very soon.
Oh, is he?
He put his business out on Instagram, so I feel like the whole Bay Area. Congratulations, first of all, CJ. Yeah, one hell of a summer. Good to have you back on the roast. Yeah, good luck with the rest of your life, CJ.
Y'all.
What's happening, my man? How's your summer been?
Been great, man. Like you said, it's been fantastic. Got married back in August. And, good summer work-wise. Spent a week 10 days, actually, out at Summer League. Did a lot of good work. Spent a lot of time with family. It was a good run.
Yeah, and I saw you back at Auburn University as well, checking out the Tigers, and now you're back here for training camp for the Golden State Warriors. As we had one preseason game wrap up Saturday at Chase Center against the LA Lakers. Of course, they play Friday night again against the Lakers. 5 preseason games and all, and then of course season opener October 24th. So, I guess we start with the big question that every Warrior fan has on their mind. CJ, how's Chris Paul fitting in?
So far, it seems pretty seamless. Now, granted, we've only seen one preseason game. This is preseason. You don't necessarily you're not going to see a lot of teams trying to, exploit weaknesses and things of that nature. But so far, it's been pretty seamless. Seems like Curry and Chris have been getting a lot of work in together after practices. Just based on, what we saw in that first preseason alone, you kind of get a good vision for how this thing's going to work. Sometimes it's going to be Chris on the ball. Sometimes it's going to be Chris off the ball. And as preseason continues, I'm sure at some point we're going to get a look and see what Chris looks like playing some minutes with that second unit. See how he looks with guys playing alongside guys like John Kuminga and Moses Moody. But so far it's been a pretty seamless transition for Paul. It'll be interesting to see how it all continues to come together as camp continues.
Yeah, seeing Curry and Chris Paul chuckling and yucking it up on the sidelines, it's still jarring, like really jarring. But it seems kind of sincere, right? To me, that's the way I'm interpreting it.
Yeah, to your point of it feeling jarring, it may not ever feel natural to Chris, to his teammates, or maybe his teammates, but to Warriors fans, in general. But Yeah, it seems like the guys are getting along. The camera was fixed on Chris and Curry throughout last game, so you saw a lot of their banter on the sidelines, things of that nature. Again, it might not ever feel natural to fans, but the expectations over time will feel natural to the guys in that locker room. And Chris is supposed to expect to be an important piece to another championship puzzle here in Golden State. And so far, it's off to a promising start.
Jonathan Kuminga, he showed out in that first preseason game. CJ, 24 points, 8 of 14. Had the funny pass to Steph Curry, who was steadied out of bounds. But overall, I liked his activity. I liked his fit with Dario Saric. With that second unit, he had 8 rebounds, 4 assists. How serious is a thumb injury, and how well is Jonathan Kuminga coming around and adapting to this new squad?
Well, Jonathan was seen with a heavy wrap around his left hand yesterday at practice. We talked to Steve Kerr after practice, and he said, it's not anything serious, and he's expected to play on Friday. We'll see if that's actually true. The Warriors have been known to throw some curveballs here in the past, but Steve says he's good to go. He's good to go, but it was a really good performance for Jonathan Kuminga, especially considering, after the season last year, there were rumors that that he's not happy with his role, and if he couldn't find more minutes, then, he'd like the team to facilitate a trade, but you didn't hear any of that as the summer continued. All you saw were videos of Jonathan in the gym working on his craft. We all saw the 60-point performance he had at the crossover Pro-Am in Seattle. And then he comes into his first preseason game, he leads the team in scoring, but more importantly, it's that rebounding. It's those 8 rebounds, in my mind, that stand out the most. It's something that Jonathan has openly said that he's taking more of an initiative to work on this summer and heading into this season. He even told the media that he has the coaches stopping practice when he's not focused on the glass enough, and it's starting to show up in games. And granted, it's just one preseason game, but you'd be more worried if Jonathan Kuminga didn't have any rebounds, right? But he had 8 of them. It's all positive signs, and it all bodes well for a guy who's supposed to have a breakout third season this year.
I liked what I saw from Clay. There was a couple of shots that, he rushed and gunned them, but in terms of how his physique looked, he looks slimmer. And I like him playing that a little more stretch four, even though it's positionless basketball. I don't know. I feel like Clay's going to have a really nice year.
Clay's banking on a good year too. It's a contract year for him. And he also seems to be off that. Do you guys notice the theme here? The vibes are so positive around right now.
Yeah.
But it's a big year for Clay. He's entering a contract year. I think Anthony Slater just dropped a story, getting some more insight into that. It seems like he's openly willing to talk about it, and it seems like he's just banking on a good performance for last year. Clay's last season got off to a slow start, ended slow, but in the time in between, he played fantastic. The guy became just the 3rd player ever to make 300 three-pointers in the season, so objectively, it was one of the best shooting seasons in NBA history. For Clay, it all comes down to, staying healthy, keeping his head on straight and finding better consistency. If he can do that, I think a lot of people are going to be saying that the Klay Thompson of old is, still suiting up for the Warriors, and hopefully for him, that'd be a big payday by season's end.
It'd also help having Andrew Wiggins, as we're talking to CJ Holmes of the San Francisco Chronicle, covers the Golden State Warriors, does a hell of a job doing that. You brought up the vibe, CJ, because I got the same vibe on media day. Draymond's laughing, he's smiling, he's dapping people up. Chris Paul was Chris Paul. He was chilling. Steph was Steph. The vibes are a lot better. And, we haven't talked about the punch since the season was over. We're kind of moving off of that. But, man, that obviously wrecked the season. And it feels like, in their own way, they're admitting that, what happened last year did derail the season, which is why they bowed out to the Lakers in 6 games. Now, the Lakers were better, but the vibes are all off all season. You know that, CJ, because you cover the team every day.
I think it's unfair to say that the punch derailed the entire season. I think that's unfair to put that all on Jordan Poole and Draymond.
No doubt.
Because, when February rolled around, still losing road games, you can't still blame the punch.
No doubt,
right?
No doubt.
But a lot of times it is about how you start and the tone it sets for the season ahead. And I can say being a Chase Center every day, talking to these guys, talking to Steve, that the vibes are a lot more positive, and it's important for the team to have those vibes and get off to a strong start this year. Because last year, I mean, they kind of limped out the gates, right? They started 0-8 on the road or something of that nature. They can't have that this year, especially considering how competitive the Western Conference is. I mean, Steve Kerr even told us that this might be the most competitive he's ever seen the Western Conference. So it's imperatively important for the Golden State Warriors to get off to a strong start this season, and so far the vibes are trending in that direction.
I'm going to say this person's name, not to ask a question, but to see Bonte's head explode.
Oh, gosh.
Pajemski. He made some plays the other day, but that's not the guy that I'm focused on. There's like a log jam when it comes to all the short guys. You know, GP2, obviously, Chris Paul, Steph Curry. There's just so many wings. Where does Moody fit in all this? Like, where do you see him ideally being utilized? I know it's going to evolve night to night, but where does he fit into this equation for this year?
Well, like you said, it's going to evolve, night to night. But, really, I visualize Moody this season as Klay Thompson's direct backup at the 2. Gary Payton is more a positionless guy. And to be completely honest, he's utilized more as a very, very small four-man than he is anything else, just because of the way he likes to play. But in terms of Moses Moody, I mean, I expect him to get big minutes right behind Klay Thompson this year. Jordan Poole is gone. Donte DiVincenzo is gone. And, Steve said it yesterday, they're going to have to find a way to replace that production. Moody has done things the right way. He stayed quiet through his first 2 years in the league, continued to work hard. He hasn't complained about his minutes. And, with that kind of void in backcourt production, I see this as finally as a time for Moody to step in and, get the minutes he's, patiently worked for and at this point probably deserves.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well said there, CJ. Before we get you out of here, I got to ask a question about Dario Saric, because just watching the little glimpse on Saturday, a lot of fans wanted him. I wanted him. It just feels like he fits, right? The second unit, the starters, any combination, whether it's Steph or CP or Klay and CP, Wiggins and Steph, Saric feels like the perfect fit for this basketball team, CJ.
Following the Warriors' Game 6 loss to the Lakers during the playoffs last year, Steph sitting at the podium, one of the things he said is we just didn't have a lot of versatility this season. The Lakers were taking a lot of things away in that series, and it worked. And, we didn't have a lot of counters for it. I think this year versatility is a strength for the Warriors, and it starts with a guy like Dario Saric, just another big man who can stretch the floor and who can play with Draymond and play with Looney. One of the big problems with the Warriors last year in terms of front court play was their spacing. It was hard to play. Although Looney and Draymond started games together, it was hard to play them both at the same time because you sacrifice so much spacing. Now you got a versatile guy like Dario Saric, who we can't even say on paper anymore because we've seen him out there on the court in a preseason game, who's a perfect fit for this team. It was a small sample size for him, but you saw him knock down a trail 3, and you're going to see a lot of that from him this year. I think he had a career year shooting the basketball last year, and this year he's going to have more space than probably he's ever had before at any point in his career. So huge offseason pickup for the Warriors. Dario fits the bill. He offers a boatload of versatility at that position that they simply didn't have last year. And I expect the Warriors offense to, run a lot more smoothly because of it. Yeah, especially during those non-Curry minutes when Steph's on the bench.
Yep, that's a good point there. Dario Saric talking on my media day. He was excited to be here, and it just feels like a perfect fit. CJ, man, always good to talk to you. Basketball season's back, which means we'll have you on the show a lot more. Congrats on a hell of a summer. Congrats on getting married, man, and we'll continue to read your great work at the San Francisco Chronicle.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Anytime, CJ Holmes here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. A lot of fun there with CJ. I'm excited about the Golden State Warriors, Shasky. I mean, I say that every year, but it's just everything, man. Like, just walking around media day, it's like, wow, basketball's really back. And you see all the smiles.
It never went away.
And it did go away for me. But, just talking to Sarge, and he was explaining roles and why, and he goes, look, man, I just buy in. I've been on teams where guys don't buy into their roles. They want to be the stars, and then it just messes up the entire vibe. He goes, look, I'm sorry I made Warrior fans. He goes, I'm sorry I made Warriors fans wait a little bit on signing here. I know it was a little back and forth, but I'm so happy to be here. I think we're going to do great things.
So he's talking about roles, and I'm sure he talked about like CP3's role or Steph's role. How about Pajemski? Did you ask about his role?
I did not ask about Brendan Pajemski's role. I hope Brendan Pajemski.
Why does that trigger you?
It doesn't trigger me. It's just you and Guru.
What?
You guys act like he's going to play heavy minutes. You guys got so excited about one move.
No.
You guys, that's what you did. Guru did it on Monday, and he pissed off Steiny.
I know, but
lay off.
He was terrible in Summer League.
Yeah, but that was partly due to the players he's playing with, the players he's playing against.
What about his dribbling and passing
was a lot.
court vision?
Well, that's why I said don't judge off of Summer League.
No, I understand that.
You know,
and
a lot of
why,
people already wrote the book on Pajitsky based off Summer League.
No, I'm not doing the Marco Bellinelli. I'm not going to go Chabarco is different. They traded for the Suns.
But
I'm not going to go crazy one way or the other. I'm just saying it was terrible. So I said, all right, let's see what it looks like. He made a couple of nice plays the other day. I was like, all right. I honest to God thought maybe he's a lost cause, but I believe he will end up in Santa Cruz, for the majority of next year. Right. What do you think about the big man from Indiana?
Trace Jackson Davis, I think, could fit.
Okay, where do you slot him?
We'll just see. Back up. Can he get down to the lane? Can he finish around the basket? Because getting easy buckets. One thing about Dre and Looney, and I get tired, it drives us all crazy sometimes, but Looney has become a better finisher. He's getting better and better at finishing around the rim. I want Draymond to continue to improve finishing around the rim. But Trace Jackson Davis, he gets around that cup. He finishes. Or he gets fouled.
I think he's very intriguing.
He's very intriguing to me.
His role will grow as the year goes on.
I think he'll give the Warriors what they wanted out of Wiseman. Good screen setting, physicality down low, rebounding.
Speaking of which,
what?
You been paying attention to what's going on in Detroit?
I have not.
So Marvin Bagley III and Wiseman are essentially up for one of their last roster spots.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So if Wiseman gets cut.
You want him back?
I mean, why not?
You know who I want back on the show? Papa Shasky.
Is he there?
He's called the show.
Oh, okay.
Papa Shasky. You're a day away from a huge one. Papa Shasky, how you doing?
What's up, Pops?
Papa Shasky going once, going twice.
He's going to have to call back.
I can't find the Tums.
You can't find the phone.
Yeah, you need the Tums.
Can't find the mute button. Can't find anything.
Would you take, honestly, if Wiseman got released, hypothetically, would you take him back or no, you just don't go down that road again? I'm kind of joking. I was being tongue in cheek.
I don't think he'd want to come back. I don't think he'd want to come back, honestly. I don't think he'd want to come back. Now, Anthony Slater sat down for a Q&A one-on-one with Klay Thompson. And some very good quotes here from Klay Thompson. Now, for example, we're talking about the Lakers series. And I remember all the chatter after the Lakers series. A lot of people were losing their minds about Klay. And Klay says in this article, I made over 300 threes. I shot 41%. You guys overrated how bad my season was, and I'm kind of with them on that one. For some reason, I become a guy who doesn't criticize Klay, but I get it. I get why he didn't play 5-on-5. And he says this, I think my struggles were a little overrated. The microscope on our team now is insane. You got to accept that. I didn't shoot the ball well at times. I'm human. But guess what? I still led the league in made threes and shot 41%. That's insane. Over 300 makes. I'm not going to sell myself short. I know how incredible that is. To do that after an ACL and Achilles injury, that's hard work. And then he talked about, why he didn't come back. And, he talked about the Lakers series, but we got Pops back. All right, let's bring Pops back. And I got some more stuff on Klay. Papa Shasky, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing today?
We're doing great. How are you doing, more importantly?
I had to chime in. I haven't called for a couple of weeks. But I had to chime in, listening to Bernie. I just caught the tail end of that. And I just wanted to kind of reiterate, a friend of mine who, really close friend of mine, Steve Larson, passed away from cancer. Through mental outlook. And you have to have positive mental outlook when you're going through crisis in life. And I've been telling Joe and I'm telling everybody, I'm so positive about getting this thing done tomorrow that you've got to have the right frame of mind.
Yeah.
The most important thing you can have when you're going through stuff like that is the PMO, positive mental outlook.
Pops, you got a big surgery tomorrow. I don't know what you want to say or don't want to say. People have been sending their well wishes. I know you said to me you'll take anybody's prayers and love. The floor is yours for whatever you want to say.
Well, I'm having a quintuple bypass tomorrow morning at 7:30. God willing, everything. I've got a lot of people on my side. Everybody's praying for me. I'm sure I'm going to come out of this, better than before. So that's all I can say
on positive mental outlook. Things are going to be great, Joe.
I know.
I know things are going to be great. I know things are going to be great. Just don't think about the Giants, okay? What you think about Farhan's ID, Pops? I haven't talked to you in a while. What you think about Farhan's end-of-season presser?
Well, I didn't get a chance to see. I heard what you said, and I didn't get a chance to respond to it. But there's a couple things that I want to say. You look at last night, and you see Bochy, right? And how do the Giants fans feel? How does the front office feel letting him get away and see where he's at?
It hurts me.
Right? It hurts, right? And then not only that, is when we had the 107-game season, you never talked about who our hitting instructor was, right? Right? And he's got the hitting instructor with him right now down in the Rangers.
Donnie Ecker.
Right? So, there's a lot to be said for having those key players, those key coaches on the team in order to make that team get to the next level. And I think the Giants have really missed out on a lot of those key opportunities.
Man.
100%. 100%. I'm totally with you. Old school baseball still rules. Playing great defense, elite starting pitching, and putting the ball in play. It's funny how we overthink these things.
And that starts from day one, the very first game of the season.
I know.
Right? You can't start switching. I want to see a guy in the lineup, the same position for a week in a row. The same 10 guys, same 9 guys playing every position, their same position, in the same batting order for 9 or 10 days in a row. Let's see what they do. Don't mix up. I know Farhan's big thing is he's got everybody's a Swiss Army knife. They can play multiple positions. That's great down the road when guys are injured and you've got halfway through the season and guys need some time off. But you need to establish that core group right out of the gate, and I just don't see that.
I know.
Yeah, I don't see it either. Let's focus on the positive, and that's the Niners.
Purdy!
And the Warriors.
You love Purdy, huh, Pops?
I wanted to listen to what Baldy had to say about the game the other day, and I missed that whole interview.
Odyssey.com, Pops. Odyssey app. Go download that bad boy. You know you can catch it on YouTube, too.
What do you think of Purdy?
Well, the thing is he's not doing anything wrong, right? He's not doing anything super great, but he's doing everything consistent. And that's really all you want is a consistent ball player. He's not going to turn the ball over. He's going to make the right throw. When he made the throw, there was 2 throws that he made the other day that if you were really a football aficionado, you would have saw. Okay, so the first rollout, he rolls out to his right, and he hits Kittle in the end zone. He's on the run. He's throwing it off foot, and he hits Kittle in stride on the number in the end zone. That was a great throw. You can't teach that, right? You've got to have that instinctive, right? Be able athleticism do that. And then there was a throw down the middle over the linebackers in front of the defensive back, and hits Ayuk right on the numbers. I mean, you could not have laid that ball in there any better. When you look at those 2 throws, that's all you need to tell you of what kind of quarterback he is.
Totally agree. I totally agree. Hey, Pops, you're getting a lot of love on the text line, a lot of love on the YouTube chat. Everybody's pulling, loving you. It's funny. We talk about having great jobs. We're very blessed and lucky to do what we do. Hearing you call into the show and give me your sports opinions like it was our personal phone call and being able to share that with the Bay Area. And now the audience loving you and sending wishes your way. It means a lot to me. I'm getting a little emotional right now. I can't lie.
Well, I appreciate that, everybody. I really do. I love everybody that's out there listening to you guys. You guys are the best on the radio by far in the Bay Area. And one more thing I want to say, that Purdy, when on the other throw that he could have checked down to 2 guys, he read his progressions, 2 guys, but no, I'm going to hit the guy wide open over in the left flat for a 25-yard gain. I mean, those 3 throws, that tells you all you need to know.
Yep.
Those 3 throws right there.
Yep.
I mean, so and then I know Kyle said something that he threw behind one guy. Oh, okay, so he threw behind one guy. He still made the catch, even though he threw behind the one guy. So I mean, you talk about it. Kyle is nitpicking on one throw. He's got to really step up his game.
No doubt. We got something special here. I think the stars are aligning for a special and super season for the 49ers, Papa Shaskin. You're going to have a super day tomorrow. We're all praying for you. We know you're going to bounce back and you'll be good as new, and you'll give us a call as soon as you're able to, and we can't wait to hear your voice after surgery tomorrow.
You got it great. You guys, thank you very much for all the love. I love everybody out there.
Love you, Pops.
I love you two guys as well, all right? You guys take care.
Good luck tomorrow. Papa Shasky. Here on a roast, bigging up Purdy. He does sound good.
Sorry, I was getting a little emotional there, bro.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
We do appreciate the prayers. Everybody knows that, my sports opinions and my love and my passion, just how we act. Like, me and my dad are two peas in a pod. We didn't always have the greatest relationship in the world, but my pops has always been there for me, and I love him, and I wouldn't be where I am today without him. He's like my biggest fan in the world. He listens all the time. And, I know there's a lot of people. We were just talking to Bernie Crow. So it's funny how life is, right?
Yeah.
I met a guy last week who had gone through a heart surgery, and it was like him saying certain things about what he went through and his positivity. It was what I needed. And I feel like sometimes when we get on these microphones, there are people out there that are listening that just need to be cheered up. And they need to hear us get into the ridiculous stuff of you dissing Philly or us talking about stupid handshakes or just enjoying where the 49ers are at right now. We're very lucky and very blessed to do what we do. And when you have real life problems and stuff, I'm hoping that people that are out there having a rough time or whatever, like my dad's going through it now, hopefully we can take away from some of that, like the real life stuff. Like we know what's going on in the world right now. Turn on the television. There's some real stuff going on. We're so lucky to kind of distract you from the real life stuff. So anyway, I appreciate everybody's wishes to my dad. I'm seeing it here on the text line. It's choking me up a little. I appreciate all you guys. I love y'all.
Yeah, Papa
Hey,
Shash
Joe,
was
this
great.
is your dad.
It's a good family show, man. And when I talk to Ludman about it, and we always have talks as we get back to the Warriors in just a second. But being a human and going through problems, people think, Vontae, man, you must have it good right now. There's always some issues at home. There's always some things happening with parents or in-laws or siblings or friends, and I always use this job. And I use NBC as a way to escape.
Right.
Sports is the great escape. It really is. For 3 hours during a football game, you just lock in on that football game and you're in that world. You don't have to think about nothing else. Nothing else. I won't allow it. You come in the station, I was down bad for a while, and one of the best things that happened to me was getting a graveyard shift at the other station because it got me focused. It got me in the setting where I needed to be in and not have to think about some of the other issues that happen outside the world, which I won't, I don't like to bring that onto the airways. I like to keep personal, but it is cool to see the roasters get behind Papa Shashki and embrace him like he's on the show. He is a part of the show. He's one of the roasters. He's one of basically our fourth co-host at times, maybe third co-host.
And it's not lost on me. We get to share this with our friends and our family every single day, and hopefully people that are out there listening that don't know us or whatever, they feel like they're part of the family. We've built a little community. We're very blessed. And without the listeners, man, we don't have nothing.
We don't have nothing. Nothing without the roasters. Which is why I get excited about going to the summit next week at Philwork Brewing House to see the people. There's a difference. I love television. Don't get me wrong. But Mike Francesca said this on the 30 for 30, and he was so right about it. And it hits me more and more every single day. The fans on television, when they come up to you, take selfies, and that's cool because, they see you on TV and they think you're a celebrity or whatnot. They're like, what? But the radio fan, the people who listen to you every single day, they could be in their trucks, garbage trucks. They could be at the office. They could be in the shower. There's a who's who. It's so much more intimate. Yeah. So when you get somebody who's like, yo, I'm a roaster, I'm like, oh, you're a real one. Because you're listening. You're not. Some of these people don't even watch on YouTube. They're just listening.
I didn't do this on Monday, but I ran into so many cops, sheriff, firefighters out at Levi's on the way out of the stadium. I was blown away at how many. I listened every single day in the car, every day in the truck. It's just it is crazy how many people love sports, and that's not to get all fake or anything. This is the truth. I get a lot of enjoyment, and we were talking about this, me, you, and Sam yesterday after the show. Right now is a great time to be a 49er fan.
It's a great time to be a Bay Area fan.
I know the Giants pissed me off.
No.
I get so much joy watching Fred Warner play football.
Oh, my God. Baldy said it.
It's just joy. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, it is incredible.
He legitimately makes me feel good. It's those things that you look forward to in the week. I can't wait to see him come out with the dreads going.
Shaking. Yeah,
and he's ready to go and making plays and Greenlaw on him. And it gives me a positivity jolt.
What's great about sports is Anna doesn't know much about football, right? But the first time she sat down there and watched the pregame introduction, she was like, I get why you want to come early.
It's insane.
It's insane. The Jets over the stadium. She was like, oh, my God, watching them run out. She was on the sideline Sunday looking at this. She's like, the electricity. Oh, my gosh. So It's a lot. Sports is great,
I'm
man.
a dork.
But as a Bay Area fan, seriously, we got the 49ers who are 5-0.
We have maybe the greatest athlete in Bay Area sports history, and
Steph Curry.
He's about
to play basketball October 24th. Regular season starts alongside CP3,
insane.
and we don't know what's going to happen with the Warriors this year.
One of his biggest nemesis of all time.
We have no idea what's about to happen with the Golden State Warriors, and I'm so intrigued with it, and I can't wait to cover it because there's a big unknown. Like, I'm not going to lie, 2017-18 was fun, but you knew they're going to be in the NBA Finals unless something catastrophic happens.
Yes.
The reason why the fourth championship was so special going to Boston Garden, because nobody had any idea how they were going to play that year coming off the play-in loss.
True.
Nobody knew how well Andrew Wiggins would adapt to having Klay Thompson on the floor or Jordan Poole going back to the bench. And now we have CP3. You have Dario Saric. You have Kuminga in his third year. You have Moody in his third year. Wiggins is back. Klay's talking to Anthony Slater saying, yeah, I was fried in that Lakers series. All my shots were short. But he explained why he didn't work out or play pickup. He was like, dude, I couldn't even do calf raises for a long time. You want me to play pickup after these two catastrophic injuries? I get the human element of that. Now, some people will say you get paid a lot to be a pro, and I get all that. But I also get the human element. But being a Bay Area sports fan right now, even the Giants, I'll say the Giants are intriguing. They're really going to bring back Farhan Zaidi for another year.
Who are they going to
hire? The Giants are a mess, which is, to me, intriguing. It's the most entertaining aspect of the Giants in the last 2 years. Is who are they going to hire and how are they going to retinker this roster? How is Farhan going to veer off of his philosophy that he has for the game of baseball? And then, of course, you got the Niners in the midst of what could be a special and super season.
You're looking at maybe one of the greatest sports stories any sport has ever seen.
Yeah.
But he was the last pick in the draft.
I know.
And he's taking this team on an undefeated carpet ride.
Yeah. And, you brought up James Wiseman. Well, we got Doug in Berkeley.
Uh-oh.
He wants to talk some Dubs.
Okay.
Doug, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I am on my way. You're talking about people listening to you in the trucks and stuff. I'm on my way to work. And I love the vibe. I love to start hearing you guys. I don't want to get too personal. I am in the medical field. I wish Papa Chesky the best. I don't know where he's having his surgery. I do know something about it, and I'm sure it's going to go well.
Thank you so much. That means a lot.
You made a comment about Wiseman. Just want to throw it out. If the opportunity came to bring him back, I'd bring him back, and I'd do what they should have done in the first place. I'd send him down in the G League and have him develop his skills for at least 1 year. This college freshman that we drafted, or possibly a year and a half, because I think that with the proper development, he could be a really solid addition. He has some natural skills that you can't teach. He has some natural gifts that you can't teach. And if he had the chance to develop without the pressure, without the expectation, based on what I've seen, that nice lefty hook, he's got a touch from the outside. He can catch the lob just right now.
Yeah.
So that's what I would do. I love talking to you guys. Love listening to you guys.
Love listening.
Keep it
Thanks,
up.
Doug. Thanks, Doug. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Download the Odyssey app and go rewind that Bernie Kosar interview. It'll be the best thing you listen to all day long. Favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business text line as well. He brought up James Wiseman, and I couldn't help when he said G League. I instantly thought of Trey Lance and Joey Bart. Think about that. You had the number 2 overall pick, number 3 overall pick, number 2 overall pick. Trey Lance is third string in Dallas. He ain't playing this year unless something astronomical happens down in Dallas. Dak's going to be the quarterback.
Yeah, Jerry Jones says they could still win a Super Bowl with Dak.
Yeah, there you go. That's the mindset in Dallas. So he's not playing. James Wiseman apparently fighting for his life in Detroit. And Joey Bart is an absolute afterthought in this organization. That's just wild how we had so much hope for all 3 of those players. And all 3 of those players are struggling to find their footing in pro sports. wild, man.
But wouldn't you agree that Bart was a 3-year player at Georgia Tech? So he at least had seasoning. I just don't know if he's good enough.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we could argue about like his minor league development and COVID and what that did to it. I'll listen to it. I don't agree with all of it, but I'll listen to it. I think the common denominator between Trey Lance and James Wiseman
lack
is
of reps.
Yeah, just
No
super
experience.
raw. And then also, I think it's almost undeniable not being able to really go through the same rigors of combines, conversations during COVID. It screwed up a lot of people in the draft.
No doubt.
And I think those drafts in the NBA and in the NFL in particular, look back on them, they're not great.
No.
There's a lot of big misses.
Big man. Anthony Edwards really good as a number 1 overall pick, but LaMelo battling with injuries. He'll score. LaMelo's nice. Can he help the team win right now? I don't know. Wiseman felt like the pick, but it's wild to me when you brought up Wiseman and we get the calls, people saying, hey, we will stick him in the G League. It's like, damn, this guy really hasn't played.
He's in like year 4.
Yeah, he played 3 college games.
Was he?
This year 5.
Oh, my God.
Wait, first year was playing. Second year was championship. Last year was year 3. This would be year 4 for Wiseman.
Okay, yeah. But still.
And this is year 3 for Trey? This is year, 6 for Joey Bart?
Well, and that's where I would say to you, probably the die is cast on most of these guys. Yeah. Now, could they outlierly come back like a Geno Smith and sure.
Trey still has a shot.
Sure.
Wiseman still has a shot.
Would you agree it's unlikely?
Joey Bart, it feels
not
very
improbable,
unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Unlikely. Let's get into Klay Thompson on the other side in the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Plus, we have our Week 5 overreactions in the NFL. Week 5 overreactions in the NFL. We'll end the show with that. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track. Do you have overdue tolls? Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today.
I'm telling you that fame and fortune are not what they're cracked up to be. Hi, this is Lon Solomon, and Madonna said that. What's interesting is...
YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, I will. But first, I need to mention that the NFL has just named Fred Warner as the NFC Defensive Player of the Week after his performance against the Cowboys. He had a sack, forced fumble, interception, 8 tackles. First linebacker to do so since Navarro Bowman. Fred Warner, your NFC Defensive Player of the Week. It feels like every single week we're naming somebody for an award, whether it's Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy. This time, Fred Warner gets his due. NFC Defensive Player of the Week. And as Baldy said yesterday, actually, I'll let Baldy take it away. Here's how he watches Fred Warner, or how he describes Fred Warner playing the middle linebacker position.
The word, honestly, that comes to watching Fred play is just joy. The guy plays the game with absolute joy. He knows all the checks. He's going to get all the audibles out. You want to change your formation, you want to motion, you want to shift, all that stuff. Like, he's on all of it. And he's loud. You can hear him, And so there's no breakdowns. But then, you got to play this game with violence. You just do. But, it's a joyful violence. It's like, I wish I could run through defenders like that. I wish I could just blow plays up like that. I wish I could just go full speed like that with not an ounce of fear. No fear, all joy. That's my description of Fred.
Perfect description of Fred Warner. I get joy watching him play the middle linebacker spot, but he's become a little more violent. Ask Najee Harris. Ask Tony Pollard. Ask anybody running across the middle against Fred Warner. I mean, he's guarding dudes. He's covering dudes 50 yards down the field.
You and I said this, I think it was year 1 or 2 for him. 18 was year 1, so it's probably year 2. We were like, can you name a guy who's more perfectly suited to represent your organization from the defensive side of the ball than Fred Warner? So well-spoken, accountable, plays with his hair on fire, but under control. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't do the silly penalty things. Clearly a communicator.
Green dot helmet, his first ever game against the Minnesota Vikings.
Right.
On a team that had Reuben Foster.
Clearly obsessed, maniacally obsessed with football, right? Like, he checks everybody. What's the box he doesn't check?
I don't know.
Speed, power, size, physicality,
coverage skills,
IQ,
3-down linebacker,
anticipation.
Right.
Like,
Leader,
the guy
leadership.
is the real. He's really the complete package.
Leader.
He's B. Again, I tell you, to run my team from the defensive side of the ball, he is as good of a leader as I could think of that you could create in a lab.
I don't even want to say this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
What's that?
He wins 1 Super Bowl with the 49ers. He'll be on a bigger platform than Patrick Willis. They will revere him. Niner fans will revere him more than P. Willie. And that's tough to say. I love Patrick Willis. But the torch will be officially passed. It's getting close. I think this fan base is starting to be like, yo, we got somebody in 54. This guy's a monster. Hasn't had any major injuries yet. Knock on wood.
No.
He's played every single game. He got hurt against Philadelphia. We're like, oh, boy, Fred Warner came back in that game, played well, did what he could do in that football game to try to help the Niners win. He wins 1 Super Bowl. He's going to be in an argument, or we're going to have a conversation about him being the best middle linebacker in 49er history.
And for such a demanding physical position, because I don't think we view linebacker the same way we view running back, but they're very similar in terms of like, bro, you're in a car crash. How many car crashes a week do you think he's in?
No, 15, 20. Taking on guards, centers, linebacker, tight ends, guys coming down, crash blocking on him. And Ahmad Z, if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, he'll still be in the conversation for being one of the best linebackers in 49er history.
I think so too. I mean,
just look at the numbers. Just look at the game. Watch the game. This guy's a 3-down linebacker. All right, you put him in a nickel. You want to put him in a 3-4. He could be a 3-4 linebacker. Could be a 4-3 linebacker. Play a nitty scheme.
He's so intelligent. He could do anything on any. And if they used him as just a pass rusher, I think he'd be really good at that too.
Right. We were discussing who's more important to the defense, Bosa or Fred Warner. I go back and forth with this thing.
I know. Well, that shows how good both of them are.
Right. So,
have we even asked about how much he's paid?
No.
In a league where we obsess about money, it sure is interesting. Like, when you pay him, you don't even think twice about him, do you?
You don't. You don't.
You never hear any person be like, Fred Warner, man, he's overpaid.
No,
like,
you
even Bosa, people will be like, oh, he doesn't get a sack.
You don't.
And like Warner, that's never a question.
You don't. Klay Thompson, real quick, because we're going to take some calls. I see some calls coming in on Fred Warner. We're going to take everybody.
I think he's just a prototypical leader of any corporation.
No, he's the captain of the team. He's everything you want in a linebacker. Thompson said, Klay Thompson, real quick, I want to get this in, and we'll take these calls. He said, this is according to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Thompson said he went back and watched film from all his misses from the Lakers series. He learned that he was fried. He was tired. All my shots in Game 6 were short. They were all on line. They were just short. I don't know if that's mental fatigue or physical fatigue, but it happens. Then on top of that, I learned as I get older, I had to rely on my teammates and my smarts to be as efficient scoring the ball as I possibly can be.
So forget the first part about the physical exhaustion, which is definitely real for the team and him, because he was carrying the team for a month there. Discernment. That's the number one thing that I came out of last year, and I know he hit the 300 threes and all that. Is shot selection. It's like when and where you're shooting. That is, to me, the number one thing for Klay. We know you can shoot. It's, are you taking good shots at the proper time and not ruining the momentum or the flow, or continuing to chuck when the team really needs to slow it down and get a good look. And by the way, he's not alone.
No,
he was playing with a guy playing at 150 miles per hour in Jordan Poole. So it's not all on Klay, but I would say that like him recognizing that his shot discernment needs to be better, that's
good.
Bigger than all the other physical stuff. That's the number one thing for me.
Yep. I don't know how. I'm not even going to read that. Sweets in Napa. Sweets, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on, Sweets?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we got you loud and clear, Sweets.
Right on. You took the words right out of my mouth when you were talking about Fred Warner and might be as good as Patrick Willis. I bet you P. Willie had no problem passing the torch to that man.
No doubt.
I remember, I don't know who it was, but back when P. Willie was playing, they said that the earth was covered 2/3 by water and the other third was covered by Patrick Willis. The same way about Warner, man. He covers everything.
That's a good line.
He got a slot receiver 50 yards down the field. He's got a middle. He's got a receiver come across the middle. Doesn't matter. He's got it.
That's spot on. That's a great analogy there. 2/3 of the world is covered by water.
I love that.
The other third is covered by Patrick
that.
Willis. That is good. Let's go to David Pleasanton. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to show some love to Bowman real quick because I know we're not bringing him up, but I also wanted to bring up, I love Fred Warner, but I shut down AP when he had to shadow him for the whole game to 3 yards. When it comes to Navarro Bowman, let's not forget the game he showed up in the playoffs against the Atlanta Falcons with the interception. And let's not forget it takes a different type of human being to get on that goal line and acknowledge, I'm going to risk my career and blow out my knee just for this fumble recovery. And he said, screw it, I'm going to do this for my team. It takes a whole different animal to do that, and I just wanted to give him his flowers. That was it.
No, I'm with you on that. On a team with a bunch of tacklers from 2011 to 2013, I'm not going to go after that when he came back with the knee injury. Just that 3-year window. 58 games played, 330 tackles, 105 assisted tackles, 6 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, and multiple interceptions. Bowman was ridiculous.
He got the DPOY stolen from him.
Ridiculous.
And it's sad that he was never the same after that gruesome NFC Championship game. One of the most violent games I've ever watched in my life. Seahawks
Hands
Niners.
down.
I mean, it was a bloodbath. Mike Iupati, we forget, he got hurt in that game.
And Fred Gore got a concussion.
Fred Gore playing with a concussion. Made one of the great plays on 4th down. I thought the Niners, they're about to win the game. Did not happen like that. Sean in Oakland. Sean, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, man. I'm amazed. I'm glad you're talking about this guy, Warner, man, because he's just like a whole prototypical linebacker with like Singletary, Mischke, Buckus, all them, Ray Lewis, Patrick Willis, and Bowman, man. It's just a once-in-a-generation type player, man, and I'm glad he's getting his props of what kind of player he is. I never seen a guy that could cover so much field and so big. It makes no sense. He's like a sprinter.
He's huge.
But in a bodybuilder's body. So, yeah, man, this man is awesome, man. They're going to be paying this guy a lot of money later down the line, so I can't wait to see what his team do this year and see them go into the Super Bowl this year.
Hey, good call, Sean. And one thing Warner admitted in 2021, he came out struggling. We were very critical of Warner. He's over pursuing, missing some tackles. He came out and said, I put a lot of pressure on myself to try to live up to the contract. I kept thinking about it. boy, I got to live up to the money. Got to live up to the money. Second half of 2021, dude was dominant. Admitting that, just going out and admitting that. A lot of fans, oh, man, you're overpaying. He admitted it. It was getting to me a little bit.
I want to know who was the one who said, take this guy, we're going to move him from safety to linebacker.
I think it was D'Amico.
I don't know.
Was it Saleh?
Well, because remember when Patrick Willis, they were going to take Adam Carricker.
Yeah,
right?
I remember that.
From Nebraska.
Yep.
And
I'm so happy they didn't do that.
And Mike Singletary jumped up onto the table, apparently, and was pounding the table for Patrick Willis. I remember watching
because the Niners coached him at the Senior Bowl. Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary.
Right out of my mouth.
Well, it's kind of like Deebo Samuel when Shanahan and company were at the Senior Bowl, and they saw Deebo up close and personal. It was like, yeah, this is the guy we want.
I mean, whoever decided to move him from safety to linebacker and take him in the third round, it's one of the great selections in Niner history.
It really is.
I mean, it really is. I mean, I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. He's been unbelievable.
Well, Baldy always breaks it down on why, or when he covered that game. Baldy was in Minnesota for that game, Niners-Vikings, to start the 2018 season. And Baldy was like, who the hell is this number 48? He's wearing a green dot helmet. Dalvin Cook breaks one down the field like 15 yards or something. And this number 48 comes in and punches the ball out, forces a fumble. Niners are in that football game. We're all thinking, who's 48? Fred Warner? I thought he was a backup. And it was so easy. Like, if Fred Warner doesn't ascend to that level, I don't know if the Niners, it's hard to say.
They're not where they're at now without him.
They're not where they're at, but I'm just thinking
question.
about Reuben Foster. Would they have been that quick to pivot off of Reuben Foster had Fred Warner not been that good?
Well, they clipped him the year before. It was all in year one, I believe.
No, they clipped Reuben Foster year 2.
Was it year 2?
Yeah,
I
year
thought
2.
it was year 1.
Year 2, they were down in Tampa Bay. Year 2, they were struggling.
Year 1.
They were struggling.
Yeah, I don't know about that, B. I mean, they had Elijah Lee out there.
Yeah,
they had a bunch of nobodies.
But he was so legit. So legit that they were just like, you know what, Reuben, you're still acting up. Bye-bye.
Well, I mean, in a way, it's a less extreme version of Trey Lance and Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of goes, like, remember they had Adrian Colbert at safety at one time that they liked early on, and he ended up not panning out. They have not been shy moving off someone. Jimmy Ward was their safety that they liked, that they paid. Gibson came in, and they haven't looked back.
Well, look at that 2018 draft. Mike McGlinchey, Dante Pettis, Tarvarius Moore, Contavious Street, DJ Reed, Marcel Harris, Julian Taylor, and Richie James. And Fred Warner's left.
Wow. Read that off again in order, please.
Mike McGlinchey, Dante Pettis, Fred Warner, Tarvarius Moore, Contavious Street, DJ Reed, who's actually not a bad player.
No, he isn't.
Marcel Harris, Julian Taylor, Richie James.
Richie James still in the league.
Yeah, that's gold. But in back-to-back drafts. Look at these drafts here.
2017?
This is unbelievable. Starting in 2017 with Lynch and Shanahan. All right, you get DJ Jones in the 6th round. Turns out to be a damn good player. George Kittle, you get him in the 5th round. You whip down Ahkello Witherspoon in the 3rd. You whip down Thomas and Foster, but mid-round picks. Boom. Fred Warner, 3rd round pick, 70th overall. Boom. Next draft, 2019, Debo 2nd round. Of course, Nick Bosa was 1st round, but you get Mitch Wisnowski in the 4th round. Nobody's complaining about him.
No.
Then you get a guy named Drake Greenlaw at Arkansas in the 5th round. Gold, right? Gold. Colton McKivitz, 2020, 5th round pick. He's now your starting right tackle.
He's been pretty good.
Jawan Jennings, 7th round pick out of Tennessee.
That's been a nice acquisition.
Charlie Warner, not a bad blocker. Doesn't catch many passes. He's not part of the passing game, but not a bad blocker. Still on the squad. All right? Then you get Diamador Lenore in the 5th round. You get Hufanga in the 5th round. Now you're part of your starting secondary. This is just in 2021.
I know.
These guys striking, of course, the ultimate was Brock Purdy with the 7th pick.
Well, and I think,
or the 7th round pick, the last pick of the draft. I mean, jeez.
Well, I think the one thing we could obsess about missed first rounders, but like right now, Fred Warner. If I told you he went 4th overall, wouldn't you believe me?
Yeah. Well,
like what? It's not like he's physically limited,
right?
George Kittle. If I told you he went 9th overall,
yeah, you would be like, yeah, I get it,
right?
I get it.
If I told you that Debo was a 1st round pick, yeah, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Hufanga, even if I told you he was a late 1st round pick, you'd be like, yeah, I could see that, right? Like that's the one thing I have to give them credit. Not only do they find really good players, they find guys that are athletic freaks,
right?
That are dominant physically. Like that's the other thing, and they clearly love the game. So Man, there's just so much into it. And it's funny because like we're getting texts from the 650 here talking about, well, Patrick Willis didn't start from day one. He was a backup. And yeah, that's what makes the entire story of Fred Warner so incredible. I mean, starting day one as a rookie when no one expected that up in Minnesota and to be the guy who's calling all the coverages.
Right. We got overreactions coming up from week 5. Last thing on Clay, because I know we're bouncing back and forth, but the Warriors play Friday, and we're going to have to get the Warriors back in our life soon, folks. They're here. They're coming, and Klay Thompson's got the contract coming up here. He's a free agent after the season, and he had a great quote about that, about the contract. And he goes, look, man, I don't play this game for money. I never did. I played this game because I idolized my dad. I idolized Kobe Bryant. So he said it's not going to be a thing. The fact that I'm going into my 13th season, that alone, 13th season, gives me such a peace of mind. Granted, I've made money. I've been able to take care of my family, myself, the people I love. But when I started playing this game, I never once thought I'm playing the game because I'm going to be rich and famous. Never did. I played this game because my dad played. I idolized him. My favorite athletes were hoopers, Kobe, Clyde Drexler, Rasheed Wallace, guys I was able to watch growing up, Reggie Miller. I just wanted to do something I love for a living. It happened to be basketball. The fact that I'm doing it for a 13th straight season is amazing. I don't need to go into this year, and I know if I just do my job and I'm in shape and I compete at my highest level, I'm going to make money in this league for a long time, so I don't worry about it. I'm blessed beyond measure. Obviously, you want to make the most in the window you have as an athlete, but I'm not going to let that get in the way of winning a championship. When you win, everything else will be taken care of. What do you think about that? Because I know it's a thing with the fans, like, oh, Clay's thinking about the contract. Oh, it's going to be hovering, him and Steve Kerr. Sounds like it's not going to be hovering for Klay Thompson. Those are his words.
Great. I mean, we'll see when, push comes to shove. Everybody loves to say it's not about the money when we all know that the money is a factor. It may not be the overriding thing.
But for a guy like Klay Thompson, he grew up with money.
Okay, but there's also, I'm not speaking for him, but I know for me, like and people that I know, there are certain people that put status into where they're slotted league-wide or amongst their contemporaries, and so they want respect. They don't want to be disrespected. Like if the Warriors gave him a $1 million deal, he's not accepting, or whatever the lowest amount is for he's not, like, he would feel disrespected. You know what I mean? Like there's a happy medium.
No doubt. But what he's saying basically is like, look, I never got into this game for the money. Got into it for the love. When I got into sports,
that's clear.
Yeah, I got into sports broadcasting. For me, believe it or not, it wasn't about the money. It's because I wanted to do this.
Wait,
and I had fun doing this.
Let me just make this very clear. Nobody should be getting into this industry for the money, because you start off making nothing, working ridiculous hours, and you end up making very, very little as well.
Right. So I personally, I was just like, I just want to do something I love. I don't care about it. The money.
Yes.
If you, like Clay said that last line, if you win or if you're doing your job at the highest level or you're competing, everything else will take care of itself. That's how I feel like for my personal career. I believe Clay when he says, look, it's not going to hover. That will take, if I play well, everything else will take care of itself.
I think so,
I'll
too.
get the money that I want. I'll get the years that I want. I'll get the contract that I want. We'll be good. I think it's that fifth ring. That fifth ring. That's
how many years? How many years? Are you lining them up with Dre?
Yeah, you got to line them up.
Yeah,
if you give them the deal, you line them up all together. You line them up all
30 mil?
No. Who just got paid? Jaylen Brown's getting $60 million a year.
But
I've got no problem paying Clay 30 if Jaylen Brown's getting 60.
If Clay takes 30, that's a good deal for the Warriors.
It's a great deal.
That's a really good deal for the Warriors.
Great deal. So I'm not worried about that. Clay looks like he's in
Look
better
how much
shape.
Tyler Hero's set to make this year.
I know. Exactly. Jordan Poole.
Who do you trust more in a big game?
How about this? All right. Who do you trust more in a big game? Trust Jordan Poole, you trust Klay Thompson.
In a big game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Klay Thompson. What?
Because Jordan Poole's getting 32, 33.
That was my point. Like, if he's in that range, like, yeah. But also, you also have to factor, like, when you give a contract to a younger player like a Jordan Poole.
No, you're projecting how he's going to be, no doubt.
Exactly.
And Clay's probably descending, but the sacrifice he's making, saying, I need to rely more on my teammates to get me more efficient shots, making the extra pass, falling back like he did during the championship run. I think Andrew Wiggins going to have a big role. But I think Clay saying those things, Clay saying that, doesn't it put you at ease as a fan?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because a lot of Warrior fans were projecting Klay Thompson saying, oh, he's not going to sacrifice. Oh, he's not sacrificing bleep. He said that 7 years ago when Kevin Durant came aboard.
Well, yeah, but he's aged since then. He's matured.
But that's what I'm saying. But people hold on to that, what he said back then.
Well, that's unfair. But I would say this, B, like, you could say all the right things. Come game time, are you hoisting recklessly? Or are you, being a little more discerning? And it's a preseason game, so I'm not going to take too much out of it. But there were a couple of shots where I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah, he did hoist. Even I said something boy. I was like, damn.
I'll bite my tongue.
I was like, damn, he chucking. That's Klay. Just let the rock.
But I think this is for me, the evolution of, well, that's just Klay needs to turn into, that's what we do as a team, right? And I think that's, for me, you could see the slow maturation process.
He was. True Down's right. He was a heat check mode the first one. I was like, Klay.
Okay, see?
Klay. No, I even said something about it. But I know Klay when it comes down to it. He's a trusted agent.
Where they came down and they threw it to him at the top of the key on the right-hand side, and he just hoisted.
Steve Kerr he had a deadpan face like, Klay.
I put out something like, Klay looks, he looks very slim right now. And the first comment said, Bonte Hill, Monday morning. Klay's in the best shape of his life and looks amazing.
I'm not going to tweet a single thing during preseason, I promise you. I'm not tweeting anything about the Warriors in preseason.
Well, no, but I think the vibes are fun.
Uh-oh. You know what vibe I like?
What?
It's always fun when she comes on the show.
I don't know where you're going.
I'm going to Oakland. It's my girl, Tony. Tony!
Yes, here I am. First, I wanted to say hello, and this is for Shasky. He's starting out about the crystals. Well, I was thinking today, I was out in the wood at the dawn, the crystal blue persuasion, right? Ooh. That's the vibration you get when you're in the zone. You guys were talking about Klay, where it's more about the feel of the game and getting in and the joy of it than the money, right?
Yep.
That's the stuff that brings you the money, right? When you get in.
You're on it. You're on it, Tony.
Yeah, and how we were talking about, I was saying that Purdy should call his own shots and take command, right?
Yep.
Well, all the athletes, like you guys talk up tennis, look at Alcaraz.
Oh, my gosh, he's such a stud.
He's a big-time player.
Don't even get me started on Carlos Alcaraz.
That Juan Carlos coach dude in his ear the entire time when he can't get into the vibration, the crystal blue, right?
Yep, no doubt. That's a great analogy. Hey, that's a great analogy. Alcaraz with the guy in his ear, and he's telling him to hush up. But Djokovic, Coco Golf, all these guys in the zone on the tennis court. But I'm looking at the basketball court, Tony. How about Dario Saric being in the zone? How about Andrew Wiggins being in the zone?
Yeah, I mean, Alcaraz just feels it, but now Juan Carlos. So you know what? We got to take the coaches out of the ears of the player. When I played for Cal, now they got the tennis players out there, and they got the coaches in their face every 5 seconds. How do you get in the zone, the divine? This ain't a human endeavor. This is a divine endeavor. They got to shut the blank up. You know what I'm saying?
You're
and
preaching.
let the athletes get in the zone. That's why we are athletes. We want to be in that stuff, right? That's the age of Aquarius. When you're of the feel, when you're of the crystal blue persuasion.
I don't know what happened, but I just got high listening to you talk.
It from you. Way to go, Shatsky. You were giving it. That's the vibration. You guys should be playing. They should be playing that song, Crystal Blue Persuasion.
Give it to me,
that
Spadoni.
dude, he got in. He was like a big-time drug addict. Got in, looking at the dawn, and then he could feel the whole thing. That's why we play sports. That's why you guys are so lucky to be on the radio. Oh, my God, you get to talk this stuff up all day long. But now we should get the coaches out of the stuff because, Shanahan doesn't feel it the way Purdy does. And when you feel it, you get instruction from within intuitively what to do next.
Tony, you're touching me. You're touching me.
Thank you.
Oh.
What is this?
Crystal Blue, Tony. Here's your song.
All right.
Give it to me. Come on, you feel that vibration, Tony? Tell me you feel those vibes right now coming through these airwaves. Tell me it's uplifting you. Your feet is lifting off the ground. You're in heaven right now, Tony. You're in the clouds.
We're athletes.
Oh, come on, Tony. Give it to me.
I already was. You were feeling it.
I am feeling it now. I'm feeling it, Tony. Thank you for the call.
You won't have to tell that little purple pill anymore.
Hey, Tony, I could do another 4 hours because I'm feeling it and I'm now in the zone.
Well, you guys are always in. That's why everyone loves to listen. Everyone else is kind of dogged compared to you guys.
But Tony, you don't say
Especially
that
guy, Matt Steinmetz.
Dude, there's no Morty Melon with the roast, baby. There's no Morty Melon. Tony, you have a great day.
You know what? Wait.
Hold on.
You guys asked me what else I do. Shit, I write screenplays and everything. Taking command. I almost got Russell Crowe to do it. It's all about this stuff. Getting in.
Wait a minute. You wrote a screenplay and Russell Crowe almost
you know
did
what?
the screenplay?
You can go on the podcast. It's called Taking Command. You can listen to the whole thing. It's at you can go online, www.takingcommand.us. It's all about getting in the zone big. I've written books about getting in the zone.
Tony, I would take you more as a Fantasia person with all the shrooms and acid I assume that you're doing, because that was more your thing.
Wait. If you got a direct line to God, do you need to take drugs?
Absolutely not.
Love you.
Absolutely not, Tony.
My God.
Absolutely not.
I mean, it's so much bigger than taking a, I grew up in Piedmont, too, with that boy you like to talk about. What's his name? Brad Gilbert, right?
You know Brad?
You know BG, Tony?
You start out early there. You give it up. 9th grade, you've done everything, right?
Tony, please call once a week.
I'd call every day, but your gatekeeper keeps me out.
Sam is a prude.
Well, all right. Well, thank you guys.
See ya.
And that crystal blue persuasion.
Oh my God.
Give it to me. Give me that song again.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh man, I feel
Who's
so
the
good
artist?
right now. Oh my God.
Tommy, James, and the Shondells.
When did
Probably
this come
snitching
out?
music. It's probably snitching music, but this is fair California cruising music. Blowing the draw in the wind. Tony's got her hair blowing out there in the drop top down Highway 1. Listening to this. I can vibe to this.
Crystal blue is meth, right? We're all in the
I think. I don't know. I've never done that.
The only crystal I know is Crystal Bay up in Tahoe.
Yeah, I mean,
or Crystal
I did watch Breaking
Springs
Bad.
Golf Course. Shout out my guy who runs it.
Well, shout out to Tuco in Breaking Bad when he said, Walter White was like, this is blue. It came out blue. He goes, blue, yellow, green. I don't care. Tuco. He didn't care if it was blue or white. He didn't care.
Tony,
just give him to Chris.
Who needs drugs when you have a direct connection to God?
Direct line to God.
Dude, she is like in her bag. You want to talk about somebody who sees the field like Brock Purdy? It's Tony.
And she, what she said? Coaches, shut the hell up. Just let the players do what they do. Us athletes, we talk to ourselves. We feel it from within. And I feel Tony. She has a way of getting to me, man. Getting to my soul. I feel uplifted whenever I hear her voice. I would go watch a game with Tony. Maybe we could set that up. Bud in Oakland. How do you follow that up, Bud in Oakland?
You don't.
Bud in Oakland.
Hey, so, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Man. I just got a quick message for all of the Niner fans. And this is me speaking as a Raider fan, but as a Bay Area native first. So, listen, man. Raider fans, we're never haters. As a Bay Area native, we appreciate the 49ers being good. You guys make the Bay Area look good. We know you guys have a good team every year. Why? Because you guys employ a coach for 10 years or more. The Raiders are changing coaches like we change socks. But with that being said, stop calling us haters, man. We appreciate it.
Wait, who's calling you a hater, Bud?
Well, I have all these other different Niner fans in my family. Niner fans I see around the Bay Area. Listen. We just chop it up. But listen, man.
No, you guys. Can I say something to you, Bud, real quick? I got a lot of love for the Raider Nation. Screw Jerry Jones for getting you guys in Las Vegas. You should have been in L.A. if you moved at all. But you guys showed me a lot of love early in my career, going over there to the Oakland Coliseum. I got a lot of love for the Black Hole. I got a lot of love for the Raider Nation. You guys are passionate fans. I don't think you guys are haters. Some of you get bitter, like Big Dog City. You get bitter because your team loses. You want to take shots at us. That's every fan. But nobody's calling. Not on this show. We're not calling you guys haters.
Well, real quick. I just want to tell all the Niners fans, we want you guys to be good, but win something, because you guys all this rah. I'm not speaking to not to you guys on the show, but I mean, you guys can go 15-0 and lose on the biggest stage. So all the rah, just tone it down until you guys actually win. Regular season is fine, but win the big one, and then get all in my face when I come to the family barbecue and stuff like that. Then get all in my face and this and that you know what I mean?
But it sounds like you need to call your family and tell them people to stop hating.
What do you bring to the barbecue? If someone said, "Hey, I'm throwing a barbecue," what do you bring? No, I'm serious.
Hey, I'm bringing potato salad, and I'm actually going to bring a nice special platter that I like to put together with all the works on it, fruit, meat, cheese, snack crackers.
Hey, you know what? You sound like the way you said, but the way you said potato salad. I bet you make a good potato salad. The way you say potato salad, you said it like
the eggs
potato
are the most
salad.
important part of the potato salad.
It's actually I call it a Creole potato salad. It's a little red to it, you know.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Cayenne,
a little cayenne pepper. Yeah.
Well, it's not cayenne pepper, but I can't give you the secret. But
okay. See, we're your friends, bud. We pull for you. We pull for you.
It's paprika, man. It's paprika.
Paprika. Gotcha. You guys up. Hopefully, your family's not listening. They don't steal it from you. Thanks for the call, bud.
Gave up way too quickly, the secret there. Come on, bud.
From one Raider fan to another.
Yeah, I don't need to hear about a Raider fan about the Niners right now. We suck. We don't need to be talking.
He's really bad.
Yeah, I don't know why. He sounded like he was getting his feelings. The Niners were talking. The Niners were talking their talk, and he got in his feelings. It's all right.
Okay, we've had a family thread going forever, and JP Money is just dogging Jimmy G in the family thread, and he's just like strutting. Like, I told you Jimmy's garbage, and I'm like, look, Jimmy ain't great. But Josh McDaniels
is worse.
Sucks.
Yeah, he's the worst.
I'm so happy.
He's the worst.
We have Kyle Shanahan. Have you seen what Josh McDaniels is looking like? Punting when he should be kicking when he should be going for it, going for it when he should be like, I don't even know. Like, the guy, he's terrible.
Yeah, I actually feel bad for Jimmy. I do. I feel bad.
He's
another
terrible.
guy. He's another. He takes some hits. Look, to my deathbed, I'll say everybody reacted off of 2019. He wasn't as bad as what everybody. He had one bad playoff game. I see Peyton Manning struggle for 5 straight years in the postseason. Look awful. We're going to write him off? No, we're not. We wrote off Jimmy so damn quick. First postseason against a good defense. I'll go to my deathbed.
Yeah, Peyton was an MVP, but continue.
But he was. But he struggled. Steve Young.
Yeah, again, MVPs.
Yeah, but he struggled in the playoffs.
Jimmy, he had one healthy year. Like, there's a difference between Peyton Manning, Steve Young, and Jimmy G.
At the time, we overreacted to Jimmy struggling in the playoffs. It's like it is his first postseason. How long did it take Kirk Cousins to win a damn playoff game?
I mean, it's Kirk Cousins. Who is putting Kirk Cousins? So I'm glad you say Kirk Cousins.
Ben Roethlisberger's first Super Bowl run. Go look at his numbers.
Okay, again,
they went
Ben
in spite of
Roethlisberger,
him.
Steve Young, Peyton Manning
but I'm not saying
here,
that though. You're not hearing me
Jimmy's
though.
down here.
You're not hearing me though. You know, they struggle too. Everybody struggles in the postseason when you're playing the best of the best.
Mitty G struggled more than anybody, though. Okay,
Ben Roethlisberger has
the coach was like,
numbers.
"You're not throwing. We're handing it off. If we could, I'd kneel."
It was the first, dude. It was the perfect game plan.
Yeah.
George Kittle yelled at the sideline. Kittle yelled at the sideline, keep running the ball down their throats. When you play the game of football, there's nothing more demoralizing than somebody running the ball in your face over and over and over and over again. When you can't stop the run, there's nothing more demoralizing in a game of football. And then I said, well, we're going to get 7 yards to the pop. Here you go, Mostert. Here you go, Mostert. They threw the ball in the Super Bowl.
If Brock Purdy was presented with the exact same situation, you think Kyle Shanahan's dialing up the exact same way?
I don't know at that time.
I
don't know at that time.
I feel very confident in saying that, like, Jimmy G is a solid player. He gets hurt way too much.
He does.
He'll never be the GREAT.
No, of course not.
He'll never be the great word. Ever. You cannot bestow great upon
nobody
Jimmy
ever
G.
called him great. Who called him great?
I'm just saying in general.
Nobody called him great.
Well,
Nobody ever thought he was great.
Steve Young, I'm just saying, like, Steve Young, if you're going to compare, like, Peyton Manning and Steve Young, those guys were great.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is even the great ones struggle in the postseason.
Yeah, okay. Bond struggled.
How many years did they say Peyton Manning? How many years did they say Peyton Manning can't win the big one?
Yeah, but during the regular season, Peyton Manning.
Who cares about the regular season?
He was the offensive coordinator.
So by that logic, Jimmy G was good in the regular season in 2019, was he not?
He was good that
Did he
one
not
year.
go to Seattle and win a game for the first time since Alex Smith?
Amazing.
Did he not go 18-22 for 285?
It was a great game.
I wasn't saying anything then.
Case Keenum also took his team to the playoffs.
Right? No, he didn't take his team to the playoffs. They won in spite of him. Come on, man.
Look, I'm here for the Jimmy G revisionist history.
Yeah, it's flawed. It's flawed. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going like Jimmy's struggling. I'm glad he's not our quarterback no more.
Hey, Bontek.
I'm glad.
Go deep.
Hey, that was bad. That was bad. That was bad. That was very bad. He may not even make the playoffs anymore in his career. So we might not see it ever again. May not. But let's not have revisionist history. That Vikings defense was really good that year. Really good.
But what I'm saying is anyone could have a good year. Mac Jones had a good year and went to the playoffs.
Yeah, but you could have an MVP season and still flame out in the playoffs.
Yeah, but there's levels, is what I would say.
Peyton Manning, first Super Bowl run, wasn't really that great. Remember they went to Baltimore, they kicked 5 field goals to beat the Ravens. They kicked 5 field goals, couldn't get it in the end zone. Peyton Manning.
Anyone but Rex Grossman, they lose that game. He wasn't even good in the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying.
It was so bad.
That's what I'm saying. And he's great. It happens. It happens. You're so right about that, Spinoni. Dominic Rhodes was the better player in that Super Bowl. Dominic Rhodes.
So a guy who was a symphony conductor at the line of scrimmage for 20 years should be on the same level as Jimmy G because they both struggled in the playoffs?
No, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing.
Barry Bonds is the greatest player of all time.
Don't move the goalpost.
He didn't have a great postseason until 2002.
Right. And people thought it was steroid influenced. So, there you go.
Might have been.
I think if we look back on it when their careers are over, I think Peyton Manning underachieved, and I think Jimmy Garoppolo overachieved.
No, I think Kyle Shanahan. Looking back on it right now, I can't think higher of Kyle Shanahan.
Well, yeah, you better win a big one.
I mean, it helps when you have, Christian McCaffrey.
He gets credit for bringing those guys in.
And if we're going to go down this road, Super Bowl 54 is more on Shanny than it is on Jimmy. Call a damn timeout before halftime. You got John Lynch in the suite. Hey, timeout. We're playing the Chiefs. We can't be content with 10 points and being tied at the half. Call a timeout. I went crazy in his green room. Crazy. I've never seen that in football. I've never seen that. You had the perfect time to go double up. Go double up. You get the ball after halftime. Double up.
It's Jimmy G.
Well, if you didn't trust him, why'd you throw the ball 4 straight times for the 49-yard line? No, run the ball. You had 3 timeouts in the minute 49 at midfield.
I mean, I didn't know he'd be closing his eyes, getting whacked in the head.
That was in the first half. And he bounced back and he tied the game up. Right? Did he not? Come on.
It was a team-wide failure. The defense collapsed.
Oh, my gosh.
Quan Alexander dropped an interception.
Oh, my
Sherman
gosh.
is pressing Sammy Watkins for no reason. I mean, there's a variety of reasons. The Chiefs scored like 20 points in the final 6 minutes.
Shanahan coach scared. He coach scared.
No, it was all
and
of them.
Hopefully he learns
not
from that.
one. It's all.
Hopefully he learns from that. But don't blame just Jimmy for the Super Bowl. That's what we're not going to do. All right, fast 5. You know what? My final thought is JP money. If Brock Purdy struggles in the playoffs, you're going to turn your back on him too? Good Lord. How the hell? Can we just please move on from Jimmy once? Hey, NFL, take the Raiders off of primetime television. Please.
They're on in 2 more weeks, by the way.
Against who?
At Detroit.
Oh, my. Monday Night Football?
Yep.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Aiden Hutchinson, 5 sacks.
Oh, my God. What a disaster that's going to be. Oh, man. Jimmy's never leaving my life. Can we just move on to Brock, please?
Everybody needs to say a prayer for Devontae Adams because I don't think he'll make it through this season with all the medicine balls Mitty G's been throwing up to him.
His targets. He didn't get any targets last game.
Hey. Look, it's been a Brock Purdy love fest around here. We're not going to talk about those medicine balls he threw to Christian McCaffrey.
I told you that McCaffrey got a concussion. That one was bad.
Brock Purdy be getting away with some medicine balls too now.
That one was bad.
I love you, Brock, but you be throwing some medicine balls too.
Well, it is a physical game.
And McCaffrey almost ended up in the hospital. Boy, got cracked.
Yeah, he did.
All right.
But my final thought is, in the words of Steiny, Jimmy G's lousy.
This is what Bud in Oakland, I think, was talking about. There's a lot of Niner fans texting him that Jimmy Garoppolo sucks. Ha ha, Brock Purdy's better. So I get it.
Hey,
it's fine.
It's the same guy who was crying when he got hurt in Kansas City. We're doing Periscope Live chats. He had tears coming out his eyes because Jimmy G got hurt.
Well, he was the savior then. Now he's not. Now it's Brock Purdy.
Now we turned his back. Oh, you guys, you fans kill me sometimes. Kill me. Lovin, where you at?
My final thought is, hey, look at that. Deshaun Watson's not practicing today. Also, I am going to change my title. I'm no longer the producer of the Morning Roast. I am officially the gatekeeper of the Morning Roast. I'm going to roll with that from now on. Shout out, Tony.
Wait, do you know Ghostbusters? I'm the key master. Are you the gatekeeper?
I thought you were going to rename your Twitter account Bernie Kosar's #1 fan.
Yeah. But Bernie Kosar's #1 friend, more like it.
Oh, I like that. Way to play with words, Sam Lutman. That's why we love you on the roast. We love Twitch and YouTube. What an end to the show. What a show. Bernie Kosar. Honestly, yeah. Mary Kay Kabat was really good. Mary Kay set the tone. CJ Holmes came in, cleaned it up. Fun show.
Are we going to always argue about the ending of the Harbaugh Super Bowl and the ending of that Shanahan Super Bowl?
Yes, we will.
For the end of time?
Probably.
End of time?
I watched that. You guys started a side thread because I was watching the Super Bowl in Cabo.
That or Felix Rodriguez? Or Dusty flipping the ball?
All right, we're good to go.
Scott Spezio, I hate you.
Fast Five brought to you by
Stupid Rally
Next
Monkey.
Generation TNG Network. Don't talk about monkeys. Only let
I
Jerry Jones.
hate the Rally Monkey.
Let Jerry Jones talk about that. They make him laugh. Only from Xfinity, the future starts out with Stardy Guru. Yeehaw!
Shop premium.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Simons along with Evan Giddings today. Evan Giddings in the house. He's got a little family business to take care of today. He'll be back tomorrow.
Don't worry, it's not a Thursday.
No, he'll be
back for Thursday.
He's just flip-flopping days this week. How's that? Now, go take care of your business.
Exactly, yeah. We send our well wishes out to the Goo.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm going to take a minute real quick to thank. Do you know that I got a secret admirer, I think? A P1 secret admirer that doesn't tell me their name?
How many?
I think it's just one.
If you ain't seen, you ain't
But
trying.
I got something in the mail yesterday, birthday gift. I got some Chivas Regal. I guess it's bourbon or something.
Okay.
And I got a book, and I got some peanut butter pretzels from. They just refer to themselves as a loyal P1. So thank you very much, loyal P1.
Well, we got a lot of loyal listeners, especially from 10 to 2 here, but of course all across 95.7 The Game. So that's cool. People show love.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's funny. We're going to start out talking 49ers today. A couple things to me that were pretty interesting. One was Peter King on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday talking about Brock Purdy. And I do want to kind of get into Kyle Shanahan's role in his development, but also just the idea of Kyle Shanahan and talking before the game to his team about the Cowboys, Evan. He said, you know what? If we lose, but we play the right way, that game will be a success tomorrow. That's what he said Saturday night. He talked about the possibility of losing to his team, and he downplayed it. And I think the moral of the story is he wanted to make sure his team, the 49ers, actually treated it just like another game. That's what it sounded like to me.
And I think it aligns with what we also heard post-game from Fred Warner, from Nick Bosa, from a lot of the leaders, specifically on the defensive side, but also even a guy like Brock Purdy, who's still pretty young and, to his credit, has never lost a football game in the regular season. The guys simply approach and did approach Sunday Night Football like I'm assuming they're going to approach this upcoming Sunday against Cleveland. Very different situations, very different opponents, perhaps more kind of juice behind the Cowboys game and Cowboys week as opposed to the Cleveland Browns. But that's that. It's not a laissez-faire attitude, but it's a blue-collar, workman-like attitude that I think Kyle Shanahan has had throughout his entire time in San Francisco. But in a season like this, where you're coming off of such heartbreak in an NFC Championship game, I think it is difficult to try and get yourself on a different mental level each and every week. And so Kyle Shanahan's approach is, well, let's just maintain the same one. We know that our roster is probably good enough to beat the majority of football teams around this league. And if we don't take ourselves out of the game, if we don't approach it the way that the Cowboys did, which was clearly undisciplined, maybe a little bit putting too much on that game and the emphasis on winning it, I just think Kyle Shanahan believes that his team at an even-keeled state are good enough talent-wise and also with the ability to execute the way that they do. There's no team that's going to be able to beat them unless something severely wrong happens.
I had a coach once who one of his sayings was, we establish the level of play, and if the other team can meet it, then they can meet it, and we'll play them down to the wire. If they can't meet it, then we're just going to win by the way we're going to win. And that's, to me, a little bit like what the 49ers are doing. I actually think it's easier for pro teams, the players and the coaches to I think fans get more caught up in, wow, Cowboys, that's a big game. Cleveland's a little bit lesser of an important game, even though in terms of the conference it isn't. But what I'm saying is I do think that the players for the most part are able to compartmentalize. And it's not that they didn't know Dallas was the opponent Sunday. Of course they knew Dallas was the opponent on Sunday, and it was a big game, and that Dallas is a good team. But I do think that's what they are. They're a good team. They're one of the top 3 teams in the NFC. Let's go out, play them, see where we stand. Okay, we beat them. Now who do we got? We got the Cleveland Browns. You know what? They got a really good defense. Let's go there. I do think that this team's mentality doesn't take into account to too great a degree who the opponent is. They're trying to do what they are wanting to do.
And I think that's because they understand the only opponent that really matters are the ones in January and February.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean you can just skip past games. It doesn't mean you can overlook opponents. But I do think that more than any other season, Kyle Shanahan has approached this year from a macro level view. Each and every game is a step towards the ultimate prize. Not one is not more important than the other. All that matters is stacking W's. And to their credit, they've been able to do that better than all but one team in football, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. And what did we say coming into the season, Steiny? That it was all about maintaining a pace and keeping the exact same line as the Eagles. Because whether you believe the 49ers are better, whether you believe that they're worse, I personally think there's no argument against them looking worse than the Eagles right now. I think they've looked like the best team in football through 5 weeks. But at the end of the season, if you're in a position to have home field advantage, that's another box that you have to check. And so right now, the 49ers, better than any other team, have checked every single box at just about every single level and phase of the game. And so when I hear Kyle Shanahan say to his team prior to arguably the biggest game so far of the NFL season and the biggest matchup that people are looking towards, this is just another game, that to me, it does give me a little more insight into the mind of Kyle Shanahan and the attitude, which I don't think has largely changed since he's gotten here. But now that he has every single piece at his disposal, he can finally implement that every single game matters. But at the end of the day, we're really playing for February.
Yeah, exactly. And we were talking yesterday about Purdy, and I was asking, how can he possibly look better? He's already been undefeated in his regular season games. And the one thing I thought about was, well, one way he could be better or show improvement is, I guess what? You go into Cleveland and you don't turn it over and you score 3 or 4 touchdowns on offense and the defense is solid. And maybe we're looking at 31-13 in Cleveland. And at that point, you realize that this team's essentially taken every team apart, and the level of play that they've established can't be touched by anybody.
No, and I think Cleveland's a game, and I know we'll talk about it later in the week, but I think that's a game where there's a different kind of challenge, and it's going to be specific to Brock Purdy because Cleveland also has a pretty good defense, but Deshaun Watson didn't practice today. We don't know if it's going to be Dorian Thompson-Robinson, what quarterback's going to be under center for a Cleveland offense that's already been kind of marginal throughout this year. But you're right. It is a different kind of challenge. It's a 10 a.m. game on the East Coast. It's probably going to be not so great weather. Forecast is looking like 55, maybe a bit of rain, so there could be something else to throw at Purdy. But that doesn't mean that I have any less faith that he's not going to win that football game and then he's not going to do it handedly because he's passed every single test thus far. And to me, this is just a different kind of test.
Has he played in the rain? Has he played in the rain?
Not in downpour. Not
Purdy
yet.
played in the rain? I tell you what, I know it does. It doesn't rain a lot in Ames. Where's it? Des Moines, Iowa City,
Ames, Iowa. Yeah, Iowa State.
We may have found it, ladies and gentlemen. Can Purdy quarterback in the rain and or the snow? And what about wind? What about high winds?
Oh, he's been doing it his whole life. No, actually, he's been.
We're running out of stuff. I know that.
But it kind of reminds me just on paper of the game last year against Washington where we were talking all week about how Washington's got that incredible defensive line. They got Montez Sweat. Chase Young was coming back. Other big boys up front that could pose a problem. And Brock Purdy absolutely diced them, and the 49ers put up 30 points. So, look, I don't think this is a game where I'm going to look too much into it, but I do think that there is something there to Brock Purdy and how much he is either reliant on Kyle Shanahan or how much Kyle Shanahan is reliant upon him. Because I find it very difficult, Steiny, to disjoint them, to not look at them as one and the same. Because I don't think Brock Purdy is as successful as he is without Kyle Shanahan. And it's very clear from the last 6 years of having watched quarterbacks in San Francisco that Kyle Shanahan is not as successful without Brock Purdy. So how does that offense continue to roll? I don't know if it can improve, but I do think there are different degrees of difficulty that Brock Purdy can continue to go against and continue to prove that he can succeed in those.
Yeah, I think you're right. The next step for Purdy is to Okay, they scored 40. They're scoring 33 a game. Well, let's assume they're not going to be able to score 33 a game in the playoffs. Okay. Well, can you score 27 a game in the playoffs, but still not turn the ball over? Yeah, that's just as good. You know, if you're playing a really good team in the playoffs, you're not going to be expected to score 38. Maybe if it's a shootout, those things happen. But the reality is all you'd want out of Purdy is the same kind of performance, with maybe the understanding that it's not going to be as impressive because they're going to be going up against a really good defense. But as long as he doesn't turn the ball over, that's the number one thing we're talking about right now. He doesn't turn the ball over. If you don't turn the ball over, you're going to have to play pretty well to beat the Niners.
Well, and the 49ers did turn the ball over against the Cowboys. I know it wasn't Purdy, but they did fumble. And I think that was their second turnover of the season.
Right.
The turnover battle was even in that game, and Dallas lost by 32 points. Like, that is, to me, yes, Purdy's a huge part of that, but that's just the separation that the Niners, they have so many different ways to beat you. Like, for example, if the 49ers only scored 20 points in a monsoon-like game this weekend against Cleveland, or if they score 24.
Right.
You think Cleveland's scoring 24 points against that defense? Like, that's the other part of it, too,
exactly.
is that the 49ers, if they're scoring 30 points, and you can pretty much pencil that in, like Kyle Shanahan has had elite offenses in the past as far as scoring points. He's done it as a coordinator. He's done it as, quality control with teams early in his career. He's done it even with the 49ers. But to me, he's never had an offense that has performed at this level and a defense that has been this dominant in the same season. That, to me, is the difference between the teams that Kyle Shanahan has coached in San Francisco and even before, and the one he has in 2023. This is an elite team that you can make the argument has the number one offense and the number one defense, and they don't hurt themselves. They're buttoned up, they're disciplined, they execute, and that's the reason why not only they're 5-0, but they have a plus 99 point differential. They're the best team in football.
Well, and they also may have the MVP.
I've not asked a soul, but there are 50 voters. I certainly would vote for him. He's the leading quarterback in the NFL, playing for the best team in the NFL. It's hard to imagine that he wouldn't win it.
And that was Peter King on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, saying if the season were to end today, keep in mind we're only 29% done with the season, but if the season were to end today, he said he thinks Brock Purdy would win the MVP. And if using the criteria, Spinoni, that I've used my entire life for most valuable players, I have a system, and I think it should be implemented worldwide when it comes to most valuable players.
Please explain.
And I will. Peter King's right. You don't start with the player. You start with teams. Who's the best team in the league? Then you ask yourself, do they have an MVP-worthy candidate? And if they do, that's the MVP. The best player on the best team. Under that scenario right now, I think it's Purdy. The 49ers are 5-0. And if you want to say McCaffrey, you can say McCaffrey, but the bottom line is traditionally it's quarterback. So it's the Tim Duncan theory. Well, the Spurs were 60-22. That's the best record in the league. And Tim Duncan's the best player on that team, and he's really, really good. So it's Tim Duncan. So it's done.
So lock it up.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's the MVP.
Right now, through 5 games.
But last week we were talking about how Christian McCaffrey was the MVP.
Well, and that's one of the things that...
And last week it was a different defensive player of the year than it was this week because Fred Warner was unbelievable against Dallas.
No doubt. No doubt. But that's the point of the exercise, Evan, is to acknowledge it's early in the season and that because it's so early in the system, there can be a lot of volatility from one game to another. For example, if Brock Purdy, if for some reason the 49ers were to stub their toe in Cleveland, Brock Purdy 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, he won't be the leader in the clubhouse after week 6.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I think so.
See, right now, I think
Josh Allen takes over for him, or Mahomes, or even Jalen Hurts.
That assumes Josh Allen doesn't lose in London again. I think that right now
so unfair to play there.
What do you mean? Jacksonville had to play there twice.
Exactly.
Back-to-back weeks.
Well, that's different.
With no home cooking.
you ever eat food in London?
Never been to London.
It's good, great city.
Tikka masala, excellent.
Great set, great city.
Oh, so you're saying that the Bills spent too much time at the pub?
Possibly. Although, you know what's quietly about London is, there are pubs all over the place. Everybody loves the pub. Everybody loves talking in the pubs and getting to know people and having a great time. They close early. 11:30, night.
Yeah, I hate that.
Pubs are only open till about 11:30. If you want to drink after that, you got to go to a club. And that's where your boy's out.
That's where you're at, or where Josh Allen's
No, that's
at?
where I'm out.
Oh, I see.
I'm out. That's where I make curfew.
I was day drinking.
Well, where I'm out is the fact that even if Brock Purdy somehow has a bad game, which I don't think he will against Cleveland, I think the gap right now between 1 and 2 in the MVP race that Peter King is talking about is such a wide margin that I don't think someone's going to catch him by the end of this weekend. Now, by the end of the season, there could be a completely different MVP. I know Jalen Hurts was the leader in the clubhouse for about half the season last year until Patrick Mahomes started to turn it on because he had a slow start. A couple of years ago, Josh Allen was the front runner, and then he got I think that right now Brock Purdy and the rest of the league are at such odds because Brock Purdy is the best player on the best team, and it's not close because of what they just did to Dallas. So I don't think that there is a gap that someone can overcome within a week. That's going to make me change my mind. What I think is interesting, though, is how we discuss the 49ers and each of their players being so supremely dominant at their position, and that's why they're able to complement each other so well. Like Fred Warner might be the best or is playing like the best middle linebacker in football right now. According to PFF, Nick Bosa is the best edge rusher in football. Brock Purdy is playing statistically like the best quarterback in football. Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in football. Trent Williams might be the best left tackle in football. Brandon Ayuk might be the best route runner in football. Like, they have so much at their disposal, and I think at the center of it all, to me, is the head coach.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. And in fact, the more you watch the 49ers, and we've played this game a lot, what could they win without McCaffrey? Well, they have won without McCaffrey. Maybe not the whole thing, but they've been a successful team without McCaffrey. Could they win without Purdy? Well, Jimmy got him as a quarterback. They were pretty good with Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm starting to think, what if you took Kyle Shanahan off this team? How good would they be? How different would they look? Would they just look like a good team? Unlike them, would they be like the Eagles or the Cowboys? Would they look like the Cowboys without Kyle Shanahan?
To take a line from Kyle Shanahan 2 weeks ago in his postgame presser, don't talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need to talk about it.
I don't even want to think about that.
Because Kyle Shanahan's going to be the coach here for a while, but I do think that I don't think you can separate Kyle Shanahan from the 49ers. But speaking about the MVP, okay, here's what I would say. And I'm saying this because Bonte and Guru aren't here right now. And I remember getting into this with them in 2019. But I'm sorry. I'll say it. MVP, who cares? You telling me when the Niners in 2019, when the Niners were 11-2, and Jimmy Garoppolo had 25 touchdown passes and 10 interceptions, you telling me he wasn't like the front runner for the MVP at that point, or one of them? He had to be. They were 11-2, and he was pretty good, right?
I think that is a different situation, and I don't think that
team wasn't as good.
Jimmy Garoppolo is in the MVP conversation that year to me, and granted, I was not in the Bay Area media covering them as closely as we cover the 49ers now. But to me, Jimmy Garoppolo felt like the MVP of that season the same way Kirk Cousins felt like an MVP candidate last year.
Why do you do this?
What do you mean?
We just started the show.
Well, it's about 20 minutes in. I thought I'd bring up your boy. Kirk Cousins was 13-3 last year. He was through for, I think, north of 30 touchdowns. Close. I'm
sure.
He was Captain Clutch, Captain Kirk, in 11 games, 11-0, and one-score games. But everyone kind of thought that it was a little bit flukish and statistically probably should have lost some of those games that he won. I don't think anyone believed that Kirk Cousins was going to win the MVP last season, but because of what his team had done and what he had been able to help them do, was in the conversation all year long.
Right.
That's how I looked at Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019.
Okay. Well, let me look at.
I think they're very different situations.
Purdy and Garoppolo.
Purdy now and Jimmy Garoppolo then.
Okay. Well, let me just for the sake of argument put up an argument for Jimmy Garoppolo, because we tend to forget this. Okay, so Jimmy Garoppolo is traded for. He goes 5-0, right?
Yep.
5-0. Next year comes around, he gets hurt. They were 1-1 at that point. They lost the game he got hurt in, but he missed the whole season, right? Mm-hmm. He missed the whole season, essentially. Then he comes back from injury. They start 8-0 and 11-2. So what I'm saying is, let's not forget that Jimmy Garoppolo did not have this juggernaut behind him. They were good, but they weren't this good. So all I'm saying is, before we start saying, this guy's the guy, keep in mind that Jimmy Garoppolo at one point was 16-2 essentially in his first 18 games as a starter. If you want to take out the first 2 games of the year he was injured. They went 5-0 and 11-2. And that team, and I could say, well, okay, so Purdy's 10-0. Well, Jimmy was 15 or 16-2 his first 18 games, and the team wasn't as good. That would be the devil's advocate position.
It is, but I think we both understand that the one area where Brock Purdy checks, where Jimmy Garoppolo did not, is the eye test.
No doubt, but maybe he's passing the eye test more easily because they got so many great players that there's always something for him.
And we can dig into more of that on the other side.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30 today. Also, I want to get into a little bit about the morning show. Had Bernie Kosar on, former Cleveland quarterback, and it was a phenomenal interview. And we're trying to do some editing on that because I want to play that. It was one of those interviews that sticks out, and I'd love to play it for you if you haven't heard it. But on the other side, do you believe in PFF stats? Well, if you do, you're not going to like this one. If you don't, well, you'll like this stat that we're going to throw at you. It's all brought to you by Lucky California.
You have a taste for beef with a higher standard? Because Lucky proudly carries USDA choice beef that's tender, juicy, and
not here. Oh, heavens. Heavens, no.
No, we miss him.
No.
Every single day.
But he would say, I'm cooking the books with this one. And this is, or I'm throwing shade at Brock Purdy.
Well, I know Goo's not here, but I can fight you if you want.
Do you have any bricks over there to throw at me?
No,
wants to throw at me?
I'll find one.
And I did it. I just said, we're talking about Purdy, and I just thought for a minute and said, well, don't forget, Jimmy Garoppolo got off to a great start, too. 5-0. Then he went 1-2, but you got to throw that out. You got to throw the 1 and 2 out. He got hurt. He got hurt on game 2. Let's make him 1-1.
Okay, sure.
1-1. So now he's 6-1, and he started out the next season 11-2. So Jimmy Garoppolo, whether you like it or not, started out 17-3 as a starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, did I say? And you know what? He looked better than Brock Purdy does now. No, I wouldn't say that. Brock Purdy looks a lot better than Jimmy Garoppolo looked back then, even though Garoppolo started 17-3. But can't we also acknowledge that Purdy's got a better team around him than Garoppolo had at that time?
100%.
So all I'm saying is this is a team effort, and it's always been a team effort with this team.
And it's all been under Kyle Shanahan. But before I get into that, because you're forcing me to say it, Steiny.
Oh,
you're forcing me to just come out and just say it, to just put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Adco Pest Control.
By the way, we don't know what the pest of the month is.
That's right. Goo had his meeting yesterday.
Goo, can you text me? Pest of the month.
Could be a pest, could be pests, plural. We'll find out. But you're forcing me to say it. Brock Purdy has had the greatest 10-game start to a career by any quarterback ever. You're forcing me to say it by bringing up Jimmy Garoppolo in the same vein in his start, because Jimmy Garoppolo, and the argument for him was that he won games.
Right.
But if you look statistically, he was good. Sometimes he was great. Other times he was average. But they found ways to win because of what I believe Kyle Shanahan was able to do with him. What is very clear to me about Brock Purdy is that everything is available to Kyle Shanahan because of Brock Purdy. Now, if you want to say that Brock is a product of his environment, that he was born on third base in the NFL, there's certainly arguments that I'll hear. But the fact remains that Brock Purdy has a quarterback rating better than any other quarterback to start their career through the first 10 games. His metrics are undeniable. And what he just did to the number one defense, well, formerly number one defense on Sunday Night Football, is also undeniable. He has help from his defense, from his weapons, from his play caller, all the way up to his front office. But he has still done what no other quarterback has done. And that, to me, is why, as much as I hear your argument about Jimmy Garoppolo winning and having a fantastic start to his career, these two are not the same.
No, I know they're not the same. Purdy looks a lot better. Purdy looks a lot better than Garoppolo.
He's played a lot better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
No doubt. So, but what I'm asking 49er fans help with here is if you acknowledge, look, Purdy's looked better than Garoppolo ever looked, right? He has. Okay, well, then let's at least acknowledge that the 49ers went 17-3 with Jimmy Garoppolo, his first 20 games as a quarterback. So we got to acknowledge there's a baseline there where if you get the 49er system to a certain degree, you're probably going to win 60% of your games. Why? I think because of Kyle Shanahan, right?
Oh, and that's where I was going, which is I think the common denominator in all of this is the head coach. And when Kyle Shanahan came up short in NFC title games and in the Super Bowl, we held his feet to the fire. And we talked about what he could and what he couldn't do. And sometimes we nitpicked. Sometimes we talked and criticized him in ways I believe were fair. But what we can't do this season is just simply not talk about him at all, which is what it feels like we've done, because everything has been about probably one of the most incredible stories that I've been able to witness in NFL history. Brock Purdy doing what he's done from where he's been is unbelievable. But that also doesn't detract from what Kyle Shanahan has both put together prior to Brock Purdy and now what he's been able to do with Brock Purdy. And that's why I believe that Kyle Shanahan, while his roster and maybe even some of his system has been held against him in years past, I don't understand why, if we're talking about 1 week Christian McCaffrey being the MVP, which was last week, now this week we're talking about Brock Purdy being the clear front runner for MVP, which I believe is fair. Why aren't we talking about Kyle Shanahan being NFL Coach of the Year? Why?
We should.
I don't see any reason to not put his name in the same category as any of the other great head coaches that are in the league right now.
No,
and last year he was not even in the running.
I mean, I haven't heard anybody say, well, if Coach of the Year after 5 games is Joe Schmo. But I think most people would say, well, it's got to be Kyle Shanahan, right? But maybe not. Maybe it's Mike McDaniel.
Well, but the argument against him last year was kind of the same thing you talked about with Jimmy. The fact that this roster is unbelievable, that this roster is good enough to beat 60% of teams, like you just said, on its worst day.
Right.
Against Cleveland. Deshaun Watson doesn't play. 49ers might have their worst offensive day of the season. And I think they still beat Cleveland because that's how loaded they are. That in years past has been held against Kyle Shanahan. And I think it's time, if we're going to continuously include different players. Fred Warner's getting love for Defensive Player of the Year, talking about his trifecta against Dallas and the things that he has done, which have been incredible so far this year. To me, I don't know how we just kind of put Kyle Shanahan to the side in all of these conversations. And people might say, well, it's because he hasn't won it yet, or it's because he didn't throw a challenge flag in Philly, or because he's blown multiple 10-point leads, or whatever the argument against him is. But to me, each season is its own. And Kyle Shanahan, as much as Brock Purdy is also pitching a perfect game.
I would agree with that. I think one of the issues it's so funny. I don't buy that Brock Purdy has haters. I don't buy the whole thing. I believe there's probably some certain people out there that don't think he's as good as he's been playing. That's fine. But I don't really believe there's Brock Purdy haters out there. But clearly, Kyle Shanahan is a big reason for the 49ers' success, not just Brock Purdy's success. But just going back to Jimmy Garoppolo for a second, was Jimmy Garoppolo a better quarterback? And I haven't seen a ton of him in Las Vegas, but is he better or worse than he was? Is he better, worse, or the same essentially than he was in San Francisco?
He's probably the same.
Spadoni's saying the same.
Maybe a little bit worse because of his surroundings, but yeah.
Here's my Chris A. on the YouTube chat. But so what, Steiny? Why use Jimmy in your argument? Just say the team surrounding Purdy is even better, and Shanahan may be the coach of the year so far. Because Chris, we've now gotten to a point where if you say Shanahan is a great coach and the team surrounding Purdy is lights out, then people think you're taking away from Brock Purdy. That's why. And here's the one thing. This is the only thing I'm going to push back on from everybody on each of the text lines, the Comcast Business text line and the Yahoo text line. If Brock Purdy is so much better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and Jimmy Garoppolo stinks, and Brock Purdy's good, and he's going to be good forever, and this is the real deal. And I'm not saying he's not any of those things. Okay, it doesn't change the fact that the 49ers started 17-3 with Jimmy Garoppolo as quarterback. So does that take anything away from Brock Purdy? No. But it absolutely positively reminds people that, guess what? The coach of this team is able to do something when he's got a guy who understands at least a partial part of his offense that he can win with.
And if he has a guy that understands the entirety of his offense, like that's where I think the distinction is between Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. Garoppolo was able to get you 17 wins in his first 20 games. Brock Purdy hasn't lost in the regular season. And not only has he not lost, he has looked nearly flawless. So I think that when you give Kyle Shanahan a competent signal caller, and we've seen it throughout his career, The year in 2016 with Matt Ryan, where Matt Ryan went from being, a pretty good, maybe borderline Hall of Fame quarterback to an undisputed league MVP and a quarter away from winning a Super Bowl. When you give him a competent quarterback that is right for Shanahan, he can do wonders with it. And to me, Brock Purdy is the perfect storm because of all the improbabilities that we're talking about with his draft status. To me, that his background of being a coachable player, but also being an underdog, not having played with such talent around him before, always having to basically prove to others just how good he is, knowing the entire time exactly who and what he is as a player, and then being coupled with Kyle Shanahan in the right place at the perfect time. All of those things can be true without, to me, detracting from what we've seen on the field. I can say Brock Purdy is unquestionably the leader in the clubhouse for MVP this season, while also saying he has as many turnover-worthy throws as Sam Howell and Jordan Love. All of those things can be true, and that's why I do think, and that to me isn't hating, what that me is an illustration of how well Kyle Shanahan complements Brock Purdy and how well Brock Purdy complements Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan doesn't let him or put him in positions that are disadvantageous. And then Brock Purdy, in plays where maybe the defensive line gets some pressure, maybe a play breaks down, he has the ability to extend, to improvise just enough to put the cherry on top of whatever the play call is. So they together, to me, just like all great head coach and quarterback combos, are doing something unbelievable. And in a way, it doesn't seem that far-fetched because of how easy they're making it look.
I guess what I'm saying is if you want to say Brock Purdy is a great story, of course he's a great story. There's no doubt about that. But the more you look into it, the more you realize you've got to assess not only Kyle Shanahan, but the situation. Here's the other thing. So Jimmy Garoppolo goes 5-0. What happened? What happened after he went 5-0?
Well, the season ended.
But then after the season.
And he got hurt.
But he got a contract.
Yes, he was the highest paid quarterback of all time.
So he goes 5-0, and then he gets a monster contract. Well, guess what? One of the reasons Garoppolo didn't have the team around him that Purdy now does is because Garoppolo was making $25 million, and Purdy's not even making $1 million. So you can have more weapons. Like, that's a legitimate reason why the 49ers maybe have an extra superstar player that other teams don't have, is because they're able to do that. Kyle's done essentially the same thing with Purdy that he did with Garoppolo, but he's paying Purdy 1/25th of what Garoppolo was making. Purdy's better. And so now you even have more money to get more talent around Purdy. That's essentially what I think has happened here.
But I also think it's different, and we talked about this at the...
That's no shade at anybody.
But we talked about it at the cafeteria yesterday. The reason why Kyle Shanahan gave Garoppolo that money was because of the situation the franchise was in. Like, I don't know if Garoppolo gets the highest contract for a quarterback at the time if his roster also looks like this. And that's where there might be an evolution of Shanahan from year 1 or 2 now to year 7, which is if you can find that rookie contract in a quarterback, which is what he was looking for in Trey Lance, then you can build a roster around it that, not that the quarterback is interchangeable, that it's, one's better than the other, but like, I think Kyle Shanahan understood or learned from Jimmy Garoppolo that, yes, you have to have a face, you have to have an identity, but you can do it with different parts of your team. It doesn't just have to be the quarterback.
Right.
He fell into Brock Purdy, there's no doubt about it, and the fact he's making $800,000 is a blessing for the 49ers, but I think this is kind of what Kyle Shanahan had envisioned after Garoppolo.
Well, I think this is what the signing of Garoppolo to a long-term contract. Well, it wasn't a long-term contract. They fiddled with the back end. That contract was for a lot of money while he was playing, but it didn't hamstring the 49ers going into the future. I think the reason the 49ers paid Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't necessarily because they thought he was going to be a great quarterback. I think it was more they needed stability in the organization, and they realized, you know what, this guy's good enough, and we got enough stuff to fill in around him. We're still maybe not right there, so let's get Garoppolo in here for a couple years and start to build a team around him. Listen, I remember when Chris Mullin got the job as the Golden State Warriors general manager, and one of the first things he did was he re-signed Mike Dunleavy and Troy Murphy. And people were saying, why would you do that? Why would you do that? And he said, we had no stability back then. We had no reputation in terms of being a legitimate organization. And the first thing you got to do is start signing guys and getting them under contract so that other players and organizations in the league know you're willing to do it. What if it what if it doesn't work out? Well, then I'll trade him. That's what he said. Then I'll trade him. And that's what he did. But I think Garoppolo, it wasn't so much that Shanahan was like, I think Jimmy Garoppolo is the quarterback I've been looking all my life for. I think it's more, you know what? I think Jimmy's something we can work with for the next few years. Till we get better around him to see what we've got, or till we see a quarterback that we love, and then we'll try to go get that guy if we think he's better.
But I also think that the signing connects to what we heard on Saturday night, which was Kyle Shanahan imploring to his team that the Dallas Cowboys are just another game. And that symbolizes to me a culture and an attitude within the locker room. I don't know if it's egoless, but it's certainly unified. And I think that's why Jimmy Garoppolo was signed in the first place, because Kyle Shanahan saw a player, not like the one that we have heard stories about now or that has come out and said maybe all the things you hear in Santa Clara aren't exactly what you believe. I think Jimmy Garoppolo in 2017-18 was a culture fit. He was from arguably the best culture in the NFL with the New England Patriots. He played behind the GOAT, who is the poster boy for stability and winning in football. And to have that kind of, maybe not the player itself, but the extension of that in your locker room is a step towards building what I believe Kyle Shanahan has now perfected in a sense now, which is the culture of the 49ers. And I think that's also why there's a story written by ESPN's Nick Wagner earlier today about one of the early signings that Kyle Shanahan made. His name is Pierre Garçon. He's a pretty decent receiver, played with the Colts.
Washington.
D3 guy, I believe, Wisconsin Whitewater. So count that for the D3 athletes.
D3.
Are we waiting for it?
No.
Regardless, the point was...
Wisconsin Whitewater, Wisconsin Platteville, Wisconsin Stevens Point.
There's a lot of them.
They used to be D3. They might have jumped up to 2. We'll check that.
Well, they've been so dominant that they might have.
True. Terry Porter. Go ahead.
But Pierre Garçon, one of the big reasons why Kyle Shanahan wanted him on the 49ers, because he wasn't afraid as a wide receiver to block. And what's something you see every single 49ers player do, whether they're great pass catchers, whether they're great runners, they all block. And they all physically try to impose whether it's Ray McLeod, who's 5'10", that was another reason why in 2019 Kyle Shanahan identified Emmanuel Sanders as a guy that they wanted, not just because he could beat you over the top and he was good after the catch, but because he had played with a guy like Hines Ward, who is one of the best blocking wide receivers of all time. That is what we see now from Christian McCaffrey, who's the number one running back in football. We're not afraid, or he's not afraid to get up in a defensive lineman's grill and try and block for Brock Purdy. We're seeing Ray McLeod get down the field. We're seeing Ayuk lambaste people on the other side. Deebo Samuel's physical. George Kittle obviously blocks. All of these things, to me, in a long-winded way, point to the culture that Kyle Shanahan has created. And that, in addition to what he is able to do as a play caller with Brock Purdy, is why you see a team that looks like they can't be beat.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30 today. And we're talking about Brock Purdy, and we are talking about the San Francisco 49ers. And I want to get to these PFF stats because I know some Brock Purdy fans may not like them. However...
Also, my bad. Fell on the play. Garçon went to Mount Union.
That's D2, I believe. No, that's Division III.
It is Division III
Yeah,
in
it's
the
Division III.
Ohio Athletic Conference. Wisconsin Whitewater is D3. Of course, they play in the WIAC, the Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference.
Yeah, that's that. Wisconsin always used to have really good basketball, D3 basketball programs. But hang in there,
Real
Evan.
quick, gentlemen, I got
You're
a
in
little
the right
trivia.
seat to make mistakes.
Little trivia if you guys want. I know you love trivia.
Oh, my gosh.
Last head coach to win Coach of the Year and win the Super Bowl in that same year. Can you name him?
My guess is Bill Cowher, 2005.
I'm going to say John Harbaugh.
Doug Peterson?
I'm going to say...
Is it in this millennia?
I'm going to say McVay. Damn it.
Is it the
McVay
hoodie?
did win it, but that was in 2017. The Rams did not win it that year.
Okay.
The hoodie?
Yes, what year?
Bill Belichick?
Oh, God, who knows?
What year?
When they beat the Falcons.
No. 2003.
Wow. Okay.
You know what that always means? That means the Coach of the Year always goes to the upstart. A team that shouldn't have been as good as they are. They were better than people thought, but not good enough to win it all.
The last 3 you're correct, Steiny, because it's Brian Daboll with the New York Giants, 9-7-1. Mike Vrabel, the Titans, the year prior, 12-5. And then Kevin Stefanski, the Browns, 11-5, 2020.
Good stuff.
I think Belichick had a Super Bowl by that time, but
that's good stuff.
He did, but I'm saying first you don't win it usually. That's 20 years. Doesn't happen.
What about Brian Dable right now?
He's not Coach of the Year.
Yeah, he might have to give that back.
888-957-9570 is the number. My man Evan's got some Pro Football Focus numbers on the other side. And I got to tell you, if you're a 49er fan, I'm going to ask for an interpretation sensation. Because we're not going to allow you to cherry pick. We're not going to allow you to cherry pick stats. We're going to give you a few stats regarding some 49er players. And you tell me if they're authentic or not. Or if, as Guru would say, it feels like we're cooking the books.
Well, on the other side, we'll get into the fact that you guys have talked about draftism a lot on this show. There will be no statism.
I like it.
We're not going to do that.
I like it. Hey, Warriors basketball, it's back. And so is the Warriors Summit. Next Wednesday, October 18th, join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit. Once again, October 18th at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game. Daryl the Guru Johnson is dealing with some family stuff. He'll be back tomorrow. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:30. And don't let me forget to get into a little bit of this Bernie Kosar interview with the Morning Roast this morning. Joe Shasky and Bonte Hill conducted a fascinating interview with Bernie Kosar, former Cleveland Browns quarterback, that encompassed football among many, many other things. And it was just a terrific, terrific interview. We're going to play parts of that at some point during the show on 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected and reign.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We are a public service provider also, and Joe Spadoni on the board app has provided some useful information. Apparently 3 years ago today, Spadoni wants to remind everybody that the LA Lakers won their championship in the bubble.
They did.
And as an addendum, Spadoni also wants to remind the Bay Area that none other than your own coach, Steve Kerr, called it the hardest championship to ever be won. That Los Angeles Lakers title 3 years ago. You have a problem with it? Take it up with your head coach.
He said it on these airwaves.
Not me.
You want to know my conspiracy theory?
Give it to me,
Why
baby.
he said that? Because Steve Kerr is a Los Angeles Dodgers fan. And that was the same year that the Dodgers won their Mickey Mouse trophy that everyone tries to consistently put down, because that's the only World Series that they've won with Clayton Kershaw, who's now being just absolutely
What are you talking about?
Killed.
What are you talking about?
Clayton Kershaw.
So, yeah. He got an out. He got an out.
He gave up 6 runs.
He got an out.
In the regular season, he's Clayton Kershaw. In the postseason, he's Archie Bunker.
Let me tell you something. He's getting ready for Game 5.
They got to get there first.
They'll get there. They got their ace going tonight.
Lance Lynn.
They got the guy who had the Giants gotten him. They might be playing right now, Farhan.
And you know what? This is an example of how all you got to do is sneak it. I'll give you a victory lap on that. Just get into the playoffs.
I thought you were going to say, Steiny, I think this is a legacy game.
Well, Game 5 will be. Game 1 was as well. In the wrong way.
Game 1 is going to... Boy,
That's gonna
I'll tell
hurt.
you what. See, I always look for the silver lining. Always look for it.
Yeah, you do.
And I found it. The beauty of Kershaw's performance the other night is it will erase all the other terrible performances in the postseason. It was that bad. You know what's funny is...
That was worse than Clay's 3 for 19.
Kershaw's the one guy who Giants fans, it feels like they can tolerate him, though.
Because he stinks in October.
Well, but he's a good guy, right? How about the good folks over at Pro Football Focus? Evan's got something to present to you 49er fans, and I need an explanation because something doesn't add up. Something's fishy here.
Don't throw me into the gladiator ring with a bunch of lions, okay? But what I was simply trying to describe to you before the show is that we all stat pick. Every single person that watches sports, that reads about games, that goes through their favorite players' numbers, however much you do, however much you don't. Everyone stat picks what they like and what they don't like. And what has been a common theme through the first 4 weeks for the 49ers' newest, highest paid player, Nick Bosa. Oh, well, actually, he's been a lot better than you think. It's not just the 1.5 sacks.
Well, that's all he's got. 1.5 sacks in 5 games.
Oh, but he's got pressures. I mean, he's got a pressure rate through the roof. He's the number 1 edge rusher via Pro Football Focus.
And how did they come up with that?
Well, that's neither here nor there. The point is, it's a well-established publication, and these statistical geniuses behind the keyboards are telling you that Nick Bosa is the number 1 defensive edge rusher in football.
Okay, you know what? If I'm a Niner fan and I'm sophisticated, which of course I am, you know what? You're right. I am great. I am knowledgeable enough to know that Nick Bosa is not only getting pressures at a high level, but he's also drawing that double team like he'll always draw, which is allowing everybody else to eat. So, you know what? You can absolutely talk me into, you don't get it. Bosa is having a good year despite only 1.5 sacks. Evan, I believe in Pro Football Focus right there.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I think most 49er fans do also.
I think they do too.
Yeah.
There's 2 other statistics that Pro Football Focus has thrown out there.
Okay.
That are about Brock Purdy.
Oh.
Now, Brock Purdy has, he's been damn near perfect. I mean, he's the golden child. He hasn't lost.
Perfect.
He's, 100 million quarterback rating. Through the roof. He's unbelievable. Hasn't turned over the football at all. Well, according to Pro Football Focus, he has as many turnover-worthy throws, which are defined as plays that have the potential to become turnovers, as many of those throws as the Washington Commanders' Sam Howell and the Green Bay Packers' Jordan Love. That's just one.
Okay.
The other one is his accuracy rate.
Oh, breadbasket. That's my nickname.
I mean,
for him.
he's been uncanny. He's been throwing to guys that are just running rampant, wide open, hitting them in stride.
Exactly.
Well, then how come Pro Football Focus has him at 16th, right in between Baker Mayfield and Justin Fields?
So you're telling me.
Now, my point is not to downplay the greatness of Brock Purdy.
Okay, go.
Nor is it to elevate the greatness of Nick Bosa. But what I'm saying is that we can all stat pick to bring people up and down based on a number out there that fits our argument. I think Brock Purdy should be MVP after 5 weeks. I'm with Peter King. But I also think that there are some areas that he could be better in. That was your question on Monday. How could he get better? Well, there are some areas, according to Pro Football Focus, he can get better. And apparently there's nowhere that Nick Bosa can get better because he's at the top of football.
Yeah, you know what? If Nick Bosa goes without a sack the next 4 games, he'll be the greatest edge rusher of all time. That's what that Pro Football Focus is telling me.
Thank you. From the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Far side, PFF has Oren Burks rated higher than Fred Warner.
Oh, I like him. Burks.
You know what position he plays?
He plays linebacker.
Okay. Just wanted to double check.
Please. Why would you compare him to Fred Warner?
Because he's got a better rating than him.
Okay. But
he is nowhere near the better player than Fred Warner.
I know what you're saying. But that is a good point. And I want to know how 49er fans would kind of justify those two stats. Because I'll be honest with you. So I've watched Brock Purdy, obviously all 10 games, 5 this year. And if you told me, according to stats, he's the 16th most accurate passer, it'd be hard to believe. And then if you come back with another stat and say, in terms of turnover-worthy passes, he's middle of the pack again, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, well, you saw Jordan Love throw 3 picks on Monday Night Football. He's got as many turnover-worthy throws as him.
Am I the only guy who didn't realize there was a turnover-worthy category in Pro Football Focus? I didn't even realize that.
It's new to a lot of us.
Okay. So what is that? Is that a hater stat? You know what I'm saying? I don't, it doesn't sound like one, but I also think that we have, over the course of the first 5 games, talked about, he's had a couple that might have been picked off, but I actually haven't thought he's had that many. I thought he had more last year in the last 5 games than he has in the first 5 games this year. I mean, according to that stat, Evan, the Purdy stat, he's going to have a game where he pays the price, right?
Well, and this is why I don't know if that's going to actually turn into interceptions, because the first hour we discussed both Brock Purdy, his MVP candidacy, and its connection to Shanahan. And that's why I do believe that they are the perfect complement for each other, because those two stats tell you that Purdy should not be playing as well as he is, right?
Right.
Or
correct.
He should be giving the ball away more.
Right.
I think Kyle Shanahan covers up for those numbers. I think Kyle Shanahan draws up plays and puts Brock Purdy in positions to where those stats do not hurt him. Now, yes, there's been some good fortune, a ball tipped up in the air that doesn't land in the hands of a defender, or I think it was, what was it, against the Rams where he threw a pass that got deflected and Ray McLeod caught it like 5 yards ahead.
Right.
Yes, those are plays that might come back to bite him. But largely, I think Kyle Shanahan covers up for the few and minuscule deficiencies that we've currently seen from Brock Purdy. And I think that Brock Purdy allows Kyle Shanahan to open up his playbook in ways we've never dreamed of, along with Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Brandon Ayuk. And so I think Kyle Shanahan is in the perfect place as a play caller, in a place he's never been before, and it's due to Brock Purdy. But Brock Purdy is also allowed to make some mistakes because of Kyle Shanahan. Like, I think they're inextricably connected.
This is from the Comcast business text line, 925, and I agree with you, 925. This is what I would say. I'm not sure how much I agree with that Purdy throwing stat. How do you, and I'll ask 49er fans, 888-957-9570 about it. How do you not justify, but what goes through your mind if, as Evan reads that statistic, that according to accuracy and turnover-worthy throws, that Purdy has not been exceptional? It does not look like that to me. It looks to me like Purdy's pretty damn accurate. And it looks to me like, for the most part, he's pretty, I don't see him as a high turnover guy, even at his worst.
He looks like he's in command of every blade of grass on the football field.
Exactly.
No matter how strong or not strong his arm is. Like he doesn't throw a football like Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't throw it 99 miles. He doesn't even have as good of an arm as Colin Kaepernick. But he knows exactly where the football needs to be delivered. His offensive line gives him enough time. When they don't, he improvises. And that's why we're talking about this dude who was once the last pick in the draft being the greatest story in football right now, and why people continue to, throw these statistics around, because it's so mind-boggling. It is so confounding how perfect of a quarterback he has been through the first 10 games of his career based on where he's come from. Forget the draft status. He's done what no quarterback has done to start their career.
Right.
He's been flawless. He's in a perfect situation, yes. Maybe he's born with a silver spoon in his NFL career, but he has maximized it like no other quarterback has to this point in the history of football, and that can't be a fluke.
I would love to see, because human beings are behind this.
They are.
And I don't believe they have any ulterior motives, of course, but I would love for the Pro Football Focus person, who's number one on that list, or who's high on that list?
For what?
Who's thrown the least turnover-worthy throws? Let's just say it's Justin Herbert.
Sure.
I need to look at, I would actually need somebody to take me through the film and prove to me or show to me how they can say Brock Purdy's the 16th most accurate quarterback, and show me how he's had as many turnover-worthy throws as some of these other guys. I would literally need to see it shown to me, because I do have trouble believing that.
Well, and I wholeheartedly agree with you, because there's been nothing that Brock Purdy has shown us just from watching him play that would make you think that he is a middle-of-the-pack accurate quarterback, that he's turned the ball over more than a guy who's thrown already 5 or 6 interceptions this year. It doesn't seem like he puts the ball in harm's way at all. And when he does, it doesn't hurt him. Conversely, though, when PFF also tells you that Nick Bosa is the best edge rusher in football, now I'm inclined to believe that he's very, very good.
Right.
Because he has a sample size and a resume that tells you that he is damn good. But if I'm not going to believe that Brock Purdy is a middle-of-the-pack quarterback as far as accuracy is concerned, well, do I also then have to second-guess whether or not Nick Bosa is the best edge rusher in football, or is that something that you do then believe?
If you want to know how I really feel about it, I actually feel like Nick Bosa is the best edge rusher in the league, and I feel like this stat on Purdy, and you're going to say, I've never heard Steiny sound like a homer before, but
I'm trying to turn you into one.
I believe Nick Bosa is the best edge rusher in the NFL. But you cannot tell me that there are 15 quarterbacks who this year have been more accurate than Brock Purdy, and half the quarterbacks in the league have thrown fewer turnover-worthy passes. I can't believe it. That just doesn't pass the smell or eye test. There you go.
I agree. I also
go 49ers.
Well, I also think that when Guru sits up here and says, I got to see more from Bosa, there might be something to that, because even though he's rated very high, he's also shown that he has the potential to get to the quarterback more than he has so far. Nick Bosa's been awesome, and the rest of that line has been incredible, and I think he's at the head of it. But that doesn't mean that he can't be better.
Of course not, but I always believe if you can take a guy out of a game. You can. If you really, really, really want to, you can devote enough resources to limit somebody. Like, you think, and I'm not saying you'd ever do this, but I guarantee you Cleveland could develop a game plan in which Nick Bosa doesn't do anything Sunday. They either run away from him or they double team him every play, or they never throw a pass where a guy sets up in the pocket.
Kind of like Micah Parsons.
Yeah, but
on Sunday,
right? But that doesn't mean
he's a non-factor.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean he's not a great player.
Exactly. But maybe he was neutralized in some way. But I do believe, like, if the goal of the Browns is to not let Nick Bosa get a sack on Sunday, that's easy. You can do that.
Just put 3 guys on it.
Exactly. But you're going to pay the price somewhere else, obviously. And I think that's an extreme example that I'm using. But that's why I do believe, like, it's like Nick Bosa's like Jokic. I mean, if he's holding the ball, everything around him, he makes everybody around him better. Jokic gets double teamed and Jamal Murray can make the jump shot. Bosa gets double teamed and Hargrave can make the sack. It's the same principle.
Yeah, and I think that's why Kyle Shanahan has prioritized having a consistent trench warfare-like approach to all of his teams, is because if you can dominate the point of attack, well, then if you also have some great corners, some unbelievable linebackers, safety, like if you on offense have great receivers to complement your offensive line, well, then they can keep your quarterback upright. You can draw up plays that time is extended for. And then Brock Purdy, who's an extremely accurate quarterback, and I don't buy the 16th overall, whatever rate, can dice you up.
Right.
And so the 49ers right now are in a position where you do have to pick your poison against them. You do have to, like the Dallas Cowboys, compared to what he's done for the 49ers, largely neutralized Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
Like, this season, in the first 4 games, he hadn't had less than 119 or 120 scrimmage yards. Against the Cowboys, he had 78. To me, that's trying to take a guy out of a football game.
Fair.
49ers won by 32 points. Because if you load the box every time Christian McCaffrey's on the field, well, if your offensive line holds up, Brock Purdy can drop back, can allow time for Brandon Ayuk, who creates separation better than most, to get open over the middle of the field. For Deebo Samuel to get busy yards after catch. For George Kittle to finally have a breakout game. Like, if the Dallas Cowboys said we're going to take away McCaffrey, that's fine, because they did. And yet everyone else beat you. That's why I think this 49ers team is so damn good, and why Brock Purdy seems to be the key, along with Shanahan, to it all. It doesn't matter. Like, unless 3 guys or 4 guys, God forbid, go down, I don't see a team that's able to stop both this offense as well as this defense from doing what it wants on the majority of plays.
I think it could be one guy.
Which guy?
It's not a specific player. And here's the way I view the 49ers offense. Purdy is his own entity. He's I say Purdy's your quarterback and he's good. Okay, he's good. Purdy's good. Okay, so what do you have around him? Okay, you have a running back, maybe the best running back in the league. Okay, you have a wide receiver in Ayuk. I'm not one of the best in the terrific receiver. I don't care if he's the 1st or the 8th, but he's a really, really good receiver. And you got a tight end, and he's really, really, really good. George Kittle. But then you got Deebo Samuel, and he's the guy who changes everything. Because now you got a great running back, you got a great wide receiver, you have a great tight end, and you have a great wild card. But what I want to see is if you take one of those weapons away, then at least the opposition, if you're playing the Niners, at least you're dealing with, okay, they got a good quarterback and they got 3 good skill position players. Not 4. Like when you look at the 49ers, if they don't have Deebo Samuel, you're saying, well, they're still a really good team. But with Deebo Samuel, you say, well, now they're the 2017 Warriors, if you know what I mean. They're going to be really good without one of those weapons, but to me, then they become a little more beatable, at least, because then they're just a really talented team.
True, but if we're going to use the Warriors as an example against the Raptors when Kevin Durant went down, they still had a chance in the series when Clay was healthy.
Okay.
Might have been able to push it to 7. Might have been able to win the series. Who knows?
Right.
But once the second guy went down, it was over.
No, I agree with that. You start losing multiple players, then you're in trouble.
But Deebo Samuel specifically, I think, is interesting because to me, where his value is might not show up statistically, but because he is that wild card, like we saw against the Giants. I know the Giants are a hot piece of garbage right now, but Brandon Ayuk didn't play in that game because he was injured, and Deebo Samuel had a big game. That's where I think that if one of them is missing, either Ayuk or mainly Deebo, I want to use him because Deebo plays, I think he could play every position on the field damn near. If Brandon Ayuk is out, he can be your number one wide receiver.
Yep.
If Christian McCaffrey, God forbid, goes down, Deebo Samuel can play running back. Even if George Kittle got hurt, we see the way that Deebo Samuel, maybe he's not certainly as good of a blocker, but he can block and he can get physical in the run game. He can kind of fill that void in a way too. So they have so many players that can do similar things, and Deebo specifically is a guy that I think can help you overcome the loss of one of those other major weapons.
No doubt. From the Comcast Business text line 707, we've already seen games with Brandon and Deebo out, yet Purdy has still scored 30 every game. Correct. We saw them without Brandon Ayuk in one game, and we saw Deebo Samuel limited in another game. We haven't seen, and you're making my point, 707.
I think he was talking about last year, though, because Deebo was kind of banged up down the stretch of last season. So, I mean, maybe that's where the Comcast Business text line is talking about.
I hear you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and I have been batting around a lot of good stuff with the 49ers and Brock Purdy. The other thing I was thinking about, Evan, is, and I know people get on me for hypotheticals, but hypotheticals are great because they tempt your brain into thinking about something differently. And I was thinking about this. One of the reasons that, I don't care what anybody says, one of the reasons we love Purdy is, yes, the story, but let me tell you why we really love him. Because he gets paid $840,000. And he allows them to have these weapons. What if Purdy were a free agent like at the end of this year? That's right. How much do you pay Brock Purdy? How much would you have to, again, hypothetical.
Not 5, not 6,
okay.
not 7.
Guess what?
D.
You want to sign Brock Purdy? It may cost you player X. What if it costs you player X and player Y? See, this is why, and we don't have to talk about this on the other side. This is why I am not 100% convinced that, in just 2 years, Purdy will be a $40 million quarterback and the 49ers are going to keep rolling. I think it's very possible that Kyle Shanahan could think this may be the way to go about doing it in the NFL with a lesser paid quarterback.
Well, and speaking of quickly, I know we got to hit the break here, but before, I'm sure we're going to play in a half an hour. Speaking of things that kind of allow your mind to work differently, and that's also inspirational. I'm looking forward to hearing from the Bernie Kosar interview.
Yeah, Bernie Kosar was on the morning show, and the interview, to my way of thinking, was so good that I wanted to replay some of it for you. We'll do that at noon. We've edited it to shorten it, but I'm telling you, it stuck out. Shasky and Bonte did a terrific job. So we're going to play a little Bernie Kosar at noon. On the other side, 888-957-9570. You've been hearing Evan and I talking about the quarterback position and the Pro Football Focus rankings. Brock Purdy, can he keep it up? All that kind of stuff. Also, 1:30, Ross Tucker on 95.7 The Game.
You'll be seeing us around soon. And when you do, I bet you'll call us BMO. Don't worry, it's more common than you think. But we actually pronounce it BMO, as in with BMO.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you, Moses. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you today. Guru's got some family stuff he's got to deal with. We'll be back tomorrow. Let me reiterate a few things, talking points from earlier today. Some people out there may be misunderstanding what I'm saying about the 49ers. Yes, they've played without Debo here and there, and Ayuk here and there.
You got lost in translation?
Yes. Yeah. The YouTube channel.
Bill Murray.
Young man named Grunge91. He's telling me that there have been games where they're missing a player. And I said, yes. The 49ers have 4 weapons. Kittle, Ayuk, McCaffrey, and Debo Samuel. And a really, really good quarterback. So the fact that they have 4 weapons means they have an extra weapon. If one of those guys gets hurt or one of those guys misses a game, they're still really, really good because they have a really good quarterback and 3 really good players at the skill position. My point was they can maintain even if they are missing one of those guys because they still have very good skill position players at different positions. Now, you want to miss 2 guys, 2 of those guys in the same game, that's going to be trouble. 2 of those guys in multiple games, that's going to be trouble.
And I think that the 49ers are in a position where I do believe they could lose one of those players, not have them. Now, in a playoff game or against another top-tier opponent, and there aren't very many, if any, right now in their class outside of the Eagles, I think they could lose one of those guys and still play at this level offensively. But I also don't think that the loss, because the hypothetical you presented before the break was, well, if Brock Purdy wasn't making $800,000, if he had to make
30
average
million.
Quarterback money,
right?
35. I mean, Daniel Jones makes $40 million, but in that ballpark, you might have to lose one of them,
right?
I don't think that they would lose someone offensively. And I think it might be someone on the defensive side of the ball that they'd lose.
Perhaps. I wasn't necessarily getting that specific. I was just saying I feel like they're loaded like the Warriors were loaded with Durant. When you had Curry, Durant, Clay, and Draymond in their primes, I remember saying to JD, they just need 1.5 guys to play well. 1.5. If they get 2, they win. They win. And obviously they get 2 most of the time. If they get 3, it's over. That's kind of what I mean about the Niners. If they have all those weapons at their disposal, they may be unbeatable. Or they may be unstoppable offensively. That just may be a fact.
And also, I mean, but what was a big reason why they were able to get Kevin Durant in the first place?
Because
the salary cap went up.
That's
and the salary cap in the NFL will continue to go up. And there's been stories written about how the 49ers might be able to keep all of this together until Brock Purdy has to be paid. And that's not going to be for another couple of years. But I would also point people towards the Philadelphia Eagles as an example of a team that can be kept together and maintain a high level of play, even if you have to pay your quarterback. Because I think people immediately look to Patrick Mahomes and they say, well, he got $500 million. Look, he lost Tyreek Hill and he lost other weapons on his offense, but he's still producing. He's still incredible. Well, the Eagles just paid Jalen Hurts. They still have A.J. Brown, who makes a lot of money. They still have Devontae Smith, who's going to get paid probably a decent amount of change. You swapped out running backs, but DeAndre Swift is paid a decent amount. You still have an expensive offensive line. You still have a good defense. I don't think that the 49ers are as afraid of being in salary cap hell as people are putting them in. And that's why I don't think they necessarily have to worry about a situation where they're down 1 or 2 guys.
Why? I don't know the specifics, but if it sounds to me like, yes, the 49ers are going to be able to kick the can down the road this year and the next 2 years, right? Because Brock Purdy has this year, then 2 more years at minimal money. So just knowing that, almost sets up, to me, an automatic window. See what we can do in the next 2.5 years. I mean, what Nahigian came into our meeting today and was just talking about Brock Purdy and the improbability of the last pick in the draft, and now he could be the MVP, and how sports are just incredible. And this is why we watch sports, because nobody heard of Brock Purdy, and now he's the story of the NFL. And he's absolutely right. But to me, it also is a reminder, things can change like that. Just like that. It was supposed to be Trey Lance doing this. Trey Lance can't play. Brock Purdy's really good. So the fact that Purdy's under a rookie deal, not even a rookie deal, less than a rookie deal, for the next 2.5 years, it creates an unprecedented window if Purdy actually is this good. If he's actually this good, then they have a 2.5-year window.
And if Purdy is this good, which I have no reason to believe that he's not, then let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And I know you hate this question. Should the 49ers win the Super Bowl?
Well, yeah, I would say
in the next 2.5 years, if that window's open, they should win the Super Bowl.
Well, you're going to call me crazy, but
I do that a lot.
Yes. But okay, if they don't win the Super Bowl this year or the next 2 years, well, then they got a decision to make on Purdy, and by that point, we should have enough evidence one way or the other where, I know this is crazy, 49er fans, but in 2.5 years, we'll be saying, Brock can't get it done, or we'll be saying, you got to pay Brock because he got it done.
See, and I keep coming back to the head coach. I think the conversation will be just as loud. Actually, I think it would be louder. I don't think it would be so much about Brock Purdy. I think it would be about Kyle Shanahan, because Brock Purdy is the best quarterback he's had in San Francisco. There, as of now, doesn't appear to be a flaw in his game. And if Kyle Shanahan cannot win the Lombardi Trophy and hoist it with a quarterback that is putting together the best 10-game stretch to begin a career of any guy that's been under center, then I think that noise is directed at Shanahan more than Brock Purdy. And that's why I also think that as much as we have held his feet to the fire and we've criticized him both fairly and unfairly, I do think he deserves his flowers for what the start of this season has been, which is damn near perfect. And that's why also, if they don't get it done in the next 2.5 years, I think if they don't get it done this year, assuming there's not a catastrophic injury, or I think it would take multiple catastrophic injuries for me to not believe that this team is the best team in football.
What if they just have a bad game? They have a bad game. Eagles come in the NFC championship game, and Brock just has a bad game, like a lot of young players do in the postseason.
Has Brock Purdy had a bad game?
No.
Have the 49ers played a bad game thus far?
Well, the Eagles game was a joke. Now, how much of that was
I'm
Purdy?
saying this year.
Oh, no.
No, last year's last year.
Right.
Like the window starts this year because Brock Purdy proved that he is healthy. Like, we haven't talked about his off-season elbow surgery at all.
Right.
Because of how freaking good he's been.
Right.
We haven't talked about much his draft status unless people want to use it to downplay him. We haven't talked about anything that has happened from last season that's carried over into this year. Even the Bosa holdout, a contract negotiation situation, which was probably the biggest thing in my mind that was kind of a question mark entering this year. That's not a problem anymore. There's nothing that happened preceding the start of the regular season that would tell me that this isn't going to continue. The only thing that I can foresee is, sure, a bad game. But I don't think that bad game happens unless they play a better team than them. And I don't see another team around the league outside of Philadelphia that even has an argument to make right now.
No, but
any given Sunday, I get that.
To me, if you ask me what the 49ers' biggest not weakness, but what might get them beat, I think now it's becoming clear. I think the protection for Brock Purdy has been terrific. I think it's been A-, B+. Now, I think he's got a way of quarterbacking that takes pressure off that. He is just amazing at at evading and just buying himself another second or two that allows the rush not to get to him. He really does. So if they can continue to do that, then I do think teams are in trouble. The minute that he starts trying to figure out where he needs to go to evade the team, then I think you got something to work with. But just naturally, if he's got this much time to throw, who is going to beat him? I mean, give me a break.
And that's just the other part of it too, is the defense on the other side. For example, this weekend against the Browns, if there's rain, I think the Browns have a really good defense. They could have a good game against Brock Purdy. They might be able to limit him far more than the Dallas Cowboys did.
Right.
That still doesn't mean I think they're going to lose. Like, Brock Purdy has been putting up 30 points consistently every single game, all but one in the regular season. But just because he doesn't put up 30 points in a game doesn't mean that they still can't win the football game.
Exactly. Wait till Purdy throws 2 interceptions, one for a pick 6. Okay? You with me?
Sure. Well,
and the 49ers win 16-10. Like, and people will be like, uh-oh, and I'll be like, don't you get it? That's what great teams do. Or the game where the 49ers defense will stink and Brock Purdy will win a game 38-35. Like, that's, to me, like, they haven't even had to do that yet. That hasn't even been on the table yet. And they're going to, by the end of the season, I guarantee you, they'll win a couple games. They'll win a game like an ugly game like that, and they'll win a shootout, I'll bet. I'll bet you any money.
Yeah, over the course of 17 games, I'd hope they'd have to go through some adversity because I think that's lack of it might hurt them come postseason time. But that's way down the line. Like, the Cleveland Browns have 2 of the top 5 corners in football. They have an amazing pass rusher and run stopper in Myles Garrett. Zadarius Smith is a really good defensive end. They have some good line. But that doesn't matter, because I also think that Brock Purdy is aware enough that if the game is not going the way he needs it to, and this is where I also think Kyle Shanahan comes into play. Kyle Shanahan last year talked about how he's evolved as a head coach that is not just a play caller anymore. He's not just trying to put up the most points on another team, even though that's what they've seemingly done since Brock Purdy's taken over. He also must understand the situational aspect of a given game, and that's maybe where he's had some shortcomings, specifically in the playoffs. But for a regular season game like Cleveland, if Brock Purdy's not having a good game, well, then I think Kyle Shanahan knows that all he has to do is he can put the ball on the ground, he can give it to 23, he can dump it off short, might take a deep shot here and there.
Some quick
He's going to play it slate. He's going to play it safe.
Exactly right.
And that's only if he has to, because Brock has unlocked the aggression that Jimmy Garoppolo could not in this offense.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair. I don't think people would disagree with that. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers at Cleveland Sunday, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, and can they go to 6-0? We'll see. By the way, in 15 minutes, we're going to replay parts of an interview that the morning show had with Bernie Kosar, Cleveland Browns former quarterback. Great guy. Just the kind of interview that right at the end of it, I texted Shasky and Bate, and I said, this was an incredible interview. Talked to the boss, and it's been tightened up a little bit, and we're going to play that at 12 o'ck.
I didn't get a chance to hear it, so I'm really excited about it.
It's really good. I mean, once in a while, like that, just to let people in. Not that I need to. I could shut the door behind me and not let you in, but I'll let you in. I tell you what, I'll let you in. I'll leave it open a crack for you guys out there. No, every once in a while we'll have an interview on 95.7, and if it's really, really good, you replay it. But it's got to meet a standard. It must meet a standard. And Bernie met it earlier today.
Well, can you
Bernie
give us
Kosar.
a couple cliff notes?
No. Just know that what I've said. No, he talked about quarterbacking. He talked about Purdy. He talked about football and then some.
Oh, I did see that he is one of the few quarterbacks to have the same surgery on his elbow as Brock Purdy.
That's one nugget that he dropped about he had the same surgery as Brock Purdy. Unfortunately for him, it was 25 years ago, and they've made a lot of progress since. So Bernie Kosar, we're going to talk about. We're going to run an interview, parts of an interview with him at noon. I guarantee you're going to like it. I guarantee you're going to like it. Right now, we're talking about the Niners and Brock Purdy and the plethora of weapons that the San Francisco 49ers have. Somebody texted me. I like people who like to rib me a little bit, just poke at. I don't mind poking. I don't mind people poking at me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they try to stick it to me, that's different. But poking here and there, I don't mind it. Somebody said I forgot to mention Juszczyk when I was mentioning the weapons.
I wonder why.
Well, first of all, I didn't get down to him. Juwan Jennings on the phone.
Scored a touchdown on Sunday, Steiny.
Dwelly on the phone. He's still on the team.
Ross Dwelly.
Warner's still on the team.
Charlie.
More of a weapon.
He is. Ross Dwelly's not. That's fine.
Juszczyk, he's a hell of a blocker. Hell of a blocker. You know what? Maybe he's a guy who they're going to have to figure out. Maybe put him at tackle.
It's kind of interesting, Steiny, because Juszczyk's actually been used a lot this year, not as a receiver of the ball, but in the passing game.
Stop it.
They use him to clear out things for guys underneath or over the top.
He's the
best decoy in football, Steiny.
Okay. The nature of a decoy.
Is to be a threat.
The nature of a decoy is you must be an initial threat. Let's see what the definition of decoy is.
Well, you know why he was so wide open on that kind of play-action fullback rollout, 4th touchdown of the game against Dallas? Because no one thought he was a threat. And then Brock Purdy hit him immediately, identified exactly where he's supposed to go with the football. And Kyle Juszczyk, who, by the way, is the owner of the first touchdown throw by Brock Purdy in his NFL career.
Okay. A decoy is a mammal or an imitation of one. All right, Juszczyk's a mammal.
Check and check.
Used by hunters. We're going to have to attract other birds or mammals. See, you got to catch a pass to be a decoy. You see what I'm saying?
He has. So many.
Decoys have to be...
You can name them all in one hand.
I think a decoy's got to be a big boy. I said it.
He's the highest paid player at his position in football, Steiny. That's a big boy. Actually, okay, you want to know the real reason why I think you don't like Kyle Juszczyk?
Well, there's a bunch. Go ahead.
Trying to get him on the show for you, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm trying real hard.
He's got a good sense of humor.
He's awesome. He's awesome. Yeah. He's really, really fun to talk to. But after the game, he was in the crowd of people that you were kind of poo-pooing earlier about how they're haters if you say anything bad about Brock Purdy, because he was saying, I just don't know why guys keep doubting this man, Brock Purdy. He should be in the MVP conversation. He's unbelievable, and basically anything you say about him is, I mean, you just don't know ball.
Exactly.
You don't know ball.
Let me tell you something. Juszczyk's a perfect example of someone who, just because they went to Harvard, doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to let you guys finish the sentence. But there are real ones at Harvard, and there are real ones at Millersville State University. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Now, Kyle Juszczyk
My brother
is the guy.
Graduated from an Ivy League college.
Cornell?
Penn.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Bottom of the barrel.
He's just a guy. You ain't elevated, my brother. Please.
It's because he went to Penn.
Harvard. 0-4 against Yale during his college tenure, Juszczyk. Didn't score against Yale in the bowl, Yale Bowl.
Because they used him as a decoy.
Actually, now see, I made that stat. I don't know if he beat Yale or not. And I don't know. I bet he had probably 11 touchdowns during his career against Yale.
He was really good in college.
I'm sure he was. I bet he touched the ball a little more, didn't he?
Well, that's why Kyle Shanahan identified him as one of the founding pieces of this 49ers Close to dynasty. Missing a Super Bowl.
That's it. No, Kyle Juszczyk. He's a good sport, I can tell. I just want to bring out that, they got a lot of weapons and he's not one of them.
Well, and I know that after... That just hit me, sorry.
Seriously, here's the thing. Guru would get a kick out of this. Guru would get a kick out of this. 49er weapons. McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, and he'd have to say, and then he'd say Juszczyk, and I'd say, that's shade on the other four guys. You can't put Juszczyk with those four guys.
It's an embarrassment of riches.
No, it's, you know what it is? That's Steph, Clay, Draymond, Durant, and Looney.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Zaza.
Okay, Zaza. Zaza.
No, don't. Come on. Kevon Looney's an Iron Man. I don't know about Juszczyk.
Yeah, I hate saying anything bad about Looney.
In fact, do you mind if I drop dime on you from our conversation at the cafeteria yesterday about Kevon?
Oh boy.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
It was more about how great of a guy Kevon Looney is because you're just old man screaming at cloud. I just wish once that Kevon Looney would ruin a season.
I did say that. Because
it's never going to happen.
I was looking up on the TV and it said, I heard an interview with Kevon, and of course he was saying, I don't care if I come off the bench or I start, whatever's best for the team. I've done it all. He was on his way to, again, fixing a flat tire for an old lady down the street. And I said, just once I'd like him to be a problem. Can Kevon Looney be an attitude problem for not even a season? Just mess up 2 weeks. All right. Hey, we got Bernie Kosar on the other side. Bernie Kosar, former Cleveland Browns quarterback, did an interview with the Morning Roast today, and it was absolutely, positively terrific.
Steiny, let me just jump in real quick and give you a little tidbit from it.
Okay.
So, concussions came up, okay? Bernie Kosar said they used to have meetings before the games, and players would say, hey, they normally hold up 2 fingers in the test. So, that's where... what you should do if you get a concussion. Bernie gets concussed. He goes off the sidelines. He holds up number 2 before the guy even asks for the test. And the guy's like, how did you know it was 2? He's like, I'm Nostradamus. I know everything. I'm not concussed. Put me back in the game.
But he was concussed. He had just learned to always say 2 because that was the number apparently that they used. But appreciate you bringing that up, Matt, because there's about 8 of those in this interview. It's absolutely fascinating. They're not all about concussions or concussion protocol. It's just, you want to talk about a different era of football. Bernie Kosar, he lived it. But he's also a great guy. It's a feel-good interview, I'm telling you, on 95.7 The Game. The Golden State Warriors 2023-24 season presented by Kaiser Permanente. It's coming up soon. Don't miss the excitement live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by. I'm telling you, you're not going to want to miss it. Bernie Kosar on the other side.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at Prime?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with you. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back tomorrow. The morning roast today had Bernie Kosar on for an interview. He's a legendary quarterback in Cleveland. He's from Northeast Ohio, and he spoke about a lot of things in the NFL with these guys, and we felt like it was such a great interview. We wanted to replay it. This is Bernie Kosar. He talks about the Niners. He talks about concussion. He talks about so much stuff, and we've edited it down, and I just think it's gold. It's really, really good, and you will not come away not liking Bernie Kosar. I mean, Bernie Kosar, you can tell, is a great guy. So here's a excerpt, or rather a small snippet of the Bernie Kosar interview with the Morning Roast. Take a listen, everybody.
Let's bring in Bernie Kosar.
What do you think he thinks?
What does he think?
I think he's old school.
He is old school. Bernie Kosar. We love Bernie Kosar, man. He is the best quarterback in Cleveland history since Otto Graham, probably. They've struggled at the quarterback spot, but of course I know our producer Sam Lubman loves Bernie. He's a Miami Hurricane, national champion with the Miami Hurricanes. I do want to know why he wore number 20 down in Miami, but of course Cleveland Brown legend. Check out KosarWellness.com for all his wellness essentials. Check that out, man. It's really cool there. Bernie, good morning, man. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to the West Coast. Joe's asking to butcher Bonte Hill.
Hey, Bonte and Joe. Great to be with you. Excited to be with you today. Me and Sam are just barely recovering from our University of Miami game this past Saturday. Sam, in homage of me, he took a knee in the pregame warm-ups for this interview. I don't know if he was trying to tell me something, but
what do you think about the explanation Mario Cristobal gave? First of all, the uniforms were horrific. Those uniforms were hideous, and then he doesn't kneel down. What did you think about the explanation?
Look, you got me sidetracked on the uniforms. You're talking to one of the least fashionable humans that was ever there. So in terms of dress code, I'm probably not the right guy to go to that. But, you guys are saying as I was coming on, an old school quarterback.
Yeah.
I pride myself on the love of the game and stuff. And really, it just comes down to W's and L's. And when you end up with an L like that, the explanations and the reasoning bluntly doesn't overly matter to us. It's just the sickening feeling that we're not 5-0 going to play North Carolina on Saturday night right now.
Well, that O was going to go anyway, November 11th, but Florida State was going to play it. But we move on. We'll continue to move on.
Bernie, let me ask you.
Hey, I have a bad connection. Nice talking to you.
Bernie, let me ask you. As an old school man who cut his teeth in the 80s, all right, a firm handshake, right? You judge a person based off their handshake. We all do, right?
Yes, we do.
Well, what's funny about...
But let me say to that, as we're going to maybe talk about a little football and stuff, me and Brock Purdy had the same elbow issue. And having that elbow surgery and now being 59 years old, I absolutely want you guys and everybody on the West Coast to think how tough and strong I am. But in terms of that elbow injury and what Brock Purdy's doing is super exceptional, coming back from that elbow surgery. But surgeries have changed over the years. I had that surgery. I'm an old school guy. I absolutely now, even with COVID, believe in that firm handshake and being respectful like that. But oh my God, my elbows fallen off all the years, and that's absolutely why I do the KosarWellness.com.
So nice.
Do stuff healthily to stay away from the pain medications and stuff that's been so rampant throughout our country.
Yeah, no doubt. Check out KosarWellness.com for all his wellness essentials. It's really vital, and I'm glad that you're doing that, Bernie, man. It's good to see that a former player doing that and having wellness checks or whatnot and looking out for other people. But the reason why we brought up the whole...
It's because, seriously, somebody like me, I've had 40 surgeries, 80 broken bones, 100 concussions, 14 seizures. Last 2 seizures, I was in a coma for 72 and 96 hours. Oh, like 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with 5 years left of cognitive brain function. I couldn't have been Joe and Bonte, I couldn't have been on your show in the morning. I could not enunciate, articulate, communicate any multiple syllable words. So to be able to at least slow down the deterioration of my brain and my body, to almost be regenerating it to where if I didn't tell you that story, I don't think you'd even remember that I used to be a complete ignorant person on these morning show interviews because I was so incapable of enunciating and being on point. So it's almost like with I'm calling you from Ohio today, getting ready for the Browns game, but we had 150 people just last week die of overdose deaths in the state of Ohio. We've had over 109,000 people overdose death in our country in the last 12 months. Wow. Four Thursdays ago was International Overdose Awareness Day. The month of September was Suicide Prevention Month. I unfortunately could have been either one of those statistics. So to be able to be out here today to kind of show people that there's a pathway towards health and happiness and wellness without having to be medicated. I'm proud to have not taken a pill in almost 5 years. So trying to spread that message, not just to ex-players, but to people out in society. I mean, the mental illness, the anxiety, self-confidence. I wrestled with stuff like that. And as older men, we sometimes are embarrassed to say stuff like that. But now with so many of these issues going on, it's almost a responsibility to try to tell people it's okay to say we need help and here's a pathway for help.
Well, I'm glad you're okay, Bernie.
Powerful.
You sound great. That is powerful. We're pulling for you. We didn't know that. We know you were a badass on the football field. You're a tough SOB. You'll play through anything, but I'm glad you're doing so well. And I think that's an inspiration for a lot of people out here to hear that coming from a former player like you, Bernie. So kudos to you for continuing to fight the good fight, man, and battle with it. Because we don't understand. We never played the game at that level. And some of the hits that you guys take, and you talk about Brock Purdy coming back, I think that's been the most underrated aspect of his season so far, is that he did come back from torn UCL surgery and was there for training camp, the start of training camp. And you look at the velocity, you look at his accuracy, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. His offense is averaging over 30 points per game. It does kind of get swept away because of how well he's playing, but we didn't think he was going to be back for week 1, and how well he's playing there for a 7th-round pick, the last pick of the draft. It's really stunning, Bernie.
Yeah, he's certainly not Mr. Irrelevant. And again, I'm not saying this for attention on myself. I had this injury. To this day, still my elbow doesn't straighten out. My right arm is 6 inches shorter than my left arm now because of that surgery and because of that. What Brock Purdy, the doctors did, from just physically being able to come back and play. And then just that young man as a quarterback, the way he is orchestrating this beautiful Kyle Shanahan offense, it's almost like a symphony, an orchestra of watching how in tune they are. It's a beautiful thing to watch. And then you couple that with their defense. Right now, you could see it's a tall order right now for Cleveland. And if I could plant a seed out there in San Francisco, can we hopefully hope that the 49ers are content and happy about their game against the Cowboys this past week, and they look past this little flight to the East Coast?
I doubt that.
Okay, I doubt that too. Is competitive and solid and strong as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are. I mean, a tribute to them and ownership. I'm from Youngstown, Ohio, so I'm massively biased towards John York and Denise DeBartolo York. Their ownership group's phenomenal. So the organization, what they've put together, coming back to Northeast Ohio. Kyle Shanahan was here 5-6 years ago before with this ownership group. So there's some familiarity with the area here. So I'm probably grasping at straws to think the 49ers are going to look past this game, but it's an important game for the Cleveland Browns, given given what happened with Deshaun Watson last week and playing against the Baltimore Ravens.
What are your thoughts on Deshaun Watson? I mean, like when I think of the Browns and close my eyes, you're one of the people that I think of, and clearly you're still out in Ohio, and so I'm sure you're following the team. Just give me all your Deshaun Watson thoughts right now.
So one of the main things about playing in that, like I was one of those old school guys that the doctors had to take my helmet away, and even if they did, I was still going to play. So I broke my ankle on Monday Night Football on the first series of the game back in the early 90s. I played the whole game on it. So there's things in your body that you could do, and sometimes you could play to a level of play that you are contributing and you feel like you could get to the W and stuff. The one thing with us quarterbacks, and you hear me, and I want everybody in San Fran and out west to think I'm a tough guy and I'm not complaining. That elbow issue I had, and even through shaking hands, which I'm embarrassed to admit, now is a massive issue for me, let alone throwing passes. So that's my elbow. I'm not trying to make excuses for Deshaun, but in the rotator cuff, if that really is, and that's an individual thing, if that's in there and you can't drive the ball outside in the massively windy stadium of Cleveland, it's one thing to be tough and want to play just because you could gut it out, but being tough and gutting it out, but then not being able to throw and you're a quarterback is a massive issue. So if he didn't feel he could throw, I understand that, but that's the tough part about being a QB right now. And there's hopefully with the week off, it's dissipated the inflammation, so that he's able to play against 49ers. The 49ers defense, it's no secret how awesome they are. And one of the things that Deshaun did have his best game as a Cleveland Brown against the Tennessee Titans, he was taking what the defense gave him. He was using the checkdowns. He was using his legs. He used his legs exceptionally. When you have the rotator issue and you have a pass rush like the San Francisco 49ers, throwing is maybe at the beginning of the game is one point, but as the game goes on, if he's going to use his legs, the 49ers and their physical presence is going to probably compound the issue within his shoulder.
Why were you wearing number 20 at the University of Miami? I always wanted to know. I watched the old footage of the Orange Bowl with you guys beating Nebraska, Howard Snellenberger. You were wearing number 20. That was like sacrilegious for a quarterback back in the day. How'd you wear number 20?
You know what? Thanks for asking that. It's maybe a little long-winded and stuff, but I really believe in never quitting. And Coach Snellenberger, I was probably fifth string back then, and I was so far down the totem pole that in high school, too, that I wasn't a starter, that they ran out of quarterback numbers. So they didn't have the 12, 13, 14, 15. So, and I was super skinny, so I didn't want a single-digit number because I looked like a string bean pole right there. And then I get to college, and I'm with Vinny so I'm on the depth chart. So I was actually going to transfer and quit. And Coach Snellenberger goes, hey, anything in life that's great, everybody wants it. So even though you're fifth string and you got some non-quarterback number 20, he goes, if you quit and run from a challenge now, your whole life you'll quit and run from a challenge. So I stuck with number 20. I stuck it out. And he goes, it's better to do your best and fail at a young age so that you don't have self-doubt or not understand as you go through life. And God, it was some of the best advice to not quit and go through it and take the beating for having an awkward number like number 20. And then I was going to try to be 20 in the pros. And the great Ernie Accorsi was the general manager who drafted Johnny Unitas. And you weren't allowed to have 20 in the pros. So Ernie Accorsi, and this is what he said. I'm so honored that he said I reminded him of Johnny Unitas. So that's how I ended up with 19 with the Browns.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Flutie, Schuler, like there's certain guys I think of with the goofy numbers. I just want to say I was a fan of yours before talking to you. Yeah. Now talking to you, I'm a huge fan, and I appreciate your vulnerability, your honesty, and just you seem like a great person, and I really appreciate you taking the time out to call us.
Awesome, guys. No, I appreciate talking to you. Hey, and not because Sam's the producer, not because I'm a University of Miami person, but I genuinely say to people, for families and people out there struggling and stuff, I use the phrase "you matter" because I so believe, not because of the University of Miami, I so believe in self-confidence and self-esteem. And even people like myself who've had some good success, I struggle with my self-confidence and my self-esteem. So I mention to people, and as we close here, Joe, Bonte, you matter. And for the people listening out there, you matter.
Wow.
Stay positive. God bless you.
Wow, God bless you too, Bernie, man. Anytime you want to come back on, we love to talk to you. We didn't get to half the stuff we wanted to get to. Great stuff there. We're bigger fans because of what you said. Again, check out ColzarWellness.com for all his wellness essentials. ColzarWellness.com. Bernie, you're the man. Thanks so much for the time today.
Guys, God bless you.
God bless you too, Bernie.
All right, that was Bernie Kosar, former Cleveland Browns quarterback, and great job by Bonte and Shasky doing that interview. I was on the YouTube chat, and some people were wondering were listening to the morning show, like, why do you replay something? And I told them the truth. So I'm on my way in this morning, listening to the Kosar interview, start to finish. And as I'm driving, I'm realizing that the interview's just getting better and better and better. And I just thought it was incredible. I thought it was positive. I thought it was touching. I think this guy showed in 20 minutes that you can tell he's a good guy. And I thought it was just really a good interview. And for people asking, sometimes an interview is so good that you ask to play it on your own show. And that's what we did. Well, and I'm glad we did.
And I'm glad you did, because not everyone has the chance to hear the whole thing. Like, I heard snippets of it in the morning. I got a glimpse of what some of the best bits were from social media that we tweeted out. But to actually sit down and listen to the best chunk of it, I thought was really powerful. And to listen to a guy who has been through just about everything there is to go through in the NFL, but also as far as life is concerned, and then like at his age, and from what he was describing with 80 concussions, 100 fractures, the fact that he could have been a statistic, for him to be at his age at a point where he can still articulate that and dumb it down to a human level, to me I'm very glad that we had a chance to share that with the audience. Even if you heard it before, I know sometimes listening again, you can pick up on other kind of small idiosyncratic things about the interview or someone sharing their life story. And for someone in my family, people I know have dealt with alcoholism and suicide, and to hear him talk about those things and how they relate to him and how he's trying to change those things, not just as a football player, but as Bernie, non-Kosar, I thought was really incredible.
I mean, it's funny because our boss a lot of times will ask us a question where he'll say, give me one word or just one thought. And after the interview, he said, what's your first thought about that interview? And my thought was, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Like, Bernie Kosar's a nice guy. He gives people the time of day. He engages with them. He says hello. He knows their names. He's insightful. He is vulnerable. And it's like, did he ever win a title in Cleveland? Nope. But you know what? He's, in a way, like Curry here. He's like Damian Lillard in Portland. That's the way Kosar is in Cleveland, because he played most of his career there, and he just let it all hang.
He's also from there, right?
Yeah, and he's from there, no doubt about it. But it just makes you think of some of the jerk pro players, and I just think, God, you know how easy it is to win people over if you just give it a thought? It's not that hard. That's all.
Well, I think that's a big reason why someone with the Warriors like Kevon Looney is so universally beloved, because not only does he not ruin seasons, not only does he not talk bad about his teammates, but if you've ever had the chance to not even interact with him personally, but just see the way that he is with people, both his teammates as well as if he does community events, if he's talking to Steiny and Guru on the radio, he's just a down-to-earth good person. And not everyone is like that also. And I think it's very special and unique that someone like Bernie Kosar can come on and spread that type of word, and that we as Warriors fans, or media members get to watch someone like Kevon Looney be himself every single night.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, thanks to Bernie Kosar for opening it up, and I hope you guys enjoyed that interview with Bernie Kosar and the guys from the morning show. We're gonna jump to Warriors. We got Ross Tucker coming up in about an hour, and we'll get back into the 49ers and Brock Purdy, but the Warriors are beginning to get deeper into their season. Preseason. Oh, by the way.
Preseason.
Hold on.
Training. Actually, sorry. They're still in training camp, right?
Okay. That's let's just eliminate training camp. I've said this before.
Why?
Because media day was Monday. They don't even practice. They practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then they have a game.
So
you can't have a 4-day training camp.
Why not?
It's got to be at least 2 months. I'm sorry, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's the rule. 2 weeks. That's the rule. But the Warriors are getting things moving. Chris
Paul was holding private workouts. He was flying guys in. He was taking 6 a.m. charters to work out with his boys. I mean, they are training in camp.
Yeah, they are. Okay. Well, they play tomorrow. No, Friday. No, Friday. They play Friday.
Kings, right?
Yes. Although we got big games on the preseason docket today.
Yeah.
Lakers, Kings. Woo! That'll be a barn burner.
Saw Jordan Poole in a Wizards uniform for the first time last night.
How many do you have?
He had 18 in the first half.
In 6 minutes?
No. Played 20.
Well, we can get into a lot of stuff with the Warriors. There was Anthony Slater of The Athletic and 95.7 The Game's Warriors Insider had a terrific story on Klay Thompson. And to me, it's clear that he's saying all the right things, and his contract coming up is on his mind, but it's not all the way on his mind. But there's some very interesting tidbits about the Warriors, where Klay Thompson's going to play. The general manager survey was out, so we kind of know now what other GMs think of the Warriors. Is there a new and a different Steph Curry this year? A lot of stuff to get into. What's your biggest thing with the Warriors now? Biggest thing to look for? What you're watching for? What's exciting? Just your one thing on the Warriors.
Well, it was Chris Paul.
Okay.
But that doesn't appear to be much of an issue now at all. And so for me, it's not so much one player, but it's how they start. Because to me, last year, the biggest issue, and you can go through the history of why the start was so bad last year, but they were awful to start the season, specifically on the road. And I want to see if they have corrected the wrongs that they have preached about the entire offseason. I want to see if that connectivity, if that, what was that? I forget the word that Mike Dunleavy continued to use. Connectivity was one of them.
Right.
Optionality. Optionality was the other big one. And if that actually manifests itself into a strong start for this team, because I do think they need to get off to a hot start, not just to put themselves in a position to be a top 4 seed, but also to potentially avoid some other off-the-court interests or issues that could arise from a potential situation like your head coach not having a deal beyond next year and your second or third best player not having a deal beyond next year.
Yeah, I would say my biggest thing is just how good are they going to be? I'm not really sure. I could see a scenario in which they're healthy and really good. Believe it or not, I can see it. I can see a scenario where they're healthy and they're just okay. I don't know how good this team is. That's what's going to make this year very fascinating. But I'll tell you what, they got experience.
Curry thinks they will.
That's
if
true.
Everyone's on board.
That's right. And we'll get into that on the other side. Is Curry a different man? It sure might sound like it. Hey, that segment was brought to you by Consume Cellular.
O'Reilly! It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. Our professional parts people will test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance...
rates, and super simple online application process. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Evan Giddings in with you. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back tomorrow. I think I got to do it, even if my partner is disappointed, and I'm talking about Guru.
Taking care of some family stuff.
Because I'm getting a lot of inquiries on the Yahoo text line and the Comcast business text line, and I'm going to go ahead and break this news. I don't need the sounder, but I have gotten a text. Guys out there are listening, please don't tell Guru this, but I got a text from
He's
Billy
probably listening.
at Atco. It's official. Rats and spiders. Rats and spiders, the October pest of the month.
Now, October,
Plural.
not September.
That's correct.
Like we were waiting on.
That is correct. So Guru not here. Must have had that meeting, and rats and spiders, Atco Pest Control, the pest of the month.
Well, Goo wanted to give me a heads up about it, but he wanted to leave you in the dark.
I guess so.
It's a Halloween theme.
You knew?
Of course. Me and Goo talk a lot.
Wow.
Probably more than you guys.
See, that would bother him
Off the air.
Off
the air.
If he knew I talk to you as much as he talks to you separately.
I'm just the conduit between you two.
Yeah. By the way, if you haven't noticed, in all this 49ers commotion, NBA season is getting underway, and there's a lot to talk about with the Golden State Warriors. One of the things to talk about is how last year went awry and whether this year they can be more cohesive. This is where we're going to start this segment. Steph Curry was asked about Andrew Wiggins in particular, but listen to what he said about this entire team and what this year's about.
It's exciting for everybody to get a fresh start, knowing where we're trying to go. We're trying to win a championship, so we need every single person that's going to rock our uniform this year to be their best self, Andrew included.
So he was asked specifically about Wiggins, and instead he said, well, everybody has to be on the same page, everybody has to be committed. And I started to wonder about that, and then I read this story today about Klay Thompson in The Athletic with Anthony Slater. So Klay Thompson is eligible for a contract extension, and he hasn't got one yet, and he talked all about it with Slater. He said, no, we can talk about it. A lot of players are like, I don't want to talk about it. Klay said, no, we can talk about it. Mm-hmm. And Klay talked about how he's feeling great. It's his 13th year in the league, or he's played 13 years, one or the other. He's either going to get a contract before the season or not. If he gets a contract, great. If he doesn't get a contract, that's fine. He thinks if he has a good year, he'll get paid anyway. And that's where I thought, interesting. That's where I put those two together. Curry saying we need everybody. And then seeing Klay Thompson, who's the only one of the big three kind of without working with a long-term contract, saying, hey, if it gets done, it gets done. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'll admit that's a good sign. That's a good sign for the Warriors.
And I think the Klay Thompson quote is aligned with Steph because Klay Thompson is not trying to look past this season. I think that's also part of who Klay is. He's someone that generally deals with things in the present. But when Stephen Curry emphasizes everyone twice for a question that's directed at an individual, to me, I hear a couple of things. I hear one, Stephen Curry trying to make sure that anything that derails the season is only about basketball. Like if they get beat or their season doesn't go the way they want it to, then it's about basketball. It's not because a teammate hits someone. It's not because guys are crying about playing time. It's not because people are unhappy with their roles and feel like they should be getting more than they should or shouldn't. It's going to be about is the other team on the other end better than us? Yes or no? That's what the season should be about. Secondly, I think that Stephen Curry is admitting, based on what happened last season, that he wishes he had said that exact statement last year at some point. And I think he said it before Game 7 of the Sacramento series when he told Draymond Green to take a back seat and let me address the team. Get on the bus, be with us. or get off. I think he wishes that he had said we need everyone on board and that he had that kind of vocal leadership earlier than he did last year, because by the end it was quite honestly too late. So those are the two things, along with the Clay comments, that I take away.
888-957-9570. What did you guys hear? Warrior fans, what did you hear in that bite with Steph Curry? Take another listen, and I'll tell you what I thought, but I think it's positive one way or the other.
It's exciting for everybody to get a fresh start, knowing where we're trying to go. We're trying to win a championship. So we need every single person that's going to rock our uniform this year to be their best self, Andrew included.
So here's what jumped out at me. One is, I'm going to meet you halfway on it sounds like he may have wished he addressed this last season earlier. And I agree. I think that's part of it. Steph still needs to show me that he can be a different kind of leader. In other words, he's a leader in his own way. I think what I've heard when people talk about that particular clip is they seem to be indicating they believe Steph Curry will be a little bit different kind of leader this year, more vocal, clearly, right? Holding more people accountable, just being more of a hands-on presence to everybody else on the team. That I want to wait to see play out, because we all know Steph's a leader, but he does it by actions, not by words. But that's not even what I wanted to get into. What I wanted to get into is I do think there is something to it, though. I think what he was saying, I think you could go down the whole list. He was asked about Wiggins, and he basically was saying, don't put it all on Wiggins. He was saying, listen, we need everybody. What does that mean? Klay Thompson, you can't play like you played at the beginning of the year. You can't play like you played the first 2 months of the season. Draymond Green, you've messed up situations before. I've been playing with you for a decade, but there's been times in your career where you really messed up royally, and you messed up last year, and you cost us the season. We need you to be locked in. Wiggins, you know what? You had something going on. We all know what it was. We've kept it in-house from everybody. Maybe some of us feel like you took some liberties. Maybe some of us feel like you had everything coming that you deserve. But we need you this year, Andrew Wiggins, too. Kuminga, hey, join the team. Quit thinking about yourself and making it all about Kuminga. We need you to be a productive player. And also, I think maybe some of it was to Chris Paul. Saying to Chris Paul, I know, but listen, everybody's going to need to sacrifice. So I'm willing to say I'm open-minded to the fact that Steph may be a little bit different this year. And I do acknowledge this is a different start for him, but it's something that I do wonder if he can maintain it throughout the course of the season.
I don't necessarily think it means that he's all of a sudden a different person, but I don't, and you would know better than maybe anyone, has there ever been a time where we've heard this kind of statement from Stephen Curry at the beginning of a season? Not throughout the middle of it, not at the end of it, because he's had different times where he's vocalized his frustration. I forget, it was during the pandemic season he played in 21 where it was against the Clippers or the Bucks, where he's on the sideline like screaming at the players, like, come on, I don't see any effort from you guys. Like we've seen that type of Stephen Curry before, but not at the beginning of a year before it's even started. And so I think that there is a statement, yes, of I want everyone on board, but it also signals to me a statement of urgency that we have not seen from Stephen Curry throughout his career yet.
I think if you want to read into that, one thing that you could also come away with is Steph Curry, and maybe this is a little too I'm stretching it too long. But when I think of Steph Curry, I think of Steph has had Draymond Green's back 100% of the time, all the time, for the most part, all the time. Well, maybe this is Steph's way of saying, when he says everybody, he's now putting Draymond Green into the class of all the other players. And he's putting Klay, not that Curry's elevating himself, but he's saying to Klay and Draymond, we can't, and even maybe himself, we can't be part of the problem anymore. Like, we can't be. And maybe that's spoken behind the scenes, but I think that's the message that he was sending. Because now that you look back on last year, everybody had an issue, right? Everybody had either an axe to grind or a reason for not producing or an excuse for not producing. And they all used it. And the Warriors ended up winning only 44 games.
And I think another part of that, too, to tie it back into the Slater piece about Klay, the quote that stood out to me from Klay Thompson from that was, when you win, everything will take care of itself. Well, last year we saw them not win. Right. And they shipped off Jordan Poole, who they just gave big money to, is supposed to be the next prince of the ball. He's gone. You bring in Chris Paul. Like, it is now more than ever a year-to-year league with the Golden State Warriors, I believe. And I think when Steph is saying everyone needs to be in unison, it's all because I think they understand fully now from having seen the beginning and potentially an end to their dynasty of, look, if we win, everything will fall into place. Klay Thompson, that contract that you may or may not be worried about, that will come if we win. Steve Kerr, that contract that you may or may not want to re-sign for will come, and you will have the money you want if we win. These young players, Kuminga, if you're dissatisfied with your role, if we win, right, and if you're a part of it, that will take care of itself. Draymond Green, your concerns with, maybe Klay shooting too much, or a young guy you feeling disconnected from him, or feeling like someone is basically, I don't know, being over aggressive and over emotional. Like, all of these things will take care of themselves if we win. But that demands the roster 1 through 15. And even, I think he's talking to the front office a little bit too. He might be talking to ownership. Everyone from Joe Lacob down to Lester Quinones needs to be in lockstep in order for them to win. And when they win, all is well. Because right. I think another reason why you're talking about there being an issue at every level with the team last year was because they didn't win. And they lost a lot of winnable games early and especially on the road that they felt like they got away from them and that they didn't have answers for.
Yeah, and they started the season 3-7. They couldn't win on the road, which meant they could never really garner any kind of long-term consistency. Here's where I'm at with Klay Thompson, and he said he wanted to be a Warrior for life. He said that's very important to him, actually, because he cited how few players in professional sports do that, and he's saying all the right things. Similar to Steph, who looks like he may or may not be holding people more accountable this year. I take that at face value, but I got to see it still. I'm not mocking them, or I'm not saying that's a joke, that won't happen. But we must see Klay Thompson play, be productive, be positive, and be really good if he is in a contract year and he hasn't gotten paid before the season. He's going to have to follow through with that statement, and that might be tougher than the state making the statement itself.
True, but I also think and the message is unified to me because of what happened at the beginning of last year, and so they could be words. I mean, who knows? They could come out and lose 8 of their first 10 games. I don't think that's going to happen because I believe in this roster and I believe in the direction that it's going. I think that there's some imperfections about it, but to me, and again, it's one of the first thing that I thought of when I heard Stephen Curry talking about everyone in reference to just Andrew Wiggins, which is it cannot be about not basketball. It has to only be about what happens on the court. Anything that happens inside of the locker room, away from the 94-foot floor that is on the Chase Center hardwood, it cannot be about anything away from that. If we get beat, if we are not good, it is going to have to be because someone else proves that they're better than us, not that we prove that we beat ourselves like a lot of them feel like last year ended.
I heard that too. I absolutely heard that. And I think that's one of the reasons I don't know how this team is going to be, because I do think they have some shortcomings and limitations on the court, but they also have some strengths that other teams can't touch. Seasoning, experience, what have you. The question's going to be, can they play at a high level for all or most of the season. If they can do that, they certainly got a shot at it. The one thing I was thinking about with Curry and the Warriors in terms of saying all the right things, etc. Let me ask Warrior fans this, and I don't necessarily have an opinion on it. There you go. I think I know what I would do.
I'll find one for us.
But if you've been a Warrior fan for this era, you know our players' personalities. You know Steph's pretty easygoing. You know Draymond's the heart and soul. And you know Clay is mellow, but sometimes he can get inside his own head, right? We know that.
Sure.
So if you're a real Warrior fan, is there some trepidation that we are entering this season with Steph under contract long-term, with Draymond under contract long-term, and the possibility that Clay, the only one of the big three, they may put him through a contract year? Now, I get it. Clay's saying he can do it. He's prepared to do it. I'm asking Warrior fans if you're worried about that. Now, it all might be moot. He might get a contract extension before the start of the season, and then here we go. We're ready to roll. But if I were the Golden State Warriors, at this point, I think I would try to work out an extension for Klay Thompson. I just don't want him. I don't want him in a contract year in a way.
Well, he's never had to play with one. Like, he's always had confirmation that he's going to be a part of the roster. And maybe there is some tongue-in-cheek behind-the-scenes conversations to that, which is, Clay, look, we want to extend you. We want to give you money, but we kind of need the market to determine what your figure is going to be. And maybe Klay Thompson even has enough confidence in himself to say, and it was slightly different, but last year, Draymond Green kind of played in a contract year. I know he had a player option, which he would have probably opted into if his season got derailed or didn't go the way he wanted it to. Klay Thompson doesn't have that option. But also, look, Klay, right now you're a $30 million per year player. Like, that's what you are. Even though you're making 42 or whatever you're making, like you're the market says you're a $30 million player.
Right.
At the end of this year, you just saw Jaylen Brown make 60. Jason Tatum's going to get 65 a year. Karl Anthony Towns is going to be making 55 a year. If you really want to maximize your last contract and your value, ball out this year, do everything that you're doing, say everything that you're saying, and you're actually going to be rewarded more so than if you sign your contract extension right now. Now, that's a risky play, but the gold could be at the end of the rainbow for Klay Thompson, and we just kind of don't see it yet because the market hasn't played itself out yet.
The reality of the situation is...
That's also an optimistic view.
Well, yes, but yeah, it is, but it's definitely sensible. And the reality is this. Klay Thompson, the first 2 months of the season, and Klay Thompson in the playoffs probably was a $22 million player. In January and February, he might have been a $35 million player, maybe even a little more. So if I'm Klay Thompson, and I believe that one of the reasons I was inconsistent last year was because of my mental block and I didn't play pickup in the off season, and I truly believe in myself, then there is money to be made. If he can have more months like January and February, he's going to get more than $30 million.
Yeah, and someone like Klay Thompson is a significantly better player, but someone like J.J. Redick played into their late 30s. He didn't have to deal with the injuries that Klay did, but a shooter might be able to stick around longer and help a team at a higher level than someone like Draymond Green. And Draymond already got his money, so he's secured, but I think that's also a reason why Draymond kind of took a pay cut or was okay with taking a pay cut, because I think Klay Thompson's game is going to age better than Draymond Green's.
I do too.
And so there's more money, and there's always been more money to be made by Klay Thompson because he's always been paid more.
Well, the other thing, though, about Klay and his contract is if he's truly going to do what Steve Kerr is saying he wants Klay Thompson to do, then he's going to be playing a different position. Then this year he's going to have the opportunity almost to be, this is the first look we're going to get at Klay Thompson, who plays 3 and 4, not 2 and 3. Maybe that adds to his value. Maybe it deteriorates his value. I'm not really sure. Somebody on the Comcast Business text line, Steiny, Ayuk, you like Ayuk in a contract year, but Clay playing is unacceptable. Yeah, you got that right. Ayuk's a much younger player than Clay. Clay's kind of earned that, I feel like. And also, it's more about, Evan, do you want to have Klay Thompson not be under a long-term contract when the other two are?
Ideally, no.
Right.
But I also think if you're the Golden State Warriors, and the word optionality, it applies a lot to Chris Paul, but I also think it applies to the big three. Or I should say two members of the big three. Because like if Klay Thompson is not the player he once was, and look, again, I don't think he's going to be bad this year. In fact, I think he can get better than he was last year. But if for some reason he, God forbid, gets hurt again, or is in his own head the whole year, or is a reason why the season does not go the way that you want it to, well, then you might have to make the difficult decision of moving on from him. I also think that if Mike Dunleavy Jr. is a guy, and this is a little bit of a stretch here, but hang with me, if Mike Dunleavy Jr. is a guy that says Jordan Poole's going to be here for 4 years and then trades him 4 days later, what's to say that if Draymond's hurt all season, or if Draymond is not the player that you want him to be and doesn't look like he can be a winning player beyond this season, what's to stop the Golden State Warriors from trying to move a very movable deal? Like, I don't think it's certain. These are all, now that'd be the glass half empty.
Sure.
That'd be the pessimistic look at things. I don't think it's certain right now that the big three retire together in Golden State, but this year will determine if they do, if that makes sense. Because if Klay Thompson...
For one more year.
Well, no, because if you do give Klay Thompson the extension, then he will be here for multiple years. Like if you
would think, but
yes.
But see, I think there's a possibility they could extend Klay before the season. But then if things don't go as planned, I believe at the end of this upcoming season, all bets are off at that point.
Yes, but I'm saying if Klay Thompson plays well this year, if Draymond Green plays well this year, if Stephen Curry plays well this year, they show that they can still perform at a high level, even if you don't win the championship. To me, then that does create a situation where you almost have to align them all to retire as Warriors. Like, even...
Well, listen, I know...
I think this year is the inflection point because you're not going to be able to have a Chris Paul next year because of the luxury situation, the second apron. Like, this is kind of your last best chance for the big three to prove how close they are to a title. And if they prove that they are, I find it very difficult to believe that the Warriors would want to move off them in the near future. If they don't prove that they're close to a championship, then I'm with you that all bets are off.
I mean, no, I hear exactly what you're saying. My feeling is, let's say they extend Klay and they get to the Western Conference Finals and lose. They have a bounce-back year. The first question I have is how are they getting better the following year because they're going to be another year older. And I know people say that every year, Steinmetz, but it's a fact. It's a fact. And that's something that's going to have to be dealt with. I also think that if you do extend Klay, just because you're extending the big three, it does not guarantee they're retiring as Warriors. And here's the other thing. If they all retire as Warriors, there's going to be a price for that.
Speaking of front office decisions, you mind if I run the GM poll by you on the other side?
Give it to me, baby. That segment was brought to you by Lucky, California.
You have a taste for beef with a higher standard? Because Lucky proudly carries USDA choice beef that's tender, juicy, and marbled to perfection.
YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz in with Evan Giddings. Guru will be back tomorrow. He's taking care of some family business. Coming up in a half hour, Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's NFL Odyssey Insider. Can't wait to talk to Ross. 49ers are they're a pretty good team.
No, you're right.
They're a pretty good team, and I am right. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors right now. They've started training camp, and everybody's saying the right thing, and everybody at this point seems to be on the same page. So we will enter the season with I don't know what. I don't know what kind of team we have here, Evan. I really don't. If I had a guess, will they win more games than last year?
44 wins. I don't see how they can't. Well, I mean, I can, but
I think they'll be a little above there,
barring injury,
but not much.
And I know when you get old, you get hurt. It happens. There was so much in addition to just the injuries that happened last year, and they still won 44 games. From everything that we're hearing from Curry and Clay and even Draymond, and especially Chris Paul, and I do think that Chris Paul is going to be a big part of the reason why they are going to win more than 44 games. And it's not just because everywhere he's been, he has elevated their team. Every single place, their winning percentage has grown from the year prior when Chris Paul enters the equation. But because I also think he's kind of what they need a little bit. He is a guy who, like we're talking about, we were in the previous segment, about how Stephen Curry might be a different, more vocal leader. We might hear from him more this year. That's what Chris Paul is. And I think that Chris Paul is in the unique spot to where he has enough cachet, maybe not with the fans, because they don't like him from his time prior to Golden State, but with the rest of that locker room to say, yes, you guys have the rings. You guys have beaten me. You guys have made sure that I am not a champion to this point. But if you want to help me, Draymond, get my first ring, then I need you to know that I know what I'm talking about, that I know how to win basketball games. And if you buy into me, as much as it appears that Chris Paul has already bought into Golden State Warriors basketball, I don't see how they can't win with him more than 44 games this year.
It's a good point. And if they stay healthy, I think they have a chance to win more games than last year. It's funny about Chris Paul, and when you talk about the fit, does Chris Paul fit? If you ask me if Chris Paul fits, I'd say, I don't care. I'll take the other side. Whatever. You think he's a fit?
Yeah.
I'll make the argument he doesn't fit. You think he doesn't fit? I'll make the argument he fits. Because you can do it either way. Why doesn't he fit? He's never come off the bench in his career, and you're going to ask him to do that. That's not a fit.
At some point.
You just acquired a point guard when the best position on your team is your point guard. All right? Like, that's not a fit. A fit would have been if Chris Paul would have been 6'10". So you're saying he's not a fit, Stein? No, he is a fit because he doesn't turn the ball over, and that's what this team needs. How about a guy to settle the team down other than Steph Curry? We could use that. Well, that fits. So I'm with you. Is he a fit? Is he not a fit? He is in some ways, and he's not in others. But as far as you said, winning over the players and the fans, and that the players respect him, and the fans, they don't like him.
No, they don't.
Just got me to thinking.
They should.
That'll change. That could change in the snap of a finger. Imagine opening night. Opening night, here comes Phoenix. We're all talking about Durant coming back for the first time ever. Well, Chris Paul's going up against Phoenix. What if there's just some little skirmish and Chris Paul ends up in Durant's face? Or Chris Paul ends up in Booker's face? standing up for Draymond or standing up for Curry. Chris Paul will be a Warrior at that moment. Mm-hmm.
Wait, you're saying that
if in day one
that's a bad thing?
No, it wouldn't.
Chris Paul endear himself
exactly
to everyone.
Yeah, you were saying winning over the fans. Like a lot of people don't like Chris Paul. He might have to win some fans over. I said he can do that day one by getting in Durant or Booker's face, protecting a teammate.
And in fact, that might be the game plan for Chris Paul opening night.
I can see it.
Like he is that smart of a player that I think he knows, and it's not. And I don't think he would consider the fans to be a part of that move. But it's like, in order to prove to the team, yeah, I can say everything right in preseason. From what it seems like, he's ingratiated himself well by working out and going out of his way to come and play with different players and immerse himself into Warriors basketball, working out with these guys. But they got to see it on the court. They got to see it actually in a game. And I don't know if there's a better stage than opening night at Chase Center when the team that just traded you away because, well, they wanted a better player in Bradley Beal, supposedly.
Right.
I don't see a better venue, a better stage for Chris Paul than there to say, you know what? Bleep Kevin Durant. Bleep Devin Booker. Bleep the Phoenix Suns. And I'm going to show them what they're missing.
See, this is the part of the NBA that it's out there, but we don't exactly know what everybody's motivation is. But there's no doubt this is the game within a game. We've been talking, what's in the Bay Area? What are we going to be talking about? We are going to be talking about Kevin Durant coming back to the Bay for the first time after winning 2 championships with the Golden State Warriors. What is totally separate and what we haven't really thought about a lot is Chris Paul may be so mad at Phoenix right now, or a couple players on that team who maybe he thought gave up on him, or whatever happened, if he's got any resentment toward Phoenix, the Warrior players, Draymond, Steph, and Clay, it's not spoken, but they then know that Chris really got a problem with Phoenix, and Chris is in the right. So even though Chris Paul has never played with the Golden State Warriors before, and even though he's been an arch rival, those 3 guys, if it means something to Chris Paul, they'll play like it means something to not only Chris Paul, but to the Warriors. I believe that's what veterans do. They understand that part of the game.
The game within the game.
Yeah, and I don't know how it'll manifest itself. I have no idea. But if this game means anything to Chris Paul, the first game, well, I bet you it means something to the big 3. It really does.
And it might also mean something to Kevin Durant, too. I wonder, and maybe you can help me out here, when the Warriors got KD, the first time they played Oklahoma City, did you sense any added motivation from the non-Durant Warriors starters to either feed him the ball a little more or to try and showcase him? Or was it just about simply coming out and kicking their ass, which I believe they did?
When the Warriors had Durant and they were just rolling
16,
people?
17, the first year that he switched.
Okay.
Oklahoma City, Golden State. Or I think they played each other more than once that year. But I'm just curious because Chris Paul's not the guy that's like, we're going to feed CP3 tonight and we're going to try and get him 40 points.
Oh, I see what you're
Whereas Kevin Durant, you can just give him the ball on the block and say, you know what, you're pissed at your old team or they're mad at you. You know, we'll let you settle this.
I see what you're saying. Believe it or not, I didn't view it as let's try to get Chris going. I viewed it as Chris Paul maybe letting Steph, Clay, and Draymond in on what he thought happened in Phoenix and why he's not there anymore. And hell, for all I know, it could have been DeAndre Ayton, and he doesn't care because Ayton's. But maybe he's got some kind of acrimony with Devin Booker. Well, Devin Booker's the guy that Clay's going to go. Listen, I'm not saying
I got you.
I don't know what will happen, but I would look if you know a game's important to a teammate. Sometimes that's what you need for motivation on a given night.
I don't think it's far-fetched to think that Chris Paul has some sort of burn against the Phoenix Suns. Sorry to make a pun there. But because of what he said in the New York Times article about how he didn't even know he was traded until his son told him from Twitter.
Right.
Like that's pretty messed up for a guy that has accomplished in the regular season what Chris Paul has. I don't know too many guys that, and maybe this is just the new era of basketball, like Boogie Cousins finding out that he's been traded at the All-Star break a day after the GM said he's not going anywhere. Jordan Poole getting traded from the Golden State Warriors 4 days after Mike Dunleavy Jr. said he's going to be here for the next 4 years. All of that stuff might just be fair play and on the table, and Chris Paul also might be a guy who's, as the former president of the Players Association, understands that happens more often than not. But I can't imagine that he doesn't feel slighted in some way by his previous employer and is going to want to win that basketball game to say, look at what you're missing out on.
Exactly. Could you imagine if he gets into it with Durant?
That'd be awesome. Although, I mean, Chris Paul's he's a fiery player, but he never really takes it to a physical level. It's just kind of, I don't know, he might shimmy on him.
I mean, we haven't, well, a lot of people have talked about it, but I haven't thought about that aspect of Chris Paul, believe it or not. When I put Chris Paul into my Warrior equation, I think of him as a player 95% of it. You know what I mean? I don't put into the equation, oh, that's right. He was one of the most hated players the Warrior fans have ever gone up against. And, you're telling me there are Warrior fans out there that really don't like the idea of Chris Paul on the team? No, Steiny, yeah. Like, they really have a problem with it. I always think of Richard Sherman at that point.
It's good comp.
And, Richard Sherman, here it is 10, 12 years later, he's on TV in a way, identifying as a former Niner, in a way. So, anyway, I just that's the kind of stuff that I'm thinking about.
At the end of the day, if Chris Paul helps the Golden State Warriors win, like Klay Thompson said, I think everything will take care of itself in regards to his relationship with the fans, even his relationship with the media, which kind of got off to a contentious start. And then from what we saw at Media Day, he seemed like the belle of the ball. Like everybody was happy to talk to him. He was open. He was honest. He was forthright. He was connective. Like the Chris Paul that we thought we were getting appears to be a very different Chris Paul now 3 or 4 months later.
I just think he's
got to prove it, though.
He's, again, do you want to say he's a fit or not? I think he can always take two sides of it. Chris Paul, to me, has always been the consummate professional. But there is another group that thinks he's dirty, that thinks he's a choke artist, that think he can't finish a season, that thinks he's injury prone, and that thinks he's overrated. Well, I take the former on him. I think he's a hell of a player, an incredible player. But if you want to take the argument that he's not completely professional, I don't buy it. For example, he wasn't going to come to Media Day without a solution. You know what I mean? He wasn't going to come to Media Day. He might have said you coaching during the offseason when they got him in Vegas against the wall. But on Media Day, he knew what he had to do. And he did it.
And I think that, like you're talking about the 95%, the basketball player.
I'm also saying, from everything I heard, once the trade was consummated, once he realized he was going to the Warriors, once he got out here, he has been a professional. He's been communicating with everybody, especially the young players. He's been willing to play with the second unit. He's got a level of professionalism to him that apparently is automatic, and it is the complete opposite of apparently what the joke was, let's say, in the Giants clubhouse this year.
Definitely. Yeah, there was no Pasoy problem in the Warriors clubhouse, or there's no Pasoy problem with Chris Paul. I think that kind of like Chris Paul, and I think that what you're talking about is the reason why, from everyone that knew about the situation, immediately nixed the Drew Holiday possibility. Like Chris Paul, the contracts line up, they can make it work. We threw around hypotheticals. Everyone who knew what Chris Paul and the effort that he'd made to ingratiate himself with the Golden State culture, said there's no chance that they flip Chris Paul before the season because that would undo all of the good that he had put together.
Right.
I also think with regards to Chris Paul, the person, and what I believe we'll find is as a player and the kind of the personality trait of Chris Paul is a lot like Draymond Green. I don't think they're similar basketball players, but I think they're the same player that you hate when they're on the other team. And when they're on your team, you love them because they give you different intangibles. They might be dirty here and there, but at the end of the day, they want to win the game, and they are willing to scratch and claw and do anything possible to make sure that you have more points than the other team at the end. That's why I've always liked Chris Paul. I've never understood why people don't. Even here in the Bay Area, like he never beat the Warriors. Right. He was never a threat to their dynasty. At least I never saw him as that.
Well, way back.
Maybe with Houston, I guess.
I'm saying with the Clippers.
Oh, with the Clippers. Sure.
But that's a long time ago.
I mean, I think he plays basketball to win.
I agree.
And I respect any player that does that.
And as long as I mentioned Richard Sherman, I would compare Richard Sherman's competitiveness to Chris Paul's competitiveness. Like, they are both super competitive, right? They're not just guys who are playing sports. They're two guys who are driven by winning. Well, let me ask you this, because it looks apparent now. Everybody's talking about, will Chris Paul start? Will Chris Paul not start? To me, it's become apparent, whether he does or doesn't, the Warriors are going to use a small lineup. And that lineup, if everybody's available, is going to be Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. The plan is Klay is going to have to guard some fours. And Steve Kerr talked about how Klay's a lot stronger than you think, and he can do that. I'm open to it, if for no other reason than it's not like it was in the past where a 4 was Karl Malone and you were going to post him up 11 times a game.
Oh, and that's the thing, because we've seen Klay guard 4s before in big situations. Like, we've seen him match up with Kevin Love and hold his own on the block. I think he can still do that. I don't believe he can guard a Kyrie Irving-like guard anymore, the way he used to be able to pick up him, Westbrook, and the likes of other small, faster players. I don't think he can do that anymore.
Right.
So if there was a concern about Klay being just a 3 or a 4, I think now you might have less players defensively that can hold their own against 1s and 2s because he could always do that. Now their best perimeter defender might be Jonathan Kuminga, who's not in the starting lineup as of now.
Right.
So, and I know Draymond's going to miss some time. That might be a chance for us to see Kuminga and his improvement. But I agree with you because it sounds like your biggest concern for this season is them on the defensive end, not the offensive end.
That's a concern. Yeah, defensively, their size is something that their lack of size is something that they've used as a strength in their past. Their small lineups have been beneficial.
But their small lineups have also not been small.
Correct.
Like, they've been long.
No doubt
they've
about it.
They've had length.
No
they've had
doubt
versatility. I think people just viewed them as small because the tallest guy on the court was 6'9" or 6'10", which it currently is.
For sure.
But not their backcourt all being beneath 6'3".
That's true. And even though they were small, they were big at every position outside Steph. Klay Thompson was pretty big for a 2. Iguodala was big for a 3. Draymond plays bigger than he is, he plays bigger than a 4 if he has to. The one thing that regarding Klay, and I've kind of said this, and I hope people don't take this the wrong way because they are truly one-of-a-kind players. And if you're a player and you're among the greats of all time and you start to slip a little bit, it doesn't mean you're not one of the greats of all time. And it doesn't even mean that you can't be a really good player in the NBA. But the level that the Warriors played when they won championships, even if it's just a little slippage, that all adds up. It just all adds up. And so say what you want about Klay, when the Warriors were at their best, he was on the point of attack. And it was a big advantage for him. And now he doesn't do that anymore, or he can't do that anymore. That's become the Warriors' essentially biggest problem on defense. And then you're moving Klay Thompson to guard somebody off the ball, and he's just not as good. He's better when he guards guys on the ball. So you weaken yourself defensively. Does that mean Klay's useless? Of course it doesn't. Does that mean Klay still can't score 35 on any given night? He sure can. But it's just a way that, like, brick by brick, you just get a little bit worse. And that's what the challenge is. How do you overcome that? That was a little rant, but for all those guys, can Kuminga be more better than the veterans decline? That's how you continue to get better.
Sure, but I also think that there's enough runway left in Klay specifically.
Okay.
That he can be better this year than he was last year.
I believe that's possible.
And I even think he can shoot it better than what he did last year. Or I should say he can be able to shoot it more consistently. And I think that's where, to bring it back to Anthony Slater's article or sit down with Klay, my other big takeaway from that, other than Klay is being kind of just taking the year like the Warriors are one at a time, is he knows that he needs to have a big season. Now, I think he knew that last year, but it wasn't because of what the team had in mind. It was because, and he admitted this, at the beginning of the year last year, he was trying to prove that he was still the same player he was.
Right.
That he heard Charles Barkley say that Klay Thompson is not the same guy, that Devin Booker was in his face dropping 30 on him, that he's not the same shooting guard that he is anymore. He was hearing all the chirp, chirp, chirp that people were talking about him specifically and his game. I think he's gotten through that. And if he starts this year with the mentality of, I'm playing to win, just as Chris Paul is playing to win, just as Draymond Green is playing to win, just as Stephen Curry is imploring all of his teammates to be on board, that everyone needs to be in lockstep to win, then I do think it is possible for Klay Thompson to have a better year because there's a different mentality that seemed to escape him last season.
Yes, the one question I'd have, or one of the questions I have with Klay, is in the article with Anthony Slater in The Athletic. He acknowledged last year during the playoffs, he was gone. He was fried.
And tired.
He said, I don't know if it was mental or physical. I don't even know, but I was fried. And the conventional wisdom is, well, that's because he didn't play in the summer. And the nugget in that story, or one of the more intriguing things in that story that I found out was, it wasn't that Klay didn't work out last summer. According to Klay, he worked out a lot. He ran, he got his aerobic stuff in, he lifted, he did a lot in the offseason. He just didn't play pickup basketball. I thought he basically didn't do anything in the summer.
It kind of looked like it.
Right. So my question would be, how do you avoid that this year? When you are a year older, and in theory, you're going to put more time in the summer. And I know you say, well, you put more time in the summer to be stronger at the end of the year. I guess. I'm not sure how that works or not.
No, I look, and you could look at that and hear that nugget and say, well, damn, actually he did work out and he still played that way, or he still was tired at the end of the summer. And I know they load managed him at the beginning of the year. Maybe they load manage him differently this season because, according to the NBA's definition, Klay Thompson is no longer a star. So they don't have to worry about sitting him out after back-to-backs. I mean, these are all things that I'm sure the great Rick Celebrini is going to have under his watch this year. Klay Thompson's a big part of it.
No doubt about it. On the other side, Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's NFL insider for Odyssey. We're going to get back to the Niners with Ross. And don't forget, Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public, so join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit, October 18th, Fieldwork Brewing Company. We'll see you there.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regularly servicing vehicles.
rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings today. Guru, a little family matter. He'll be back tomorrow. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross, I got to start out with Sunday night's game, 42-10. 49ers beat the Cowboys, and just ask you what your impressions were.
Yeah, I mean, very impressed, obviously, with the Niners. Probably very disappointed with the game itself because I just wanted a close, competitive game, right?
Yep.
You know, I don't have really a rooting interest. In fact, because I do work for the Eagles or whatever, I was joking that I was rooting for a tie because that would have helped the Eagles for both the division and for, you know, the home field advantage. But the Niners, look, they just have a really good team. They're loaded seemingly everywhere. You know, with Purdy playing this well, it really kind of puts them at a different level than it felt like they were even at last year. Their O-line hasn't seemed to really miss what they had in McGlinchey that much. And I also think the Hargrave signing was really big. I mean, they went out, they paid him a lot of money, and he's performed. And, you know, I think the underrated part of that, right, is that not only do you go ahead and you get a player of his caliber, but you took him away from the Eagles. I mean, you took him away from the second best team right now.
Right.
Right now, the Eagles are fortunate in that they were able to draft Jalen Carter, and he's an absolute monster. So they were able to kind of fill in for Hargrave right away. But still, I mean, I think with what you have in Bosa, you really needed to have another inside guy that really is tough to handle, and that's exactly what they got in Hargrave.
Ross, you mentioned the play of Brock Purdy, and he seemed to kind of be the story from Sunday night on the offensive side for the 49ers. I was just going through some of the starts of guys in their careers, and you know, Brock Purdy is number one in quarterback rating, 114.4. That's better than Mahomes' first 10 games in his career. I know that the passing figures have not been as magnificent as, say, Mahomes, but is it fair to put Brock Purdy in the conversation of the best start to a career for a quarterback?
Ooh, I'd have to think about it, but yeah, I mean, he's getting there, right? I mean, he's won every regular season start. He got the playoff wins under his belt. He's played very well. You know, even when Brady in his second year had that great run and they won the Super Bowl, I don't know that he was playing as well as Purdy is right now. You have to tell me about other guys. I mean, I feel like Rodgers played pretty well when he first got his shot, but maybe not this well. You know, I will say it's a little bit tough to tell because I was having this conversation with somebody about, you know, we did a Twitter poll for my podcast, at Ross Tucker Pod, saying right now, for the next 10 years, would you rather have Bryce Young, the number one overall pick this year, the guy that won the Heisman Trophy the year that Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, or Brock Purdy? And more people voted for Brock Purdy, and I voted for Brock Purdy because it's the only sample size we have to go off of. But I guess I would say usually a young quarterback does not fall into this situation. Usually they're on a bad team like Carolina or Houston or whatever, and so it does skew things a little bit that he goes to a team that has, you know, the best running back in the league, the best fullback in the league, one of the 2 or 3 best tight ends in the league, a very good receiving core, you know, a top 3 offensive play call or play designer. You know, I think he is having the best start to a career, but it's hard to just look at it in that vacuum, if that makes sense.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. I mean, I think the other big part of this, and you can speak to it, is the fact that not only do they, teams with quarterbacks on rookie deals, they got an advantage. Well, this guy's not even on a rookie deal. He's on a deal 8 times, 10 times better than a rookie deal. And it's kind of allowed the Niners to put a lot of stuff around him. Like, that doesn't happen either.
Well, and just wait till later in the year or in the playoffs when people start saying, that's the formula. That's what you should do.
Right.
Just draft an all-pro caliber quarterback in the 6th or 7th round. Right. That's the way you should do it. It's because it's coming. Like, I promise you, it's coming. People will start acting like, when the reality is, what does it happen? Like, once every 20-some years that you can draft a guy this low and they play this well? Brady and now Purdy. It's pretty rare. It's remarkable. It's funny because I was just thinking about this the other day because the Eagles play the Jets, and the Jets running back, Breece Hall, who was at Iowa State with Purdy like the whole time. Yeah. He's really good. And remember for a couple of years there where Matt Campbell was the hot coaching commodity in football because the Iowa State, they were winning all those games. Well, now I'm looking at it and like, dude, you had Brock Purdy and Breece Hall. Maybe you're not that great of a coach. Maybe you should have won more games.
No.
Yeah, Ross, talking about head coaches, and you mentioned everything around Brock Purdy on the field. I have to imagine having Kyle Shanahan in your ear and in your locker room is a great asset as well. I know that last week the talk was about McCaffrey being MVP for the Niners or the league. This week, Brock Purdy's in the MVP conversations. Is it too early to have the Kyle Shanahan for head coach conversation? And if so, do you think like last year, the embarrassment of riches on his roster are going to hamper him from being considered a legitimate candidate?
I think he's a legitimate candidate. I don't think he'll win because I think the formula is you have a team that everybody thinks is going to stink, and instead they're good, right? Like, that's who ends up winning it, which is interesting because this year, some of the guys that come to mind for me are certainly Dan Campbell in Detroit and Kyle, but they have pretty good teams, right? Like, I guess I'm pretty impressed so far with Todd Bowles in Tampa. I thought they were going to be terrible, after Brady, and they're 3-1 and they're pretty good. So it really depends. If none of these teams that we think we're going to stink emerge as like double-digit wins like Dable and the Giants last year, then they will go to just the best team, and they'll have the conversation about Mike McDaniel and maybe Sirianni and Dan Campbell and Kyle Shanahan. He absolutely deserves to be in the mix, but listen, the Eagles were the best team last year, and Sirianni, I don't think, did he even get any votes?
Right.
Because the thought process was the Eagles roster was loaded, and guess what? It was. I mean, it was loaded. And so that's kind of the issue that Shanahan has right now. It's one of those things where the voters are going to have to decide, well, if Purdy's the MVP, well, then Shanahan can't be the coach of the year because he's got the MVP playing quarterback for him, right? But if Purdy's not in the conversation for MVP, well, then if the Niners go 15-2, then maybe it's because Shanahan's a heck of a coach. It kind of becomes like a chicken and the egg thing.
Yeah.
They don't let you get both. They don't let you do both. They kind of decide, they being like the AP voters, they kind of decide who they're going to give a bigger slice of the credit to.
You're listening to Ross Tucker, 95.7 The Game's Odyssey's NFL Insider. Ross, before I let you go, so you are in the middle of Eagles country, and you are completely tapped in with that team. So it's just perfect, especially this year, that we're going to have you on as much as we do, because these two teams have got to be keeping an eye on each other. As a football analyst, how do you assess these two teams right now in terms of what one team may or may not have to do against the other team to beat them, or what do you see after 5 games that you're noting for that Week 13 game already?
Well, so the Niners have clearly been better so far this year. I guess a couple of points I make about that are the 2 best teams the Eagles have played are the Bucks at 3-1 and the Rams. And the Eagles really destroyed both of them. Now, their red zone offense is not really clicking, so they've had to settle for field goals. So they still have won those games by double digits, by 2 scores, but it hasn't looked like 42-10 like the Niners, because the Eagles haven't been. But I find it interesting that the Eagles' 2 best games by far have been their 2 best teams they've played against, and it's both been on the road. That bodes well for them. The other thing I always tell people is that I really feel like 2 other things I'll tell you. Number one is, these games, especially amongst the elite teams, it really is more of like a chess match than people realize. And so when they match up in the regular season, and then, in my opinion, likely again the playoffs, it's not going to be the same pieces on the board. Right. I don't know who's going to be hurt for the Eagles. I don't know who's going to be hurt for the Niners, but you take McCaffrey off the board or you take A.J. Brown off the board, it's like you're playing chess and you just lost your bishop or your rook or whatever. It just makes the whole game plan different. It changes everything. I mean, you guys saw that when your quarterback got hurt in the NFC Championship game, right? You took the queen off the board. Well, that's going to change the dynamic of the chessboard. The other thing I would say is, as good as the Niners are playing right now, the Eagles still have the better offensive line, and they still have the better defensive line. When you look at everybody involved and the second string and all of that. And so that's why even if the Eagles aren't clicking on all cylinders with the skill guys, they start every game they play on third base because they have the better O-line and D-line in every game they play. And even though the Niners are very good at both and probably closer on D-line, they're still not as good as the Eagles up front on both sides of the ball. Now, they got better linebackers. They probably have better offensive skill. We can get into all that. But the Eagles still have the best O-line and D-line in, I think, every game they play, which is, think about that for high school football or college football. You start every game with the better O-line and D-line. I mean, that's a really good place to be.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, man, great stuff. Really appreciate it, as always. And have yourself a great week, my man.
You guys as well. Great talking with you. See ya.
Yep. That's Ross Tucker.
Thanks, Ross.
NFL Insider. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross Tucker. He works. He draws a few paychecks, and one of them's from the Eagles.
Another one of them is from Westwood One, which is a national entity.
Right.
And I think that's where he separates himself in my mind. He does have the Eagles hat on for sure, but he also has to quite literally look at the league from a bird's eye view, and I don't mean an eagle, from a bird's eye view. And that's where I think kind of what he was getting at towards the end there is the separation between these two teams is going to play itself out over the next 12 weeks.
Right.
Or the next 6 before they meet each other in week 13. Whether it's an injury here or an injury there, or in the case of week 13, maybe it's home field advantage. One thing it's probably too far down the line. I didn't want to take too much of his time, but I was curious how much he makes of the home field versus road advantage for each team, because if they are so even if the Eagles he feels might have an advantage in the trenches, I think it's fair to say the 49ers have a more complete defense. They might have a more wholesome offense because of an advantage here or there. So would the kind of the difference between the two sides be location of where that game is played?
My answer would be yeah. What if I told you, I'll tell you right now, I'll bet on the team that's at home. If it comes down to I don't care if it's the NFC Championship or the NFC division game. I'll take the home team. Forget the spread. It doesn't matter. You either win or lose.
Yeah.
How many people would be 80% of the people will take the home team. You can take any team. NFC Championship. I don't even know who they are. I'll take the home team.
And I think, but if those two sides, they feel like they're on a collision course for that game, whatever the difference is betting-wise, the advantage of home field is going to be the number. So, like, if home field advantage is worth 1 point to you, it's going to be -1 for the home team.
Right.
If it's worth 3, it's going to be -3 for the home team. That's what it feels like, because the biggest difference in my mind between last year and this year is how we perceive the quarterbacks. Like last year, I don't think there was any question. Maybe some here in San Francisco believed that Brock Purdy was playing at an even level to Jalen Hurts. But last year, Jalen Hurts was the MVP runner-up. He was incredible. They lost one game when he was their quarterback. Now this season, I do think there is a case to be made for Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts. If they meet, people and pundits and media members will look at that as a wash. Like, they're just different kinds of quarterbacks, but they're not playing any better or worse than each other. And if one is playing better, it's got to be Brock Purdy.
I don't disagree with that. And we can kind of start wrapping up the show same way we started it, with Peter King saying if the vote were today, Brock Purdy would be the MVP. I mean, personally, I can't stand individual award talk.
In week 5?
I just really
6.
can't stand. I don't know. It just doesn't turn me on, Evan. It just doesn't. And one of the reasons it doesn't turn me on, Evan, is because it's just what everybody feels. It's okay.
Well, shouldn't what you feel turn you on?
Not when it's what other people feel. Okay.
But Guru and I care about the MVP award, Steiny. We care about head coach of the year.
You guys should do a podcast.
We care about defensive player of the year. We care about all that.
How about this? Let's revisit it in week 13.
Well, that is when we can, I think, make a pretty clear determination.
I didn't even realize that was the Eagles week.
That is going to be Eagles week. But it's kind of funny because if the Niners and Eagles are still as good as we believe, maybe there's a loss here, loss there. But if they meet at an even record, I think there are going to be a lot of awards on the line in that game.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You're probably just taking the best player from the best team, and based on the tiebreaker, one of those teams is going to be it.
You're probably right about that. Yeah, we got some waiting to do for that.
Especially, can you imagine Brock Purdy going into Lincoln Financial and just absolutely torching the Philadelphia Eagles?
It's week 13, but I believe it'll be their 12th game.
Fried chicken.
Do you know that for a fact?
Huh? What? Oh, it's their 13th game, but in week...
No. I think it's week 13, but they will have had a bye.
Yes.
So it will be their 12th game.
12-0.
So no, 11-0, right?
You just said it was their 12th game.
Right.
Oh, sorry, my bad. You're right. Appreciate you.
Am I right about it? I might be wrong about that.
No, I think you're right.
And I'm surprised. I'm surprised some of you out there haven't figured that out already. What are the Eagles going to... One team might have more wins than the other team, depending on when the bye comes.
It was a Freudian slip, Steiny, because the 49ers are going to win that game. They will be. They will be.
You think so?
At this point, I have no reason to believe otherwise.
What if I said this? And I think I have to do this now because we have our listenership is just soaring.
You got a couple minutes.
It is soaring. And so that means there's some new listeners.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think with some new listeners who don't get me, I'll just say, not to play devil's advocate, but okay, I'm just playing devil's advocate. You can make a case, and they have in Philly, that the Eagles have had every bit of as much a phenomenal start as the Niners.
Okay.
And the reason is because the Eagles were in the Super Bowl last year. And the Eagles lost a heartbreaker last year. And the natural inclination of a team like that would be to get off to a slow start because you have a Super Bowl hangover. The fact that the Eagles are 5-0, never mind that they haven't played their best football, but the fact that they're 5-0 after, what a soul-crushing loss, is every bit as impressive as the Niners start. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because in that case, the conversation we had yesterday about comparing these 49ers to the 2016 Warriors, who were 24-0, coming off of a heartbreaking defeat in the NBA Finals to the Cleveland Cavaliers, were inspired, were ready, and got out to an incredible start. So you're saying the Philadelphia Eagles are more like the 2016 Warriors than the Niners are?
Which is the team that won it?
Well, that's true. But the Eagles, they don't have a championship hangover because they didn't win it. In fact, the 49ers probably feel like they could have been in the Super Bowl last year, but they lost their queen, according to Ross Tucker. They lost their quarterback, Brock Purdy. I mean, they should be feeling worse than the Eagles. Eagles played a damn good game against the Chiefs.
I know.
Jalen Hurts, hold on to the football.
I hear you. I hear you. That's down the line, and it was brought to you by Lucky California.
You have a taste for beef with a higher standard? Because Lucky proudly carries USDA choice beef that's tender, juicy, and marbled to perfection.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na. Willard and Dibbs in the house.
I like a happy Steiny.
I like
crossover.
musical Steiny.
I like happy Steiny.
Still my favorite show that you
Yeah.
guys have ever done when you turned into Phil Collins
an outlier.
as the Warriors were getting ready to play the adorable ones. That was a good night.
That was
except for the Warriors totally choked on the open net. But anyway,
that was an outlier.
Yeah.
That was an outlier.
Well, just feel free to go there whenever you feel it.
All right. I mean, I can do that.
Yep.
How we feeling? What do we?
Dude,
as an
great.
old assistant program director once asked me, "What are you hot on?
Ooh.
What are you hot on, guys?"
Yeah, that guy didn't last. What? You worked for him.
Just air him out.
He's in a different market. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to name drop, but what am I hot on? I'm hot on what you talked about earlier, and it was a great conversation about Brock Purdy, the rookie deal, and what that means for the window, because the window is open. You got a QB making $800,000-ish, and you've got 2.5 years of not even rookie deal money, but like super bargain basement quarterback money. And so you got 2.5 years to get it done. Should they win a Super Bowl in that 2.5 years? Absolutely. And if they don't, who bears the brunt? Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean,
I said,
I like it.
Yeah, it's my Steiny.
No, it's true, but also, like, okay, who's to blame if they don't?
Who's to blame?
Well, I got to know how it looked. Why didn't they? Because if I asked you, who's to blame for them not winning it last year?
I'd say injury was a.
You would say no one. Exactly.
I'd say injury.
But what
The
about
answer's no one.
2019? And that's where it becomes interesting
And
to me.
There's a debatable
Who's
topic
to blame for the loss against the Chiefs?
I put it more on Jimmy, but it's shared. Obviously, it's shared. I think Jimmy missed throws that put the game away. That's me.
I think if they don't win in the next 2.5 or how many years until Brock Purdy inevitably picks up his second deal, it's going to fall on Shanahan, because the failures so far, the first 7 seasons, however many losses he's had in tight games or big games, we always seem to come back to the head coach.
Well, so you put the Super Bowl loss on Shanahan more than Jimmy.
I view
Answer the question, Evan. You're in the big chair now.
Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy are the same.
I love Evan. I'm a huge Evan fan.
Like I was not hesitating. I was trying to talk.
I was going to get it out.
I'm used to Guru. Quick, rapid fire.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
I promise I won't
Dibbs is
step on
always interrupting people. Go ahead.
I know usually Goo will kind of step on there, but that's just not me. I think that Kyle. Thank you, Goo. I think Kyle Shanahan bears the responsibility because I view his quarterback in many ways as an extension of him. I think Jimmy Garoppolo. That's how I looked at him. I think that expecting Jimmy Garoppolo to beat Patrick Mahomes in a shootout is a little far-fetched. I think that Brock Purdy is the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has had, and I think the offense and the statistics bear that out. So it comes back to the head coach, and he's also got an incredible defense. He's got an unbelievable set of weapons. He has everything that he needs to unlock his playbook and to win. And I just don't think that at the end of this rookie deal with Brock Purdy, that there's going to be more people saying that it's Purdy's fault and that he's not the problem, and instead looking towards, I think they're going to look at Kyle Shanahan and say, dude, you've had everything now. We've given you some passes because you're quarterback or because, of an injury last year. There's been excuses for you. There's no excuse at this point to me for them not to win it.
But look how we rile ourselves up. Like it almost sounds like you're mad. See, there's no excuse. It's like nothing.
You mad, bro?
There's nothing bad that's happened. Like we're talking about a 3-year hypothetical in the midst of being 5-0 and being called the best team in the league. So I look at it. What about this? As far as what the next 3 years mean and why there's urgency, not so we can find out who to blame. But last week,
well, you asked a question.
Well, right. But last week we were talking about Brock Purdy potentially getting another deal with the 49ers someday and what that would look like. And because he's a guy who will have never been really paid, like NFL paid, in theory, the 49ers have a financial edge even to that conversation, which will come, by the way, after next year. So not summer 24, summer of 25 is when Brock can ask for an extension. And prior to going into the last year of his deal, the 49ers would likely have the leverage of, well, you can go play, right? You could get hurt. You could tear a UCL or something crazy.
Wow.
But we'll make you a very rich man right now, but it's probably not going to be top of the market $60 million, you wouldn't think. Well, that was prior to the world going, well, it looks like he's the front runner for MVP. If he wins an MVP and or a Super Bowl, you're not just talking about an extension for Brock Purdy. You're talking about a top of the market extension for Brock Purdy.
100%.
And that trickle down to the roster is going to be huge. And so to me, that's what creates the urgency over the next 2 to 3 seasons.
I completely agree. The urgency, you can say it's Brock Purdy, but the urgency is really Brock Purdy's contract because that contract is unbelievable. Like you said, Dibs, it's not a rookie contract.
Right.
It's better than a rookie.
Way better.
Way better. It's almost like you dropped quietly, just out of the blue, you just dropped a guy onto the team who's the best guy and the lowest paid.
Brother, he's making 1/10 of what CJ Stroud is making.
When we say hypothetical, like that's not a hypothetical. If Purdy's the real deal, that's a built-in thing that is a strategic advantage that you have to use.
Right. And if you think about Tom Brady in New England, after he had won a couple of Super Bowls and he agreed to take whatever mid-level kind of money year after year because he was already rich and his wife at the time was making twice of what he was making, so money wasn't an issue. And he wanted to win so bad that Tom Brady would take between 11 and 15 million, which was middle of the market quarterback money, because he wanted to win. And that's what you have with Brock Purdy, not by choice, but by the fortune of having a 7th-round QB. And then you'll get to that point where, okay, Brock's not going to be a guy taking a bargain in 3 years, and you're going to have to pay the piper.
Just for fun, I was just looking up Tom Brady's contracts. So the rookie deal for him back then, 6th-rounder, right?
Yeah. 244,000.
Higher.
You mean per year?
Yeah. The initial deal was probably for 244.
Almost nailed it. You almost nailed it. It's $288,000 a year.
I used to work as an agent.
Wow. Tom Brady signed a rookie deal of 3 years, $866,000, and then once he had had all that success, he got re-signed to a whopping 4-year.
Probably it's got to be $52 million.
29.6.
Oh my God.
29.6.
Time to be alive.
4 years.
Top of the market.
Joe Burrow's going to make that in half a season.
He'll make that during the bye week.
Yes, he is. By week 8.
That's funny. One thing I was thinking, like this,
Wow.
but this is
wasn't even 20 years ago.
Yeah.
This is, and to me, this is kind of similar to. Obviously, Trey Lance could have been this guy, and that would have been the same result. But like. The Warriors, that's why the Wiseman thing hurts. Because, like, what if the Warriors would have somehow drafted the Brock Purdy that year? Even if it wasn't Wiseman. I don't know who they took in the 2nd round. But you know what I mean? Like,
like the last pick of the 2nd round turning into your star.
Exactly.
Like Isaiah Thomas was, I think, the Mr. Irrelevant of his draft. The younger one, not the Pistons one. Like that guy turning into an MVP caliber player in his first full season. Like, not even the Warriors caught this kind of break when Stephen Curry was re-signed to the point where he is the 6th highest paid player in 2015.
Yeah.
Like, they caught a break and were allowed to have a lot around him because of the deal he signed when he was injured.
Yep.
This is significantly more extreme than that. Like, this is an irreplaceable.
This kind of reminds me of what Steiny talks about when he speaks about the Miami Heat, because if you look at all those guys, your Duncan Robinsons and all the other young talent they have undrafted guys, they have late round guys, and that is the NBA equivalent of what the Niners have done with Brock Purdy.
I think that it's probably one of the more under-discussed things in all of sports. When you see a good run, it has something to do with somebody's contract being a huge bargain. You mentioned, obviously, Steph's contract. That was the key to the whole dynasty. 4 years, $44 million. for sure.
Well, that TV break they got.
No doubt.
Remember when the cap went up? Yeah. That was just a little quirky thing that really helped.
But even 2 years ago, the production that I know the NBA execs feel that the production they got out of Jordan Poole on versus what he was making at that time, a breakout season, that was the key to what they were able to do. And you see it across sports a lot when you get somebody who is just outperforming what you're having to pay him, especially in cap leagues.
Definitely
it stirs the drink.
I agree. I mean, if in a perfect world, your best player is your highest paid, your second is your second highest paid, your third best player is your third highest paid. Then sometimes you get really lucky when your eighth highest paid guy is your best player, but unfortunately, it's a lot of times the other way.
I mean,
where your eighth best player is your highest paid.
And again, Brock is the third highest paid quarterback on the team, and approximately the 70th highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
We ran down the list last week, and some of the names that are sandwiched around him are guys that Mark thought were made up names.
Yeah, I was like, that's not real.
That's not a real person. But
Easton
it is.
Stick.
Yeah, well, he's actually way above him.
I know.
He's been
in terms
around
of
for a while.
salary.
Pretty decent backup quarterback.
Yeah.
I think that with and the question I have too is if Brock Purdy goes on to have success and they win a Super Bowl and they find themselves in a position where they do have to pay him, does the fact that he was brought into a situation with so much around him impact how much he asks for when the time comes, when he is contract extension eligible? Because I think someone like Brady, who, granted, yes, he had some off-the-field help financially, but he also understood from day one, if I take less, I can win at a level consistently and followed up on it that matches everyone and is the best ever.
Hot take to end it. You ready? You ready? How would you answer this? If Garoppolo had won a Super Bowl for the 49ers, he'd still be here. Yes or no?
No. No, I don't think so.
So get ready, people. You heard it here first. Purdy can win a Super Bowl, and it doesn't mean he'll be here forever. That's Kyle's nature.
Wow, you walked it off.
He's trying.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's interesting. He walks it off, but I don't buy the take. I don't buy the take at all. I think look, let's stay a while. Let's settle in. Sure, everything's going to unfold. We have no idea how it's going to go. All those cliches, but I think Brock Purdy's going to be a quarterback for a long time here. I think he's going to be a quarterback for a long time here, and I think the 49ers, as they always do, Dibs, they'll figure out the money. They'll figure out the money. I don't know if it'll be as easy. I don't think the roster will be as great, but they'll figure it out.
Yeah,
they do. They do every year.
To me, the big figure is who plays left tackle, because by the time Brock Purdy is going to get that money, Trent Williams will likely be retired. So you need to find a left tackle between now and then in the draft or via a trade and figure out how you're going to get that same level of play out of left tackle that you're getting now at a much higher rate.
You know what I would have loved to have asked Steiny before he put his bag on and ran out of the room. But
at least
all
he
good.
remembered to bring his bag.
Yeah, exactly. That was good. He did not remember to bring the mic cover, but we got that all taken care of. But I would have loved to have asked him this. Remember about a month and a half ago when we had a lot of people calling in every day, and they were hot, Dibs. They were all hot and bothered because why? Kyle Shanahan is arrogant. The arrogance of Kyle Shanahan to think that after he would trade up and make Trey Lance the third pick in the draft and then not even allow him on the field long enough to know what he has and the play calling and the injury and the Jimmy and the now you're going to sell to us the 7th round pick out of Iowa State in Brock Purdy. Who does this guy think he is? And so remember, for a lot of people, it was hot seat or at minimum, we're going to do Super Bowl or bust.
Exactly.
We refuse to let him off the hook. He needs to be accountable. So he trades Trey Lance, and he has a mea culpa press conference the very next night. Sounds regretful, apologetic, understanding of the situation. And while some people, I think, appreciated that, you looked at Kyle Shanahan and went, man, this guy thinks his bleep don't stink. I would like to ask everyone today, and 888-957-9570, you can fire away. Good afternoon, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Thank you for being here. Chat is open, Comcast Business text line. Does he still look arrogant to you now? Suddenly feels like he's not that arrogant anymore.
Well, he is probably still as arrogant, but when you're 5-0, arrogance is justified. And that's the beauty of arrogance. You could be arrogant. Brad Pitt is arrogant. Tom Cruise is arrogant. And you know what? You could be arrogant when you're getting paid $20 or $30 million a movie and you are dating a supermodel and you're at the top of your game. So the whole idea about arrogance to me is a curious one because I think we assign arrogance to people who are more cocky or show more cocksure of a nature than they probably should. If you're on top of the world, and right now Shanahan is, they're 5-0. He's got the MVP in waiting in his quarterback. The laminated play sheet has never been more laminated, and it's never been a better play sheet. That thing right now is an absolute. Just short of the 10 Commandments, it's probably the second best document in the world right now.
That thing is headed for Magna Cartaville.
Without a doubt.
Cover it in glass.
Exactly.
At the American government and set up one of those deals where if anybody breaks the glass, it goes about 20 feet below the surface of the ground.
Yes.
So total security around that thing.
Declaration of Independence.
That's
you're going to
right.
have to step aside because right now that laminated play sheet is everything. And so his arrogance right now is justified. So you're not arrogant when you are that cocky, and I'm not saying he is, but the arrogance, I think, of Kyle Shanahan right now is not as high because you're 5-0.
Or does it just come off differently? I thought you brought up something real good when we were in the other room sitting here talking this out a little bit. And it was this. You brought up the name. I'm still in San Francisco. Jason Dumas saw me yesterday riding my bike down the street.
Oh, he did?
And he put it on Twitter. Gabe Kapler.
Did he film it or just like...
Oh, he filmed it in a creepy sort of a way, like he's a block away from me. But look, there he is. Gabe's still in San Francisco. So he was riding his bike.
Helmet on, I'm sure.
No.
Wow.
Gabe Kapler. Arrogant? Oh, see, now that...
He's so arrogant.
That feels so different right now, doesn't it?
But Mark, when he was 107 and 55...
Then not so much.
Not arrogant.
That's my point.
Sorry.
So
I jumped the queue.
No, it's all good. You look at Gabe Kapler right now, and that doesn't feel good. Because if you're going to be arrogant, you're supposed to back it up. Think about what we ask baseball players to do now. We love a bat flip. It takes over the internet when there's a great bat flip. Is there anything more arrogant than a bat flip? But we love it. Why? Because it is automatically paired with success.
Right.
If you bat flip and the ball gets caught on the warning track, but caught, if that happens, we're not going to like the bat flip anymore.
You know what is the most arrogant act in sports? And we all look at it and we think, oh my God, that is so great. It's when a three-point shooter shoots a three-point shot and turns around before the ball even goes to the rim or in Steph Curry.
Well, but
Nick Young, it's a miss.
Right. Oh, you're talking about if it goes in.
I'm talking about the reason why we don't look at Steph Curry as arrogant. This man will shoot a shot in a professional basketball game against a trained athlete. Thank you. Save it for 5:58.
My bad.
Sorry, Grandy. We're going to be running late today. Steph Curry has the audacity. He has the arrogance to rise and fire, shoot a shot, and turn around before it's even close to the basket and run down court. That to me is the epitome of arrogance. But let me think. 4 titles, 2-time MVP, 1-time unanimous, NBA Finals MVP. It's not arrogant when you're really, 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 really good.
Yes.
And that, I think, is where we are with Kyle Shanahan. They're 5-0. His QB, who they plucked out of nowhere, is on track to be an MVP. So when you win and you're good, it's not seen as arrogance.
Right, but it still is. I mean,
sorry, Steph, but I'm just keeping it a buck.
It is.
I'm keeping it real.
You know what I like to call it?
Self-confidence.
A healthy ego.
Right.
He's got a healthy ego, and they all do. You can't perform at this level without a healthy ego.
Of course, but if we're going to use the A word and we're going to talk about my perfectly manicured beard, then you have to talk about a guy who shimmy shakes and no-look threes and all the rest of it.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to talk about bat flips, this guy bat flips before the pitch is even thrown.
Gabe, why did you pinch hit for Jock Peterson? Why do you think I pinch hit for Jock Peterson? Oh,
he's so stubborn.
God, it's a week-long incident. He answered a question with a question. That arrogant SOB.
He wasn't arrogant when they won 107.
Nope, but when you go a whole 2 months without scoring a run, makes people really mad and they fire you.
Totally.
So I just, check the pulse. Dip the toe in the water. Where's everybody on Kyle Shanahan now? A month and a half ago, we had a market-wide, lengthy conversation about where we all sat with regard to Shanahan, with regard to the 2 quarterbacks. Enter Sam Darnold into the equation. He's so arrogant, he thinks Sam Darnold is Steve Young. That jerk. And so we all checked in on it, and I thought, in the end, looking back on it, that was a really interesting time and conversation that all of us had, even though got emotional, got hot sometimes, and all of that. But look at what 5 campy little wins do for you, and they're not campy or little. At least a couple of them weren't. But the point is it feels totally different. So what was arrogant, I would argue, is now got a different word. The word is right.
Or excellent. Either one.
Great.
Yeah.
But he was right. Now, he was wrong, but ended up being right. Everybody misses on draft picks. This was an unbelievable miss on a draft pick. But when you combine, I thought he struck the right chord in the press conference the next day with regard to how he spoke about trading Trey Lance. And then you get this. There's no way that 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, when we're having this conversation, there's no way that anybody could have thought possible Brock Purdy is going to be in the MVP conversation, and the 49ers will have not even been challenged by any of their opponents as of yet.
Even you, a man who lives in Brockhanistan.
Well, when I'm not at Kyle's guest room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's usually, I think Kyle's guest room is in Brockhanistan, and that's where
2 birds with one stone.
Even you, a guy who has been pro Brock for a long time, longer than almost anybody in this market, even you, I don't think would have been so bold as to say,
no,
after 5, he's going to be the front runner for MVP.
Yeah. No, I would not have thought that. I understood where people, you heard it come up to where, and it was almost more like a compliment to Kyle and the roster. Oh, God, whoever's in that spot, is in a spot to put up massive numbers and all of that because of everything that's around him.
Give you 2 for your Dibley. It's pretty good. You need to be a little bit higher pitched.
Sorry, yeah, and angrier.
Hardly. Well, never been happier.
Today. But anyway.
Such a mischaracterization.
Sensation.
Of me. That's a buck, and I'll split it with you.
Anyway, point being, it hits different when now we have the visual of this really works. It doesn't just work. It doesn't kind of work. It really, really works. And so I think it changes, A, how it feels, and then B, is there a different level of acceptance with that word? Honestly, can we can we argue that arrogance in sports bothers us? Because as you and I just pointed out with all kinds of examples, it doesn't. It does not. George Kittle just scored his 3rd touchdown, ripped his jersey off. He's going to get fined by the league for having a bleep Dallas shirt underneath his jersey, throws it up, and then does Instagram videos for his birthday. I never heard one person be like, this feels a little arrogant to me.
It's because they're 5-0.
Yep.
So arrogance paired with success is allowable. And that's why when we talk about Steph Curry, and I don't want to continue to badger him with the A-bomb, but if they hadn't won any title and, he was just Steph Curry, he was the same Steph Curry, but they had never won a championship, we would think differently about shimmy shakes and no-look threes and all the rest of it. But the fact that he's a 4-time champ and he's a 2-time MVP and all the rest of it, you give him a certain amount of a berth in terms of his success. Gabe Kapler is a great example. Is Gabe Kapler less arrogant now than he was when he won 107 games?
He's been the same guy the whole time.
The same guy.
Almost to a fault.
But we think about him differently because they went, 78 and 84? I don't even know how badly they wound up.
I think they could win
79 and 83 or
I don't even know.
Whatever it was.
I stopped looking.
It was so bad that now we think he's arrogant.
Too painful.
If they were 86 and 76 and they were a wild card team and maybe they gutted out a wild card series win, he wouldn't be arrogant. He'd still have a job.
Let's see. What did they end up
It's a fine line between, arrogance and self-confidence.
Giants won 79 games.
79, yeah.
79 games.
And I know you bet the over and that hurt you. Sorry, too soon.
No, I'm over it.
You're not. Did you see Boach? Sweep. Call me Broomy.
Sure did. Sure did.
Or Sweepy.
This is brought to you by Local Arena Ticks.
Broom Boachy or Bruce Sweepy?
Boach,
Which one?
Boach versus Dusty. And as long as the Dodgers lose tonight, too. It's actually kind of a perfect Giants fan postseason so far, except for the whole part about the Giants not being in it. There's that.
There is that.
All right, so check it in on your Shanahan anger. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Warrior Summit. I just found out something about the Warrior Summit.
What'd you find out?
Oh, I just found out something about the Warrior Summit.
We getting free pizzas?
Yeah, probably.
You know we are.
Don't worry, she'll be there.
TLK in the building. The lovely Christy.
I like TLK.
I do too.
Yeah, nice.
Just don't steal that like you steal everything else.
No, when she called earlier and you said TLK, I'm like, what the hell that mean?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
The lovely Christy.
I thought you meant like TMI. And I'm like,
okay, hi, honey. Oh, how are you? Oh, no, how are you?
I'm like, stand down. All I did was say hi. And then I'm like, oh, he said TLK. And then I go, I don't know what that means. I got it.
Now you do,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, she'll be there.
Awesome.
Warrior Summit is next Wednesday, okay? A week from today, all you crazy people. So if you haven't told your boss yet, hey, bleep you, I'm not coming in next Wednesday.
Wow, aggressive.
You're waiting too long. No, honestly, they love it when you say it that way. So make sure you get next afternoon off. Or if you're like us and you have weird jobs that allow you to be available at odd times during the week, then let's go. Rock out with your Brock out, and let's get over to Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. We're starting at 2 because that's when our show starts. But from 4 to 6, the whole gang's all there. Bonte, Joe, Steiny, Goo, me, you. We're all going to be there, and hopefully all of you. These are a ton of fun. 4 to 6, free and open to the public. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. But I also found out fabulous prizes, and a grand prize that is highly unique. Okay, a Kevin Durant signed shoe that is also in a box frame with other KD and former Warrior related memorabilia, and that will be available to one lucky attendant of the Warrior Summit.
A signed KD shoe.
One shoe.
A framed shoe.
Frame shoe.
Not a pair of shoes.
No.
We're talking about one shoe.
And not a parachute.
And a framed shoe.
A shoe.
A really big shoe.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's awesome.
It's beautiful. I took a look at it. It's really cool. So join us. Join us at the summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company next Wednesday. All right, we've been talking Shanahan, Purdy, all of it. Leroy in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, what you doing?
Hey, I just took a little walk around the block. I'm at work, but I got a little break, so I just wanted to chime in real quick. Hey, you guys, I will be there Wednesday, and I hope y'all able to pick me up and give me some spirit about the Warrior season because, I got us probably at 5th or 6th seed, and then I got us, being ran out the playoffs. So hopefully y'all can change my mind and give me some good spirit about my Warriors because I ain't feeling too well. But let me change the subject to Shanahan.
Okay.
I love the 49ers. I've been a 49er all my life, and Shanahan's not easy to like, but he's not easy to hate. I always tell my wife, Shanahan has 9 lives, man. He does one thing good, then he does one thing bad, one thing good. You don't like him, then this Purdy thing comes along and you love him. So I'm the 49er fan where I'm enjoying this season, but I'm already at the NFC Championship game because I think we have to get over that hump. And I thought we were going to be good enough this season to get back there. So, yes, I'm enjoying these games and I'm enjoying the season, but this is what I expected from the 49ers. So, putting me in the NFC Championship game.
Well,
Everybody's saying,
yeah, that's fair. But, Leroy, can we ask you a question? When you say he's not easy to like, can you put words to that? Why?
I wasn't a big fan of them bringing in Garoppolo. I wasn't a big fan of them drafting, Trey Lance. I wasn't a big fan of them getting rid of Mostert. But, again, for every one of those you can say, then you can say, hey, look at Purdy and look at, who he's brought in, the free agents on defense. So that's why I said, man, I'm just right in the middle with Shanahan. And I want to say this. I'm in the NFC Championship game, and I think we're going to play the Eagles, and I think that game is going to come down to special teams play. And real quick, I was looking at a thing they did the past 30 years, the best special teams the past 30 years. The 49ers was 22nd with that 2011 team. So I'm hoping we kind of, get back to that on special teams, because I do believe that NFC Championship game against the Eagles coming up, hopefully, is going to come down to special teams. Now, one last thing. I know you got to go. If you look at special teams right now, who's the best special teams in the league? Top 4? You got the Eagles sitting at 3rd. We're sitting at 4th. So hopefully we can get over this NFC Championship hump. God bless you guys.
Leroy, thanks. Special teams rankings is that's a pretty intricate conversation. All I know when I think about special teams is it's just like an offensive lineman or anything like that. If I don't notice it, then we're doing fine. And the 49ers special teams have not made me notice them this year. They're not giving
too
up
much.
Yeah, they're not
Not
giving
too
up
much.
punt return touchdowns. They haven't missed a kick.
Jake Moody, a couple of kicks out of bounds.
That's true, but that doesn't. Okay.
Ray has had a couple of nice returns of 15 yards on punts.
Don't fumble, Ray. That's all.
Yeah.
Every time the ball's near, don't fumble, Ray.
Yeah.
Don't you fumble. And then he doesn't. So.
And the kickoff return has mostly been eradicated by the league. You get the occasional short kick, but 3 out of every 4 now are automatic touchbacks. So special teams aren't nearly as special as they used to be. But yeah, the kicker, you spent high draft capital on the guy and he has not missed. So there you go, Jake. Keep it up, buddy.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, speaking of the Eagles, and obviously way ahead of ourselves to already be talking about the NFC title game between these two teams, but I did think it was interesting with Steiny and E-Dog was in for Goo today, and they talked to Ross Tucker. Listen to what he said about the Eagles and the Niners.
As good as the Niners are playing right now, the Eagles still have the better offensive line, and they still have the better defensive line. When you look at everybody involved and the second string and all of that. And so that's why even if the Eagles aren't clicking on all cylinders with the skill guys, they start every game they play on third base because they have the better O-line and D-line in every game they play. And even though the Niners are very good at both and probably closer on D-line, they're still not as good as the Eagles up front on both sides of the ball. Now, they got better linebackers. They probably have better offensive skill. We can get into all that, but the Eagles still have the best O-line and D-line in, I think, every game they play, which is, think about that for high school football or college football. You start every game with the better O-line and D-line. That's a really good place to be.
Okay, interesting. I did already pull up, oh gosh, it's going to trigger everyone, PFF.
Oh, God.
Defensive line rankings.
We're talking about December 3rd now.
Well, we're talking about the Eagles and the 49ers.
Yeah,
the two 5-0 teams. There's only 2 left.
PFF rankings.
Well,
because to me, that is the gold standard because they got Brock Purdy at a 78.
Yeah.
They have him as the 16th ranked quarterback.
Yeah, no, I only pull it up just because when Ross said that, it perked my ears up because I was like, I get that the Eagles have the best offensive line in the game, but better defensive line than the 49ers, especially when they took one of the Eagles' top defensive linemen. I know Carter. I know he looks like a very exciting young player. I get it. But I was like, you're going to really rank them above the 49ers? Where do you think PFF has these 2 defensive lines? Just defensive lines.
Boy, just defensive lines. They probably have the Eagles in the top 3. The Niners also in the top 3.
Eagles 1, Niners 2.
Yeah, probably the Browns are number 3.
Washington Commanders.
Okay, there you go.
PFF. Cleveland Browns, number 6.
Okay.
Number 6, yeah. So, look, they're both really good, although, you go into a game like last weekend, and I do think it helps with this. Whatever worry you have about those spots for the 49ers, again, it's not like the Niners are wanting for anything. For Ross to sort of set apart the Eagles and Niners defensive line, I don't know that makes a whole lot of sense. I'm not going to tell you that the Niners are better than the Eagles. I'm going to tell you they're at least right there. It's a tremendous strength for both teams. So to definitively say that the Eagles line, they've got the better defensive line, I don't know about that. They're very good, and so are the Niners. So they're going to be doing exactly what you need to be as a defensive line on both sides of the ball. Shocker, that's why they're the 2 best teams.
Yeah, and could it be that a guy who is from, and I'd have to Google it, oh no, wait, I don't have to, Philadelphia, the Philadelphia area, could maybe be exerting some personal bias And I know that he grew up about 2 or 3 miles from where Steiny grew up in Reading, PA, or thereabouts in Reading, PA. Could it be a guy who grew up in Pennsylvania is showcasing a little bit of regional bias? I believe it could be.
Who knows? Could be. Look, the Eagles are great. The Eagles are great. I'm going to stick by my prediction, though. They're going to have at least 2 losses when the Niners get there. Mark it down.
Well, if they do and the Niners don't have any loss when those 2 teams meet, then that takes a little bit of the punch out of the game being a tiebreaker because, you think about that game being a tiebreaker when it comes to being the number 1 overall seed, which we all kind of agree is a big deal for the Niners to have that possible NFC Championship game at home.
I mean, in the theory you're throwing out there, let's say the Eagles are 9-2 and the 49ers are 11-0. Sure, they could lose the game and stay ahead. Still huge, though, because then you've lost your tiebreaker.
Yep.
Only a 1-game lead. Long way to go. We're ahead of ourselves in the conversation. For me, it's much more about who the Eagles start playing right now. Line rankings right now are messed up. They just are. And in fact, I think in a little bit, Grandy, did you get the Rob Gronkowski thing that I sent you? Throw that up there when it's already here. Check it out. The Dallas Cowboys are the top ranked defense in the league. No, they're not. They just played 3 crap teams. Gronk?
I'm on Debo's side. They definitely don't want to see the San Francisco 49ers again. I don't know what they're thinking. If they want to figure out a way, if they make it to the playoffs, how somehow the 49ers lose and they don't got to face them, they don't want to see them again. The Dallas Cowboys aren't for real. They kind of tricked us this year, and I'll tell you why they tricked us. Because they had 3 blown out wins already. But you got to look back at it now. Now you see when they played a good team, the San Francisco 49ers. Then you go back, their defense dominated 3 teams that have absolutely no offense right now. The New York Giants, the New York Jets, and the New England Patriots. They absolutely dominated. But guess what? That's why they tricked us, because those teams don't even have offense. The Cowboys stride versus them, and then they play good teams that get absolutely blown out. And San Francisco, they're for real. They're not tricking us. They are the best team in the NFL, and they struck gold with an $800,000 quarterback as well.
There you go. Tell him, Gronk. That's on Up and Adams. Sort of a response to the whole Micah Parsons, Debo Samuel thing. But he's absolutely right. And I think there's a smaller version of that with the Philadelphia Eagles. Their schedule has not been as weak as what the Dallas Cowboys was, but I don't think that the Eagles have had a game yet where I'm like, oh, damn. Okay, you took on an absolute heater, and you showed out. They haven't done that yet. Their games have been very close. Their schedule's not been very good. And over the next 8 weeks, no one will have it tougher than the Philadelphia Eagles.
No doubt.
Their schedule is crazy.
A couple of Dallases, a Buffalo, and a Kansas City, and I think a Miami in there as well.
And a San Francisco.
Which is a gauntlet unlike any other, and that's what you get when you get that first-place schedule. And the Niners have faced a little bit of that first-place schedule, but it hasn't been nearly as daunting in terms of the stack. And I think about this game down the road against Philadelphia in a number of different ways. Obviously, the rematch of last year's NFC Championship, but also it is a quest for home field advantage. There have been 23 NFC Championship games this century, and the home team is 15-8 in those games. And in the 3 that the Niners have played, they are 2-0 at home and 0-1 on the road. And so in terms of like how important this is for the Niners more than other teams, I think it's very important for them.
The Eagles, if you look at this, even their weeks off from the schedule that we just talked about, even their weeks off look hard to me. Like, look at this week at the New York Jets. That's sneaky. That's not easy. Their defense is very good. You're on the road. A couple weeks from now, they're at Washington. They struggle with Washington. They lost to them last year. Washington took them to overtime a couple of weeks ago in Philly. That's not a week off. But outside of that, the next 8, Miami, home to Dallas, at Kansas City, home to Buffalo, home to the 49ers, at Dallas, at Seattle. That's what's going on for them between now and Christmas. And it's just an absolute, like, I can't remember a run of games looking like that for any NFL team in recent memories. It's almost all the good teams.
Right.
All of them.
And every team that you mentioned, I think, has a winning record. And I know Dallas is sitting at 3-2, but Miami and Buffalo and Kansas City and the Niners are all not only teams with winning records, but teams with great records and teams that are expected to be there deep into the postseason. So in terms of opponent record over the next 6 or 7 games, that's got to be among the toughest ever at this point in the season.
No doubt. The Jets and Commanders are both 2-3. And outside of that, it's 4-1 Miami. It's 3-2 Dallas. 4-1 Kansas City. 3-2 Buffalo. 5-0 San Francisco. Again, Dallas, they play again. Seattle, winning record. Same thing. Okay, let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, you're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, you guys. How you doing? Thank you for taking my call. I was triggered. I say that because you guys always make fun of that word, triggered.
Yep.
Why do people get triggered? But because Leroy, I love you. I love Leroy. But I kind of disagree, you guys, with him about special teams making a difference. First of all, I want to say I agree about we're so way ahead of ourselves December 3rd because a lot of football needs to be played, and you just got to pray that they stay healthy or that they're in a position that in case an injury does come up, that they're in a position to still, get that first seed because that is their goal. You got our fan base talking about, they can go undefeated. No. That's not the goal. The goal is to start off good so that they're in a good place. In case they face injuries, they can still, you know what I mean? Still get it. It's called balance. It's what do you guys call it? It's not a marathon, but a sprint.
A sprint, yeah, it's a sprint.
Say. But, yeah. So here's what I want to say, though. I think it's not special teams when it comes to the Eagles. It's the trenches. The Eagles always win in the trenches, and they always kick the Niners' butt in the trenches, okay? And so, we didn't have a quarterback, but they're bigger than the Niners, and it just comes down to who can win in the trenches, and I think that the difference is going to be Kyle Shanahan and what he can draw up and what he can do, and our defensive coordinator, because I'm just kind of doubtful we can beat them in the trenches, and just want to hear you guys' opinion. Thanks a lot. And
Robin,
Thanks, Robin.
Before you go, are you turning right, left, or do you have your hazards on?
She's going left. Yeah. She's going left.
She's gone. Everybody wanted to know. Everyone wanted to know. They're like, man, this is the longest turn of all time.
Yeah, usually a long tick-tock, you're going left, you're waiting for that light. If you're going right, you can go right on red usually, and you get through it.
Or she pulled over and put the hazards on because she wanted to call Willie and Dibby.
Possible, but Robin strikes me as the kind of caller who wouldn't pull over. She would just,
Man.
I'm going to keep it rolling, honey.
I hope no one was behind her. That took a while. She still hadn't made that turn.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You'd be stuck at that left-hand turn.
You know what's funny? You hear her say, gosh, they always beat us in the trenches. Is there an always? The Eagles and 49ers don't really have a thing yet. It's been 1 year.
Right.
They played one time, and the 49ers lost their QB, and the Eagles D-line gets credit for that. They're very, very good. I just think this rivalry, if you will, it's going to be a few years, but it's budding. I don't know that we've got a trend yet out of this, and that's why I sort of clap back at the idea that the Eagles are clearly better on both lines. They're very good, and I do think that they have the best offensive line in football. But I'm only going to point that out in a matchup if it's a weakness on the other side, and the Niner defensive line is at minimum right there. They're right there with what the Eagles do. And their offensive line, all I can say about them is they have not been a problem yet. Like, I know that was everyone's big concern going into this year. They have not been a problem yet.
What about the rivalry behind the rivalry? And in this case, Jim Schwartz versus Kyle Shanahan.
Now,
and I know you've got some numbers on that where Schwartz has had Shanny's number going 8-1 against Kyle Shanahan coach teams.
First of all, may the Schwartz not be with you this weekend because,
coordinator.
9 times these two have faced off, and what we mean by that, it could be during Kyle's OC days as well.
Yeah.
But when Kyle's the play caller and Jim Schwartz is the defensive coordinator.
Man.
They've faced off 9 times. Kyle is 1-8, and only once has his team scored more than 20 points. That's a crazy stat. However, I would need to go deeper to know, is this in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Like, is this when Johnny Manziel is your quarterback? Because that's a little different.
A little bit unfair. And he's got Brock going up against Cleveland. And I didn't mean to jump ahead to the Cleveland rivalry, but you were talking about rivalries and trends. And I agree with you about Philadelphia. Like, one game cannot create a trend. One play when Hassan Reddick rips the arm off of Brock Purdy, that doesn't mean that their D-line is automatically better than an offensive line, especially when that offensive line actually wasn't the part that gave way. It was the second tight end who missed the block.
Yeah, I just look also at, the Eagles defense. It's good, don't get me wrong, but we are watching solid. If you have a solid offense, like in spots, people have been able to have some success against the Eagles defensively so far this year. Minnesota went up and down the field. Okay, Kirk Cousins threw for over 4 bills. Sam Howell and Washington had a ton of success. Tampa, not so much. Matt Stafford, not too much. Mac Jones put together a comeback and scored 20 points, which for him this year sounds like a truckload. So I don't know. If you just look at scoring defense, the 49ers have been better than the Eagles so far this year, and I think they've also faced collectively better offenses than the Eagles have.
Collectively, yeah, I think so. And if you look at the real defensive stats, which is, yards per play, because a lot of times points per game can be skewed based on, short field or, special teams, turnovers and whatnot. But defensively, as far as yards per play go, the Niners have been near the top of the rankings. They're third. Philadelphia's down at number 10, and it's about a half a yard per play differential.
More of your calls coming up next, 888-957-9570. Plus, all that talk last week about Steven Ruiz of The Ringer and his damn quarterback rankings. Guess what? The new ones are out. Want to know where Brock is? We'll do that coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and by Lucky California. It's Willard and Dibs.
I'm just a single guy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we stream live on YouTube around these parts. That's what we do. Come see us and get in the chat and have some fun during the show. If anything goes crazy, you're the first to see it, maybe the only to see it. Get all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Like and subscribe. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We will go back to the calls here in just a moment. Check in, toe in the water on Kyle Shanahan 6 weeks ago. A lot of people wanted accountability. Stop letting him off the hook. My favorite, stop giving him a pass. Oh, this arrogant jerk. How do you feel now? Does he still feel to you all of those ways when he's 5-0 and his quarterback is in the MVP conversation? So we'll keep taking your calls on that. But Dibs, if you will, would you reveal Steven Ruiz's Ringer quarterback rankings? They come out every Wednesday. Last week, Brock Purdy was 25th, 5 slots behind Mac Jones. That got the debate going, and now we have new rankings.
Well, this on the heels of a Sunday night Sunday night football domination of the Dallas Cowboys. He throws 4 touchdown passes, and there has been movement. And when I move, you move. Just like that, Mark, and you know it. And I should have waited till you were done with your sip so you could have joined in because it's your bit. But Brock Purdy's on the move, Mark.
Yeah.
Purdy is on the move. He was
thank you, Dwayne Kuiper.
He was never he was number 32. He was number 32 in week 1.
Right.
And then he went to 29, 27, 27, 25, and now he's up to number 22.
All right.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, way to go, Brock. Way to go.
Leapfrogging Baker Mayfield.
Oh, good.
Actually, he was already ahead of Baker Mayfield. Leapfrogging McCorkle Jones.
Oh, he's ahead of Mac Jones.
Mac Jones went from 20 down to 24.
Oh, tough week for Mac.
Anthony Richardson went from 24 down to 25, so he leapfrogged Anthony Richardson.
Anthony also went to IR. But anyway, go ahead.
Justin Fields is also up.
Okay, sure.
And
he had a good game.
Jimmy Garoppolo is down. Who else did he pass?
Like if he's 22, who's 21?
21 is, it's a guy who he may or may not face this very Sunday.
Oh, Deshaun
Watson.
Deshaun Watson is all the way down at 21. Okay.
He's actually up from 22 to 21, even though he didn't play.
Twice. He had a bye and was hurt. And by the way, Deshaun did not practice today. And I will just say, this is nothing more than a vibe. I know nothing. Go ahead and cut that. I know nothing.
I could use that in my personal reel.
All right. The vibe I get in reading and watching and consuming what's coming out of Cleveland.
Mary Kay Kabat.
I would be surprised if Deshaun plays this weekend.
Oh, he's not playing.
I think he might miss the game. I think he might miss the game.
You might be right.
Yeah.
And I look at the OurLads.com depth chart at quarterback, and I see Dorian Thompson-Robinson as QB2, and my sources tell me he's not playing either.
Correct.
But I look at the QB3 spot, and it's blank. So Cleveland will play with 10 men and no quarterback. Kareem Hunt!
The Niners did that once.
Yeah, they did.
It doesn't work.
How'd that work out for you?
The Browns are trending towards starting P.J. Walker, who was with the Carolina Panthers a year ago, and I think the Niners faced him within the last year or two. P.J. Walker is potentially the quarterback for the Browns this weekend. Okay, give me a couple more, though. Who's the guy that's really going to, let's use Robin's word, trigger us that he's ahead of Brock Purdy? Deshaun's 21. Who's 20?
20 is a guy who shares a nickname with American currency.
Ooh.
It's a coin.
Cameron Dollar?
That's a 2. It's a great effort.
Rashad Penny?
You're on fire. That's a 3. Give me one more.
American currency? You said it's a coin?
His nickname.
Danny
Dimes, dog.
Oh, Danny Dimes.
I mean, you were on fire with non-answers. I wanted you to keep going. I thought you were all leading to actually getting it right. Daniel Jones down from 18 to number 20.
I'm like Billy Quarter? Anyway, go ahead.
And the comment is if the sneaky athletic cliche needed a mascot. In other words, Danny Dimes is sneaky athletic.
Okay.
19 is the meteoric CJ Stroud.
Yeah,
up from 21.
I know there's some people on our YouTube feed that are going, "Why are you guys giving this guy time again?"
It's comedy,
Well,
people.
right. So I hope you hear the tone now. Like now, it's so ridiculous. So okay, so Daniel Jones is better than Brock Purdy. Who else? CJ Stroud, because Brock's not that good because sample size. But CJ Stroud, okay. Who else? Who else is ahead of Brock Purdy?
There's a guy who plays at a mile high of altitude who is absolutely god-awful. But, boy, he's got a beautiful, beautiful wife and a sexy resume.
Devil Magic. Russell Wilson. Although Russell Wilson, and I know how much you love that QB rating.
My goodies, not my goodies.
Russ is like the 4th-rated quarterback in the league.
Oh, he stinks.
Yeah, but he's the 4th-rated quarterback in the league.
Right. You know why?
Because
they're always down 70 to 20.
Gives up 40 points, and he's got to race at the end and throw the ball all over the yard.
He's down from number 16 to number 17.
Okay.
He switched spots with Shanahan, as my brother Lo Neal would call him, not Tannehill.
Oh.
I never got him to say Shanahill because it's Shanahan. It's Shanahan. Because Lowe didn't like Shanahan.
Did you say Ryan Tannehill is ahead of Brock Purdy?
I said Shanahan.
Okay. What about Tannehill?
Well, yeah, they're the same guy, depending on who you ask.
All right, so he's better than Brock Purdy. Who else?
Hanging there, big guy, is at number 15.
Jared Goff, sure.
Is it number 14? That's
mean,
Kirk Cousins.
I was
You
gonna
like
say,
that?
Okay.
Joe Burrow. You like that? Having a terrible year. Here's the beauty of this whole ranking. Joe Burrow debuted at 4 and then went to 4, then to 8, to 12, to 15, and now he's up to 13.
Okay.
After being at 15.
He had his best game.
Right. So now we're back in on Joe Burrow.
We're back, yes.
Calamari is number 12.
Okay.
Yeah, and Tom Brady's holding at number 10.
Oh, Tom hung in there. Big guy.
Tom has been
good.
Actually, he's up from 11 to 10.
Oh, he's moving up.
Yeah.
To the top.
You know who's number 9?
No, I don't.
He played on and he threw a couple of picks in the loss. He slid from number 7 to number 9. Dak, 13 spots better than Brock.
He didn't throw 2 picks.
He threw 3?
He threw 3.
I went to bed early.
He threw 3.
I turned that thing off.
I'll admit.
He threw 3.
Number 3. Dude.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm positive.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I turned that ass off.
The third one.
As much as I love Sam Darnold, because I was watching that thing on a little bit of a delay, and it was about 11:15, and it was 42 to 10, and I'm starting to do the one eye, and I was like, I'm turning this ass off.
Yeah.
And by S, I mean Sunday Night Football.
Dude. Yeah, it was the third interception was by Oren Burks.
My guy.
And I got to tell you, I know who Oren Burks is, but because he's not in there nearly as much, the numbers, and I'm not good with who wears what number, and it got
48.
It got so ridiculous that Dak throws the ball, and I'm like, oh my God! I said this out loud to the boys as we're watching. I go, he threw another one, and I don't even know who it is. Here goes Burks is running down the sideline. I'm like, this has gotten so absurd. I don't even know who you are, and you're picking off Dak Prescott.
Number 9.
Oh, my gosh.
It's funny because I have a soft spot for Oren Burks because at the summit, we were talking about who our breakout player would be this year, and I said Oren Burks.
Yeah,
and everyone's like, where the hell did that come from?
Well, he did. He broke out on Sunday Night Football.
Sure did.
Beautiful interception.
Sure did. Geno Smith is 7, and the rest of the top 5, top 6 are guys you would figure.
Okay.
But
all right, fun. That's fun.
The Ringer.
Yeah, it's fun. It's like when you go, you go out on one of these wine bars and go see a medium or something. And they sit there. Oh, let me touch your palms. Oh, you have a line there? That means that your father energy is very strong. Okay, got it. Fun night out. Means nothing.
4 touchdowns on an undefeated team, and you're only number 22. Thanks, Steve.
Sweet. All right, Steve. Yeah, we're not calling him Steven anymore. Just Steve.
You lost the N.
Yeah. Nice job, Steve. Okay, we'll talk to you next week on Wednesday. Okay, bye-bye. All right, legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire back in the Bay Area at historic Mare Island. Experience creativity, innovation, and endless possibilities. 2 weekends, October 13th through the 15th, and then the 20th through the 22nd. Tickets at makersfair.com. All right, checking in on Shanahan. You still think he's arrogant? You still mad? 888-957-9570 is the number. We go straight to your calls next. Don, hang where you are. You're first up on Willard and Dibs. nothing.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
My gift to you. I thought you'd like that one. It's often true.
Nice.
Not always.
Appreciate it.
Warriors Summit's coming up next week.
Can't wait.
Week from today. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. If you're on our YouTube feed, one of the things that happens during the breaks is a big graphic comes up. This collage of pictures from the last one.
Yeah.
And all 6 of us in one of the pictures, arm in arm, hand in hand, looking all happy together. You've got your Big Lebowski sunglasses on. I know you call them your parade glasses.
I'm about to put them on, actually. I brought them.
They're Big Lebowski glasses.
I'm having eye issues, Mark.
If you go way back in my social media archives to the Warriors parade, you can see the side-by-side picture I took of you in your Zennies.
Yeah.
And put it next to the character from the Big Lebowski. Gosh darn it. What's the actor's name?
John Goodman.
John Goodman. Thank
Yeah.
you. John Goodman. You look exactly like his character from the Big Lebowski.
A little skinnier, but thank you.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Give me that.
And then,
I need a win.
And then I want to shout out Charles on our YouTube feed, who says that in that picture, Steiny looks like he just took a big fat bong rip right before that photo.
Wow.
And I looked at the photo and I went, man, Charles, you're right. He does look like he took a fat bong rip right before that picture. I don't think he
didn't,
but he looks like it.
Confirmed that he did not.
Okay.
I can guarantee it with a second source.
Thank you. They just, for
They
those
put
of
it
you
back,
watching,
yeah.
they just put it up there again for a sec. There it
Yeah.
is. Steiny on the right, definitely having some eye issues in the moment.
And it's funny because Joe Butcher Boy Shasky looks like he's about 5'4".
Right.
He's crouching down.
He's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Joe.
It's a great movie, by the way, underrated. Because I looked at the photo earlier when I was coming back from the break room, thinking about the size on our front line. Because you go a good 6'2",
well,
and change.
I am not used to being sandwiched between two men who are both clearly taller than me.
Legit 6'5".
But ladies and gentlemen, I give you Bonte and Guru on each side of me. And yeah, I'm the go shorty. It's your birthday.
Yeah.
Good job, Goo.
And Steiny goes a solid 5'11", and I'm between he and Goo, and I'm a shorter guy, so I'm used to seeing it. But then you look at Butcher Boy, and it's like, is he like, is he crouching? Because Joe's taller than me.
He is.
Because I was thinking about it on the way back, like, am I the shortest on staff? Like Spadoni and I, it's a little bit of a head-to-head.
Is it tight?
I think he's got me by a little bit for now.
What about Lucas? Are you taller than Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be a bad guy here and say Lucas doesn't count.
Why?
Because he's not on air.
Oh,
he's on air when he like.
I'm on air right now.
When he shows up,
showed you.
Mm-hmm.
There he
showed
is.
up.
Big red light around this mic.
That went on air.
I think I am taller than Lucas.
Okay,
I'd like to pretend anyway.
Yeah, you got it, Tibbs.
Let's go. Let's do this.
888-957-957. Let's go to Don in Berkeley. Hi, Don. Thanks for waiting. What's up?
I want to talk about something that sets this 49ers team apart, and that is power, precision, timing, and everyone being in the right place at the right time. When you watch the game against Dallas and you see Kittle and Juszczyk, very unselfish, leading the way for McCaffrey, and McCaffrey knows just when to cut and where the hole is. And when you see Purdy's time for delivery is so quick, and he's so fast at reading where everybody is, and the receivers are running routes with such precision that he can lead them so that they get the yards after the catch by catching it in stride. It's very, very impressive. It's beautiful football to watch.
No question, Don. I wonder if you saw this, and thank you, Don. Appreciate it. There's a video circulating online. Deebo Samuel was mic'd up for this Sunday night football game. And not mic'd up in any sort of, like he pulled over to the sideline and had any sort of conversation or whatever. It's just on the field. And I love seeing stuff like this because you get a window into what the guys are saying to each other during certain plays and also what it feels like. Like, just have the camera follow Deebo on the trick play that ended up with a Kittle touchdown down the right sideline, and to watch him come around the end with the ball and then toss it to Purdy and then have the camera just keep following him out into the flat by himself.
Right.
Does nothing. Just turns around and, looks. He becomes a fan. Did it work? Did it work? And then he's just watching George go down the sideline, and his hands up, and he turns around and he goes right to Brock. And he must have gone to Brock at least 5 or 6 different times in this game. And it's bleepity, bleepity, bleep. You can't hear a word he's saying because it's, you a bleeping dog. You a bleeping, bleep. You a man, bleep. You a bleep. I mean, he is just in him. And to watch this team interact with one another is yet another log on the fire for me. I said earlier in the week, I'm addicted to this team. And it's because of the way that they handle certain situations. It's because they're 5-0, but they don't have wide receivers yelling at quarterbacks on the sideline. Instead, this is the way the 49er receivers yell at the quarterback.
Right.
They run up to him, stick their face mask in his, and go, you a bleeping dog. You a bleeping dog.
Totally.
Right? That's there's nothing better. There's nothing better. This is one thing we probably haven't talked about that much with this Niner team. All the talent, all the wins, all the Brock. What about this? Like, this team looks like they've got that Warriors type feeling of loving to play with each other.
And I heard Steiny talking earlier about the vibes around this Warrior team, and it does feel different this year. And it's easy to point toward the Draymond Jordan Poole incident and whatever, but it feels like going into this year, they're looking to have a little bit more fun.
Yes.
We're getting back to joy. And this Niner team and the Debo sound up, so to speak, or him being mic'd up is a great example of exactly what you're talking about, because everybody, it feels like they're all pulling on the same rope, and it doesn't matter who's getting the credit, who's getting the touchdowns this week. They all know that they're going to have their turn and they're going to get their individual shine, but it's the team shine that matters more. And it's the offensive line and the skill guys. And it's probably the skill guys where it's most important, because that's where the majority of the ego tends to lie.
That's where the whining is. Get me the ball. Get me the ball. No, just the ball. Get the ball to the end zone. Let me read you this. This comes from one of our faithful listeners, Jeff, on Twitter. And he writes, arrogant? And again, this is a reaction to the video I made on the Daily Delivery with regard to, I would argue Kyle Shanahan suddenly doesn't sound so arrogant. Why? Because he's right. He was right. Okay? Was he wrong a couple years ago? Sure. But this hesitation of, my gosh, you're really going to trade Trey Lance and hand the keys over to Mr. Irrelevant? Yes. Yes, he is. And now that guy is in the MVP race. So Jeff writes, arrogant? I wouldn't say he's arrogant, but he's definitely got a crappy attitude about him sometimes, especially if you listen to some of his media sessions. I think that was also pretty well documented when he was on other teams' coaching staffs before he got here. How do you react to that?
Well, when you win, then you can be however you want to be. And I don't know, like, the whole idea of arrogance to me comes from a guy who is either talking or acting in a way that he's not backing it up. That, to me, is the epitome of arrogance. And so if you're 5-0 and you've got the front runner for MVP and you've got an offense that is, at the very least, second best in the NFL, and you could argue that they're actually better than Miami. Miami put up 70 in one game. Tua's got more yards, and they've got more points, but that 70-point game kind of skewed everything in their direction. And you're the head coach of a team that is absolutely humming. Everybody, for the most part, has you number one in their team power rankings. So how are you supposed to come across if you want to come across as confident? Any of your confidence will look like arrogance, and when you're arrogant and you're 5-0 and you're in first place, then to me it's not arrogance.
Well, and again, we talked earlier about how the way arrogance is received when it's matched with success and winning,
right?
We accept it at a much, much higher level. Gosh, we were just talking about wide receivers. Is there anything, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush, this isn't all of them, but is there anything in the world more arrogant than that? And let me take it a step further. Let's talk about arrogance in 2023, because I would argue we have seen the greatest single example of arrogance accepted in the history of sports. The name is Deion Sanders. It has taken over the sports world this fall, and I'm not hating on it because I love every second of it. I support Deion. I think he's done an unbelievable job of what is the hardest thing to do in coaching, which is changing a culture. Deion has now positioned himself with Colorado to where no salary is enough. He has brought untold millions upon millions of dollars to his school, to his players, to his conference, which is about to not even exist, all of that. He is unbelievable. And he'll even sit in front of a microphone and tell you the reason you sound the way you do is because a confident black man makes you uncomfortable.
Right.
He'll look you right in the eye and say that. And he's largely correct. It is the greatest example I've ever seen of arrogance accepted. Why? By the way, last couple of weeks, you're not even playing that well. But the acceptance is still, yes, in some areas it's not there, but I would argue the acceptance is a much larger group than the lack thereof right now.
I would also add that the acceptance, and I think you're right in terms of the general acceptance, but it has been lessened by the fact that he's been humbled in a couple of games by, a loss to USC and getting absolutely hammered by Oregon.
Sure.
So, and those are things where people want to jump up and celebrate that because, you got humbled. And it's like, well, he still is as arrogant as he was, but now we think about it differently because they're 4-2 and they're not 6-0.
Well, and he's been quieter after losses. The last 3 weeks have been a little bit quieter, and it's not as big of a, not like, oh my gosh, are they going to be undefeated and all of that? But, I mean, I don't know. I step back. I don't even look at it that way anymore. This was never about Colorado going 12-0 and winning the national championship. They're on the map. And
they're on the map.
They're driving the map this year. They're the highest rated team
for sure
in terms of television by far. By far. You're going to tell me, forget Pac-12 and West Coast, you're going to tell me Colorado is going to just walk in from a one-win season and overnight have a bigger footprint across the nation than Alabama? Do you understand the power of that? I don't care if they lose the rest of their games.
Right.
This has been a wild success, and it's all based on arrogance.
His arrogance,
which is not the bad word that a lot of us think it is.
Well, no, and it's built upon his individual brand, which was built upon arrogance. And his arrogance was not only tolerated, but celebrated based on the fact that he was one of the best ever to do it at his position. And think about Deion Sanders' career as a player. It was the epitome of arrogance where he would pick you off, and at the 40-yard line, the hand would be behind the head, and he's already high-stepping.
And as Niner fans, we loved it when he was yelling at the Falcons
when
sideline.
When he was a Cowboy, when he was a Falcon, we hated him.
Sure.
We wanted him broken in two. But when he became a Niners, all we could do was celebrate it, and then he won a Super Bowl here, and it's like, you're one of us forever.
Richard Sherman feels like one of us. He's spent all week propping up the 49ers after last weekend's game. There was a period of time where Richard Sherman was the most hated man in the NFL by this fan base.
And another guy who had a certain whiff of arrogance about him when he's, shouting LOB and all the rest of it and commandeering an Aaron Andrews interview and talking about himself and his team and all the rest of it. And, part of that is the nature of that position and wide receivers as well. If you want to go down the all-time list of wide receivers, you have to get all the way down to Larry Fitzgerald before you find somebody who isn't reeking of that same arrogance.
Like
and this is not
one.
this is not a disrespect of the great ones, because I do think you're right. You have to have a certain amount of that. Like Kyle Shanahan, when he has to sustain questions from the reporters or when fans try to come at him and he's thinking, my God, I know more football than 99.999% of all of you, and yet you would dare to question me on my third down play call?
Do you know what, though? Here's the extension of that conversation to go back to Kyle. So, all right, we're actually okay with arrogance when it's paired with something positive. But I also think that's not really how Kyle sounds to me. It's funny that we're having this conversation, and now am I to believe that we're comparing Kyle Shanahan to Deion Sanders and Richard Sherman? Are you kidding me? And to go back to the statement I brought up from Jeff, who tweeted us, Again, he definitely has a crappy attitude about him sometimes. He does? Does Kyle hit y'all that way? I get that, like, does he sound confident? There was the statement that we love to replay. Well, no, the more questions, the better, so I can educate. I get that.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
There you go. Thanks, Kyle. Like, I know that that's going to hit people a certain way, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just not one of them. That to me does not sound like some out of line, over the top, snooty arrogance.
It was out of line and over the top.
It was?
I mean, but not if you want to compare it to other statements and other things, it's not that out of line, but it definitely was condescending and reeked of arrogance.
Okay, let me take you back. Do you remember?
The more the merrier, so I can educate.
Do you remember what that was about? I can answer why he sounded that way. Do you remember what that was about?
I don't.
He was absolutely, unequivocally in the middle of being accused of hurting his quarterback. And he was offended. So, yes, he got defensive. And you can still have that opinion because I know you do. And that's fine. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but I am going to say that if I were Kyle Shanahan, would I be offended? You're damn right I would be. I hurt my young 20-something-year-old quarterback. You're telling me that as a football coach, my play calling put this young man's career in jeopardy, and I'm supposed to just take that lying down? I would have come back with a right hook too. No?
I think it's a little bit arrogant to not see that could be a line of questioning.
I'm not saying he didn't see it. I'm saying that's how he took it.
Right. And he can take it however he wants. And he knows more football than, as I mentioned, than 99.999% of all of us. So if he sees it one way and you're the head coach of the Niners, well, then you're going to default to Kyle Shanahan. And when you're 5-0, you're not going to be hit with those questions. Like questions about, Kyle, on that flea flicker where you scored an easy walk-in touchdown and Brock Purdy took a hit at the end of that. Do you feel like you exposed Brock Purdy too much having to throw the ball in that situation?
Like, I'm not trying to get back into last year's debate by any stretch. But if I were Kyle, again, I try in these situations with the job that you and I have. We have these microphones in front of us. They're powerful.
Sure.
We speak, and it goes out there. And so I try to keep that in mind. And if I'm going to say something about someone, I'm going to go, all right, let me at least do my best to put myself in their position for a moment. And if I'm Kyle, and I know people are emotional and angry about what's just taking place on the football field, week 2 against Seattle, the 49ers are 1-1. Jimmy's the QB of the damn Niners again, and he's smiling out there going, yeah, it was fun. And the Niners are 1-1, and Trey Lance is at the hospital. You know it's an emotional situation. But as I hear the narrative of you hurt your QB, and I know that in the back of my mind I'm looking around the league, and I'm watching what Jalen Hurts does, and I'm watching what Josh Allen does, and I'm watching what Lamar Jackson does, and I'm going, yeah, I'm going to feel a certain kind of way about that line of questioning. Again, I'm not even saying he's right. I'm just saying I get it. That's totally how I would feel if I were Kyle. It's offensive to him, for sure.
And I understand that, but I think for a lot of Niner fans, and I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and
I know
there's a lot of people who are agreeing with me in terms of categorizing the way he used Trey Lance as harmful at the very least.
Jerry Rice did it.
And I think
I get it.
When you look at Kyle Shanahan's answer, it does speak to a certain level of arrogance, but he has to have that level of arrogance and self-confidence. If he doesn't, I don't want him to be the head coach of the 49ers.
Well, that's fair too.
So he looks at Trey Lance and he thinks, all right, I have Trey Lance as my quarterback, and I don't necessarily think that he's ready to run both sides of the play sheet, as we talked to Peter King yesterday about how Kyle Shanahan now has every single play that he could possibly dream of, he can run because he believes in Brock Purdy. He didn't have that same belief in Trey Lance.
And he was right.
Well, he was right.
He was right.
At that moment, he was right.
He's still right.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I think we do.
I think we do too,
Yeah,
but that race has not been run. The point of this conversation is, in that moment, what he felt that he could do was have Trey Lance run the football. And so that's what he did. And if you want to say that he's arrogant for doing that, you can. Sure. But in my opinion, if you trust Kyle Shanahan to win games and he sees that as the best way to win the game and you want to call that arrogance, then so be it.
I just would have thought that by now, and I guess not, I mean, I don't want to get into last year's debate. I would have thought by now that a fan base that demands that a coach wins, and now you've got a player who is year 3 in the league, bad luck, bad situation, sure, but the bottom line is teams find talent, and talent finds the field. And this guy's now on his second team, and he can't get out of the third string spot. Kyle Shanahan was in a spot last year where he's trying to win football games, and well, why don't you let him do this? Well, isn't it obvious that because he couldn't? Because he couldn't.
Right.
So was that an ideal play call? Maybe not. But is there not an understanding of why he did it?
There's a complete understanding.
He's trying to win the game,
right?
And the guy couldn't do it the other way. He couldn't do it the way that he wanted to do it.
Yeah. The famous drop that you guys are talking about, this one from Shanahan.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
I wanted to play the full context. There's just like 6 seconds of a cut of a reporter asking him, I have another question about a running quarterback. Here it is.
Kyle, I have a sense you'd like another quarterback running question.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Yeah.
That's it.
He was ticked off by then because the line of questioning was coming from the same place. And it was clear to me that whether fair or not, he was offended. When you're dealing with someone who is offended, you have to know, I feel, you're going to get a tone. You're going to get a tone.
I get that.
Yeah, that's all. No, I'm not, you and I aren't disagreeing here. I understand why, and so I don't necessarily take that as arrogant. He was hurt. And it's up to you whether or not you want to say that he's justified in feeling that way.
Right.
He was ticked off.
Your feelings don't have to be justified. Your feelings are your feelings. And if you feel a certain way about how Kyle should have handled Trey Lance and I feel how I feel, those two things can exist in coexistence, and your feelings can be yours and mine can be mine. And the YouTubers who agree with me and some think I'm an idiot for saying that, we can all have our opinions. Bottom line, Trey Lance ran the football, and Trey Lance got hurt. And if you think that Kyle shouldn't have run him, or if Trey Lance should have been better and didn't have to rely on the run, there are a number of things we can look at looking backward and lament about. Bottom line, he got hurt, and he never played quarterback again for the 49ers in a regular game.
Right.
I mean, that was his last snap. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, except for the preseason games
in a real regular season game.
Yeah.
That was it.
That was it. God, who would have thought of that then?
Right?
That day. Jeez.
Kyle runs QB power, runs him right in the ground. See it, Trey. He should have given him a bus ticket right and then.
I mean, all runs do end up in the ground.
False.
Except for the touchdowns.
And the ones where you run out of bounds.
Yeah, but even those, like your feet are
technically,
on the
yes.
ground.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
well, every single play involves the ground. Yeah. Even when you dive headlong, like Juszczyk tried to.
When you go in the air, yeah.
You eventually will come to the ground.
It's gravity.
Yeah.
All right. Good
Son
talk.
of a science teacher.
You love exact words.
I do. Semantics.
Brock Purdy started the game against Philadelphia.
He took an L, Mark. You're not my Brock. Undefeated, Brocky Poo.
Sure is. I like Brocky Poo. I might keep that. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Okay, your turn. We see you. D, Phil, Mo, Mike, Marvin, Moose. You stay right where you are. We're coming to you next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. If you weren't with us, the very tip-top end of the show yesterday, Jose in Oakland came in.
Wow.
Unbelievable capper of a performance. And we had some no's, we had some yeses, we had some laughs. And the idea of Jose being a part of our show at the end of every show received that's going to be a yes from us dog.
Incredible.
Type of a response.
He had jargon. He had takes. He even upticked as a nod to shows gone by. I love it.
Very impressive. Subscribe to Willard and Dibs, free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Or
That's a yes from me, Doug.
There you go. Thank you, Jose.
That's enough for me, Doug.
Or that. Like, you have to be
even better
versatile. So anyway, but get on over to the Odyssey app. Not just subscribe to Willard and Dibs, but we invite you to check out all of the interviews there always. Ross Tucker was on Steiny and Goo today. You had Peter King with us yesterday. Baldy with the morning roast yesterday. If you missed any of that, get on over to the Odyssey app. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to D in Walnut Creek. Hey, D, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What you doing?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for having me on. Hey, I just got through turning off YouTube. If you guys need a break from sports, you got to check out Casey and the Sunshine Band and Sky and the Stone. Incredible videos. Okay,
all right, that was completely random. Thank you.
Okay, back to football. You know, you guys always talk about Purdy this and McCarthy that, but you guys never give kudos to the coaches. I mean, those guys, the offensive line coach, the defensive back coach, they did what nobody else has done. They got their team prepared, and they neutralized and sunk Micah Parsons and their defense down to nothing. No other team has done that. Okay.
All right, D, thank you. This is what I'll say about that.
Thanks, D.
Yeah, first of all, we're sitting here making the majority of the show about Kyle Shanahan, so I wouldn't say that we never shut out the coaches. Now, do we ever go so deep as to get into the, the linebackers coach and the offensive line coach and make the whole show about them? No, because most people, quite frankly, couldn't even name who those people are.
Coach Furster?
Chris
Kasarik?
Bottom line is, whoever they are, they're going to be the head coach of the Bears in a couple of years. And so we'll get to know them then.
Wow.
We'll get to know them then.
Anthony Lynn, former head coach, is on the staff. Yeah. So you've got some coaches that you actually would know. And, Steve Wilkes, the DC.
Of course.
With the readers on up in the eye in the sky. And I love the chill way that he goes about his business. And they'll cut to him up there, and he's got his glasses on his nose, and he's got his play sheet, and he pulls out his pen, and he just goes, chip, chip. We ran that one. Yeah, we checked that one off.
Green check.
Yeah, I got an idea here. Here's an idea. Let's see. Nick, why don't you go get the quarterback? And Javon, why don't you go ahead and bust up the A-gap? And if that doesn't work, well, Fred and Dre, how about you guys run with your hair on fire toward the ball carrier? And if they happen to throw it, how about one of you guys back there go ahead and breaks up the pass? I'm going to be up here in the 5th level. I'll be chilling eating nachos. I'm Steve Wilkes.
You're right. It is different after Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans.
Totally.
No question. But I'll just say this. When it goes like this in football, everybody gets credit.
Yeah.
Like they're all doing a good job. There's not anything you can look at right now and call it a major weakness with the 49ers. That's why they're 5-0. That's why everyone's feeling the way they're feeling. Phil, Mo, Mike.
Oh, let's go.
On Willard and Dip. Let's go, Phil, Mo. Let's go.
Hey, what's popping, y'all? Now, I just want to say, y'all got to understand the difference between confidence and arrogance. Arrogance is along the lines of ignorance. You know what I'm saying? When you this is arrogant. Sean Payton is arrogant. Mike McCarthy is arrogant. When you don't change the game plan at halftime, you got Trent Williams locking up Micah Parsons. Dan Quinn is arrogant. You feel me? Confidence, what Deion said, I think you said it earlier, Willard. He also said, my confidence shouldn't offend you. You feel me? And if it does, so be it. Farhan is arrogant. Shanahan is just confident. You know what I'm saying? He knows. Now, I just want to say this last point. I'm going to make it real quick because it's kind of political. The Niners made a post about the war that's going down in the Middle East. They shouldn't even have said nothing. As a couple people commented on there, that was their first L of the season. I wouldn't even have said nothing.
Well, Philmo, I get it. I'm not going to agree or disagree.
Wow.
That's just, obviously what's going on over there is really hard to watch. It's
tragic.
And it's terrible. And so, of course, major corporations, major politicians are going to weigh in because, you shouldn't say anything. There's plenty of people who are saying you have to say something because you're a leader and whatnot. So I don't get too caught up in that. I will go back to your main comment, though, Philmo, and actually respectfully disagree with you. Do you notice the thread, Philmo, that you stated from the difference between confidence and arrogance? You gave a bunch of examples of both. And I'd argue there's absolutely nothing different at all with all of the examples you gave. There's one difference. You gave the label confidence to those who are actually doing well, and you gave the label arrogance to those who right now are struggling. They're all saying the same thing. But Sean Payton comes off to you as arrogant because he made big statements in the offseason and he's losing.
Yeah.
Farhan Zaidi comes off to you as arrogant, and I would actually submit to you, and I don't want this to sound like we're buddies because we're not, but as someone who has talked to Farhan face-to-face a number of times, I don't find him to be an incredibly arrogant human being. I find him to be stuck to a system, and maybe that's a fault. It's not working right now, but he's not someone who, if you're standing next to and talking to, you're like, get a load of this guy. He thinks the world of himself. He's not that way. But you think he's arrogant because he's sticking to a system and it's not working. He's not doing well.
It's a perception. It's an absolute perception.
Suddenly, Kyle Shanahan is confident and not arrogant. Why?
Because he's winning.
Because he's 5-0.
Well, that's what we talked about before. So I stand behind what Philmo said in terms of the difference, because when you are winning, it comes across as confident. And if Sean Payton were 4-1 right now, we wouldn't be dwelling on all the commentary that he's made about former coaches and other professionals in his industry when he's rat-a-tat-tatting people and then losing 70-20.
But that's my question. Is there actually any difference in the behavior, or is it simply the results that go along with it? Because if that's the case, then no, we're creating definitions then that aren't actually different.
The difference is if you don't talk, you can be confident, but we call those people quietly confident. It's a quiet confidence. And if you are bumping your gums, win or lose, then it comes across as arrogance. And I used the Larry Fitzgerald example earlier. I could say Calvin Johnson, Megatron, is another one, a guy who's among the greatest to ever do it, but you never really heard from him. You didn't see them with the big point after a big first down or making a big deal out of something that they did. They were quietly confident, but they weren't seen as arrogant because they weren't bumping their gums.
Those receivers sometimes are so few and far between, we don't even remember them or know what to do with them. You know who teammates say literally sometimes wouldn't even speak? He wouldn't even speak, let alone do something brash. Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
Absolutely one of the greatest receivers out there. But that guy, like he was a mute practically on the sideline. Do you think he was quietly confident? I would argue you can't be one of the best receivers in the game unless you're unbelievably confident in your abilities.
Right, but the whole idea of arrogance comes from a notion of somebody either bragging about how good they are or rubbing your nose in it or both. And so I would agree with you about Farhan Zaidi. He doesn't give off to me the air of arrogance. Is he too smart for his own good?
Stubborn.
He might be.
Stubborn, I think, is the word people actually want in this scenario.
Or, is he misguided in his approach? I don't think that to me anyway, he doesn't come across as a guy who thinks he's smarter than everybody and can't wait to show you how much smarter he is than you.
No.
It's not. That to me would be arrogant, and that's where Gabe Kapler gets tabbed with the arrogant label more because of the way he goes about speaking and the way he approaches everything. It just feels like, and whether this is true or not, he gives off the air that he's better than you.
Right. It's like the phrase we keep hearing is the way. It's not what he does.
Right.
It's the way he does it. It's not what he says. It's the way he says it. And even that clip that we were just playing from Kyle Shanahan, hey, the more the better so I can help educate. That's all that's all that. It's the way that he said it. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I like to challenge that. You know what I mean? Like, is that really something we're going to come after the way that people say it? In other words, like, sometimes I think we need to fall back on the facts. We need to fall back on what's real and not be so damn sensitive. So if Kyle Shanahan looks at you, what if he just looked at you, Dibs, and went, hey, dude, I know way more football than you do. Is that arrogant?
No, it's a fact.
Thank you.
It's a fact.
Right.
But
So,
if he
like,
does that after he loses his third in a row and he's, being beset by questions about his competence and maybe a fourth down play call or clock management, if he then comes across and says that, well, now you're being arrogant, dude, because you just lost your third in a row and it was 4th and 2 from the 38 and you chose to punt instead of either going for it or going for a field goal.
But that's timing. That's just timing
in context, absolutely.
Okay, so Deion Sanders goes to Oregon and loses by a billion points. And he finds a microphone and goes, get me now. Better get me now. This is the worst I'm going to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Your reaction is what? Like,
that's arrogant.
Okay. But if Deion Sanders just walks into a room and goes, okay, just want to tell you guys all one thing. I am amazing. What's your reaction?
That's even more arrogant.
He's right. He's also right. You don't have to.
Well, he's not amazing yet
he
as
is.
a coach.
No, facts already done.
I am amazing. Colorado's 4-2. Yeah,
Okay.
you're good. It's a good story.
My man,
it's a good story, brother.
It's way past that. You are already talking about maybe the best defensive back the game has ever known. You are talking about somebody.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the totality of Deion Sanders.
I'm going to get to even the coaching part. You're
Sure.
talking about someone who was the best at his position. You're talking about someone who understands branding maybe better than anyone in the sports world right now. And you're talking about someone, quite frankly, if you're not impressed by 4-2 for Colorado, it's because, and I get it, you haven't been following Colorado. They couldn't get a first down 10 months ago.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I'm aware of where Colorado was.
He's amazing. And it's a fact. Like, wherever this goes next, his branding, the money he's generated, the confidence he's instilled in young people, the flipping of a culture, he's amazing. But we do this to people where it's like, I don't like the way you said it. And sometimes my reaction is, why are you so sensitive to it? It's a fact. He is. He's done a great job.
Sure.
Objectionably. And already. And Kyle Shanahan is a really good, smart football coach.
Right.
And I don't find that to be an opinion.
Well, there is a lot of subjectivity in terms of Deion and Kyle Shanahan. So,
well, anything's got subjectivity.
Exactly. So for you to say it's a fact is not true because it's not a fact.
Yeah, the subjectivity lies, I think, in other areas.
In the eye of the beholder as well.
But you can't argue that Deion has not done an unbelievable job with the culture. You can't argue.
I mean, you can't argue that, Deion Sanders has benefited by the fact that his players have made plays for him. So, yes, he brought the guys in. He changed the culture. To think that he has done it all, and by proxy that Kyle Shanahan has done it all.
I never said all. Who said all?
Oh, I know. But this is the sense of you saying, Deion, I am amazing. If he comes out and says that, well, yeah, you're great. But how about you give credit to the people who are out there making plays and doing other things? And that's where the arrogance comes from, that sense of arrogance.
Listen, I'm not saying that people should talk that way, but again, what we're really talking about is not characteristics of people. We're talking about the way that they communicate. And he hasn't made that statement. I think that a lot of this comes from our own sensitivities when someone is actually saying something that is totally inbounds and fair. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Again, going back to the Shanahan, and the more the better, so I can help educate. It hits people in the wrong way, but I would argue that there is a sensitivity there that I would question whether it should be there. Like, yes, Kyle Shanahan could educate all of us in football. Doesn't mean he's perfect. Doesn't mean he's the greatest coach of all time. And he didn't say that. But it hits people. Like, that's my whole sort of point today, is Kyle is hitting you as arrogant for a few years, which is actually the frustration of the 49ers' failures at the end of the year speaking. I don't think he's doing anything differently now, but it's not hitting people as arrogant because they're 5-0 and the quarterback's on an MVP track.
I think there's more to the Kyle arrogant notion than just that soundbite that Grandy was playing. The whole idea of trading up 3 first-round picks to draft a guy from FCS who was unproven, that speaks of a certain level of arrogance to some. That you're the quarterback whisperer and you think that you're going to be able to take this guy who played in the FCS, the D2 level essentially, the D1 AA level, and you're going to turn him into a franchise quarterback. Some people see that as arrogance.
But what if he just thought he could do it?
What if he was wrong?
Right.
So that speaks to arrogance. That's I'm saying
being
this,
wrong speaks to arrogance. We're all
making
wrong.
that sort of a move to take all those picks and to move up to draft a guy that was completely unproven in order to try to make him something that he turned out not to be.
But I get, like, those are your words. Like, it's not.
Yeah, it's my opinion.
But it's not. I'm going to make him something. It's an evaluation. It was a misevaluation.
Yeah.
I think this kid can become something. So that's all I'm saying. I think we affix these words and we go, like a play call. I'll give you another example that I think you'll like. Remember when the Chiefs played the Bengals in the AFC title game and they lost? They had a big lead. And in fact, I think if I remember correctly, you and I came in here on Monday and we talked about it, and you were like, the Chiefs they were arrogant and they're going home because of it. And I totally understood what you were saying, because right before the half, the Chiefs were already up by like 17 and they went for a touchdown with no timeouts. They got burned and they got nothing, and they could have taken the field goal, but they were feeling themselves, right? And they thought, hey, man, we're running downhill. Let's put another 7 on the board. And we come in the next day and we go, they got bit by their arrogance. And while I'm not saying they're wrong, I do think sometimes our label is excessive. It also was just Andy Reid had a play that he thought was going to work. It didn't. Is that some sort of like, I can't believe what you think of yourself? I don't know. Trey Lance came from North Dakota State. So did Carson Wentz. And he was number 2 overall, and he was going to win an MVP. And even though he didn't end up working out, do we go back to, boy, the Eagles were arrogant? I don't know. They thought the guy was going to be good.
But they didn't trade 3 first-round picks to move up and get him.
That's true.
And that to me is a big part of the notion of the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan of, I can take this guy, and whether or not he was coerced into picking him or not, I don't know if we're ever going to find out the true story with how that played out, whether or not Kyle Shanahan wanted to move up and draft Mac Jones, which would have been an equal disaster. Probably would have been more disastrous.
Unless you're Orlovsky, you think it would be amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So depending on how you think that would have played out, bottom line is they made that move to go up and get Trey Lance, and Trey Lance didn't work out. And you're the offensive coordinator, you're the head coach, you're the QB whisperer. And so for me, that does reek of a certain amount of arrogance.
Let's go to Alan Hayward. Hey, Al, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. This is kind of random. I just wanted to comment on the Andre Johnson comment.
Yeah.
I would never consider him quiet because at that time he fought Cortland Finnegan. I apologize. So, yeah. Thank you, guys.
Well, okay, Al, thanks. That's 2 guys that got emotionally under one another's skin in one moment. He got into a fight basically on the field. Ephraim was longtime teammates with Andre Johnson. You couldn't get him to speak. You could, he's the most humble. You couldn't get. He is not cut from the traditional wide receiver cloth.
Yeah, the diva cloth that we all want to paint everyone with. And you think about Ocho Cinco and T.O. and Randy Moss and Jerry Rice and Chris Carter, and you can run down the all-time list of catches among wide receivers, and you get the names like Larry Fitzgerald And Andre Johnson's another one. Isaac Bruce is pretty high on the all-time list. And
John Taylor was another great example.
Yeah.
Opposite Jerry Rice. When's the last time? Could you even, if you heard John Taylor's voice right now, would you be like, oh, that's John Taylor?
I do a John Taylor impersonation, but it
do?
sounds a lot like my Andrew Wiggins. So I'm going to go, yeah, thank you.
There he is. There's John.
I'm going to try not to beat this one into the ground.
We got a long season ahead.
Season.
You should do it at the Summit next week.
I think I will.
Yeah.
I don't know if those other guys have heard it yet. Like Vontae and Joe. They're probably napping right now.
Week from today, Warriors Summit, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, live starting at 2, but all the guys show up at 4. All of us from 4 to 6 talking Warriors hoops. We'd love for you to be there. Open to the public, totally free, and pretty much everyone who's ever gone to a summit had a great time.
Yes.
I've never heard anything different.
And I know that our boss, look, will compose the actual order of topics for that day, but what are you thinking right now? What are you feeling heading into a Warriors Summit? Like, what hits you as kind of the headline topic going in? We've all beaten this who's going to start topic into the ground, but like, what are you thinking in terms of like Warrior topics as we get ready for a season in 13 days, Mark?
Jonathan Kuminga is Brandon Ayuk.
I like that. Pitch that.
Yeah. I can give you a little teaser on that coming up in like 7 minutes.
I look forward to that.
Jonathan Kuminga is Brandon Ayuk.
Are you saying he's in the doghouse or has already been in the doghouse?
I'll tell you what I'm saying in 7 minutes.
Oh, Jesus. You could, you could cement the tease with a little bit more of a dollop, a little bit of info.
And it's not a tease anymore. Let's go to Mike in Idaho.
Very thin take, I'm sensing.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Mike.
So I just have a kind of quick question. So I think I understand why it's easy to use numbers nowadays because they're so detailed and you can get so minute and so precise with them. But I think without context, you kind of lose something in that because you can always change the goalposts. So like on all the big talking shows. LaShawn McCoy yesterday kept talking about the Eagles beat the Niners. Well, yeah, you did, and we put their quarterback out. Yeah, you did, but also Fred Warner got hurt, Nick Bosa got hurt. It was a game that no one would expect to see. So just to keep hammering the same point over and over again, even when you're presented data that disputes that, I think is ridiculous. And even going back, growing up a Niner fan, my favorite player growing up was Dan Marino. I never liked Joe Montana. I always thought the Niners made him better. Never changed the fact that he was one of the greatest, a great winner, but I just didn't think he was as talented. But no one was ever saying, they should get off of Joe Montana because he wasn't as talented as Marino or John Elway or something.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. It's an interesting, I've been starting to play with this a little bit, especially with all the Brock Purdy conversation. We got to redefine the word talent. Talent is getting misused in sports. We use the word talent when we mean raw skills. Dan Marino's more talented than Joe Montana. At what? Throwing the ball really hard? Is that what wins football games? Now, Dan Marino's a great quarterback, don't get me wrong. But it's just like right now when Michael Irvin goes, I'll take Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert. And maybe it's not even a great time to say it because Herbert's playing his butt off.
Yeah.
Playing great football. Not winning all the football games. I don't know if it's his fault. But the point is, we go, he's more talented. At what? How come processing and decision-making and accuracy and on-time delivery is not considered talented?
That's the Draymond Green effect.
I think it's talented.
If you look at Draymond Green in terms of talent, where would you rank him in the NBA? Probably 84th?
256th.
Am I right?
Right.
I mean...
But no,
in terms of talent, he doesn't jump, he doesn't shoot it well, he doesn't score, he doesn't have post moves, but all he does is win 2 out of every 3 games and make everyone around him better.
But he's a defensive genius.
Correct.
And a coach on the floor.
An offensive savant with the ball in his hands.
An instigator.
In terms of talent, though, he isn't, compared to other guys on his team.
But I think those things are talent.
Right.
But we don't use that word for them.
Because he's a triple single guy.
Yeah. We're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. That's an interesting conversation. We'll take more of your phone calls coming up. And yeah, Jonathan Kuminga's Brandon Ayuk. I'll explain coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
That's a yes from me, Doug.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Warrior Summit, week from today. Be there. And again, fabulous prizes. In addition to fun and food and free, not free food. It's free for you to get in.
Sure.
Then there will be food. Pull out your credit card, whatever. But, yeah, hang out, have some fun, and then you can win the shoe. The shoe. Signed shoe by Kevin Durant, which is also framed and included with other memorabilia. Really, really cool prize. Saw a look at that earlier today. So we hope to see you next Wednesday, week from today.
Chance to meet other fellow listeners and see all 3 shows all joined together at the hip. Mark Willard will be the instigator and the moderator and all the rest of that as we debate the hottest topics around the Golden State Warriors.
Instigation, moderation, sensation, and yeah, maybe
$2.
we will discuss Jonathan Kuminga's thank you parallel with Brandon Ayuk. I'll explain in a sec, but Rich and Fremont was still talking out the Kyle Shanahan thing. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. You know, I think really at the end of the day, I don't think that the fan base, while that was going on, really had the right to call Kyle Shanahan arrogant. And one of the reasons why is because they need to realize that, number one, you know, it's difficult to be able to maneuver certain players in the NFL and make sure you have the right formula that's out there playing the game and bringing in W's, okay? And for the fan base to say that, you know, not to mention before the season even started, it just really shows how much of an armchair quarterback, you know, the fan base can be at times. You're talking about a guy who got you the 2 NFC title games and the Super Bowl. You know, how many teams would have loved to have been in that position in the last 5 years? Okay? Kyle Shanahan was able to put that together. So the fact that he flubbed on that, it just means that, hey, this is not an easy thing to do, okay? And by the way, when are you guys going to have a summit, you know, on the weekend, so us working stiffs can come to this thing?
Hey, you know what I think about that idea?
Tell them.
Rich?
That's a yes from me, Doug.
That's going to be a no from me, dog. Yeah. So there's all kinds of issues with that idea. Honestly.
Like, such as you and I already work on the weekends.
Well, we already work on the weekends.
You got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
More than you know. And, add that in with that being true for all the other guys, too. But I will say this. I got no info for you. I got nothing firm. I would love the idea, though, of putting together some events, watch parties, what have you.
Watch party, Willard.
Yeah, let's see what we can. But I'll just say this is not the first time that this has come up. We can play with some stuff. Yeah, well, you know what? Like some discussions there. Hey, if you own a place that would be a good spot for it,
okay,
reach out to us.
I would love.
I'm trying to work with that. Play with that idea.
I like it, and I've actually reached out to a couple places in that same vein. And I would love to bring back the Gridiron Gala, which we used to do, which was on the day of the conference championship games, AFC and NFC conference championship games. We would go to a spot. It was Buffalo Wild Wings one year. We went to the Hooters in Campbell a couple of years. We went to some place down in San Jose, I think Rookies. It was a Chris Townsend special. Have I got a bar for you? It was in his neighborhood. We've had some fun at those Gridiron Galas.
I love it. And maybe, this could involve the Warriors too, for sure.
Yeah,
doesn't need to be football games. But anyway, we'll play with that. But
Okay.
Feel free to reach out to us. So here's what I meant about the Kuminga and Ayuk thing. We're going to have to wait for the season to start to actually know if this is the case. I'll just say right now, I really do like what I'm hearing. And this is what I'm talking about. And I think this goes well beyond Kuminga and Ayuk. I think everybody listening to us right now can relate to this in some way, shape, or form, whether it's something you went through, whether it's something that someone who works for you went through, or whether it was one of your kids or whatever. When you're in a spot of being someone's boss or directing other people, there are times where you are not getting the production that you want or the attitude that you want or what have you. And so you'll throw out an idea, sometimes even an ultimatum. And I bet once or twice you do it and it doesn't work. You don't get the response that you want. You get a negative response from your employees, from your kids, or whatever. Hey, turn the video games off. No, Dad. No. Okay. Right? Put the phone down. No. So this process goes on till you get to the point where you're like, all right, that's about enough of that. So it's either give me the phone or it's pull the plug out of the wall or whatever when it starts to get a little bit hot.
Smash the TV.
Thank you.
Throw the phone across the effing house.
What I'm interested in is when that stuff happens to people, how do they react?
Mm-hmm.
So Brandon Ayuk went into the doghouse, and we still don't even really fully understand what was going on there, and we don't even know exactly when he popped out of it. We just know that he did, and we now know that Ayuk feels like he is approximately 12 to 14 games away from making over $25 million a year to be paid like one of the top 10 or 15 receivers in the National Football League. That's how you react to getting put in the doghouse. Jonathan Kuminga, by all reports, and Monty Poole's got a cool article about this on NBC Sports Bay Area right now. Jonathan Kuminga, by all reports, took what happened in the playoffs last year. He moped about it for a minute, just like Brandon did. He might have even gone to the Chronicle. Yes, his agents may have made a phone call to say, hey, if you don't have a role for this guy next year, let's trade the guy. Whatever conversations took place, at a certain point, Jonathan clicked, and he did exactly what you want someone who's being challenged to do. He said, okay, fine. I'm going to prove to you that I can do exactly what you want me to do. And maybe there is an angry streak in there. Maybe every time he bounces the ball, he's pretending Steve Kerr's face is on the ground underneath the ball. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I want to wait to see what Jonathan actually looks like, but the reports are he went head down and worked as hard as a player can work in the offseason to try to become what the Warriors want him to become. And I do think that we could be talking about a Brandon Ayuk situation by the end of the year, which is that Kuminga starts to realize the player that he can become in the NBA.
Well, we will have to see, and it's great that he's put in the work so far in the offseason, and the reports are that he's done exactly that. He turned 21 years of age 5 days ago. So we do have to put some context into just how young he is. I have a 22-year-old and a 20-year-old, and I understand that my 22-year-old's a college graduate, and he's a man, and he's got a full-time job and all the rest of it. But I also know at 22, there are certain things that he is still discovering about being an adult. He's a young adult and all the rest of it. And he does not have the same pressure that Jonathan Kuminga does, playing for a four-time champion and being in a spot where he knows the pressure is on him. The pressure's on him to take that next step. And the team has an option for next year at $7.6 million, and I'm sure they will pick it up if they haven't already picked it up. And then after that, although the last option they picked up was in the end of October, so I'm sure by the end of this month they will make that decision on his option for next year, $7.6 million. And if he does what Jordan Poole did, which is the third-year jump, then Jonathan Kuminga is going to be looking at one of those $20 to $25 million a year contracts over the course of 5 or 6 years, and he's going to be absolutely set for life if he already isn't. So this is the year. You look at Jordan Poole, rookie year was dreadful for a number of reasons. Year 2 was all right. You went to the G League and you showed signs of life. And then year 3 was, my God, we've got something here.
Yep.
And so that's where Kuminga is in terms of what he's trying to do.
I would argue it is likely that if the Golden State Warriors win a championship this year, it's because Jonathan Kuminga popped. To me, that's actually got to be the story. If this is going to work by the end of the year, I know all the eyes are on how does Chris Paul fit? Does Klay Thompson sort of get back to being what he was at the beginning of the year, our focus is always on those big names and then even newcomers. Dario Saric, Steve Kerr talked about him today. Oh, he fits perfectly. He's going to look like Otto Porter. All of that can be true. But I'm a believer, especially in the NBA, if you don't have the best, most talented, youngest roster in the league, and the Warriors don't. Let's just be honest. They don't. They don't right now have what Denver and Phoenix and Milwaukee have on paper. Okay? But if it's going to work, it's got to be because you get really significant contributions from younger players you're not necessarily counting on. And why did they win 2 years ago? Poole wasn't great in the playoffs, but who they were throughout the season was largely because he popped when you didn't know he was going to pop.
His second year, 19.4 minutes a game, 12 points a night. His third year, they win the championship. He played 76 of the 82. His minutes went up to 30, from 19 to 30, and he averaged 18 and a half a game.
There you go.
So he goes from 12 to 18 and a half. Jonathan Kuminga, his first 2 years are eerily similar in that he's averaging, 9 points a night? He's averaging a double single, 9.3 and then 9.9. The rebounds are 3 and 3. This year, he needs to be in that 14 points a night.
At least.
And 6 to 7 rebounds a night. That, to me, is the rebound jump is what I would look for more than anything.
And I think it's got to go both ways, too. In other words, like, he's got to earn the role, but then the Warriors have got to find the role for him. And that's just my belief.
Yeah.
If somehow this ends up being a championship year, my prediction is at the end of the year, you'll be like, wow, Jonathan Kuminga took a leap. If that doesn't happen, this can still be a good team. It could be a deep playoff team, maybe.
Right.
I don't think it's a ring team unless Jonathan Kuminga takes a big leap.
Unless you get massive contributions from your rookies and your various Dario Saric's and Corey Josephs and other new additions to the squad. Because if you look at your top six, got a lot of age in there from Chris Paul and Steph. Draymond and Clay are in their early 30s. Wiggins he's not that old, but he's played a ton. Kevon Looney, he's not going to give you 35 minutes a night, so you're going to need to have some depth in the front court.
That said, I mean, even when you start rolling through, it's funny how often we know and watch the Warriors like no one else, but you just forget how loaded they are. And if Jonathan Kuminga does actually take a big leap, just go, wait a minute, okay, take a look at this roster. Because Jonathan Kuminga's what? That's player 7. That's player 7 on this team.
Yeah, at the most.
You know what I mean?
At the highest,
not in terms of scoring.
Right.
He's going to score more than Looney, but you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You got your starting 5, whoever it is, and then whoever that 6th person is. I'm not going to call him Chris yet, but whoever that 6th person is, you've got that group. And then go from there with Saric and Moody and Peyton, and we can keep going down the list. Kuminga, to me, is number 7, but he may be higher on the list in terms of importance. If he were to become that 15 and 6 or 7 type of a player, and they're healthy, and there's no like Wiggins situations where people miss extended period of time, yeah, wow. I mean, they still are loaded enough if Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, if he is your 7th man and he is a guy who's getting you 14 and 7 or something like that, and not a liability on defense and a real solid contributor to your team, then yeah, I think you're onto something. I'm just looking at the minutes that they need to replace from last year. Total minutes. Jordan Poole led the team, 2,458 minutes. Those need to be replaced. DiVincenzo was 6th in just total minutes. The guy was available, and he played almost 1,900 minutes. Those are gone. Anthony Lamb, 1,200 minutes. Those are gone. You get down the list, and you realize that these new additions, Chris Paul in particular, he's going to have to be available, and he's going to have to play. Starter, 6-man, whatever he wants to be or whatever they want him to be, he's got to be able to play some of these minutes because DiVincenzo and Poole were 2 guys you could rely on.
Yep. And like DiVincenzo was a load management guy, meaning he played on those nights. He started.
Yep.
And then he started when Wiggins was gone. So a lot of minutes. Scott and Marin here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Scott, thanks for calling.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I got just before I get to the Brock Purdy Draymond thing, I was going to talk about. I think this roster is way better than that last year's roster. Just looking at it myself, you're going to get a full year of GP2 taking some minutes too. You're going to get Wiggins back for hopefully 75 games. You're going to have this kid, Brandon P. I'll just call him.
Podziemski.
Like he can play. I mean, he really looks like a player. So, I mean, I actually think they're and Daric.
Yeah, I like that, Daric.
We'll just call him Daric.
Sario Daric.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, Sarge is a good player. So, I just looking at the roster overall, I don't think they're having an issue replacing those minutes at all. But I wanted to get back to your Draymond Green, which I had said this a few months ago to people. I said, this kid is he gets no respect. And Draymond has exposed more casual fans than anybody in history of NBA because most people don't even understand what he does. They just look at the scoreboard and see he's got 2 points, 3 points. They don't understand he runs both sides of the floor. But this Brock Purdy though I think he's going to be at a different level as far as this kid's going to be an MVP candidate. A perennial MVP candidate, I think. That's how good I think he's going to be.
Yeah, he might.
Watch the way he.
Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
No. Go.
No, Scott. Because I'm one of the hosts of the show, so I'm going to keep going for about an hour and a half after you're done. So you go ahead and finish up.
No, but Brock Purdy, to me, it was obvious last season. When I saw him in the preseason, the way he handled himself. And you could just see when he steps to the line, there's a confidence he has that you have to have, but he has all the intangibles. And the only time I've ever seen anything close to this was approximately, 43 years ago. And so you know who showed up 43 years ago in San Francisco. So that's. I'm not going to say the name. I'm just going to tell you this is what I remember seeing when I was a college kid, and this is going to be good.
Yeah, so, Scott, absolutely. Thanks. No. I think the name. Speaking of that voice,
Mike Krukow is the name.
No, the name was it rhymed with Low Bontana.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's who showed up.
I thought Krukow started in 80. He might have come a little bit later.
Yeah, somewhere in there. No, you're probably right. I think my baseball cards agree with you. Anyway, point being is the Draymond thing, Brock Purdy, that's the Ethan Strauss article that sort of tied those two situations together, draftism, as we've called it here. Like, I just think it's interesting what we do with certain situations based on sort of where they came from instead of what they are. And maybe we do this outside of sports too. All the isms tend to be about where you came from, which is not necessarily your choice, but it's who you are and it's where you came from. And so we decide to make something either easier or harder for you based on where you came from. And Brock Purdy has had it made harder for him. Yes, he was drafted onto a team that's a wonderful situation, but he wasn't supposed to play. He wasn't going to get reps. And then when he did and he played well, it wasn't going to be solidified. And then when it was solidified and it's become, quite frankly, maybe the most amazing thing I've seen in the NFL in 25 years, many don't want to give him credit for it. That's what's wild to me. In my world of sports, when you do something, you get credit for it. I don't really care what's going on around you. Like, sure, other situations are better than those over there or these over here. Of course that's true. That's true in anything. But you still have to be the person who goes in there and elevates even a good situation, which is what Draymond did. It's what Brock Purdy did. There are not a lot of scenarios out there in the NFL where someone who could get drafted, show up onto a team, win every time that he plays we're now running up close to a year. He's pretty much won every time that he's put a
10
helmet
in a
on.
row in the regular year.
That should be an absolute fervor. And it's starting to be a little bit there's a lot of talk. He's getting a lot of pub on national shows.
Yep.
But
Sunday night was big for that.
Yeah, but a fervor. Like, somebody got drafted and is taking over an NFL team and wins all the games.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're
crazy.
getting to fervor level. Now, he is in the A block, as we like to say in the business, which
Sure.
means when you watch any of these opinion shows, the name Brock Purdy and the Brock Purdy story is in that first segment of stories before they take their first commercial break. So he's gotten to that spot in terms of fervor. Now, is he getting all the credit that he needs? Probably not. Or all the credit that he deserves? Probably not just yet, but it is a process, and news travels slowly.
Yeah.
Even though news travels fast now in this day and age of the internet, in terms of something like this and people latching on to the Brock Purdy story, you still have some websites ranking him as the 22nd best quarterback, and you've got talking heads on the biggest sports network in our country saying, well, I mean, Mac Jones would be doing this if he were there. And so there are still comments being made that run anathema or counter to what we're seeing out here on the West Coast.
Do you think Brock Purdy's arrogant?
No, he's very humble.
You don't?
I don't think that he shows much in terms of arrogance. Now, he makes a great play and he might scream, but he doesn't run up and puff out his chest and point to himself and point to the back of his jersey, I'm him. He's got a certain amount of humility, I think.
I don't think you're wrong. I do think he does things that we don't see because on a touchdown pass, the camera moves to who's catching it. And if you do see some of the all-22s and what Brock does after some of those touchdown passes, it's not what you might think he does. I'll say that.
Right. But, I mean, celebrating a winning play that results in a touchdown, to me, is not arrogance.
I don't think so either.
Celebrating excellence.
I'm just trying, again, I think a part of today is almost defining arrogance. Like, I do think part of how we view Brock Purdy has to do with the way he looks and the aw-shucks personality, which I actually don't think is really him. I'm not saying he's inauthentic. I'm saying that you don't know Brock Purdy. Like, that guy clearly has some sort of a streak in him that you can't see from the outside because he looks like somebody who showed up to mow your lawn. Like, honestly.
And we know that he is an absolute ultra competitive killer.
Totally.
So now, and you mentioned earlier about attitude being a big component of arrogance, but it's also perception. And I use the Steph Curry example as a great one because we perceive Steph in a certain way because we love Steph and he's won 4 titles here and I've been on 2 floats and I've been to all 4 parades and it's been amazing and wonderful and Steph is exalted and all the rest of it. But if you're from the outside, you probably think differently about the relative arrogance of Steph Curry.
All right, so
am I right?
I agreed completely, absolutely. It's sneaky with some people, and then the opposite for others, which would be my argument about Kyle Shanahan. Like I don't know Kyle Shanahan. I've had him get annoyed with me during interviews before. I've never taken it as arrogance. I've taken it as, annoyed by that question. Stupid radio host asking me to rip Jimmy Garoppolo on the air like I'm not doing it. So, I don't know. I've never sort of taken Kyle's words that way. But certainly open to hear everybody weigh in on this. Has the 5-0 start changed your perception of Kyle Shanahan at all? 888-957-9570, that's the number. Comcast Business Text line's there for you. So is Twitch and YouTube and the chats powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I just want to wish good luck to the rest of the teams.
Oh, my God, that guy. He's not quite the king yet, but if he wins a World Series in Texas and he gets his fourth,
first year there.
Wow.
That's a little salt in the wound. There's no question, even though I'm rooting for it.
So am I. Even though I've been accused of running him out.
Which is...
How bad would that be for Farhan? And I know it's not a real thing, but in terms of optics?
Not good. Not good. I do think, and I know how this will sound to everybody, like the second that the ownership hired Farhan, that was it for Bruce Bochy, and that's from ownership. They wanted to go a different direction.
Ran me out.
I'm going to retire and get some wine. I'll be back.
Totally.
Anyway, I look at it this way. If you wanted to ask yourself, and I know what Giants fans would say today, and I'm with you, do you still wish Bruce Bochy was the manager of the team? I think almost everybody would say yes. However, I add this sentence, I understand why he's not. And I do think we forget what 2017 and 18 looked like for the Giants, and it wasn't 500. It was well below 500. It was really bad. Not Bruce Bochy's fault by any stretch. And that's really what this came down to. I do think that Farhan Zaidi was hired not to pick the manager. He was more hired to adjust the way that they were acquiring players, both in the farm and in free agency. And I would argue that the farm got a lot better and probably the free agency got a lot worse is probably what ended up happening if you wanted to give a real snap reaction to this. But, yeah, I would never root against the guy. And so I'm totally pulling for Texas. But it also hurts. Sure it hurts. This whole postseason is littered with could-have-beens and should-have-beens for the San Francisco Giants. Bryce Harper's Phillies are up 8-2 right now on the Braves. They're going to take a 2-mate Diamondbacks, who basically were the owners of the 2 games that ended your season, right? That 2-game series in Arizona, that was a wrap. And Farhan even pointed to those 2 games when firing Gabe Kapler, saying we came out unprepared in those 2 games, and they were the biggest games of the season. Followed by Bryce Harper's Philadelphia Phillies. He's on the Phillies because they offered $20 million more dollars than you did. And the ALCS is going to be Dusty versus Boch? Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, the optics are bad.
That's about as bad as it gets. The only thing worse would be Dodgers and Arizona, your 2 division rivals, right. And knowing that the Dodgers, if the Dodgers were able to get over and get to take on Philadelphia, that would hurt even more if the Dodgers were still in it. But short of that, Arizona is a team that you largely kind of want to be in terms of young, fast, good defense, and exciting, and better top line starting pitching. You should be Arizona. And I know you want to be the Dodgers, but you don't necessarily emulate them in terms of the huge payroll.
Well,
you'd like right. to be. You'd like your youngsters to be Arizona's youngsters.
Well, but I would say the Dodgers also. I think the Dodgers' perception is not a completely fair one that they're buying everything because they're also developing. They're developing and buying.
It's a mix, yeah.
Which is what the Giants should be doing and have said that they want to do, and their development just hasn't been fast enough. I just think that next year, sure, who's the manager? Is it someone that the fan base wants to wrap their arms around? But there's got to be a 1-2 punch next year. It has to be this way. There has got to be an addition to the roster that people are excited about, and there has also got to be at least one homegrown player who really pops. I don't mean pops for 3 weeks, Casey Schmidt. I mean pops. Marco Luciano or what have you, Kyle Harrison, someone needs to be awesome. Someone needs to be awesome, and either Shohei or Cody or whatever, and do they go overseas, Yamamoto, there's got to be a different vibe around it, and it has to be both. It has to be money and homegrown, not or.
Right, and you have to also bring in a manager who is going to excite the fan base, and it doesn't mean it has to be a big name or a marquee name, but it's got to be somebody that can energize his fan base to the point where you believe in them. Gabe Kapler had a pretty successful run while he was here. And of all the managers the Giants have had who have managed multiple years, the last one to have a sub 500 record is Frank Robinson, 1981 to 1984. That was the last multi-year skipper to wind up their tenure sub 500.
Jeez.
The Hum Baby, 509. Dusty was 540. Felipe Alou, 529. The aforementioned Bochy. I guess he was 2 games below 500.
Oh, right at the end. Yeah.
1052 and 1054. So if you round it up, it rounds up to 500. Technically, he was 499.6 or whatever.
Yep.
And Kapler's at 543. So, the bar is set pretty high in terms of needing to win.
No doubt.
But you got to also bring in somebody that the fans can get behind.
All right, 888-957-957. Get back to your 49er phone calls. Talking today about the arrogance of Kyle Shanahan, perception or reality. 888-957-9570. I would argue that based on what has taken place so far this year, the conversation that was happening 2 months ago, Kyle's never going to do this. You'd hate him if he did. But, while we sit here and have these conversations on the radio all the time, somebody needs to get a victory lap, someone needs to take the L, somebody needs to be given flowers, all of these things. Enter Kyle into that conversation. He was right. The thing that he had the audacity to do, he was right. And that is to sort of stand in front of a podium and not apologize, but express the regret of the Trey Lance move and the way that it all played out, but then have the audacity to trade him for a 4th-round pick and hand the reins over to an unproven 7th-round pick coming off surgery. And here we are. 5 weeks later, he's leading the MVP race or something like that. And I wonder if everybody sort of now sees Kyle in a little bit of a different light. I do know, we've been talking a lot today about successful people.
Yeah.
I wonder how everyone defines that, because I think most people will look at Kyle right now and it's like, you're not successful until you've won the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Kyle might agree with that too, but from a larger view, it's not true. It's not true. I mean,
it's all relative. I mean, he is successful. He's got a multi-year deal. He's paid a ton of money. He's one of 32 guys to do what he does. He's won playoff games. He's won conference championship games. He's won regular season games. He's done a lot. He's been successful. Has he been as successful as he even wants to be? No, is the answer. I'm sure.
Who is?
I think that you could look at Bill Belichick, and although the way he grinds, he may look at his last 2 weeks and think, I'm an abject failure. But if his career were to end right now in this moment and he stepped away and he looked back at his career, if he didn't think that he was successful, then I don't know what the hell success is.
Yeah, no, he's an all-timer. He's an all-timer. But I said this to you earlier, and I know this is not where Niner fans want this to go. I think, and how old is Kyle? How old? What is he,
45, I think. I'm guessing. Go ahead.
The worst case scenario in my mind for Kyle Shanahan.
43.
The worst case scenario is an Andy Reid career. And I know you go, wow, how is, this is a multi-Super Bowl champion coach.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as you earlier when I pointed it out.
Yeah. The worst case scenario is that he's a guy who wins a whole lot, gets a reputation for being an offensive play calling overachiever, but a fan base gets worn out on him because he can't get the big one, and then he goes somewhere else, and gets it done. I find it hard to believe at age 43 because doesn't it feel like Kyle Shanahan has been around already for 25 years? I mean, he kind of has been around for about 20. Right. But in terms of someone we think about and talk about, at age 43, he's going to break through. He's going to break through. And my only hope at the start of this whole thing, this era of 49er football, is that it's here. Because the conversation at the beginning of this year, that's what made me uncomfortable about it. People are putting a clock. It's why I came up with my very catchy phrase, Dibs. Very catchy. Super Bowl or try again.
Wow, that is catchy.
There will be T-shirts because I believe you know this, that 49er fans, you've got your coach. Now you've got your quarterback too.
Andy Reid had his quarterback, and Andy Reid spent 14 years in Philadelphia and couldn't get it done. And I'm looking, just because you brought the Andy Reid comp, you hope it's not an Andy Reid career because this is year 7 for Kyle, right? So if he goes another 7 after this and doesn't get it done, and Andy Reid in 2001 lost the NFC Championship game, 2002, same thing. 2003, same thing. 2004, won the conference championship game.
Lost the Super Bowl.
2006, lost the divisional. 2008, lost the NFC championship game to the Arizona Cardinals. 2009, you lose to Dallas in the wild card. 2010, you lose to Green Bay in the card. 11 and 12, you have bad years, and then it's adios, Andy. Playoffs in KC in 13. Skip ahead to 19. He wins the whole kit and caboodle. So, yes, Mark, I also hope that Kyle Shanahan does not follow the Andy Reid blueprint, although he's probably going to get 7 more years. Even if he followed...
That's what I'm saying.
If he had an Andy Reid run, which after Andy Reid's 7th year in Philly, he had been to the playoffs 5 of 7 times. He had lost 3 conference championship games and a Super Bowl. Well, Kyle right now has lost 2 conference championship games and a Super Bowl in 7 years. So the comp is there. I do think that Kyle's going to break through, but I'm with you in terms of, God, I hope it's here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I believe as a communicator, it's my job with regard to how the communication lands with other people. So I'm going to try to keep twisting this the best that I can.
Okay.
Because I know what I'm trying to say, but I also know it's not landing with all of you. Chris A. on YouTube.
Uh-oh.
It's bowl or bust, Willard. That sounds like you're giving Shanahan a pass. If he doesn't win this year, he has all he needs to win this season. Does he, Chris? Go ahead and give me the injury report for January 28th. Go ahead.
Well.
What? No. He's got everything he needs. What's the injury report for the NFC title game? Who's healthy? Where's the game? Who are they playing?
But
are the Eagles 17-0?
Well,
also?
Well, they wouldn't be in the Super Bowl, but I'm with you.
I said January. We're in the NFC title game.
My fault?
Yeah. Does he have everything he needs? Are you sure? Because I could argue he had everything he needed last year. None of you blame him for losing in Philadelphia, because why would you? So
I blame him for having to go to Philadelphia in the first place.
And that's fine.
As I indicated earlier, the home team is 67% in conference championship games since 2000.
My argument, my catchy phrase, Super Bowl or try again, is born out of his contract extension that he just got.
Agreed.
So it's not about an opinion on should he, did he, could have, had enough, XYZ. Kyle Shanahan's your damn coach for another bunch of years. So it's Super Bowl or try again. And there's a journey to be had, and we're on it, and we're only on Chapter 6, and we don't know where Chapter 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, etc. are going to go. So that's all I'm saying. Kyle Shanahan has proven to me that he's a great coach. Now, you guys, if you want, can attach the last game of the year to whether or not he's actually a good coach. I don't do that. And the reason I bring up Andy Reid's name is very strategic because he's a great coach. But he went through this. And it doesn't, it's too black and white thinking for me to say you're a great coach if you win the last game and you stink and you're fireable if you don't. I would argue that the city of Philadelphia is impatient and filled with knuckleheads often, and the fan base ran him out of town. And they probably would have had a bowl earlier if they had kept him.
I would argue that 14 years is not being impatient, and also the 2 years that he had prior to his ouster were bad years.
But they were good almost every year.
Correct, Mark. They went to the playoffs 9 of his first 12. And I'm looking at his log right here, and he goes 11. He opens up with a 5-11. Then his win totals in order 11-11, 12-12, 13. Those are 5 years where you won a playoff game or 2 every single year. You went deep. You didn't get it done. It doesn't mean you're not a good coach. What happens, though, after 14 years is the fan base grows tired of waiting. The team itself grew tired of not being able to get across the line. And so you make a change. And you don't make that change and think, why do we stick with this bum for 14 years? You make the change realizing that sometimes you got to shake something up. Now, Andy Reid is no lesser of a coach, even though it took him 6 years in Kansas City to get it done and finally get that Super Bowl. Sometimes coaches and teams need a change of pace.
Well, sure. And if 7 years from now that's the case, then fine. 7 years from now that's the case. My point is he's never not going to be a really good coach. He's never not going to be a really good coach. And it's fascinating to me repeatedly because here come all the messages. It's Super Bowl or bust. How's the bet at Shanny's house? All of that stuff.
Is it down? Are the comforters down?
I love you, Beard.
That was good. I thought that was a fun
He's having
follow-up.
a good troll day. And he's even like, I'm trolling. He's like, I'm trolling. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. My point is this. You can see the examples everywhere. It is interesting to me why we tag one person as you've got to get it done. Let's ask, is Bill Belichick now a crappy coach? You just said he's one of the most accomplished coaches in the history of the game.
He may have lost his way, though.
His team is unwatchable.
They stink.
It is flatly, unequivocally unwatchable.
They're talentless.
You cannot draft a fantasy player on that team.
And Kendrick Bourne. You're starting one this week, aren't you?
And I'm livid about it. I got 4
Against
players.
the Denver, come at me,
I got 4
Ramondre.
players on bye, so I got to go with Ramondre Stevenson, who's actually a good player, but not this year, not statistically, because his team is unwatchable. Is Bill Belichick now a bad coach, or are there 100 things that go into this? So what the whole thing that's intriguing to me is certain things we decide are all on one person and other things are collective, right? So to win the Super Bowl, well, that's all on Kyle Shanahan. My man, you got to get it done or you're gone. Okay, well, here's Brock Purdy. Look at these stats. Oh, no, that's not Brock. That's everybody. Well,
that's Kyle. He's that good because he plays for Kyle.
So somebody help me navigate this maze. So Brock Purdy is a concoction
system quarterback
of Kyle Shanahan's system because it's the most amazing thing since sliced bread.
Yeah.
But win the last game or else you suck.
What's so hard about that, Mark?
A lot. I
mean, do I need to slow it down for you?
I think you do.
It's called the double standard.
Thank you.
And it's the double standard by which all of this is run. And Kyle knows it. And it's framed this way. And I think your whole catchy slogan, and I'm using catchy loosely because it's not catchy at all.
I'm making trucker hats. We're doing it this
Super
weekend.
Bowl or ... See you next year.
We're going to hand them out at the watch party. Super Bowl or try again. Super Bowl or try again.
It's catching on.
Super Bowl or try again.
I'm going to give you 2 years of that. Actually, yeah, you get 2 years of that, and by the third year of that, it's going to be Super Bowl or because Brock Purdy's going to need to get paid, or you're going to need to completely reshuffle the deck.
And maybe it'll happen then.
Maybe.
I don't know.
My point is not that Andy Reid was a bad coach when Philly let him go. You look at his last 2 years, and they went 8-8 and 4-12. And when you get to that point, and maybe Bill Belichick is in a different space
That's
because
different.
Bill Belichick this year, they might go 3-14, and he might still get to keep his job because they're tanking for the next quarterback. He is such a made man that he's untouchable. Andy Reid, they tried and tried and tried, and they got close and close and close, and they had 2 bad years, and it had run its course. And if Kyle Shanahan mirrors Andy Reid, and over the next 7 years, and I look at the back 7 of Andy's career in Philly, it was 4 playoff appearances, it was 1 championship game appearance and a loss to Arizona, and an overall playoff record of 3-4, and they were done. They were worn out with Andy Reid, and at that point, Kyle Shanahan may have to go elsewhere. But that's 7 years down the road.
That's fine. And the Eagles have won a Super Bowl since. They've been to another Super Bowl, and Andy Reid has his 3 appearances and 2 wins. So everybody gets a trophy, as it turned out in that story, and so that's all fine. There are 2 things here I'm not trying to do. I'm not trying to sign Kyle Shanahan to a lifetime contract.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to tell you 49er fans, I'm one of you, that we should expect and hope for anything less than the whole crown this year. Those are 2 things I'm not trying to do. I am trying to expose the double standard you just talked about, which is to say you cannot put it in ink. You're not allowed to do that. They got to win the Super Bowl this year,
pen right here.
Or else it's a complete failure of Kyle Shanahan, and we should march on Santa Clara. You have no idea what happened. You have no idea what this looks like, and you will never change the fact that Kyle's a great coach. You'll never change it. No matter what you want to say, and no matter what result you find anywhere, I'm always intrigued by how quickly we all forget. You forget where this franchise was when he showed up.
You forget 2019 when he turtled up and didn't execute a game plan to get a win over Kansas City with a 10-point lead.
Your perspective, mine is Jimmy wasn't looking at open people who would have ended the game.
And
my perspective.
It's interesting as we look back at that, and you say that Kyle's a great coach, and I agree with you. But there are some you could say that that's a fact, and it's a subjective statement to make. Now, the Niners ownership, they think that Kyle Shanahan's a great coach, and his peers, they think that Kyle Shanahan is a great coach, and his players, they think that Kyle Shanahan is a great coach.
Everybody but Jimmy Ward thinks he's a great coach.
That's not true. There are fans who don't think that Kyle Shanahan's a great coach.
Actually, I think Jimmy Ward does think he's a
and
great
until
coach.
Kyle Shanahan wins a Super Bowl as a coach, he's not a Super Bowl winning coach. And
There you go.
That's a little bit too simplistic to put it that way, but
No,
ultimately,
I think it's a great way to put it.
It's a game of results. If I asked you who the greatest golfer to never win a major was, you would have names that you could throw out, names such as Ricky Fowler, current players.
Yeah.
Sergio Garcia was that guy, and then he won a major championship. I believe he won the Masters, if I'm not mistaken. So Sergio Garcia is no longer the greatest player to never have won a major.
Phil was that guy for a little while.
He was. And if you talk about the greatest coach in the NFL right now to not have won a Super Bowl, current coach, the greatest current coach in the NFL who doesn't have a Super Bowl, it might be Kyle Shanahan. It probably is.
It probably is.
Kyle Shanahan. So until he wins one, he's going to be beleaguered and beset by that moniker.
Has Victor Hovland won a major?
No.
That's probably the guy right now.
Yeah, young player,
He's
though.
young, yeah.
I think Ricky Fowler's had a better, longer career.
Yeah, but
and Hovland
Ricky-
is like
Ricky's-
Xander Schauffele is
Xander
another
Schauffele.
name.
But also, he's pretty young. Ricky's not...
Oh, he was close this year.
I know he
God,
was
he
close.
was close.
Great player, but Ricky has always been... how do I say this without I'm not trying to offend the guy. He's a great player.
Like Charles Howell III, Chucky Three Sticks.
Ricky's branding has always been bigger than his game.
That's fair.
That's what I would say.
It's fair.
Like, there were people who went as Ricky for Halloween, and you'd be like, oh, cool, you're Ricky Fowler. You can't go as Victor Hovland. You can't go as Scotty Scheffler. He's the number one player in the world. You can't go as John Rahm. You're like, who the hell are
Rambo,
you?
he's
I'm
got a
John
major.
Rahm. You're who?
He's got a major.
But you can go as Ricky Fowler, and people are like, oh my God, he's got an orange hat on. He's Ricky
Good
Fowler.
point about the branding.
Yeah, his
But
branding is better than his game.
you could go as Kyle Shanahan And
I went as Jim Harbaugh, and everyone knew who I was.
Right.
He had branding.
But you didn't have a ring on because he's another coach who doesn't have a ring.
Right.
And I think Kyle Shanahan's a better professional football coach than Jim Harbaugh is.
Agreed.
And until he gets a ring, he is not in this same category. And, Kyle's father, Mike, who hopefully will join us later this week.
That'd be fun.
He was that guy for a long time.
Absolutely.
Until he won, 2 back-to-back. But he was considered that Andy Reid kind of a coach.
Totally. So was Pete Carroll. Like everybody, you before you win, you go through this.
Right.
And so I get it. I completely get it.
It is Super Bowl or try again. You're right. Because to me, Super Bowl or bust means, he gone.
Yeah. We're coming after you.
And he's not.
He's not going anywhere.
There's no pitchforks. There's no angry mob.
You can hate my hat. You can give it back to me, and I'll give it to someone else. But I'm simply coming from a factual space. It's not bust. It's try again.
Yeah.
If they play the Eagles in the NFC title game and they lose, they are going to show up next year and try again with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, he's gone. How about this, Mark?
Super Bowl or try again.
They open up the playoffs and they host the Minnesota Vikings, who are a wild card.
Oh, God.
And they lose at Levi's.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Shanahan comes back next year.
Yep. Absolutely.
They win their first 11. They lose their last 6 and miss the playoffs.
They could lose the
Kyle
rest.
Shanahan
They could lose the rest of the games this year. And Kyle Shanahan will be back.
Man, maybe Kapler gets the job.
I mean,
that would be a Kaplerian fade.
How did you lose the last?
Seriously. Even I won one.
How many games are left?
12.
12 games. Did you hear that Slates had surgery today?
Yeah, good for him.
Successful surgery. James and Hayward. Hi, James. You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Oh, hey, guys. Just wanted to chime in on the whole Andy Reid thing. I don't really think that they would have won the Super Bowl without Patrick Mahomes. I don't think that was one on play calling. They actually beat us because of that player. And then also another coach to think about, too, where he backed onto a quarterback was Dick Vermeil. He was a coach for a long time, and then
That's a good one.
Kurt Warner for that year. And then he won. So I think it's complementary. So a coach finding his QB, catching that lightning, and then winning the Super Bowl.
Well, James, are you saying, and I truly want to understand, are you saying that the mere idea of being a great coach is almost overrated? It's more about finding your players than coaching.
Absolutely. Well, look at Belichick, right? So there was a long discussion about, is it Brady or is it Belichick? Well,
it's Brady.
Years after, it was Brady.
Yeah, totally.
So you need your player. You need your player to win.
James, thanks. And maybe he's got him. It looks like it. It looks like it. Like it looks like a Super Bowl winning team. They've got that look. I mean, we're sitting here on Monday talking about how we haven't seen anything like this since the 80s.
Right.
Well, what was happening in the 80s? They won the Super Bowl every other year.
Yes, with 2 different head coaches and a very, very talented roster, a deep roster. I love the Dick Vermeil comp.
Yeah.
And I just punched up his career. It was 15 years from his Philly ouster to when he took over in St. Louis. They go 5-11 and 4-12 in his first 2 years. And then a former grocery clerk happens to get the gig.
Trent Green
because Trent Green got hurt. I was going to say Mark Bolger, but you're right. It was Trent Green. They go 13-3, and they win the bowl. And then Vermeil bounces.
Yeah.
And that's it. 5-11, 4-12, couple of tears. You win the bowl. Adios.
I mean, it's funny. Brock Purdy, speaking of branding, like this whole underdog narrative that we're playing with, Brock Purdy, he's Mr. Irrelevant. We can call the movie relevant. We got all that. Kurt Warner's a way bigger underdog story. Brock was drafted. Kurt was bagging food. So, like, what's the bigger underdog story? Right? They both got the gig because of someone else getting hurt. But Brock Purdy was drafted, but it feeds the beast a little bit of branding because he was the last pick in the draft. It is perfection. But, yeah, he has that look. again, and this is why I do this with regard to this year. Even when teams are the best team and they've got the best quarterback or a coach has got his guy, and over a 5 to 7 year period, you're the best team, you still don't win every year. Brady didn't win every year. Mahomes doesn't win every year. Purdy, this is his second try, and the first try was only half a try. This is his second try. So, like, it is not, and I know no one thinks the word guaranteed, but, like, it's still, if I had to say to you right now, is it more than 50% chance or less that the Niners win the Super Bowl this year?
It's less.
Okay, then why are we calling it a bust if they don't win?
It's not a bust. It's Super Bowl they must is what it is. And I'm giving you 3 years. If they don't win one of the next three,
exactly.
Now we've got a different conversation because over the next three, he's making peanuts, he's making cashews, and he's making walnuts.
I do love cashews.
I do too.
They're delicious.
Yeah, buttery. It's so good.
Yeah.
And, lightly salted, however you want to roll. But he's making nothing over the next 3 years. So over the next 3 years, he's going to take up less than 1% of your salary cap, which means the other 99% can be for every other position on the damn football team. So that's your window. So this year, yes, it's his first real crack at it, assuming that he stays healthy. And if they don't do it, next year you come back with, well, everybody, you sign Ayuk because you can, and you keep Trent and George and Debo and Christian and Fred and Dre and Mooney and all the other guys you want to keep. You keep them all, and you run it back.
Look, there's no doubt. The urgency lever could not be pushed up any higher. I am in full agreement with all of you on that. Okay? The volume is all the way up. There is absolutely no way to be more urgent, to be absolutely more focused and desperate and all of that. You cannot go higher than it is this year. However, if it doesn't happen, it's just going to be back here trying again next year.
Right. You can run it back because your quarterback's making nothing. Yep. And then if it doesn't happen after next year, well, then you're going to sign Brock to a long-term deal, but that doesn't kick in until after the following year. So you've got 3 years, this year, whatever's left, and 2 more to really take a hearty stab at winning the whole thing with a quarterback who's making nothing.
Yeah,
So it's not Super Bowl or bust.
No.
It is Super Bowl or try again.
Yeah.
However, when you look at where you are right now at 5-0, what you've done, who you are, and the way things are lining up, it does feel like 50% is too high. But I would say, if I said to you, do you have a 33% chance of winning the whole thing?
Maybe. Yeah, that's about right. That feels about right. I mean, yes, I think that there are 5 or 6 teams that I could wrap my head around winning it, but a lot of them might have a 5% chance or what have you. You know what I mean? Yeah, the Eagles could win it. The Chiefs could definitely win it. I could see the Bills putting things together. And is there a party crasher somewhere in
Detroit,
Miami
maybe?
or a Detroit?
Yeah.
Sure. Believable, but yeah, I do think it's that high. I think 33. 35, 40%.
That might be a little too hot.
Maybe.
It's probably closer to, like, the true odds are probably closer to 20%.
We'll see how the journey goes, right?
Right.
Is everyone healthy for the Niners? Is everyone healthy for the other teams? You know, maybe the Eagles get hurt this time.
Sure. I mean,
maybe that's the way this goes.
I do think that home field, so it's really home field or bust for me. And I
think that's where our head should be, yes.
Of the 46 conference championship games this century, 31 of them have been won by the home team, 31-15, which is a 67.4% rate. So if you do get through the regular season and you do get to the conference championship game and it is at home, then I think we're talking about a greater than 33% chance.
Niners do it twice in their history on the road, I believe.
In their history.
NFC title game on the road, there's 2 that are popping to mind. Colin Kaepernick in Atlanta.
Correct, 28-24. That was in 2012.
And back in the 80s, 28-3 at Soldier Field in Chicago.
94 was at home. They lost one at Candlestick in 92.
Yeah.
They won in 89 at the Stick. Soldier Field, 1988.
There it is.
But I just tracked it since 2000. the game since 2000. And the Niners, they won the game in the Georgia Dome. You mentioned 28-24. They lost the next year at the Link.
Like, I got another weird take for you. When you look at the schedule and the teams and the divisions, I don't think Philadelphia is your biggest hurdle to get home field. I think it's Detroit.
Wow.
Philadelphia's schedule is impossible. Impossible. The Niners could lose December 3rd and still finish a game or two ahead of Philadelphia.
That's interesting.
But Detroit has got cakewalk left, cakewalk right. They're going to win that division with ease. Maybe they're not good enough to really execute it, but could Detroit be a 3-loss team?
I mean,
and have a weird tiebreaker over you or something? It's possible.
I want to say no just out of principle, but I looked at the schedule, Mark, and this is what you're talking about. You're at Tampa this Sunday, favored. You're at Baltimore next Sunday, which is an interesting
one. Yes.
That's a tough spot. Home to the Raiders. You got your bye. You're at the Chargers off a bye. That's a tough game, but it's one they can handle. You host the Bears and the Packers. You go to New Orleans and Chicago. You host hapless Denver. You go to Minnesota. You go to Dallas. That's a tough game.
That's tough.
And then you host the Vikings. I mean,
how many losses do you see there? Maybe two,
three.
maybe three.
Yeah,
maybe three, and they've already
Chargers,
got one.
The Cowboys, and the Ravens. Possibly
that's a 13-win team at least.
And
if things go right, it could be more.
I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah,
and it's hard because we attach, like you talk about draftism. This is Lionsism.
Well, and maybe
because I can't think about the Lions and use the words 13 and 4 in the same sentence.
Well, and maybe 13 and 4 doesn't matter because maybe the Niners are no worse than 15 and 2.
Yeah,
like maybe that's the case. But I'm just saying, keep an eye on that team because the Eagles have such a gauntlet that I just cannot imagine them coming out of this thing without at least also 3 or 4 losses. I cannot imagine it.
Do you know the last time that Detroit won 13 games in an NFL year?
Never.
Correct. I'm scrolling all the way back. The Portsmouth Spartans won. They were 11-3 back in 1931.
I was getting game show music ready, but that was really fast.
I'm sorry,
my bad. I got excited.
1990.
I think I know this one.
In 91, they went 12-4, which that's the closest that they've been. And they lost the NFC Championship game at the Washington. So there you have it.
All right,
Wayne Fonts, Coach of the Year.
Wayne Fonts. Oh
sorry, Grandy. We could have milked that thing.
All right, 888-957-9570. We want to hear from a lot of you. We got a lot of you to get to. RC and Napa here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, RC, what's up?
Hey, I wanted to thank you guys for taking my call. My 24-year-old son, who's quite knowledgeable about football, he said to me, who is the numbnuts that called Brock Purdy Captain Checkdown? And I said, well, it's Gary Radnich's lackey. He said, you might want to tell Gary Radnich's lackey that Brock Purdy has the highest passing rating in the history of the National Football League for a pass that traveled more than 20 yards in the air.
Thanks, Captain
So I
Stats.
say to the lovely Dan Dibley, who called him Captain Checkdown.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you in this business when you know nothing about football?
Dogs?
I'm making fun of the caller. Yes, Mark.
Wow.
Rack that guy.
You dared to call me a Gary Radnich's lackey.
Most people go to Napa to relax. You go to get absolutely torched.
You made it this far. God love you.
And I made it even further. Thank you, sir.
RC, I love your cola. Thanks for calling. All right. 888-957-957. I don't need a number. It was a stupid dad joke. Just leave it alone, okay?
That's a one. RC got served on the back end.
I don't think he did.
I don't know if I might have called him Captain Checkdown in a way, but boy, was I wrong about Brock Purdy, RC. You had it right, buddy.
You wanted me a culpa? You sound sarcastic right now.
No, it's a mea
Anything
culpa.
you want to say about Brock Purdy?
I mean, I don't think I ever necessarily
want to take the L?
bury the guy. Oh, I'll take the L. I'll take the L. But to try to disparage a man who's had a 25-year run in this market is misguided, RC.
Yeah. That's the name of the game.
I love it.
You know who's on the line?
BPA?
No.
My call screener's down. I got computer issues. I'd complain, but we're going to a new building, so
I know. No, you'll like this. It's your guy.
Is it Grandpa Daddy?
Grandpa Daddy, what are you doing? Oh, come on, man.
Uh-oh, GPD.
What, you not choking on the open net? GPD, where are you?
I'm having phone issues, guys.
Hell, you got to call back.
Man.
Paul in Pleasanton. Hey, Paul, what's up?
Yeah, guys, so I think they have a 3-year window, right, until Purdy gets paid. So in this 3 years, I'm almost thinking like next year maybe even better than this year, with all the cap room that they have. So the question for you is, let's say this year they don't get it all the way done. Should they go after a big name free agent? And if so, who would that be for next year?
Well, Paul, the only way to answer that now, and I don't think that I sort of deny the premise that they'll be better next year than this year, because I think that they're the best team in the NFL now. I don't think the 49ers want for anything. I know people want Patrick Surtain. I don't even know if he's available. I don't know if the 49ers are going to swing that aggressively on a trade. Again, I think that they've got everything that they need as they are currently constituted. But the free agent that I want next year, I know exactly who it is. His name's Brandon Ayuk. That's who I want next year.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to quite make it to free agency, but I think they're going to sign him and give him every last dollar that he wants. And they got $41 million under the cap right now that they can roll over, and they've got 20 days till the deadline. Is there a glaring weakness that they need to address?
Glaring? No, not glaring.
Well, let's see what Randy Gregory can offer on the other side of the pass rush before we worry too much about a defense that's, number 1 or number 2 in scoring?
I mean, you can always tighten the screws. There's no such thing as a team that does not have any problems whatsoever. And injuries will come, for sure. Where, when, what spots, all of that. But I don't. When you use the word glaring, no, I don't see a glaring problem or weakness.
Well, is there a weakness so big or so significant that you want to trade draft capital and give up potential cap room by bringing somebody in at the deadline?
Well, I mean, look, that to me is more of an opportunistic type of a question. If someone's available and you think that they can make you better, then hell yeah. Jump right now. This is here's where I'll agree with everyone. Not in the let's beat up Kyle Shanahan in the town square if it doesn't work out. But F them picks is where I will agree with you. This is the type of year I don't care about any future assets. If you think, 49ers, that any current asset can be flipped into something that makes you even better now, that's going to be a yes from me, dog.
Nice.
That's what I'll say. That's the urgency I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Not like we're coming down your road if it doesn't work out perfect and we get to eat.
That's a yes from me, dog.
But you got it. It's all in. The chips are all in the middle of the table. That's the way I would describe it.
I think that's the way you have to approach it, especially when you look at where you are roster-wise going into next year. And I'm looking at last year and all the draft picks that you came away with, and I'm going down the list, and Jake Moody, 3rd rounder, he's on your roster and he plays. Cameron Latu, I think that he was practice squad, or he got actually released, I think, in recent days. And Darrell Luter Jr., he's not in your 2 deep. And you go all the way down, Robert Beal, D. Winters, Braden Willis is a tight end that you like. Ronnie Bell actually gets on the field and plays. But my point is, as you go into next year, you already have a bunch of younger players that can't even make your squad now, so you don't necessarily need a lot of draft picks next year to fill out your roster.
I'm not sure what did end up happening with Latu.
I thought he was on the practice squad, and then he got released.
He got injured at the end of the preseason, and he's on season IR.
Season IR.
Essentially a red shirt.
I was going to say, I don't think, because he's still on the roster, but he's not on the depth chart. So that makes sense. All right.
But my point being that
totally
going into next year, you already have young guys like Jair Brown who doesn't get to play that often, and he is there waiting for a spot as well.
Yeah. Kirk and Los Altos. Kirk, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. This is the first time I've phoned in, and I hope I don't mess myself up.
Us too, but I think you're doing great, Kirk.
But what I just wanted, because I've been listening for the last few days, and actually over the course of the season, and as the tempo and enthusiasm has gone up and up and up, as the team has won and keeps winning and getting better and better, I would just, from someone who can remember the days of the old 49ers, and have watched them go up and down, I mean, going back to John Brody and places like that, I would just counsel people to, and as you have and others have said throughout the course of the season, just enjoy this as much as we can. It sounds like some people believe that they are somehow owed this Super Bowl championship.
Well said.
From the team, or else they've been robbed of something that is dutifully theirs. I would, again, as I think people have tried to caution people, this doesn't happen very often, and it just, and if we don't win, you can, that's life. I mean, I wonder how the Baltimore Orioles feel this morning with that record they have.
Yeah, no, Kirk, it's a great call.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Here's kind of like if you want to make a one-liner out of that, like optimism high, demands low is the way I would say it. Or not low, but more optimism, fewer demands as far as the 49ers winning the Super Bowl. This is not something, you're not the boss. You don't get to tell the 49ers, we demand the Super Bowl or else. Your optimism can and should be through the roof.
Right.
Based on what we're watching right now.
Enjoy every game. Cleveland this morning. It'll be fun to have a 10 a.m. game to get your Niner fix in and not out of the way. Like, I can't wait for this to be over, but Niners go to Cleveland. Hopefully it's done by 1:30 with victory. And then you're able to pivot to the next portion of your day.
It's a 2 TV Sunday is what it is whenever the Niners play, especially at 10. When that's when the red zone action is really hot.
You got that Octo box working.
Oh man, but he got the Octo, and then we got another one. So what's Octo plus one?
That would be a Nano.
Nueve box?
Nano box. And you got Scott Hansen, right?
Absolutely.
Is he the only one doing the red zone now?
DirecTV doesn't do their red zone anymore.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it is a Scott Hansen production.
So what do you do if you're a DirecTV subscriber, which I'm an Xfinity guy?
No, you turn on NFL Network and Scott Hansen is there.
Gotcha.
Provided that you've paid for the sports package.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Absolutely.
I wasn't sure how that was working because it used to be like a split cast where Captain Big Ears would be on the one and then Scotty 8. He's known for his ears, Lucas. I mean,
yeah, but you don't say it out loud.
Sorry.
Guys, come on the show.
Yeah. You called him, hey, you're right, it's lucky you called him Captain Ears. Come at me, dog.
Wow.
Come at me, RC. I'm big in Napa.
Why are you in this business when you know nothing about football?
Yeah. Are you a
good point. I'm going to give me a 4 for my RC.
First of all, this is a good impression, but
Thank you.
are you one of these dish it, can't take it guys?
Oh, I'm taking it, but I'm dishing it back. I took the L.
You made it this far. God love you.
And that's you clapping in the background. What a partner.
You made it this far. God love you.
I'm a laugh clapper. That's what I do. If it's really funny, I clap.
If your name was Richard, I'd have a certain nickname for you about now. What a teammate. I'm getting absolutely served.
It was funny.
I'll take the L.
Yo, I'm like a dog.
Radnich is lackey.
That's a yes from me, dog.
That's right. I'm like a dog, okay? You got this owner who take you everywhere, bathe you, house you, feed you, clean you, and if one other person shows up with a treat, you're like, I'm out. See you later. I'm not being loyal to a joke. If it's funny, I'm laughing.
These jokes ain't loyal. And that was hilarious.
It was funny.
And I took the L. But when I take an L, that doesn't mean I'm going tail between my legs
I know,
and
but then you got
in the corner.
Other broadcasters catching strays because you're a little put off. I mean,
who's catching strays?
Andrew Siciliano.
I mean, he might have had it coming to him. I love those ears. Are you telling me that's not a signature part of his brand?
He has. Yes, he's got some good ears. He
Yes,
sure does.
they're gorgeous. They're wonderful.
And as a result, Dibs, he can hear everything, so you better keep it down.
Right. Or else what? He might come at me?
Or else we might have, yeah.
It's not like I called him Tony Bruno's lackey.
5'3" versus 5'5" on pay-per-view.
5'8", coach. Now, okay. Thank God we're at the end of this mess because I'm getting hot. On the YouTube, you can see I am getting a little red. It's a fact. Coming up on the other side, I'm going to give you my winning Powerball numbers because we got Powerball tonight.
Pumpkin.
Oh, we
Everyone's
do.
coming at me. I'm taking a lot of L's in this segment. Grandy piling on. That's a 15-yarder.
Dan Dibbly.
Yeah, you spelled it right. About 5 L's in there. Coming up, I'm going to give you my Niner-centric Powerball Stone Cold Lock.
Plus.
Thank you. Yeah, because you got something.
More of your phone calls, especially if you want to rip Dan on one of them dibs.
Day.
Why are you in this business when you know nothing about football? You made it this far. God love you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. God love you. God love you, Dan Dibley.
Man.
God love the Warriors Summit, which is a week from today, in San Leandro at Fieldwork Brewing Company. Fabulous prizes on hand. But more important, food and fun. It is open to the public, free to come. We'll be there starting at 2 o'clock. That's when our show starts, but you knew that. All the hosts will be there 4 to 6. All of you will be there as well. That's the plan. So Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. You want a good seat, you come at 2. You want a solid seat, you come at 4. You wait till you get off work and come at 5. Might be SRO.
Yep.
But doesn't mean that there isn't going to be room for you to hang out and have a good time. So
room for everyone. The takes are hot, but the beer is cold at Fieldwork next Wednesday for the Warriors Summit.
Pause. Okay, very good.
Just for those of you who thought RC and I got into it a little too hot and heavy, we had an off-air phone conversation during the last commercial break.
What was said?
He lectured me further on football. And Grandy can attest, and Lucas actually had to walk away as I was taking yet another L about calling Brock Captain Checkdown.
Yeah.
And thank you, RC. Because of you, I'm a little bit smarter now about the National Football League.
Remember when you called him Mr. Dink and Dunk?
Yeah. Was that me?
No,
RC, don't call back. We're up against it. Up in 5 minutes, I will give you my Niner-centric Powerball locks if you want them.
I like that because we are. What did you say? You have till 6:45 to purchase a ticket.
I think so.
I gotta hurry to a
1.7 something billion, Coach.
And by the way, it'll probably be more than that by the time this thing actually goes off. They usually estimate. It's an estimation sensation.
That's a buck,
and then it goes up.
Yeah,
it's okay. I got a buck because I'm gonna win this thing.
If I give out the winning numbers and I have to share this with 7,000 other people, I'm going to be pissed.
It's going to be this is a risky play.
I played 2 quick picks and then I played a Niner-centric Powerball lock.
Oh, now speaking of Niner-centric, I do have breaking news, although I don't think it's actually breaking, but developing.
Okay.
For sure. No, spread is up to 7. Spread is up to 7, which I do think there's a story there. That's not just, people like the Niners. I think with each point, the drumbeat continues. The insiders are talking. I think that Deshaun Watson is not going to play in this game.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's what that's at least what people are predicting at this time.
And we also have a strong sense, or we know that DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, also won't play. Is he not?
Well,
is he no longer the backup? And it's
the
former Rocky.
Yeah, those
Larry Walker
reports came out of Cleveland. Beat writers saying, Ian Rappaport an hour ago. Deshaun Watson did not practice today. PJ Walker will start if he can't go.
Okay,
that is straight from Rap Sheet.
Yes, and I do think that the spread moving, and I wonder if the total has moved because it's up to 7, which. I mean, this feels like it's...
total has gone from 37.5 to 37.
So it slid down a little bit as well.
Slid a half.
So they're telling you that this game will be like 24-13.
No, they're telling you that this is going to be 35-0.
I mean...
They're telling you that they might get shut out.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, and we play each other in fantasy, that I'm not starting Kareem Hunt. I don't like his ability to get a $112 and 2 tutties.
I think that you should, but... I double dare you.
I picked up somebody off the waiver wire today. Actually, it was post-waiver, so I didn't lose my waiver spot.
Oh, okay.
But I don't even know who it is.
Well, I don't even know who the guy is that I tried to get. We all tried to get that Mario DiCario or whatever the hell his name is off the Cardinals.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
DeMercado.
Whatever. Lubman got him. Lubman beats me. I score 171, lose to Lubman, and then I lose in the waiver.
Yeah. Yep.
Sick of Lubman.
May not even be the starting running back in Arizona.
Taking a lot of L's.
I picked up...
Why? Who do you think is going to be, Lucas? Tony Jones?
That person is on the Saints, I believe.
No, he's not.
Try
to keep up, Luke.
Keontae Ingram is the number 2 and missed last week. I think it was a neck injury. Should be back
to
this
add
week.
him too.
Not a very good player.
I picked up.
Don't worry, Dibs. He's not available.
And
I
he's a Trojan.
picked up Salvan Ahmed.
Close.
Whatever. I picked him up.
And Savon.
I'm reeling.
Savon.
Salvan Ahmed is what I'm going with.
Salvan Ahmed.
There's no pronouncer in this fantasy app, Lucas. But I picked him up.
It's on me.
You want my Powerball locks or not?
No, I like it because you're in your
Salvan Ahmed.
You're in your 50s, but you're such a newbie here. It's so great.
At least you got Rashid Rice.
Rashid, and I started him last week. He had a pretty good game.
You learned how to pronounce his name.
This is why I absolutely effing hate fantasy.
It's like playing with my dad.
Dude, seriously.
At least you don't call names like Steiny. He calls Cole Kmet Cole Kmet.
Me and Steiny are cut from the same cloth.
How do I pick up a player? How do I?
Gotta wait till Wednesday morning.
Salvan Ahmed is 3% rostered. And I'm among the 3%.
And you're one of them.
I'm a 3%er.
I tell you what, you're a trailblazer.
You can't find 4-string running backs anywhere, all right?
Dude, who else am I going to go with, Lucas? Will you trade me a running back?
I think you should start Salvan Ahmed and Kareem Hunt this week.
I'm starting them all.
Fox in Oakland.
Got like 5 tight ends and no running backs.
What are you doing, Fox?
Hey, gentlemen, it's been a while, but I've missed calling in, and trust me when I say I've been listening to you guys every day.
Appreciate it.
And before this call ends, I have something to share related to next week's summit, but 2 things real quick. Major kudos to Grandy for getting Jose from Oakland on the air at the end of yesterday's show. You guys both looked like 2 kids in the candy store when you realized who was calling in. It was amazing. But switching gears real quick, our boy Purdy, I kind of don't get the haters out there, but on the flip side, I guess I do because, there's always going to be haters out there. I personally drafted Brock in one of my 2 fantasy leagues, and I also kept him in my other league, which is a keeper league, as my only keeper out of 2 possible options. So I've been on the Brock train, I would say very early on and continue to be. Obviously, I hope he continues to trend in the right direction as he has been. But lastly, gents, I'm really hoping to make it to the summit next week and finally meet you guys in person. And assuming that happens, I'll have my new T-shirt on that I'm making today, which is, and I quote, Purdy for MVP, ? That's a yes from me, dog.
Yeah! That's what
Very
I'm
good.
saying, Fox. Go and rack that guy. That is a hell of a call. And let's see, we got fantasy news out of that.
Yep.
We got Purdy haters.
T-shirts.
We got a new slogan. Brock Purdy he's been a sneaky fantasy player. The whole thing with him always good, but not a fantasy.
Yeah.
He's kind of been good in fantasy even.
4 touchdowns
4
doesn't
tutties.
hurt. Yeah. Yeah. He's getting it done.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Are you ready to go back to Napa? Because the last time we went there, you got served.
I got served, and it wasn't a nice Chablis or a Rosé.
Curtis in Napa.
Oh, God.
Hi, Curtis.
Napa.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Great.
I'll let you know.
Good. Well, hey, I don't think I was the one that did the roasting, so I'll keep it mellow and PG.
Well, no, it wasn't you, but you're welcome to say whatever you want, Curtis. If you hate Dibs, tell him.
I'm taking L's today, Curtis.
So here I'm listening to you guys. I'm sitting at a red light. Now I'm stressing about my fantasy lineup. I've got Deshaun Watson going against the Niners, and I cannot make that move. So I'm going Dobbs. We'll see what happens there. But the reason why I'm calling it, a caller like 10 minutes ago had made the comment, something along the lines of all these spoiled fans these days feeling like we're owed a championship. And he was an older guy. From my perspective, I'm in my early 30s, right? I have seen my team suck forever. I'm talking ever. And then we get Jim Harbaugh. We have a few good years, and we've just been in limbo ever since. And, of course, the heartbreak of 2 Super Bowl losses, 2013 and 2019. So, with all of that said, I don't think the younger generation of 49er fans feels like, like we're entitled, but it's been years and years of suffering and heartbreak and losing it, and we're tired of it.
Well, listen,
So-
it's actually true. There's some stuff that I saw posted earlier today. Curtis, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
That the Niners have been dancing around the Super Bowl enough in the last decade that it doesn't feel like this. Like they are one of the teams, top 10-ish, if you will, in terms of how long it's been since they've won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I went through the list. Last week. If you count out those teams that have never won one, I think they're 8th among teams that actually have won one in terms of drought, and they're right next to the Dallas Cowboys in terms of drought. It's almost been 30 years, Mark. 28 years.
28 years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a handful of teams that have never done it ever. And so
the Lions are among them,
I think Chargers, put them aside a little bit over here.
Yeah.
Or did the Chargers? Well, anyway.
They've never won a Super Bowl.
Not a Super Bowl.
Correct.
Yeah. So, anyway, there's those teams. But, Dallas Cowboys more recently than the 49ers.
I don't think the Vikings have ever won a Super Bowl. I don't think so. Fran Tarkenton couldn't get it done. Pretty sure.
Who won Super Bowl 3?
That would be the Jets, Holmes.
Super Bowl 4?
Miami, I think.